I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 249. A small incident in the desert. On an early morning, the sun had risen in the sky and it shone on the meteorite desert, reflecting a red radiance like it was the Red Sea itself. In the Red Ocean, there were 6 megalodon wolves lined up in order, resembling 6 boats slowly crossing the ocean. Upon closer inspection, on each of the 6 megalodon wolves' back was a person. There were 5 young men and a young woman. They were led by a man that was about the age of 25, with a muscular body and short hair. "Brother Du, we are at the periphery of the meteorite desert. You don't have to be on alert and let the megalodon wolf run so slowly. We left the desert at 5 o'clock. It has been 3 hours and we've traveled less than 200 kilometers, said a skinny, young man in his early 20s as he rode the megalodon wolf closest beside him. You know nothing. Du Feng immediately turned his head back and scolded, "Do you know how dangerous the meteorite desert is? It is not an ordinary wild zone. It is a moderate danger zone. When I was still a silver hunter, I followed the gold hunter team here. I witnessed a team of 20 gold level rank 3 members being engulfed by a transcendent monster. This incident remains clearly engraved on my mind. I can't forget it. Little brats, you have just leveled up to gold level rank -1 and you think that you're indestructible. I brought you to the meteorite desert so that you know how powerful the monsters in this world are. They are beyond imagination. Of course, there must be a reason for the danger zone to be regarded as one. Don't fool around here, Brother Du." There, the skinny young man suddenly pointed towards a direction that was not far off. The rest of them were startled, looking towards the direction as well. "What's it? Don't interrupt while the leader is talking." Du Feng scolded again. "It seems like there is a gun master game cabin over there," said the only female member of the team to the young man next to her. "Yes, you're right, it's a game cabin. From its appearance, it must be an outdoor deluxe edition," answered the young man next to her softly. As the team members started whispering to each other, Du Feng finally glanced towards the direction they were looking at and he was shocked. What's happening? Playing gun master in the meteorite desert? Was the person crazy? Lin Huang had woken up just after 8 o'clock in the morning. After washing up, he immediately activated the game cabin. He did not enter the game cabin right after that though. He ate his breakfast instead. He never expected that a hunter team would pass by right after the second day he entered the meteorite desert. Seeing the 6 of them riding on the megalodon wolf, Lin Huang did not pay much attention to them. After taking out the oven, he started to reheat his breakfast. He ate snacks in the afternoon and at night during the first day. He then decided to make some changes in his diet. At that moment, the fragrance of the food was wafting out of the oven. "How fragrant!" the 6 of them exclaimed at the same time. "It smells like cake. It's a special local product from Wuxia City, quick frozen cake. I've tried this before and I can still remember its taste," reminisced a young man immediately. "The cake is quickly frozen right after it is baked. You can either eat it cold or after it has defrosted in the oven. It's delicious both ways." He's living the good life. "Why do we only have snacks?" the woman complained. "What if we take some from him? The smallest of this cake is 10 inches. He won't be able to finish it alone. We don't have to eat until we feel full. It's good enough to eat it for breakfast," the young man who recalled the taste of the quick frozen cake suggested. "It's not that good." She turned shy upon hearing his suggestion and her face reddened a little. "There's nothing to feel bad about. We can even pay him 10 times the credit points since the cake is relatively cheap. It costs less than 500 credit points. 10 times of that is only 5,000 credit points," the man beside her suggested. "What if he only has one cake and he doesn't want to sell it?" The woman was still hesitant. "If he doesn't want to sell it, we can't force him. We'll eat our snacks then," the skinny man said with his palms up in mock surrender. "All right then, do you know that your leader is standing right here?" Du Feng never expected that they would have completely ignored him because of food. "Brother Du," the few of them suddenly realized that their leader had not raised his opinion at all. "I've told you that you have to be alert all the time while you're outside. The guy there looks strange. He's only a silver level but he's eating cake leisurely in the moderate danger zone. He's even playing games as if he's on a holiday. He has no sense of danger at all. There must be something wrong with him." As Du Feng was talking, Lin Huang cut a piece of cake and blew a whistle. An enchanted poison-tail scorpion drilled out from the sand and Lin Huang passed him a big slice of cake. He took out a lounge chair from the storage space, then he enjoyed the cake and drank his beverage. He indeed looked like he was on a holiday. I thought that it was a sand dune, but it's a scorpion instead. One can hardly notice it if it had not come out on its own, one of them remarked in surprise. It is a gold level rank 2 enchanted poison-tail scorpion. He is an imperial censor, Dufeng said in fear. An imperial censor could summon a monster of a higher level. Despite the fact that the young man was only a silver level hunter, he could control gold level rank 3 monsters. Furthermore, the number of monsters that he could summon was more than one, putting Dufeng on alert. Dufeng then understood why he looked like he was on a vacation in the desert. It is such a waste to give the slice of cake to the scorpion. The woman was staring hungrily at the cake in Lin Huang's hand. Do you really want to eat that? Dufeng frowned as he asked. They immediately nodded their heads. All right, wait over here, I'll ask and see, Dufeng compromised. He then rode on the megalodon wolf and headed towards Lin Huang. The rest of them waited at their original position. Lin Huang leaned back in the lounge chair, feeling cautious as he saw that a man was approaching him. Right when the enchanted poison-tail scorpion saw this, it raised its tail, preparing to fight. Relax, he has no bad intentions. As Lin Huang saw that he was coming alone, he guessed that he was harmless. The enchanted poison-tail scorpion then retreated. Dufeng got off the megalodon wolf as he approached him and slowly walked towards him. What's up? Lin Huang had no idea why he was coming to him. Bro, do you still have the cake that you were eating just now? Dufeng's aged face blushed as he asked. Oh, yes, I do. Haven't you had your breakfast yet? Lin Huang then knew that they must have smelled the aroma of the cake. He then nodded his head with a smile. Dufeng told him the truth, we actually have some snacks but the cake smells so appetizing. So, it's alright, I have a lot with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given it to the scorpion. Lin Huang nodded and took out 2 cakes. There are 6 of you there. 2 should be enough. 1 is actually enough, Feng immediately said. There are 2 ways to eat the cake. You can either defrost it or eat it directly. Try it both ways so that you'll have no regrets, Lin Huang explained with a smile. Dufeng did not reject his offer. Lin Huang took out a table, placing one of the cakes into the oven and putting the other on the table. He then simply cut the cake that had yet to defrost into 6 equal pieces. His cake cutting technique was amazing. Dufeng was also good in swordsmanship. When he saw Lin Huang's cutting skills, his eyes brightened. Bro, are you trained in swordsmanship? Dufeng immediately asked. Yes, I majored in swords. Lin Huang nodded with a smile. When Dufeng got off the megalodon wolf, Lin Huang already knew that he majored in swords as well. So, you're not an imperial censor. Did you not summon the monster? Dufeng kept asking. I majored in swords and I'm also an imperial censor, Lin Huang explained with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot that many of the imperial censors have other occupations as well. A sound from the oven signaled that the cake had been defrosted. Lin Huang immediately took out the defrosted cake and placed it on the table. He then cut them into 6 equal pieces as well. You can bring this to them or ask them to come. Lin Huang knew that he had purposely come here on his own out of caution. He turned back, waving his hand at them. They immediately rushed over, riding on the megalodon wolf. Lin Huang took out a few chairs and placed them in front of the table. He sat back on the lounge chair and continued to drink his beverage. Once they arrived, the area near the tent became lively. Brother Du, he is such a kind-hearted person. You're overthinking, a young man said, smiling at Dufeng. Dufeng stared at him and said, just eat your cake. Brother Du, are you the one who cut the cake? They are cut neatly and all 6 pieces have exactly the same size as if they were measured, flattered the young man said. No, I didn't. Dufeng stared at him again. The young man immediately shut up, knowing that he had flattered the wrong person. They then shifted their gaze to Lin Huang, feeling curious. Dufeng did not eat the cake. He moved the chair nearer to Lin Huang and ate his snacks. Lin Huang took a glance at the snacks that he was eating, smiled and remained silent. Don't misunderstand me, I'm not used to eating dessert, Dufeng immediately explained. I don't actually like dessert too. I can only eat a piece of the cake. I'll feel grossed out if I ate too many. Lin Huang nodded as if he could understand him. In fact, he did not actually care whether he liked dessert or not. Soon, both of them kept quiet. After a moment, Dufeng asked, "Why are you playing the gun master here? Is this a performance art?" "No, of course not." Lin Huang shook his head with a smile. He then explained, "I've been waiting for a monster to appear. I'll be here for a period of time and it's too boring to stay here alone, hence the game." "Oh, I see." Dufeng did not continue asking as he felt that it would be invading his privacy. "Why did you come here?" "For training." Lin Huang knew that other than Dufeng, who was at gold level rank 3, the 5 of them had just upgraded to gold level rank -1. "Yes, so that they can walk around the meteorite desert and gain some knowledge as well." Both of them chatted for a while. 5 of the youngsters had finished their portion of the cake. There were 2 remaining pieces for Dufeng. "Leader, we left 2 pieces of cake for you. Come over and have a try." The female member turned back, shouting to Dufeng. "Didn't you know that I don't like dessert? You have it." Dufeng waved his hand. They shook their heads and smiled, keeping the cakes in a fresh food bag. "Oh yeah, we've been chatting for so long that I don't know what's your name." As they had finished eating, he stood up, putting his snacks away. "My name is Yi Shu." Lin Huang stood up too. "Thank you for serving us." "My name is Dufeng." Dufeng extended his hand. Lin Huang shook hands with him. Then, Dufeng took out a life crystal and gave it to Lin Huang. "I'll pay you for the cake." "It's okay. I'll treat you and your team members. The cake is cheap. If you pay me 1 life crystal, I don't have any change for you." Lin Huang rejected, pushing Dufeng's hand away gently. "If there's a chance, treat me back." "All right, I'll add your contact number, let's keep in contact." Of course, Dufeng knew that the hunters would not actually care about the credit points that he had spent to buy the cakes. Nevertheless, he did not want to owe him, so he could only treat him next time. Sure. After adding each other as friends, Dufeng asked the youngsters to clean up the space and they left. To Lin Huang, the appearance of Dufeng and the rest of them were simply a small incident that had happened during the journey. After they had left, Lin Huang quickly entered the game cabin of the gun master and started practicing his gunfighting technique. Chapter 250, Arrival of the Saints. The 6 of the Megalodon wolves had been traveling in the Golden Desert for a few days. Led by Dufeng, the Megalodon wolves' active period was only about 10 hours. The rest of the time, they were recalled back to the monster taming token so that they could rest. It was almost sunset by now and Dufeng instructed them to take a break again. "There's a sand dune there. Let's set up our tent behind the dune." Dufeng pointed at the sand dune not far away from him. He then led the Megalodon wolf towards the sand dune. The youngsters immediately followed after him. "Brother Du, we're too slow. We're only walking for 10 hours each day and the Megalodon wolf can maintain a speed of about 70 kilometers. We didn't encounter any dangers all the way here. If the Megalodon wolf were to lope at its full speed, we must have reached our training ground yesterday," grumbled Ai Peng, the skinny man. He was an impetuous man as he used to feel that Dufeng was being too cautious. "Stop talking nonsense. Have a good rest tonight. We will reach our destination tomorrow afternoon if we maintain at this speed." Dufeng was lazy to explain his rationale. "We have delayed the journey for at least 2 days because we're going at such a slow speed," Ai Peng mumbled in a low voice. "Get back to your own tent and rest." Dufeng's facial expression changed. Liang Qian, who was standing beside Ai Peng, immediately pulled him away, not allowing him to continue talking. As the only female member of the team, she had been regulating everyone's relationship. "Leader, I've always wanted to ask you, why did you name our team Dian Feng? Is it because there's a Feng in your name?" Liang Qian asked and changed the topic after Ai Peng had left. "No, of course not. It's because the previous team that I joined is called Dian Feng as well. I hope that I can continue using this name," Dufeng explained with a smile. "Your previous team." When the rest of them heard of their leader's history, they immediately came over. "Brother Du, why was the former team disbanded? Were there any conflicts between team members?" Duan Yang immediately asked. "It was not because of conflicts, of course. We have a close relationship with each other like brothers." Dufeng smiled kindly. However, his face suddenly turned grave and he said, "The reason why the team got disbanded is that I'm the only one who survived." "What?" They were all shocked, gaping at Dufeng. They had joined Team Dian Feng for a few months and it was the first time they heard about this from Dufeng. "Do you still remember the incident in Meteorite Desert that I told you about?" Dufeng glanced at the 5 of them. They immediately nodded their heads. Our mission was to help a member of royalty kill a transcendent monster so that he could be upgraded to the holy fire level. There were a total of 53 gold level hunters who joined the mission. I was the only hunter who was on silver level. The rest of my team members had upgraded to the gold level. But I hadn't made up my mind on which life seed monster to choose, therefore, I was not upgraded. I was only a handyman during the mission. I've told you that I joined the battle with the transcendent monster. In fact, I didn't. I was standing at a few kilometers away, witnessing everything that happened. Everyone was quietly listening to Dufeng's story. None of them interrupted. The moment when they saw the monster, everyone pounced towards the monster. The leader told me to stay in my original position and not get involved in the battle because I couldn't use any relic yet and I could do no harm to the transcendent monster. I understood that and agreed with him, so I witnessed the battle on the sand dune from a few kilometers away. I thought that it was not difficult to kill a commander-level monster as there were more than 50 gold hunters. I never expected that it was a transcendent monster that had gone through a double mutation. Also, it was neither a white flame level nor crimson flame level transcendent monster as recorded. It was of a higher level, the blue flame level. At the beginning of the battle, the gold level members had worn their defensive relics. However, with just one hit, they died. They had no chance of fighting back at all. The incident was a mass slaughter. The battle lasted for less than half a minute. As soon as the monster opened its mouth, half of the gold hunters were engulfed. Even those who found out that something was wrong and wanted to flee did not survive. They all became its food. Do you know what I did? I was a coward. As soon as I saw that, I immediately crept into the ground, hiding my head in the sand dune. Behind the sand dune, I maintained the same position for about 3 hours. Only then did I dare to raise my head to see whether the transcendent monster had left. I'm a damn coward. After he had finished telling his story, he scolded himself. Brother Du, you can't blame yourself. Everyone will, of course, strive for survival. Before I Peng could finish his sentence, Liang Cheng slapped him on the back. Leader, you didn't do anything wrong. I think that your decision is right. Staying alive is the only way to take revenge. Liang Qian said to comfort him. I think what Qian said is right. I Peng immediately agreed with her while the rest of them nodded their heads too. The reason why I named the new team, Dian Feng, is because I hoped that I could pass on Dian Feng's legacy. The revenge is my affair. I'll seek revenge on the monster after I've upgraded to Transcendent. Obviously, Dufeng did not want his team members to get involved in this. The main reason why I brought all of you to the Meteorite Desert is to meet my old mates. They must be happy to see all of you here if they find out that Dian Feng has new team members to carry on the legacy. Dufeng's mood turned better. So, we're not here for training. I Peng frowned. You wish. Since we're here, of course, we have to train. We have to at least kill some monsters and earn some money, Dufeng said. After dinner, they rested. The next morning, Dufeng woke everybody up. After having some snacks for breakfast, the 6 of them rode on the Megalodon wolf and headed towards their destination before 8 a.m. After listening to Dufeng's story last night, even I Peng, who was the most impetuous Ma, did not complain that he was slow anymore and the team became less lively than before. They were upset after listening to the story behind Dufeng's past. It was slightly after noon when Dufeng saw a withered tree and was agitated. Getting off the Megalodon wolf, he quickly ran towards the withered tree and stood still. A few of them quickly followed after Dufeng on the Megalodon wolf and arrived somewhere near the withered tree. 5 of them then got off their wolf and put it back into their monster taming token. Leader, are the elders buried here? Liang Qian asked. Yes, they are buried under this tree. However, their dead bodies are all gone. Only the graves remain here. Dufeng slightly nodded his head. As he finished his words, he took out a bottle of wine, pouring the liquid in front of the withered tree and announcing, Bros, Xiao Du came back to visit all of you. The rest of them kept quiet, looking at Dufeng until he had poured the wine and bowed. Guys, introduce yourself so that you will know each other. Dufeng waved his hand at them. I Peng was the first one who walked forward. While he bowed, he said seriously, Hi, my name is I Peng. I have low emotional quotient and I'm a straight-talking person. We'll grow stronger together with our leader. The next time when we return, we'll kill the transcendent monster and take our revenge. This was the first time that everybody agreed with him. Hi, my name is Liang Qian. I'm the new member of the Dian Feng team. Brother Du has taken good care of all of us. We'll try our best to take care of him in future. Don't worry. After Liang Qian had finished, she bowed. The rest of them came forward and introduced themselves as well. After they had bowed, they stood aside. After everyone was done, Dufeng waved his hand and said, 5 of you may wander around here. Don't go too far. I have something to talk to my old mates about. After listening to him, they left. Only Liang Qian did not leave, his gaze upon Dufeng. Dear old mates, I'm sorry that I didn't visit you during the past 2 years. I'll bring along the youngsters and come here more often. We now have the new teammates to join Dian Feng Hunter team. The legacy will be passed down from one generation to the next. Dufeng sat with his legs crossed in front of the withered tree and muttered as if he felt that his teammates who had passed away could still listen to what he had said. Brother Du, something bad has happened. Ai Peng suddenly ran quickly towards him and shouted. Ai Peng, what are you doing? Liang Qian immediately stopped him. Dufeng frowned, staring at Ai Peng. What's happened? Why are you shouting? I saw 2 men dressed in white robes walking towards our direction. Judging from their attire, they look like they are the members of the Saints. Chapter 251, We Have to Fight, Members of the Saints. Dufeng immediately frowned. Dufeng remained silent for a moment, he then instructed, Ai Peng, ask the others to come back. Ai Peng immediately left. Liang Qian looked extremely worried. Leader, should we leave? Dufeng shook his head. No, members of the Saints have a peculiar way of thinking. Since they have discovered us, they will feel like they are being discriminated against if we try to avoid them. Then, they will trouble you. We shall just treat them as the normal passers-by. Soon, Ai Peng came back with 3 of his teammates. The 2 of them should be the ones who triggered the massacre in Luoxi City. They'll slaughter your whole family simply because of one comment on the network. There are people who have said that the members of the Saints are a group of madmen. Duan Yang scolded as he had heard from Ai Peng that the members of the Saints were coming towards their direction. Brother Du, you asked us to come over. Are we going to kill the murderers together? I've watched the live video of the incident that you mentioned. Both of them are at gold level, so we are incapable of beating them. Therefore, don't act rashly. Otherwise, we will probably die here, Dufeng said with a serious expression and warned them, from now onwards, the 5 of you, act like you're dumb and like you're not allowed to talk. I'll answer any of their questions. Do you understand? Yes, leader, Ai Peng answered while the rest of them nodded their heads. Ai Peng. Dufeng stared at him. Ai Peng then covered his mouth and nodded his head. All right, let's set up the tent now and treat them as the normal passers-by. Try to act naturally, Dufeng instructed 5 of them. Right after each of them had set up their tent, 2 of the Saint members arrived, riding the Holy Light Lion. The Holy Light Lion was a white, lion-like gold-level monster. It was a lot bigger than the lions on Earth. Its shoulder height was more than 3 meters and it had claws the size of the average face. The biggest difference between the Holy Light Lion and the normal lion was not the size of their bodies, but the former had a huge pair of white wings attached on its back. They would usually hide their wings, expanding them only when they were flying. The flying speed of the monster was very impressive. However, the monster was weak at traveling over a long distance and for a long period of time. It symbolized the reserve members of the Saints, as almost each of the reserve members would have one on hand. Although the 2 of the Saint members were dressed in white robes, one could still see that the both of them were skinny. However, they were tall, above 1.85 meters. There was a black cross on their face and the crossing point of the marking was exactly on their nose tips. Although the cross had covered half of their face, their age could still be estimated. The young man was about 20 years old and he had a fair, clean-shaven face. The older man looked like he was at the age of 25, with a short beard and yellow skin. Is this the place? Asked the short-bearded man, turning his head to his companion. The fair-skinned man glanced at the map and nodded. The coordinates showed that the energy reaction occurred here. He then raised his head, seeing Dufeng and the rest of them in the tent. He said, there are some other people here. The short-bearded man frowned. Ask them to leave, otherwise, kill them all. The fair-skinned man then got off his Holy Light Lion and recalled it. He stood in the sand and shouted at Dufeng and his teammates, everyone who's in the tent, you have 3 minutes to leave. If you're still here after 3 minutes, then all of you shall just stay here forever. When they heard what the fair-skinned man said, their expressions turned grave. However, Dufeng still forced a smile and walked out of the tent. Relax, we'll leave immediately. As soon as he finished his sentence, Dufeng and his teammates immediately put away their tent, preparing to leave. Although they were unwilling to do so, Dufeng hinted that they had to leave. They summoned the megalodon wolf to depart. "Wait!" shouted the short-bearded man suddenly. "Let's go." Dufeng acted as if he did not hear anything. "I asked you to wait, didn't you hear me?" The short-bearded man suddenly leapt from his holy light lion and appeared in front of them, blocking their way forward. The fair-skinned man blocked behind them as well. "I'm sorry, it's noisy here. I didn't hear you. How can I help you?" Dufeng's heart immediately sank, but he asked with a smile. "The men can leave but the woman has to stay. We want to bring her back as an oblation." The short-bearded man then shifted his gaze to Xianxia. "No, you can't do that. You have to choose other people as your oblivion," rejected Dufeng with a heavy heart. "Saint members, I think you're looking for a virgin as an oblation. However, I'm a married woman. He is my husband," Xianxia said, pointing at Dufeng who was standing beside her. Ipeng and the rest of them were shocked when they heard what Xianxia said. Even Dufeng was startled. "Woman, you're quite clever. But you're wrong." The short-bearded man smiled after listening to what she said. "Whether you're a virgin or not, we've identified the facts from the aura released by your body just now. Are you a married woman? Is the junk at the bottom half of your husband useless? Whether it is useless or not, it's none of your business, Mr. Saint. She's married and she's my woman. Perhaps your god wouldn't want a married woman." Dufeng was helpless and could only emphasize the fact that she was married. While the short-bearded man was still hesitating, the fair-skinned man who was standing behind said, "Cao Yong, if she's really married, regardless of whether she's a virgin or not, she can't be an oblation." Mu Ping, they are probably lying. The woman doesn't want to become an oblation, that's why she lied. "Do you think that I'm lying?" Xianxia smiled when she heard that. She then jumped to Dufeng's megalodon wolf. "Hubby, give me a front hug." Xianxia blushed as she spoke lovingly to Dufeng. Dufeng was stunned. He did not know what Xianxia wanted to do, but still, he turned back and did what she asked. Right after Xianxia was sitting straddled in front of Dufeng, she kissed him. Dufeng was shocked. He then knew what she wanted to do. He closed his eyes and kissed her. After a few moments, she put her slippery tongue into his mouth. Dufeng hesitated for a moment, but still, he acquiesced. Both of them kissed for a long time before they stopped. Everyone was stunned and even Dufeng was blushing. "How's that? Is it enough to prove our marriage? Or do you want more?" Xianxia turned her head back, glancing at Cao Yong. "Cao Yong, for the sake of safety, it'll be better if we look for other oblation." Mu Ping, who had watched from behind, believed them. Cao Yong sized up the rest of them, nodding his head after he had remained silent for a moment. "All right, you may leave now. Let's go." Dufeng immediately asked his group to leave. After walking for a while, Mu Ping shouted in joy, "Cao Yong, I've found it. It's here." Dufeng and the rest of them turned their heads back. They saw that Mu Ping was walking towards the withered tree. What are they going to do? Dufeng frowned. Under the withered tree, Mu Ping and Cao Yong quickly took out a tool and started digging. Dufeng could no longer stay calm as he saw this blasphemous scene in front of him. "Leader, bear with them. I think they are looking for something. We can bury them again right after they leave," Xianxia advised him. "I can bear anything, but those are my old mates' graves. I was a coward 2 years ago, seeing them die in front of me. I can't bear to see them digging their graves and do nothing." Dufeng's eyes turned watery. "You all should leave as soon as possible. Don't get involved in this." Dufeng had a cold expression on his face. He was determined to stop them. "Brother Du, if you're not leaving, we aren't going to leave too. Let's fight them," Ipeng shouted. They did not want to helplessly see Dufeng get killed. "No, you have to go. Even if I die, all of you must pass down the legacy of Dian Feng." Dufeng did not want to disband the team so soon. "It'll not end as long as one of us survives. Let Xianxia stay here and we'll accompany you to fight," Ipeng shouted, and the rest of them nodded, agreeing with him. Xianxia immediately shook her head. "Brother Du, don't leave me alone. I want to go together with all of you." Dufeng suddenly raised his hand and hit Xianxia's neck. Her body instantly turned limp. "I'm sorry, Xianxia, I know that I'm selfish and it's unfair to you, but I have to do this." He then placed Xianxia's body on the megalodon wolf and put his monster taming token into her pocket. Dufeng then kicked the megalodon wolf's butt and jumped onto the megalodon wolf that Xianxia rode previously. The megalodon wolf that was in pain immediately fled while Dufeng turned around on Liang Qian's megalodon wolf. The other 4 of them turned back as well. "Bros, thanks for the company," Dufeng shouted, embracing the wolf's body and loping towards the intruders. Under the scorching sun, the 5 of them rode on the megalodon wolf in the golden desert, pouncing towards the withered tree. Chapter 252, Gold Eagle 11's third form. As time passed, Lin Huang had been in the meteorite desert for a week. He had bumped into a hunter team on the morning of the second day. However, he did not meet anyone after that. Lin Huang knew from Bloody that there were 2 other teams that passed through the desert. They did not stay there or approach him. Other than sleeping and eating, Lin Huang spent most of his time in the game cabin. Therefore, he did not meet the other 2 teams. However, there were monster attacks in the last 3 days. During the daytime, there were only a few monsters that appeared. However, the monster attacks became more frequent at night. Ever since Lin Huang had set up his tent, he had not moved. The smell of the blood from the enchanted poisontail scorpion's slaughter had spread throughout the entire region. The higher the number of kills, the stronger the scent of blood, attracting more monsters to come over. Such a situation lasted until the 3rd night. Although the enchanted poisontail scorpion was present and it could instantly kill all the monsters that appeared every night, Lin Huang would still be awakened by the attacks several times a night. In order for Lin Huang to have a good night's sleep, Bloody had to control all the bronze-level monsters around him. Initially, Bloody wanted to track the trail of the Starlight Beast and had collected all the silver-level monsters as parasites. In fact, Lin Huang could actually sleep in the game cabin as it was well soundproofed. Furthermore, the game ring that Lin Huang had bought was the deluxe edition and it was designed to be water and shock resistant. Also, it had an automated gas scavenging system. When the game cabin was being designed, the factor of it being an accommodation facility was considered by the designer as well. It was not a problem at all to treat the game cabin as a field camp. Lin Huang could somehow feel that sleeping in the game cabin was strange. He had chosen to keep the game cabin while he was sleeping and he slept in the tent. 7 days had passed and Lin Huang had learned 4 types of middle-rank gunfighting technique. Bloody had finished reading the monster guide and had even gone through the detailed information on the parasite species that was sent by Mr. Fu on the 3rd day. Lin Huang then downloaded the battle videos between the various types of parasite species and humans from the Heart Network as well as the Hunter Info Network. Bloody had also been watching these videos for the past 2 days and did some research on the parasite species combat techniques. Bloody's parasite species had completed the parasitism process on the 3rd day. There were more than 100,000 of parasite species that had been looking for traces of the Starlight Beast. However, they could find nothing. The result was as expected by Lin Huang because the last time the Starlight Beast had been discovered by humans was 17 years ago. The monster's whereabouts were too difficult to track in a short period of time. What he could do now was to wait patiently. On the morning of the 8th day, the game was stopped after Lin Huang entered it for a while. He knew that Bloody was the one who had pressed the stop button outside the game cabin. He then exited the game cabin, pushing against the door. What happened? Right after Lin Huang asked the question, he saw a giant armored elephant carrying a woman and walking towards him. After the giant armored elephant tossed her off its back, it left. Lin Huang could only recognize her when her hair flipped away from her face in the toss. "You're the female member of Dufeng's team. What happened?" Lin Huang asked curiously. "One of my parasites discovered her in a burrow last night. She's lost her consciousness. I instructed the giant armored elephant to bring her over," Bloody wrote on the sandy ground. "She's severely injured. I think she's dehydrated. That's why she's in such a state of unconsciousness." Lin Huang was not a doctor. However, he had studied the fundamentals of outdoor medical sciences at the Hunter Reserve College before. There was some simple medical knowledge taught in this course and most of them included outdoor survival skills and medical treatment for companions. Lin Huang took 2 tubes of dextrose out from his storage space and injected them into Liang Qian's arm. As she slowly regained consciousness, he then took out a tube of nutrients elixir and injected it into her other arm. After a few moments, Liang Qian slowly opened her eyes. As she saw Lin Huang, she was apparently shocked. She looked around the surroundings on high alert. "Don't worry, you're safe here." Lin Huang noticed that Liang Qian's emotions fluctuated drastically between fear and confusion. "Why am I here? I remember that I was hiding in a hole." Liang Qian sat up and stared at Lin Huang, remaining alert. One of the monsters that I've summoned discovered you when it was hunting for prey and brought you back, Lin Huang explained with a smile. He then asked, what happened? Why are you alone? Where are your leader and your teammates? They've all died. Drawing both knees to her chest, Xianxia hugged herself and she was clearly shaken. Died? How did they die? Lin Huang frowned. They were killed by 2 of the Saint members. Xianxia was having an emotional breakdown, tears rolling down her cheeks. Saint members, are they the ones who triggered several massacres in Wuxia city? When Lin Huang heard about the Saint members, he could only relate to those 2 fellows. Xianxia nodded. She was crying and she could not speak at all. Lin Huang wanted to ask her what had actually happened. However, looking at her condition, he could not ask about it any further. He then took out a pack of tissue from the storage space, tore it open and passed it to Xianxia. It's good if you can vent your emotions. I'll get you some food. Lin Huang then took out an oven and a quick frozen cake. After defrosting the cake in the oven, he took out a small snack table and placed it on the sandy ground. After 3 minutes, the oven chimed. Lin Huang immediately took out the quick frozen cake and placed it on the table. He cut the cake into 4 slices and placed one of them on a plate which he passed to Xianxia. Although I've injected the nutrients elixir into your body, you still have to eat something. Thank you. Xianxia did not stop crying. However, she still took the plate and fork from him. She was really hungry these days. Although Lin Huang just had his breakfast half an hour ago, he cut the slice of cake in half and ate it together with Xianxia. Otherwise, it would be awkward to watch her eating alone. What's your name? Lin Huang ate 2 mouthfuls of cake and asked. Xianxia. Xianxia raised her head, glancing at Lin Huang. I remember your name. You're Yi Shu. Yes, you have a good memory. Lin Huang smiled, nodding his head. He had no idea if Xianxia was really hungry or if she originally had a big appetite. Other than the 1/8 of the cake that Lin Huang had eaten, she devoured the rest of them. Lin Huang tried to make her feel more relaxed as they chatted about other topics. He avoided asking her what had actually happened. Right after she had finished eating the cake, Xianxia seemed to have realized that she could not avoid the problem anymore. After remaining silent for a moment, she told him everything that had happened. I didn't know that my leader would actually hit me. When I regained my consciousness, it was already late at night. I immediately went back on the megalodon wolf to where they had last been as I wanted to know if they were still alive. The next morning, I saw a scene that I'd never be able to forget for the rest of life. 5 of their skulls were beheaded and placed on the ground, forming a toy-like circle. Their reproductive organs had been cut off as well and inserted into their mouths. There were wounds all over the headless corpses as they were tortured. They were naked and pierced through from the lower half of their bodies to their necks with a sharp spike like roast pigs. Lin Huang clenched his fist as he heard this. What I didn't expect to happen was for the 2 of them to have been waiting for me over there. However, they never expected that I'd have a flying relic with me. Brother Du and the rest of them saved up for a few months and bought it for me. As soon as I saw the both of them, I immediately activated the relic and fled. Both of them chased after me for 3 hours on the Holy Light Lion. Fortunately, the Holy Light Lion was exhausted, only then did they stop pursuing me. However, my life crystals have almost been depleted. After escaping for a certain distance, I hid in a hole. I sealed off the exit of the hole and dared not get out of the hole at all. I didn't have any water or food in my storage space as Brother Du has always kept it for me. I was staying in the hole for 1 day 1 night, then I found out that I'm here as soon as I regained my consciousness. Lin Huang suggested, you have some wounds on your body but you'll be fine. I'll send you back to the Meteorite Desert first. Meteorite Desert is a B-grade foothold. Saint members can be easily identified and as they have committed serious crimes, they will not go to the Meteorite Desert. I'll report this to the Hunter Association and they'll send the hunters to kill them. In fact, Lin Huang actually wanted to send Xianxia away to come back to kill the both of them. Alright, Xianxia nodded her head and agreed with him. She had no faith in Lin Huang that he was capable of killing both of them. However, she wanted to return to the city so that she would be safe. Wait for a while, I'll have to pack my things first. Let's go back to the city together. After that, he walked into the tent and said in a low voice, I'll keep you in your card form first. Will it affect your parasites? Search for the monsters. Lin Huang then passed Bloody a bottle of purified water. Bloody soaked up a drop of the water and wrote on the sleeping bag, no, it won't. However, in the card form, I'll not be able to receive the search results. Then, you shall hide in my sleeve. Lin Huang extended his hand. Bloody then got into Lin Huang's left sleeve and it wrapped itself around Lin Huang's arm, making him feel chilly. After the conversation with Bloody, he walked out of the tent. After putting the portable tent and the game cabin away, he finally recalled the enchanted poisontail scorpion. As he was about to summon the Alexandrian eagle and leave, two shadows abruptly appeared in midair. Lin Huang activated his boundless vision and he could clearly see that they were the saint members who were riding the Holy Light Lion, moving quickly towards his direction. They are coming again. Let's run. Liang Qian immediately exclaimed. Get up first. Lin Huang then helped Liang Qian to climb onto the Alexandrian eagle and patted it. Send her back to the meteorite city. Liang Qian panicked, then she shouted, you quickly get up too. However, the Alexandrian eagle had flapped its wings and quickly flew away. When the saint members saw this, they wanted to ignore Lin Huang and chase after her. However, they saw that the gold ring that Lin Huang was wearing had transformed into a huge shoulder gun barrel. The length of the gun barrel was more than 2 meters with a diameter of at least 20 centimeters. It was the third form of the Gold Eagle 11 artillery. The both of you have ignored me. You'll have to pay for it. Lin Huang shouted while taking aim at them in the sky. After a few moments, a silver flame fired into the air. Chapter 253. Killing Saints members. Lin Huang took aim at one of the Holy Light Lions and the muzzle of his gun emitted a silver flame into the sky. After a few moments, a loud thud was heard followed by an explosion that spread throughout the bloody desert. Holy Light Lion roared in pain and it soon fell onto the ground. Lin Huang did not even look at the shadow that was falling and immediately shifted his aim at the second Holy Light Lion. Damn, Cao Yong did not expect that Lin Huang would attack them. As the Holy Light Lion that Mu Ping was riding fell after being shot by Lin Huang, Cao Yong noticed that Lin Huang had taken aim at him. He immediately shifted his direction to dodge the attack. Lin Huang grinned and soon, 2 beams of silver from the muzzle of the shoulder gun barrel flashed into the air one after another. In midair, despite the Holy Light Lion managing to dodge the first beam of glow, it was then struck by the second beam. In an instant, half of its head exploded and died. The carcass then slumped hard onto the ground. After killing 2 of the Holy Light Lions, Lin Huang instructed, Bao, Ghastly, show up. 2 of the epic monsters, Bai and Ghastly, were instantly being summoned. Lin Huang knew that although 2 of the Saints members had fallen to the ground, they would definitely not die. Despite the fact that they had no defensive relics with them, they had the gold level equipment at the very least. Since it was just a short fall, their bodies would only experience a mild shock instead of death. Control the bearded man and kill the other one, Lin Huang quickly instructed. Thanks to Ghastly's ability to control, the battle became much easier. The 3 of them ran towards the direction where Cao Yong had fallen. As soon as they saw Cao Yong, a face mask appeared in the ghastly clown's hand. Before Cao Yong could even react to them, the face mask was put on him. The next moment, the 3 versus 2 battle had immediately become a one-sided 4 versus 1 battle. Just as when Lin Huang was about to lead the monsters to kill Mu Ping, the ghastly clown blocked his way, expressing a wry smile. Lin Huang was startled and at the same time, Cao Yong ran towards Mu Ping. Mu Ping, are you okay? Mu Ping did not realize that Cao Yong was acting strangely. He struggled to move the Holy Light Lion away as it was pressing on his leg. Cao Yong then extended his hand and pulled him up. Mu Ping extended his hand as well. At that very moment, Cao Yang's hand suddenly shifted aside and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. While Mu Ping was still trying to comprehend what was happening, the sharp blade that was about 10 centimeters long pierced through the left side of his chest and went straight through his heart and out his back. Cao Yong, you, soon, Mu Ping's eyes grieved. Even after he died, he still would not know why Cao Yong had killed him. Removing the sharp blade from Mu Ping's body, Cao Yong wiped it with his hand. The weapon immediately returned to the state before it had been activated, which was in the form of a gold ring. Even Lin Huang felt that the ghastly clown's killing rate was unbelievable. Of course, even without the super intelligence, the ghastly clown's intelligence could not be underestimated. He was stunned for a short while. As soon as Lin Huang recovered from his thoughts, he said, "Bring him over, I have something to ask him." Controlled by the ghastly clown, Cao Yong slowly walked towards him. Lin Huang took out a lounge chair from the storage space and started questioning him. "What's your name, Cao Yong?" Which organization are you from? Saint. What's your identity in Saint? I'm becoming a reserve member soon. I'll be upgraded to Transcendent after killing a Holy Fire level monster, Cao Yang explained in detail. After joining Saint, have you ever violated the Saint's principles? Lin Huang would always ask questions about privacy to make sure that he was telling the truth. I've eaten meat 3 times. Meat was prohibited in the Saints' principles as they believed that one was unable to be spiritually pure if they consumed meat. Therefore, all the Saints' members were vegetarian. They would be severely punished if they were found out. The punishment would be to cut off the same amount of meat that they had eaten from their body. The meat that was removed from their body would then be fed to the swine beast. If they had eaten meat that weighed more than 1/3 of their body weight, they would be put to death. Other than the equal weight of meat which would be used to feed the swine beast, the remaining parts would be used as an oblation to serve their god. To them, they would be able to cleanse themselves from impurities by removing the same amount of body parts so that the remaining body would be pure. Obviously, he was not lying as he had told him about this. Lin Huang continued questioning. Did you kill the Luo family in Luoxi City? Yes. Why did you kill them? They deserve it as they insulted the saint. Lin Huang frowned when he heard the answer. What's the purpose of coming to Meteorite Desert? 3 years ago, one of the Saints' reserve members stole the ruin key and betrayed the organization. We have found his whereabouts last month, knowing that he last appeared in the Meteorite Desert. We came to the Meteorite Desert as we wanted to kill the traitor and take back the ruin key. Lin Huang's eyes brightened as he heard about the ruin key. After the virtual eye was opened, due to human interference or some other reason, the virtual eye was not completely closed. It continued to exist in some special way, creating an independent small space. It was called the ruins or the dimensional ruins. In the small space, there were monsters everywhere. Moreover, if the number of monsters fell below a certain percentage, new monsters would be sent to the ruins. Therefore, many of the strong adventurers would train there. As for the ruin key, it was the only item that could open the dimensional ruins. Each of the dimensions would have one key. Lin Huang had no idea how the key was formed. However, owning the ruin key would be the equivalent to possessing the resources of the entire dimensional ruins. So, have you found the traitor and taken away the key? Lin Huang asked about as he felt that they would not be chasing after Xianxia for a few days if they had not completed their task. The traitor has died. His dead body and the ruin key have been buried. Fortunately, he would have no way to store the ruin key in any storage space and we have dug it out a few days ago. What Cao Yang said matched what Xianxia had told him previously. The traitor must have been one of the guys who had joined Du Feng's team to kill the transcendent monster 2 years ago. Therefore, what he left behind had been kept by Du Feng, buried together with the bodies in the grave. This was also the reason why they dug up the burial site. Lin Huang gave a new instruction: take out the ruin key and everything valuable you have in your storage space. Cao Yang then gave him everything he had in the storage space. Lin Huang quickly looked through each item. He then stored the valuable items in his storage space, including the 3,000 life crystals he received. Lastly, he finally found the ruin key. It looked like a conical magic cube and it was black in color. If Cao Yang did not mention the ruin key, he would have treated it as rubbish and thrown it away. Perhaps this was the reason why Du Feng did not retrieve it and buried it instead. Keeping the key in his pocket, Lin Huang checked again to make sure that there was nothing valuable left. He then gave the rest back to Cao Yang. He continued asking, why did you want to torture and kill the hunters a few days ago? As Lin Huang asked this, he had a cold, stony expression on his face. We have no intention of killing them. However, the skinny guy insulted us when he saw that we killed one of his companions. He said things like how the Saints members are mad dogs that are not even comparable to the swine beasts. That's why we killed the other teammates in front of him. However, the guy did not stop insulting us. I've tried all sorts of ways, torturing him from the afternoon until the next morning. He was stubborn. He only stopped insulting us right after he died, Cao Yang explained in detail. After asking another few questions, Lin Huang gave a new instruction after he confirmed that he had nothing else to ask: take me to the place where you killed the hunters. After recalling by, Lin Huang summoned the Viridian Wolf. He rode on the Viridian Wolf with Cao Yang and the Ghastly Clown, heading north. They were led by Cao Yang and 3 days later, the Viridian Wolf finally arrived at the withered tree where the graves were buried. Lin Huang frowned as he saw the dead bodies. However, he noticed that although the dead bodies had been there for several days, they had not been engulfed by the monsters. Getting off the Viridian wolf, Lin Huang asked, "Why didn't the monsters eat the dead bodies? We've sprayed drugs to banish all monsters as we wanted to stop them from eating or dragging away the dead bodies. We are waiting for the runaway girl to witness this," Xianxia said. Lin Huang did not say anything. He then took out an empty storage ring and stored all the dead bodies in it. The corpses were emitting a foul odor as they had been exposed to the sun for many days. However, Lin Huang did not mind. Du Feng's skull was the last skull that he put away. After taking out his reproductive organ from his mouth, Lin Huang sighed emotionally. He had never expected the person that he met a few days ago would die so distressingly. In this world, humans are sometimes scarier than monsters. If there's such a thing as reincarnation, I hope that all of you can live in a peaceful world when you start a new life. Live where there are no battles and no fights. Everyone can live a peaceful life there. After storing the corpses, Lin Huang turned back and looked at Xiaoyong. However, the next instruction was directed at the ghastly clown. "Ghastly, make him commit suicide." The ghastly clown nodded. In an instant, the gold ring that Xiaoyong was wearing had transformed into a sharp blade. He held the handle of the blade tightly and made it penetrate hard through his own chin. In an instant, the cold, sharp blade pierced through his chin and part of the blade had gone through the back of his head. The blade was stained with sticky white fluid as well as some blood. After recalling Ghastly Clown and the Viridian Wolf, Lin Huang then summoned the Alexandrian Eagle. The Alexandrian Eagle had transformed back into its card form a few days ago after sending Liang Qian back to Meteorite City. Let's go to Meteorite City. Chapter 254. Passing on a legacy. After killing 2 of the Saint members, Lin Huang went back to the Meteorite Desert on the Alexandrian Eagle. He did not even bother with the 2 dead bodies as he knew that the monsters in the desert would settle them for him. Although Cao Yang's dead body was within the area where they had sprayed a drug to banish all monsters, the drug was only effective for a maximum of 3 days. In the desert, with the strong winds and sand violently blowing around, the period of effectiveness of the drug would be shortened. Arriving at the Meteorite Desert's entrance, Lin Huang recalled the Alexandrian Eagle and Bloody at the same time. If Bloody was not transformed back into its card form, it would not be able to pass the entrance gate of the foothold. As soon as Lin Huang had passed the verification and entered the Meteorite Desert, he immediately summoned Bloody again. Bloody wrapped itself around Lin Huang's arm and hid in his sleeve. It had been recalled for less than 10 seconds and was summoned again because Lin Huang was afraid that the investigation of the Starlight Beast would be delayed. After entering the city, Lin Huang went to the Hunter Association first and asked about Liang Qian. Normally, the Hunter Association would not reveal any hunter's information to another hunter. However, after Liang Qian had returned, she had mentioned Yi Shu in the description report before. Furthermore, Lin Huang knew the name and contact number of Liang Qian's hunter team leader. In addition to that, they would not usually add an anonymous contact number through the Emperor's heart ring. Therefore, the Division of Hunter Association at Meteorite Desert gave Liang Qian's hotel information and room number to Lin Huang. 083021. After a short while, Lin Huang found the hotel that Liang Qian was staying. By going up the floating stairs, Lin Huang had arrived on the 83rd floor and soon, he found room number 21. Standing outside the door, he pressed the doorbell. As the bell rang, Liang Qian felt weird as she had no friends in Meteorite Desert and she had not asked for any room service as well. Is there any news from the Hunter Association? Why didn't they contact me via the Emperor's heart ring? Liang Qian wondered. She then activated the gold ring that she was wearing and a long sword appeared in her hand. She peered through the sight glass to see who was at the door. Liang Qian was startled the moment when she saw that Lin Huang was standing at the door. She immediately opened the door. You're still alive. She thought that Lin Huang would have been killed by the Saint members since he had helped her to block their way. Yes, I have my way to escape from them. Plus, the Hunter Association's backup team arrived on time and we killed the both of them, Lin Huang lied. Is that true? Liang Qian was in disbelief. Of course, I've stored Dufeng's and your teammates' dead bodies for you. Lin Huang nodded, then asked, may I go in? Yes, I'm sorry. Liang Qian then realized that she had been blocking Lin Huang from entering. She immediately opened the door. After entering the house, he took a glance at the living room floor and asked, can I put the corpses on the floor? But they've started to smell. Liang Qian was stunned for a while and said, "Please hold on for a minute." She then cleared out everything from the living room by putting the chairs and tables aside and flipping over the carpet. Lin Huang then took out 5 of the dead bodies. He first took out their body parts, followed by their skulls and the remaining parts. The dead bodies had decomposed, giving off a foul odor. However, the both of them did not avoid that. Liang Qian's eyes teared as she saw the 5 corpses. "I've no idea what should I do next." Liang Qian's mind was blank. She actually knew the procedure but she could not remember it at all. "You'll have to look for a forensic pathologist to have their heads reattached first. Then, look for an appropriate place to bury them," Lin Huang reminded. "Yes, I should first reattach the dead bodies' decapitated heads and bury them. The Hunter Association has a forensic pathologist that specializes in this. I'll go with you." Lin Huang knew that Liang Qian was confused and traumatized. He shook his head and said, "I'll put these away first." Lin Huang stored the dead bodies again and wanted to pass them to Liang Qian. However, Liang Qian was about to have an emotional breakdown and she could not keep them with her now. "I'm sorry. These corpses have reminded me of the scene when I first saw their dead bodies." Liang Qian trembled and burst into uncontrollable tears. Lin Huang did not say anything. He walked towards her and carried her to the sofa. After sitting with her for a while until she had calmed herself down, he stood up and walked to the kitchen. He found some tea and made her a cup. Liang Qian took the cup of tea gratefully. However, she did not drink it as she was still crying. Lin Huang waited patiently beside her. After about 20 minutes, Liang Qian finally calmed herself down. She put down the cup of tea that she was holding and Lin Huang passed her a piece of tissue. Liang Qian's eyes were red and she apologized to Lin Huang, "I'm sorry. I've wasted so much of your time." Taking the tissue, she wiped her tears. "It's okay. If I were you, I would have collapsed too. It's better to vent your emotions than to suppress them," Lin Huang comforted her. "Take a good rest and we'll meet the forensic pathologist tomorrow. It's better if we go today. I know that you have something to deal with." Liang Qian's emotions seemed to have completely returned to normal. "Are you sure you're fine?" Lin Huang asked. "Yes, I'm running out of tears," Liang Qian joked. "All right, let's go." Lin Huang then stood up. After leaving the hotel, the both of them quickly went back to the Hunter Association by riding on the Viridian Wolf. Lin Huang and Liang Qian then went to the forensic room. The person who was in charge of reattaching the decapitated heads was a man in sunglasses. He wore a white coat and a face mask. He was completely different from Liang Yin whom Lin Huang had met previously. "This is the place where the dead bodies are fixed up. Autopsy and medical examination will be carried out in the room next to this," said a man in glasses who was preparing a report when he saw that there were shadows outside the room without even looking up at them. "We came here to reattach the dead bodies," Lin Huang explained. The man in glasses then raised his head and took a glance at both of them. "Come in." "Wait a minute, I need 5 more minutes to complete this report," said the man in glasses, continuing with his work and not caring about them at all. After about 5 minutes, the man in glasses seemed to have completed his work. He then stood up and said, "How many corpses do you have?" 5. "Take them out." The man in glasses then took out 4 morgues and placed them together with the morgue that he had brought out earlier. Lin Huang placed the corpses on the morgues. The bespectacled man frowned the moment he saw the dead bodies. "Who did this? How could they be so cruel?" "The Saint members," Lin Huang answered. "You may wait outside. I'll need some time to get this done." The man turned to glance at them. "All right." When Lin Huang was about to leave with Liang Qian, he asked, "It's not difficult to distinguish their heads. But how do you make sure that you'll not attach them wrongly?" "I have my ways. Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes," answered the man, with no intention to explain. Since he did not want to answer his question, Lin Huang then left together with Liang Qian. Both of them sat outside the forensic room for more than half an hour and soon, a voice called from the room, "You may come in now." After entering the room, they could see that the 5 bodies looked completely fine. The man had used a transparent thread which could only be seen when they went closer to the corpses. The parts of the body that had decomposed had been fixed as well. Liang Qian's face blushed slightly when she saw that the lower part of their bodies was perfectly fine. She immediately shifted her gaze. "Amazing." Lin Huang was impressed by the man in glasses. "How did you handle the decomposed part? Why aren't there any marks at all? I extracted their skin cells." Then, Bacteria is used so that they can regenerate another layer of skin to cover the wounds. I've removed the decomposed part and filled it with the skin that has been thickened, he explained. At least, Liang Qian's emotions were no longer affected as the dead bodies were complete now. I've passed the fee slip to the counter. If there are no other problems, you may pay over there and collect the bodies here. If you have any other requests, go ahead and suggest them. I'll do it for you. The man still had a poker face. I'll pay now. Wait for me here. Of course, Liang Qian knew that she could not let Lin Huang pay for her, and she immediately left the forensic room. After a short while, Liang Qian came back with her face red. It's done so quickly, Lin Huang asked. I don't have enough money. Could you please lend me some life crystals? I've used up all my life crystals when I activated the relic. Liang Qian dared not look at Lin Huang. I'll return it to you as soon as possible after hunting down some monsters. How many life crystals do you need? Lin Huang asked. 5. Lin Huang immediately took out 5 life crystals and passed it to Liang Qian. Anyway, you don't have to return me the money. I have to. Thank you. Liang Qian took the life crystals and immediately left. After a few minutes, she finally came back. She then asked the man in glasses, I've made the payment. May I take the corpses now? Yes, go ahead. The man in glasses nodded in his own seat without looking at them. Liang Qian then carefully put away the bodies. It seemed like the complete corpses did not remind her of the scene that she had witnessed, so she was calm. Where are you going to bury them? Lin Huang asked after she had stored the bodies. The leader told me before that he wished that he could settle down at Foothold A grade, living a peaceful life. I'll bury them as well as the items left by the other members in the grave there, Liang Qian said with a wistful smile. What's your plan after this? Lin Huang asked again. I will re-establish Team Dianfeng and pass on the legacy. Brother Du will be happy if he could see this. Liang Qin eventually figured out what she had to do after this. All the best to you. Lin Huang raised his fist. Same goes to you. Liang Qian raised her fist as well. At that moment, Bloody Hu was in Lin Huang's sleeve suddenly twisted slightly. Have you found the Starlight Beast? Lin Huang communicated with Bloody through his mind. Although he had no idea what Bloody was saying, Lin Huang could briefly understand that it was a confirmation reply. Chapter 255. Suspicious Identity. Liang Qian, my summoning monster has detected the monster that I'm hunting down. I need to make a move. I'm sorry. Sensing Bloody's notification, Lin Huang had to leave right away. Of course, Liang Qian knew that Lin Huang had been waiting in the desert for many days just for the monster. Although she had no idea what he was after, she smiled and nodded anyway. Go ahead then. Your matter is more important and you've been waiting for many days now. There's nothing urgent on my side. I can handle myself. Okay, let's get each other's contact number. I'll contact you after I'm done with my task. I'll try to make it to Du Feng's and the rest's funeral. After exchanging contacts, Lin Huang left. As he exited the Hunter Association's entrance, Lin Huang projected the map of Meteorite Desert immediately and asked Bloody, where did you detect the Starlight Beast? Bloody extended its twine and pointed at the map, then Lin Huang marked the coordinates immediately. He then summoned the Alexandrian Eagle and patted its back. Head northeast. The Alexandrian Eagle flapped its wings and headed northeast. 4 hours later, it landed at the destination. Lin Huang leapt off the Alexandrian Eagle's back and recalled it. Bloody, is the Starlight Beast still here? Lin Huang looked around. Aside from sand, he did not see anything else. It's gone. It was killing another gold-level monster that appeared nearby 4 hours ago, according to one of my parasite hosts. After the killing was done, it left with the body. It was too fast, so my parasite's host did not manage to catch up with it, Bloody scrawled on the ground. If the hunting was done here, its nest should be nearby and not too far away, Lin Huang figured. Bloody, spread some of your pods here. We shall camp out here for a couple of days. Hopefully, we should be able to find something. There's no need to do that. Let's see if there's an oasis around. It should be hiding there, Bloody wrote. In the oasis? Why would you say so? From what I remember, the Monster Encyclopedia never mentioned that the monster likes areas that are rich with plants, Lin Huang questioned. The Monster Encyclopedia had never mentioned that, but the open desert isn't suitable for it to hide in. Such a monster has pride and it wouldn't want to hide in places such as caves. The only place that it could be possibly hiding would be an oasis, Bloody explained. That makes sense. After hearing Bloody's explanation, Lin Huang projected again, enlarging the areas nearby looking for an oasis. Soon Lin Huang found out that there were 3 oases nearby. There was one in the north, one in the west and one in the northeast. Looking at the distance, the one in the west is nearest to the location we are currently standing in. However, the one in the north looks like it's the biggest. There's even a huge lake in the middle. Lin Huang observed the 3 locations he had found on the map. Let's go to the north and see, Bloody suggested. Sure, let's go to the north then. Lin Huang accepted Bloody's suggestion. He summoned the Alexandrian eagle again and headed north. It was around 280 kilometers from the location that Lin Huang was standing at. Previously, in 20 minutes, the Alexandrian eagle arrived at the destination and landed at the border of the oasis. It was big with lush greenery and it felt like there was a primitive jungle that had appeared in the desert out of nowhere. After recalling the Alexandrian eagle, Lin Huang explored the jungle while looking at the map. Purple parasite pods were sprayed out from his sleeve into the jungle air. Following the directions, Lin Huang arrived at the lake after 10 minutes. He walked to the side of the lake and cupped the lake water with both his palms. He took a sip of the water after sniffing it. There's nothing wrong with the water, it's drinking water. This lake should be the water source of many monsters nearby, Lin Huang observed. Let's stay here for a while. I'm afraid we might catch the starlight beast's attention if we go further in. Such a monster doesn't like seeing humans. If it noticed me, it might run away. You might reveal yourself if you do mass parasitizing, so let's spread your pods around here and get them to watch. If the starlight beast is really in this oasis, it'll definitely drink from this lake. We will get it then, Lin Huang said to Bloody. Bloody nodded. It had not stopped spreading its pods ever since they entered the jungle. Lin Huang returned into the jungle and climbed up a big tree and sat on a branch. The tree was filled with overlapping leaves. From the bottom, nobody could see Lin Huang on top of the tree. As long as he did not make any noise, he would basically be undetectable. Just when he had settled down on the tree, he received a message. He looked at it immediately. It was a message from Xianxia. Brother Yi, thank you for taking care of me for the past few days. If not for you, I would have been dead. Thank you for bringing back the bodies of Brother Du and the rest as well as bringing me to the forensic. As soon as my father knew about the attack, he came to get me. I'm at their graves retrieving their belongings and I will head back to Sakura City with my father. The funeral will be held in Sakura City as well. I don't have the exact time yet, but I will contact you again once the time is confirmed. Sure, safe journey, Lin Huang gave her a simple reply. In the meteorite desert, a young, short-haired man was digging the grave next to the withered tree while a serious middle-aged man stood beside Xianxia. She received a reply from Lin Huang shortly after she sent the message. She looked at the message immediately. Who is that? The middle-aged man next to her frowned. Brother Yi, Xianxia replied without even lifting her head up. Oh, is he the one who saved you a few days back? The man's frown deepened even more. Try not to contact him anymore, he added. Why not? Xianxia was puzzled and looked at her father. I suspect his identity is fake. He told you that he killed the 2 Saint members with the assistance of the Hunter Association. From what I know, although the Hunter Association was hunting down the 2 members, none of them encountered the both of them. The most skeptical thing is the way the 2 members died. Their bodies were found and the post-mortem report showed that the younger member was killed by the bearded Saint member. I think this Yi Shu guy is trying to approach you with bad intentions. The man looked at Xianxia with all seriousness. I don't think so. Even if he's using a fake identity, I believe he has his own reasons. I'm also using a fake identity, so according to your logic, I'm a bad person as well. As for the cause of death, the 2 members might have been killed with spells. There are many people who could do that, so what makes you think that Brother Yi is capable of doing that? Xianxia insisted to speak from Lin Huang's perspective. The man was upset. Dad, stop fighting over this with her. If they start dating, I'll watch them, the short-haired man who was digging shouted. This girl is spoilt rotten by you, yelled the middle-aged man, and he stopped arguing with Xianxia. Xianxia did not say anything about her brother's suggestion. She knew that her father and brother were concerned for her. Soon, all the belongings in the sand were dug out and stored properly. Is there anything left behind? Xianxia was worried. I have checked 3 times. Don't worry about it, replied the short-haired man. All right then, Xianxia nodded. Seeing that the man was drenched in sweat, She did not want him to continue digging. "Let's go home then," said the middle-aged man, and he summoned a blue-dimensional relic. The three of them entered it, and after the door was closed, they disappeared. Chapter 256, Bloody's Discovery. The sun rose in the morning and the air in the lush jungle was extraordinarily fresh. Lin Huang stretched his body in the hammock that was strung between two branches, then with sleepy eyes, he sat up. He looked around him, the lush leaves reminding him that he was in the desert oasis. After confirming the direction of the lake, Lin Huang hopped down from the hammock and walked to the nearby lake barefooted. There were a couple of tiny monsters drinking water at the lake. Seeing Lin Huang, they looked at him with their guards up. They seemed to be zoned out, looking like stupid but adorable monsters. Lin Huang waved at the monsters. "Good morning, are you here to drink? Do you mind if I take a shower here?" Not understanding what he was talking about, Lin Huang's hand that was lifted up scared them. They ran away immediately, two of them even running into each other and before falling. They got up immediately and disappeared. "Oh, they're so timid." Although different monsters had different characters, it was the first time Lin Huang saw such timid ones. The monsters that he encountered would always attack humans. Monsters would only run away when they saw powerful summoning beasts with Lin Huang. He shook his head and laughed. He then took off all his clothes and put everything in his storage space before leaping into the lake. It was spring, and although the temperature in the desert was slightly high, the lake water was cool. As Lin Huang's physique was comparable to a gold level rank 3, he did not think it was cold, it felt cool against his skin. Entering the lake, Bloody returned to its normal size with its 1,000-meter-long vine, swimming in the water. Although it was a parasite, it was still a plant that loved water. Seeing it having fun in the water, Lin Huang did not want to stop it. "Have fun in the lake, I'm going back to the hammock after I'm done bathing." Bloody nodded as it heard Lin Huang and headed deeper into the water. Lin Huang swam for a little while after he bathed so that he could stretch his body before leaving. The body that he used for Yi Shu's identity was exactly the same as his old one on Earth, even his body ratio was the same. He looked like a closet hunk about 1.83 meters tall in his mid-20s. Now that he had arrived in this world, his six-packs had developed into 8 and his abs were even more defined on his body. He walked to the shore naked, wiped himself with a dry towel and put on his clothes. The lake was quiet, Bloody was nowhere to be seen and Lin Huang had no idea where did it go. However, he was not concerned about its safety. Even if it encountered a gold level rank 3 monster, Bloody, which was a double mutated silver level rank 3, might not be able to fight it, but it would be easy for it to escape. As long as it did not encounter any transcendent monster, then it would be alright. Bloody's intelligence was terrifyingly high now, so it was impossible that it would find fault with any transcendent monster. Lin Huang returned to his hammock and sat down. He read the news while eating some snacks for breakfast. Wow, Zhu Nian has been promoted to a senior executive officer. Seeing the picture of the middle-aged man in the top news, Lin Huang was stunned. He remembered the man was the transcendent who had been defeated by the ghastly clown outside of Daxi City. No wonder he's so much more powerful than the other people of Holy Fire level. Only immortal level people could be a senior executive officer. Now that he is promoted in the Division 7 Hunter Association, that means he's now an immortal level. Although he was not immortal level yet when he fought the ghastly clown last year, he should have been close by then. Lin Huang did not expect that the Zhu Nian that he saved using a seal card earlier could achieve such an impressive accomplishment. Apart from the first to the third safety zones, all of the Hunter Association divisions in the safety zones would have less than 20 senior executive officers in each division. In Division 7, there were only 12 of them before Zhu Nian was promoted. They now had 13 senior executive officers in Division 7. Lin Huang then read his personal biography. He graduated from basic military college when he was 28 with only a pass. He was not accepted into any privileged military school. With his own abilities, he managed to get to Holy Fire level when he was 58 and Immortal level when he was 75. This guy's a late bloomer. Lin Huang exclaimed after reading Zhu Nian's biography. In reality, his being such a genius was not terrifying, but many of them could not accomplish anything as they had not put in enough effort. Lin Huang had heard similar stories when he was on Earth. However, it was even crueler in this world. Not only would geniuses be lacking if not enough effort was made, they might even be assassinated by the dark world. Moreover, the younger one achieved fame, the more arrogant one would usually be. Once he encountered any failures, he would not be able to get up, and that would be the end of his glory. However, people such as Zhu Nian was scary, as he had stood up many times from countless failures. Through the struggles and many lessons in life, with enough experience, he grabbed his opportunity to achieve what he had today. Zhu Nian was the classic example of such a case. Many people thought that famous people were born geniuses and that was how they achieved what they had today. Many did not know that most of them were the same as the rest, they were just ordinary people. Most of the mythical stories about the powerful people when they were young were either exaggerated or made up. The truth was that the effort they put in as they grew were much more than the others, hence contributing to their accomplishments. Hard work was much more important than talent. Because of that, Lin Huang had never stopped training himself, although he had a powerful Goldfinger. After reading the news about Zhu Nian, Lin Huang glanced at other news. Just when he was done with breakfast, a red glow plunged towards him like lightning, twisting around his arm. Lin Huang knew that it was Bloody. However, it seemed to be in a rush. What's wrong? Seeing that Bloody was pulling him down, Lin Huang leapt onto the ground immediately. Bloody then detached from his arm and gestured to Lin Huang to follow it before hurrying away. Lin Huang followed it immediately. As they arrived at the edge of the lake, Bloody wrote on the ground beside the lake, "I found the Starlight Beast's lair. It's at the bottom of the lake." Chapter 257. The Starlight Beast's lair, at the bottom of the lake. Are you sure? Although Lin Huang trusted Bloody, from what he remembered, Starlight Beast wasn't a monster that lived in water. Bloody understood Lin Huang's doubt immediately and wrote on the ground again. There's an isolated waterless area at the bottom of the lake with many Starlight Beasts living inside there. Isolated area, with a lot of Starlight Beasts. Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he listened. Wait, let me transform myself, then you can bring me there. Lin Huang transformed himself into Spectre with a specific transformation card and dived into the lake following Bloody. Bloody took the lead while Lin Huang followed behind it in the form of Spectre. The lake water was clear and Lin Huang could see many schools of silver fish as well as water monsters. However, they were running away when they saw Bloody, none of them dared to come close. Although the monsters were all different kinds, once they were within a close distance they could sense that Bloody was double mutated. Such a vibe became fear for them, which then became a convenience for Lin Huang. After swimming down for half an hour, Bloody finally stopped and pointed ahead. Lin Huang swam for some distance and noticed there was a strange area not far in front. If you didn't look closely it would have been hard to tell that the area was strange. It was like a thin round glass floating in the water. Without Bloody telling him, he might have missed this place. After observing from the outside, Lin Huang poked one finger into the area. Since nothing happened, he entered the area followed by Bloody. Lin Huang was shocked at what he was seeing as he thought it was connected to an underground location or even a cave. However, it was a wide area with a sky and even a sun. There was lush green on the ground, it was like a wide open meadow, he couldn't see where the end of the meadow was. Just when Lin Huang thought the area was unreal, the fragrance of grass and flowers came to his nose, which assured him that what he was looking at wasn't an illusion. Bloody, how did you find the Starlight Beasts here? Lin Huang could not help but ask, as until now, he hadn't seen any. Of course, it could be due to the area being too big. Bloody took out a writing board from the storage ring and wrote with its vine. Yes, I saw many of them and informed you immediately. Lin Huang had prepared the writing board in the storage ring specifically for Bloody when they were in Meteorite City, as there were environments that would not be convenient for writing. The customized storage ring could be activated using life power and could even be used by monsters. Where are they? Bring me there. Lin Huang wanted to see them for himself before planning his next step. Once on the meadow, Bloody shrank himself to the size of a thumb, which was hard to be noticed, while Lin Huang dived underground and followed behind it to the area where the Starlight Beasts had gathered. In less than 10 minutes Bloody had brought Lin Huang to their destination. Lin Huang, who was hiding underground, was shocked at what he saw on the ground, as there were at least 300 Starlight Beasts in this area. There were more than 10 of them whose color and size were different from the usual Starlight Beasts, clearly they were mutated once. Besides the Starlight Beasts, there was another thing that caught his attention. There was a black gigantic rock that was 10 meters long and equally tall. Its shape was out of the ordinary, that didn't seem like a natural product from the area, instead it looked like an item from somewhere else. Lin Huang sensed that the appearance of the Starlight Beasts was related to the black rock. I need to leave now. There are too many starlight beasts here. If I were to do anything I would definitely die. These starlight beasts are all gold level rank 3. Moreover, there are more than 10 mutated ones. With their attack speed, even I wouldn't be able to handle them, and perhaps summoning all my monsters still wouldn't be enough to fight them. Thinking of the issues, Lin Huang decided to recall Bloody into its card form and left the nest quietly. When they arrived on top of the lake, Lin Huang summoned Bloody again. There are too many of them, I can't attack, and besides, even if any of them left the group, we couldn't attack in that nest as it's too quiet inside. There isn't any other force in the nest at all, so if we attack, the shockwave from our attack would definitely alert them, and by then, we'd be killed by the monsters. Lin Huang said, it seems like we could only wait for them to come out and look for food, we could then kill them outside. We could lure them. Bloody took out the writing board again and wrote, lure them. Lin Huang was stunned at the suggestion. That's a great idea, it's so much better than waiting for them. We could get the ghastly clown to get them out. Bloody wrote again after erasing what it wrote earlier. Yes, that's a great idea. The ghastly clown can control a mutated starlight beast and get it to leave the nest. We could then kill it and obtain the muted life seed gift. Lin Huang thought it was totally doable. After confirming the plan, Lin Huang discussed the details with Bloody. Later on, he was ready to carry out the plan. To avoid affecting the forces in the nest, Lin Huang summoned the ghastly clown before jumping into the lake. After briefing it, he transformed himself into the specter again and dived into the water with Bloody and the ghastly clown. Soon, they made it to the bottom of the lake and entered the isolated area. Once they entered the area, the ghastly clown shrunk to the size of a palm. They had arrived at the area where the starlight beasts gathered in an instant. However, Lin Huang was shocked again as they arrived at the area. All of the starlight beasts were on all fours standing on the ground, even the 10 mutated ones. They seemed to be worshipping. Looking in the direction where all of them were looking, Lin Huang noticed that there was another monster standing on top of the black gigantic rock. This monster was different from the other starlight beasts with a different look and size. She looked like a human lady with silver armor. There was a metal helmet which covered her entire hair. On her face, there was a two-colored mask with red on the left and blue on the right. Her face had nothing on it, not even eyes, and her body was long. She was around 2.5 meters tall. She didn't look overwhelming with her body size in perfect ratio with her height. At the back of her armor were 6 wings that looked like golden knives. Clearly, the wings could be weapons as well. Besides the wings, she was holding a purple spear on her right hand which seemed to be her main weapon. This starlight beast should be the double mutated one, Lin Huang was guessing in his heart. Chapter 258. A powerful silver-armored monster. Although Lin Huang had some idea of what the monster standing on top of the black rock was, he wasn't completely sure. The starlight monster was rare and their numbers limited. Throughout hundreds of years, they'd only been seen less than 10 times in the entire Division 7. Before Lin Huang, nobody in the whole of Division 7 had even seen a mutated starlight beast. Regarding the double mutated ones, they were nowhere to be found in any of the monster encyclopedias. There were no documents about double mutated starlight beasts at all. Therefore, Lin Huang couldn't determine if the silver-armored monster was a double mutated starlight beast or another type of monster that was living with the starlight beasts. In the monster world, there were monsters that lived together in peace. Besides monsters of the same type, there were also different monsters living together. They could benefit from each other, or their preys were completely different which had no conflict. Under such circumstances, it was normal for monsters to live together. Although many of the starlight beasts were worshipping this monster, it wasn't sufficient enough to determine whether this was a double mutated starlight beast or not. It could be another powerful creature with a unique ability that could get all the starlight beasts to obey it. If Bloody was a gold level rank 3, it could easily do the same as long as it spread the parasites into the starlight beasts' bodies. Unsure, Lin Huang decided to risk it anyway. It would be his lucky day if the creature was a double mutated starlight beast, and if not, this monster seemed to be much more powerful than the rest. The life seed gift that he'd obtained from the kill would be a powerful addition. After putting in some thought, Lin Huang had made up his mind, and without saying a word, he poked the ghastly clown who was in the form of a palm-sized doll with his finger and pointed at the silver-armored monster that was standing on top of the rock. Ghastly clown understood what Lin Huang meant, and within the next second, a small mask appeared on its hand which it then put in on its face. Suddenly, the wings on the back of the silver-armored monster shook and flew up into the sky. It lunged out of the doorway with a silver glow around it. The starlight beasts that were worshipping panicked, but none of them dared to chase after it. Lin Huang quickly followed, bringing Bloody and Ghastly Clown to the exit of the dimensional ruin. They soon arrived at the top of the lake after leaving the dimensional ruin and swam to the shore. The silver-armored monster stayed in the air, looking down at Lin Huang and his two summoning beasts. Once Lin Huang arrived at the shore, he turned himself back to a human while Ghastly Clown changed to its original form with Bloody hiding inside Lin Huang's left sleeve. "Ghastly, bring the monster down." As Lin Huang spoke, a gold-level sword activated in his hand. Under the Ghastly Clown's control, the silver-armored monster descended slowly and stood at the side of the lake less than 5 meters away from Lin Huang. It was his first time seeing the monster close-up, roughly 2.5 meters tall with silver armor covering its body. Besides its joints, there were no gaps at all. The armor seemed to be sticking to its skin, covering every corner of its body. The mask on its face was half red and half blue. Although there was nothing on its face, Lin Huang could sense that it was watching him. After observing closely, Lin Huang frowned as he could not find any gaps that he could attack. The armor was perfect. It felt like it was a creature whose body was made of armor. Even Lin Huang was doubtful of his own ability now. "Seems like I have to try using Wildfire's sword now." Lin Huang kept his sword and stepped back 10 meters. Soon, his eyes were blood red and 4 red blood spirit wings grew out of his back. After inserting 1 full wheel of life power into the red blood spirit wings, a golden spark on a wing began burning and transformed into a blade. Seconds later, Lin Huang leapt in front of the monster and with the help of the level 2 sword realm, he lunged towards the monster's heart with worldly purification, all the while looking like a shooting star. Just when the blade arrived at the monster's chest, a purple light shone. Ding! It collided with the blade, leaving Lin Huang stunned. Without having any time to figure out what had happened, the golden spark from worldly purification shot out. From the blade, however, a stronger force came from the tip of the blade. After the golden spark exploded, Lin Huang was tossed back by the force, smashing into more than 10 big trees. Lin Huang puked blood. He wasn't badly injured, but his organs were affected. However, with his strong body physique, such injury wouldn't affect his combat strength. He stood up slowly and looked in the direction of the silver-armored monster with a frown. When he attacked using worldly purification, the monster did not move at all. It remained on the ground like nothing happened. Although everything had happened too fast, Lin Huang knew that the monster had used a spear to defend itself as it was still there. It remained in the same position where Lin Huang's blood spirit wing had collided with it. It managed to break free from the Ghastly Clown's control. Lin Huang was upset. That was not good news. Bloody seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and came out of Lin Huang's sleeve, showing Lin Huang what it had written on the writing board. It didn't break free from the Ghastly Clown, it's just that its strong will to live allowed her to break free from Ghastly Clown temporarily. However, the more it manages to break free, the more immune it will be to Ghastly Clown's control. "Master, you'll have to use your most powerful attack on her or else it will break free from the Ghastly Clown soon." As Bloody was explaining to Lin Huang, the Ghastly Clown managed to get the silver-armored monster to withdraw its purple spear and kick it aside. It seemed to miss the earlier moment when it managed to break free from the Ghastly Clown. This monster is too powerful. As long as the person or monster is not 1 level higher, the Ghastly Clown could totally control it. However, this monster was the same with Ghastly Clown, which is gold level rank 3, and it had managed to break free. Lin Huang looked at the monster with burning desire, as he knew that the more powerful the monster was, the more powerful the life seed he would get after killing it. Worldly purification is already my strongest ability, but it managed to defend against that just now. Without the spear, it could still defend with both its arms. "I'll insert 2 wheels of life power this time. I don't believe I can't kill it with that." Chapter 259. Silver-Armored Monster vs the Ghastly Clown. After deciding on the plan, Lin Huang didn't execute right away but instead contacted Xiao He in his mind. "Xiao He, is there any way that I can increase the chances of me getting a complete card?" After fighting with the silver-armored monster, Lin Huang was sure that it was definitely a double-mutated monster. Whether it was a double-mutated starlight beast or not, this monster had a powerful ability, so while he was hunting a life seed monster, he hoped to obtain a complete monster card as well. With your authorization level and the number of card pieces that you have, the only way to do that is to redeem a probability-enhancing card. Each probability-enhancing card can increase the chances of obtaining a specific complete card by 1% of. The maximum enhancement is at 50%. You'd need 10,000 card pieces to redeem one probability-enhancing card if your level is under Transcendent. You've got a total of 42,813 card pieces right now. The most you can redeem will be 4 cards. More than 40,000. Isn't that the total amount of card pieces from iron level to gold level? Can I use all of them to redeem probability-enhancing cards? Lin Huang didn't expect himself to be able to redeem 4 cards. Yes, from iron level to gold level. As a whole, all of them are under the same category. Besides redeeming monster cards of the same level, redeeming function cards and special cards would also fall under the same category. However, if you obtain the card pieces by killing monsters that are lower than your combat strength, they won't work as you can only redeem monster cards of the same combat strength. This restriction must be to prevent any people from obtaining lower level card pieces, which is easier than obtaining higher level card pieces when they leveled up. Lin Huang understood the reason for the restrictions immediately. If I can only redeem 4 cards, that means I can only enhance the probability to 4%, it's still too low. After giving it some thoughts, Lin Huang asked again, "Oh yeah, can I use this probability-enhancing card together with a double reward card?" "Yes, but you could only use the double reward card on the probability-enhancing card once. You cannot use more than one. If that's the case, the 4% can only increase to 8%, although the probability was still low." Lin Huang decided anyway. "Alright, then I shall redeem 4 probability-enhancing cards. Are you sure you want to consume 40,000 card pieces to redeem 4 probability-enhancing cards?" "Yes. Deducting 40,000 card pieces, you have obtained probability-enhancing card by 4 inches, probability-enhancing card. Within 1 hour of activation, the probability of obtaining complete cards from killing monsters will increase by 1%. Remarks, can be used in mass quantities with a maximum probability enhancement of 50%. Use all 4 probability-enhancing cards." After checking out the cards for a while, Lin Huang used them immediately. Probability-enhancing card X4 had been consumed. Your probability of obtaining complete cards increased by 4%. The time limit is 1 hour. Use a double reward card. Lin Huang used a double reward card without thinking twice. Double reward card X1 has been consumed. Your probability of obtaining a complete card has increased to 8%. The time limit is 1 hour. Although 8% is still very low, that's better than nothing. Lin Huang looked at the silver-armored monster. 2 wheels of life power were released into the blade that was transformed from one of his blood spirit wings. Lin Huang plunged towards the silver-armored monster with his strongest sword skill, worldly purification. A golden spark was going after the silver-armored monster at the speed of light. The air where the blade passed by cracked into patterns like a spider's web. The attack was quick. It was 2 to 3 times faster than his previous attack. The blade with a golden spark arrived at the silver-armored monster's chest in an instant. However, the silver-armored monster managed to break free from the ghastly clown's control once again. The 6 golden wings on its back that looked like countless blades combined into a golden hemisphere. Lin Huang's fatal attack collided with the golden defense. The golden glow spread like an explosion. It was so bright that one couldn't look at it directly. Standing in the middle of the spark, Lin Huang was not affected at all. He saw his attack pierce through the golden defense, but it hadn't pierced deep enough. There was something hard blocking the tip his blood spirit wings. It felt like there was another defensive layer within its defenses. "Break it!" Lin Huang shouted and released the remaining 2 life wheels of life power into his blood spirit wing. The golden spark was getting more and more intense while the blade that had transformed from the blood spirit wing pierced further in. Suddenly, the ghastly clown grabbed the back of Lin Huang's collar and tossed him behind. It then plunged towards the silver-armored monster. At the same time, the silver-armored monster's wings opened wide, a clear palm appeared from thin air and collided with the ghastly clown. The both of them backed up, stopping when they were 10 meters away. When Lin Huang managed to see what happened, he saw the both of them back up and understood what was happening. The monster had completely broken free from the ghastly clown. Lin Huang thought it was unbelievable. He didn't expect it could have developed to this level. He thought he would have obtained the life seed easily with the help of the ghastly clown. He stared at the silver-armored monster solemnly. He wanted to know what the second defensive layer was that he had encountered just now. Soon, he saw something shocking. Besides a hole on the silver-armored monster's wings, there was also a hole on the left side of its chest near its heart. Lin Huang could see there was purple light flowing inside the hole. Seems like I almost killed it just now, but she managed to escape. After glancing at Lin Huang, the silver-armored monster looked at the direction of the ghastly clown. It knew very well that the monster in the mask was far more dangerous than Lin Huang. As long as it killed the ghastly clown, it would be able to kill Lin Huang easily. Although it had some fatal injuries, the silver-armored monster didn't seem to have a plan to escape at all. It was unclear this was because its lair had been discovered and it was afraid that its secret would leak, or perhaps it was fighting because it was furious from almost getting killed. The purple spear that was kicked away by the ghastly clown disappeared as it performed the clear palm attack earlier and appeared in its hand again. With its spear, it pointed downwards towards the ghastly clown's direction. Its golden wings shook in the air and appeared less than 1 meter in front of the ghastly clown in an instant. Chapter 260, The Terrifying Double-Mutated Monster. Lin Huang's personal ability was powerful, where he could easily perform cross-ranking monster kills of gold level rank -3. However, a double-mutated monster was more powerful than a human genius with the ability of a level higher than it was. This gold level rank 3 double-mutated silver-armored monster had abilities comparable to Bai and Tyrant. If Lin Huang was a gold level rank 3 hunter, he might be able to fight it. However, he was only a silver level rank 3 right now, and his abilities were too far behind the silver-armored monster. Not only had this silver-armored monster managed to break free from the ghastly clown's control, its speed was so fast that Lin Huang couldn't capture it anymore. Lin Huang didn't even see how it had managed to appear in front of the ghastly clown. Out of nowhere, as the silver-armored monster arrived less than 1 meter in front of the ghastly clown, it thrust its spear towards the ghastly clown's mask on its face. Suddenly, the color of the ghastly clown's eyes changed and the silver-armored monster's movement was restricted. The ghastly clown then tightened its fist in the air, holding the silver-armored monster with an invisible giant hand. Lin Huang figured that the silver-armored monster had to have been controlled by the ghastly clown's illusion when it stopped moving with the invisible hand created by the ghastly clown's psychic abilities. The silver-armored monster seemed to have no vocal cords. Even as its wings were distorted and its armor crushed by the gigantic invisible hand, it still did not make a sound. Suddenly, golden electrical tendrils came off the silver-armored monster and enveloped its entire body. The silver-armored monster disappeared, escaping from the invisible hand by transforming itself into lightning. Lin Huang's jaw dropped when he saw what had happened. Elemental transformation. After escaping from the giant hand, the silver-armored monster didn't return to its original form. Instead, it transformed into a human-shaped lightning bolt and dashed towards the ghastly clown. The silver-armored monster that had transformed into lightning was even more terrifying in speed. The purple spear in its hand was now a lightning spear. Holding the spear high up, lightning shot into the sky, creating a vapor cone. A loud explosion followed. It was a sonic boom, the sound made when an object's speed exceeded the speed of sound. Just when Lin Huang witnessed the vapor cone, the monster that had transformed into lightning appeared before the ghastly clown. The ghastly clown created an invisible psychic wall to block it with its gloved hand. However, the lightning spear in the lightning monster's hand did not hold back when it collided with the invisible wall. As they collided, the psychic wall cracked like a spider's web, but it was not broken. The lightning monster then twisted the spear in its hand like a screw before an intense glow shot out from the lightning spear and broke the psychic wall completely. The invisible psychic wall broke like glass into pieces. The ghastly clown backed off immediately, attempting to gain some distance between them. However, the lightning monster dashed towards it again and arrived in front of the ghastly clown in an instant once again. The spear on its hand became a giant golden boa that went at the ghastly clown's face. The ghastly clown blocked the hit with its hand, its white glove colliding with the golden spear. The 10-centimeter space between the glove and the spear was like an unbreakable wall. The golden lightning couldn't get any closer and both attacks were stuck. Suddenly, the lightning monster looked at the sky with its mouth wide open, roaring loudly like thunder, and a golden lightning ball shot from its mouth into the sky. Soon, the sky got dark and began to rumble above the two monsters. Within the clouds, the thunder growled like monsters, and suddenly, golden lightning shot across the sky, lighting up the place. It looked as though it was two giant lightning snakes connected in the sky and dashed towards the lightning monster. The flashes of lightning were swallowed by the lightning monster and it grew a few times in size. Soon, the second, then third, lightning kept coming down and entering the lightning monster's body. As its body grew, the spear in its hand penetrated deeper and deeper into the invisible wall, closing the distance between the ghastly clown and the lightning monster. Soon, the lightning monster seemed to arrive at its peak. As it roared, the lightning in its body gushed into its spear. The spear in its right hand twisted intensely again with endless lightning tendrils shooting out. Crack, as the light cracking sound was heard, a layer of the defensive wall completely shattered. The golden spear collided directly with the ghastly clown's glove. Under the immense collision, there were cracks visible on the ghastly clown's glove. However, the lightning monster didn't stop there. It attacked using its spear again, attempting to pierce through the ghastly clown's palm and kill it. After 2 impacts from the spear, the ghastly clown's glove broke completely, revealing its hand that was made of a black light. Lin Huang was stunned as he watched from afar. He had never seen the ghastly clown's hands without the gloves before. Suddenly, a warning came from Xiao. Warning: the ghastly clown is evolving by itself. As your authority isn't sufficient, if your monster card is upgraded from epic to legendary automatically, there is a chance that it could detach itself from the control system and return to freedom. Warning: holy fire and immortal level monsters detected in the areas nearby. There is a 99% chance that the ghastly clown's evolution would attract transcendent monsters. By then, you'd be in a great crisis. Would you like to stop the ghastly clown from evolving by force? Lin Huang frowned as he heard the 2 warnings. However, he made his decision in an instant. Don't stop him, ghastly, leave this to me. Go to the isolated area and kill the starlight beasts to complete your evolution. Lin Huang shouted at the ghastly clown from far away. The ghastly clown looked in the direction where Lin Huang was. Suddenly, an intense force shot from its black misty-like hands. The spear in the lightning monster's hand fell under the intense force. Noticing the ghastly clown's odd action, the wings on its back shook as it attempted to run away. However, the ghastly clown's black palms broke through the space between them and landed on its cheek. Under the attack, its body that went through the elemental transformation returned back to its silver armor form and fell to the ground. The ghastly clown relented its attacks. Instead, it dove into the lake nearby and disappeared. Chapter 261. Lin Huang leveled up to gold level. The sudden third mutation of the ghastly clown came unexpectedly to Lin Huang. However, he suspected the sudden mutation could have been caused by the intense battle it had with the silver-armored monster. The ghastly clown belonged to the psychic type and wasn't exactly good in a battle, especially close-quarter combat. On the other hand, the silver-armored creature was obviously a monster that was fast and an expert in close-quarter combat. Perhaps the immense stress from the silver-armored monster had triggered the ghastly clown to break through. As the ghastly clown left, the silver-armored monster was slammed into the ground with Lin Huang's immediate reaction. Bai. After summoning Bai, Lin Huang followed behind him as they walked closer to the place where the silver-armored monster had fallen. It was a big, deep spherical hole that was at least 20 meters in diameter. Lin Huang looked from far away. The silver-armored monster had returned to its usual form, clad in silver armor. There was no lightning sparking on its body and it was lying at the bottom of the hole quietly. Its chest was almost completely destroyed, but as there was no notification from Xiao informing him that he had obtained any monster card pieces or a complete monster card, he was curious if the silver-armored monster had been killed by the ghastly clown's earlier slam. Bai, go take a look. Before confirming the silver-armored monster was dead, Lin Huang remained aware. Bai immediately jumped into the hole and glided down to the monster at the bottom of the hole. After observing the monster for a while, he nodded to Lin Huang, signaling that the coast was clear. Lin Huang then jumped into the hole and started to observe the silver-armored monster. He noticed that its chest was severely injured and it should have died from that hit. Although he had confirmed that the monster was not moving, Lin Huang was still worried as the monster just seemed too strong. Bai, tie up its wings and hands. 4 blood spirit wings grew on Bai's back and instantly transformed into 4 whips, tying the silver-armored monster's wings and hands. Meanwhile, Lin Huang took out a provisional transformation card as he looked at the remaining life power in his body. I didn't want to waste a transformation card, but I need this now as I don't have sufficient life power to kill it. As Bai watched, Lin Huang crushed the transformation card and transformed into Bai. He did not only have white hair but similar features as well. After Lin Huang transformed himself into Bai, he could feel that his life power was finally full again. While in his transformed body, he could still kill monsters to obtain their life seed. He had confirmed this when he killed the purple-dressed demon. Half a year ago, he was unwilling to use a transformation card this time as he was sure that he was able to kill the silver-armored monster with his own strength. There was no need to waste one transformation card at all. However, he had inserted a total of 4 wheels of life power into worldly purification in order to break through the defense, and since he had used up all of his life power, he had no more left to kill the silver-armored monster even though it was just lying there. After he transformed, Lin Huang's combat strength was upgraded to gold level rank 3 like Bai. He could feel that he was much stronger than he was before, and the gold level rank 3 life power in his body was full. After taking a while to adapt to his body, Lin Huang's eyes soon turned red with the 4 blood spirit wings growing on his back while the life power was continuously inserted into the top right wing. Later on, the blood spirit wing transformed into blades and went at the silver-armored monster's badly injured chest with lightning speed. Before Lin Huang arrived in front of it, it seemed to sense the danger and woke up. It started struggling in an attempt to escape from Bai. However, it was too late and the blade pierced into its chest and through its back. The silver-armored monster stopped struggling, and Lin Huang then heard 2 notifications from Xiaohe. Congratulations, you have obtained an epic monster card, Nephilic Judge. You are currently in a unique mode, the transformation will be lifted automatically. Before Lin Huang got to look at his new card, white life power came out of the Nephilic Judge's body into Lin Huang's body. The life wheel in his body changed rapidly, the color was changing from a silver color to a majestic gold color. Rings were added to the 9 life wheels that he had in his body. 10 circles, 11 circles, it finally stopped when 12 columns of circles were formed and the silver life power had become golden. As the changes took place with his life wheels, Lin Huang could feel that his ability was also upgrading. As more life light was inserted, a golden seed fell from the Nephilic Judge's body and into Lin Huang's life wheel. New life seed detected. Would you like to transform the life seed into a card? Yes, Lin Huang replied without hesitation. A few minutes later, the life light had stopped transferring into Lin Huang's body and the changes were finally stabilizing. He could feel he was more powerful now with the silver life power now completely golden. The 12 circles of life wheels in his body were shining with columns of gold. They were a symbol that he had achieved gold level. As he snapped out of it, Lin Huang looked at the new epic monster card that he had just obtained. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, Nephilic Judge, type of monster, half angel, combat level, gold level rank 3 complete, skill 1, Spearheart, skill 2, seraphic speed, skill 3, seraphic wings, skill 4, judgment spear, skill 5, lightning control advanced, skill 6, elemental transformation lightning summon authority, activated. Remarks, monster skills have yet to be fully discovered, 2 more skills are on the way. Card remarks, trainable, Spearheart, enhance the understanding of spears, allowing one to achieve spear Dao from within. Seraphic speed, once activated the movement and attack speeds will have an explosive increase and the neural responses will be immensely increased. Remarks, the skill is the result of a double upgrade of rapid speed. Seraphic wings, the passive 6 wings can be used for flying and as a weapon as well as a defensive shield. Remarks, the wings can change modes up to a certain level. Judgment spear, an epic level spear skill, a complete set of spear skills in fighting. In defense. Remarks, 2 spear combat forms will be obtained in the next upgrade. Lightning control advance can use this skill to control the elemental force of lightning. Elemental transformation lightning can be used to transform the body into lightning. Remark 1. After the transformation, the body will be immune to basic physical attacks. Remark 2. If the physical attack contains any energy of a different kind, the 2 energies would collide, resulting in injuries. Lin Huang was doubtful after reading the description of the card. He turned around and looked at Bai next to him and asked Xiaohe. Xiaohe, since I'm now a gold level, why didn't my epic level cards also upgrade to holy fire level following the upgrade of my combat strength? This seems to be the case for both the new gold level rank 3 Nephilic Judge complete card that I just obtained along with Bai. Bloody aside, I thought that all the other cards with epic level combat strength would be upgraded to at least the holy fire level. The usual combat strength of epic level cards are holy fire level or above. However, The upgrade of a level won't automatically upgrade your monster cards, as you would need to unseal those cards first. Since you're now gold level, you can look at the unsealing conditions on the back of your cards. Lin Huang immediately turned the card around and saw a golden lock in the middle of the card. He thought it was just decorative, so he did not bother to look any further. Now that Xiaohe reminded him, he tapped on the golden lock. This card is currently sealed, you'll have to unseal the card to be able to upgrade it to the Holy Fire level. Unsealing condition: get the Nephilic Judge to complete one judgment. Description: get the Nephilic Judge to kill a dark creature that is Holy Fire level or above. Remark 1. You can lead other summoning monsters to help with the kill, but no other parties are allowed to help. Remark 2. The assistants have to be lower than Holy Fire level. It'll have to kill a transcendent dark creature. Lin Huang frowned as he read the terms. Do these dark creatures mean demons, undead, and spirit-type monsters? Demons, undead, and spirit-type monsters, all of them are dark creatures with negative energies. Xiaohe explained. Each monster has different unsealing conditions them, right? Lin Huang asked directly without looking at Bai and the other monster cards. Yes, the unsealing conditions for the cards are related to the monster itself. Xiaohe answered with certainty. Alright then, I'll extract the skill first. Lin Huang wanted to settle this and then check on the ghastly clown as soon as he could. Skill extraction activated. Randomly picking a skill. Skill has been chosen. Congratulations, you've obtained Lightning Control Advance. Air, a skill to control the elements. Lin Huang did not expect that he would obtain such a skill randomly. What he actually desired the most was seraphic speed. However, recalling the scene of the Nephilic Judge summoning the lightning, he had to admit that having the ability to control the elements was rather powerful. I'm not sure what I got from my Life Seed card. Lin Huang then looked at his Life Seed card. Life Seed card, Life Seed name, Seraphic Speed, Rarity, Epic, Type, Intensification, Talent Effects. Once activated, the user's movement and attack speed will have an explosive increase along with an immense improvement in neural responses. Card remarks. Not bad. Lin Huang was relieved as the Seraphic Speed Life Seed was the upgrade of rapid speed that he had wanted earlier. After confirming that there was no problem in the Life Seed that he obtained, he looked towards the lake. I'm not sure how the ghastly clown is doing. Let's go and check it out together. Chapter 262. The Ultimate Mutation. After staring at the lake for a moment, Lin Huang said to Bloody that was hiding in his sleeve. Bloody, I'll recall you for now. If the ghastly clown really does break free and starts to attack me, I'll need Tyrant and the rest to fight with me. Bloody came out of Lin Huang's sleeve and wrote on the writing board. Try your best not to fight it if you can. Master, you can't even begin to imagine the power of a triple mutated monster. The ghastly clown is very intelligent. If it evolves again, its intelligence would be even higher. Master, if it really did break free, perhaps you could try talking to it instead. Sure, I understand. Lin Huang recalled it after patting its head. Lin Huang was slightly relieved after hearing what Bloody said. He thought if the ghastly clown really did break free from the system, it might possibly kill him. Once a summoning monster breaks free from its imperial censor, its suppressed beastly instincts would usually take over and it would kill its imperial censor in an instant. However, what Bloody said reminded him that he was not a true imperial censor. The way he communicated with his summoning monsters were different from how imperial censors usually do. Moreover, since the ghastly clown itself had a high intelligence, he would try communicating with it instead of killing it. Bai, follow me. Lin Huang turned around and said to Bai. He then jumped into the lake while Bai followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived at the bottom of the lake. With doubts in his mind, Lin Huang entered the isolated area. Bai had been following behind him for safety purposes, but Lin Huang decided to summon Tyrant, Charcoal and the Nephilic Judge he had just obtained to aid him as well. As he leveled to gold level, the amount of monsters he could summon had been upgraded from 4 to 5 summoning monsters. Aside from the ghastly clown that had entered the area before them, all 4 of Lin Huang's epic summoning monsters have been summoned with the exception of Bloody. Bloody's combat strength remained at silver level rank 3, so he would not be able to join in the fight. In the space where aura was suppressed, Lin Huang was not worried that the Dragonkin monster that he had would attract transcendent monsters. He summoned Charcoal, which he had not summoned for a long time. Aside from his 4 epic summoning monsters, Lin Huang could sense there was a terrifying aura far away. It's over there. Lin Huang looked at the direction far away. Charcoal, bring us there. Lin Huang hopped onto the back of Charcoal and got by as well as Nephilic Judge to ride together with him. Although Charcoal was unwilling to do so, it swallowed its pride for Lin Huang. It flapped its wings and held onto Tyrant using its claws and flew ahead in the direction Lin Huang pointed at. 2 to 3 minutes later, Charcoal landed next to a black sphere of energy. There was a terrifying aura that was coming out of the sphere. Lin Huang and his 4 summoning monsters knew that the ghastly clown was inside the sphere. However, he had no idea how this ball was formed. It could possibly be a cocoon that was formed automatically from evolution, or it could be created by the ghastly clown using its psychic ability as a way to defend itself. The layer of darkness had blocked any way they had to take a peek. The cocoon-like sphere even blocked all methods of detections. Nobody knew what was happening inside. Since Lin Huang and the rest could not break the cocoon, all they were able to do was to wait patiently. Time passed by in the isolated area. Lin Huang was anxious as he waited. Every second was a struggle for him. On one hand, he was afraid that the ghastly clown might fail in its mutation and it would die if that happened. On the other hand, he was worried that it managed to level up and break free from him. There was always a possibility that he could possibly lose the ghastly clown card. Soon, 3 days had passed. Lin Huang had never thought the mutation process could take this long, as all the upgrades to his monsters were done using advance cards where the process was completed instantly. There was no need to go through this long and torturing process. On the 3rd afternoon, Lin Huang could not take it anymore, so he asked Xiaohe. Xiaohe, it's been 3 days. Are you sure the ghastly clown hasn't failed its mutation and died inside? No, if it's dead, the card would disappear automatically. You keep asking questions that can be answered with common sense. I'm really starting to doubt your intelligence. Lin Huang was speechless with Xiaohe's criticism. I'm just asking because I'm getting impatient from all this waiting. Why in the world are you so mean to me? Lin Huang was unhappy as he did not put much thought when he asked that question. However, he had been looking at the unsealing conditions of his epic level monsters while waiting these days. Bai's unsealing condition was to find a transcendent monster that was at least double mutated and suck its blood to the last drop. Tyrant's unsealing condition was to find sufficient spiritual power in underground lava and soak in it for 12 days. Meanwhile, Charcoal's unsealing condition was to eat 9 pieces of Dracena. For Bloody, as its combat strength had not reached this level, its unsealing conditions was unavailable. As the sun was setting in the isolated area, Lin Huang heard a crack, the sound of something breaking. If the area was not extremely silent like it was, Lin Huang might not have been able to hear the crack. He was not the only one, as Bai and the rest heard it too. All of them looked at the direction of the black cocoon. The mutation must have completed. Lin Huang looked at the black cocoon in anticipation. Monsters that went through 3 mutations were referred by humans as monsters who have gone through the ultimate mutation. The name was derived from the most powerful monsters that have appeared throughout the last 800 years, which were at most a triple mutated monster. Nobody had yet to witness a mythical monster that has been through a quadruple mutation. In reality, there were not many documentation about triple mutated monsters by humans. This applies to even transcendent monsters, as very few of them managed to complete the ultimate mutation. A long time ago, there was something called the life potential theory, where human scientists hypothesized that with each mutation, monsters exhausted a significant amount of life potential. It was something innate, given at birth, and was difficult to obtain later on in their lives. Most monsters, transcendent ones included, only managed to complete 2 mutations, while many could not complete their 3rd mutations as their life potential had been exhausted after the 2nd mutation. Since the ghastly clown did not die from the mutation, it meant it had completed the ultimate mutation. As the black cocoon cracked, a hand came out of it. What surprised Lin Huang was, it was a human's palm that was crystal clear. It looked like it was a sculpture made of a unique material. Once the first hand appeared, the second followed. 2 crystal clear palms pressed on the sides of the cocoon and tore it open. A huge hole was tore open from the crack and a shadow came out of the black cocoon. Chapter 263, The Supreme Overlord. A young man that looked like a human walked out of the black cocoon. The man had a slender physique and was wearing a luxurious golden robe with a tall golden crown on his head. He had waist-length purple hair with beautiful eyes and a grin on his face that looked sinister. The only difference he had with a human was the golden mask he had on the left side of his face. Lin Huang was not sure if he was the ghastly clown because he looked completely different from it. Ghastly. Lin Huang called out to see if that was the ghastly clown. The man in golden robe lifted his head and looked at Lin Huang. He smirked as he looked at Lin Huang. "Ah, aren't you my old master?" What the man said proved that he was the ghastly clown. "You can speak now." Lin Huang was surprised. "Of course, I've already completed the ultimate mutation. I can speak the human language." The man walked towards Lin Huang after he said that. "I must thank you for this. If you stopped me while my evolution was taking place earlier, I wouldn't have completed the mutation." "Ghastly, since you've already completed your evolution, let's leave together." Lin Huang took Bloody's suggestion and tried to talk to the ghastly clown. "Leave with all of you. Master, aren't you naive? I'm not the clown you know from before. Please call me Supreme Overlord or Master Overlord." The man in golden robe looked down on Lin Huang. "So are you saying that you're leaving Xiaohe?" Lin Huang frowned as the man's attitude said it all. "Master, don't forget, you were the one who turned me into a card earlier. I've never wanted to be your summoning monster in the first place." The man in golden robe moved and arrived in front of Lin Huang. Bai and the rest attempted to come to Lin Huang's rescue, but they were stopped by Lin Huang. The man smiled at them and stood less than 10 centimeters from Lin Huang while looking into his eyes. "Of course, there were many benefits to sealing me into a card as it allowed me to regain my life potential. That was how I managed to complete the ultimate mutation easily. Looking at my remaining life potential, I might possibly go through my 4th mutation in the future. If not for that, I would have killed you by now. It's true that you could complete your 4th mutation in the future, but have you thought if you follow me, I'd definitely give you the opportunity to go through your 4th or even 5th mutation?" Lin Huang attempted to lure him. The man was in a pickle as he listened to Lin Huang's suggestion. However, his expression returned to normal later on. "I admit that I desire more powerful abilities, but the chance of completing the 4th mutation is just too slim. The relic that you have might be able to help me achieve a quintuple mutation, and it could definitely suppress the triple mutated me. There's a high possibility that I could complete the quadruple mutation on my own. Why would I rely on a relic? Moreover, that would mean losing my freedom. No matter what, I'm at a loss. Xiaohe's ability would be stronger and stronger. Just because it can't do certain things now, doesn't mean that it won't be able to do them in the future." Lin Huang frowned as the man was determined to leave. "All right, stop wasting your time. You turning me into a card had brought me many disadvantages, but I'll forgive you. The relic that you used to tie me down no longer works now." As he spoke, the aura in his body was increasing at an alarming rate. Bai pulled Lin Huang away immediately while the rest of the monsters stood in front of Lin Huang. As the golden life power enveloped the man's body, black chains appeared on his body. "Break them all!" the man shouted, and the black chains broke one by one. In less than 1 minute, the black chains on his body broke while the ghastly clown card in Lin Huang's body disappeared. "Since I'm in a good mood, you better get lost with your pets." After breaking free from Xiaohe, the man's attitude was getting more arrogant. Lin Huang was nothing to him now. Lin Huang frowned. He did not want this to happen. However, even though this had happened and he did not want to fight the Supreme Overlord, there was no way that he could leave as he knew too much about Lin Huang's secrets. Moreover, a monster that had completed the ultimate mutation would have even more terrifying abilities once it got to the holy fire level. If he did not kill the monster when it was still at gold level rank 3, it would get even more difficult to kill it in the future. Once Lin Huang had decided what to do, a notification came from Xiaohe. "You've encountered an incident. A mission card has been activated. The mission as follows: kill the Supreme Overlord to prevent the existence of the system being leaked. Mission time limit: 24 hours, completion reward, Legendary Supreme Overlord card by 1 inch, remarks, no restrictions applied to the killing method. I'll get a complete Supreme Overlord card if I kill him." Lin Huang was surprised when he saw the mission award. "You'll receive a complete monster card. However, as the Supreme Overlord belongs to legendary level beings which are out of your reach, it'll be sealed at the moment and will be unsealed in the future automatically." Although the card would be sealed, it was better than nothing. Lin Huang did not own any legendary level monster cards at the moment and did not expect Xiaohe to give him such a mission. Perhaps Xiaohe was afraid that Lin Huang would release the Supreme Overlord, so it gave him a mission that he could never resist. "No restrictions to the killing method. Are you sure I can use any method as long as I kill him?" Lin Huang asked when he saw the last remark. As the incident is unique this time, you're allowed to use any method. As long as the kill is complete, the mission will be completed. Xiao Hei's reply had confirmed that it wanted Lin Huang to kill the Supreme Overlord no matter what. Alright, I understand now. Lin Huang did not plan to let it leave alive anyway. The conversation with Xiao Hei was completed in an instant. Lin Huang looked up at the Supreme Overlord and said, I'm sorry. Since you've made this decision, you've left me only one choice, which is to kill you. Oh, what with? With your pets? The Supreme Overlord teased. That's right, I'd like to see how powerful an ultimate mutated monster is. Lin Huang said and shouted. Take him down. His 4 epic level monsters dashed towards Supreme Overlord direction in unison. Chapter 264. Terrifying Ultimate Mutated Monster. Although Bai, Tyrant and the rest of Lin Huang's epic monsters did not level up to the Holy Fire level after he leveled up to Gold level rank -1, their strength at Gold level rank 3s was now complete. One could achieve complete strength in Gold when one fulfills the upgrade criteria in Gold level rank -3. Once that happens, the life power in the body would be compressed and pushed to its full potential, until the life power was the densest the body could withstand. Basically, after the life power of a Gold level rank 3 human was full, life power compression would take place. Most people would see their life power increase at least 1-fold after the compression takes place. However, some people with unique physiques or those who practiced unique life skills could compress their life power even further. Some could even compress and gain 3 to 4 times more life power. As the density of life power was different, those with complete Gold level life power was much more powerful than an ordinary Gold level rank 3 hunter. On the Gold Hunter leaderboard, those who ranked on the top such as Yi Zheng were all people with complete Gold level life power. Although Bai, Tyrant and the rest had yet to arrive at Holy Fire level, their abilities were much more powerful than before. As for the Supreme Overlord, it was affected by Lin Huang's level up before it completed its evolution, which caused it to have complete Gold level life power now. Bai, Tyrant and the rest did not have any advantages on combat strength against him. Theoretically, the 4 epic level monsters with complete Gold level life power were considered to be quite powerful among Transcendents, as they could defeat their opponents easily. However, the opponent this time was a legendary monster that had completed its ultimate mutation. Bai, Tyrant, Charcoal and the Nephilic Judge that was yet to be named by Lin Huang dashed towards the Supreme Overlord. Surrounded by 4 monsters, the Supreme Overlord, who was wearing a golden robe, did not panic at all. Instead, it grinned as it wandered through the 4 monsters, chatting with Lin Huang as it did so. My dear ex-master, I've got to say, you've made a bad decision. I'm not the ghastly clown you know from before. All of you will die here if you fight me. I've no idea how much your powers have upgraded from the ultimate mutation, but one thing is for sure, your mouth has certainly gone through an immense upgrade. Lin Huang teased. Don't worry, I'll show you how much my ability had improved right this moment. The Supreme Overlord shouted and clapped his hands in the air. The space distorted from the clap. Suddenly, the silver armor on the Nephilic Judge appeared as her purple spear collided with the Supreme Overlord palm. Not only was the spear unable to pierce through, but she could feel a terrifying force coming through to her from the tip of her spear. The spear almost fell from her hand and she was pushed by a force that made her back off tens of meters backward like a speeding bullet. The Supreme Overlord did not show any expression as he pushed the Nephilic Judge away with his palm, looking like what he had done was nothing significant. He did not stop there. He clapped again and an invisible giant hand went towards Bai like a mountain falling from the sky. Seeing that, Bai used his 4 wings to defend immediately. His wings were transformed into a hemisphere-like shield, blocking the attack before him. Soon, the invisible hand landed on Bai's giant shield. However, the wings merely shook a little from the attack. Just like the Nephilic Judge, Bai backed off faster than before and slammed into a mountain far away. After getting rid of Bai and the Nephilic Judge, the Supreme Overlord dashed and arrived before Tyrant at an instant. Tyrant landed a punch immediately, but the Supreme Overlord did not even attempt to avoid the attack at all. Instead, it swung a punch like Tyrant did, and his fist that was the size of an ordinary human fist collided with Tyrant. It felt like he tore the air apart. Bang! A loud thud exploded, shaking the ground. The collision this time was like an explosion. Not only was the ground shaking, the sky shook too. The aftershock of the force brought forward a vigorous wind, and Lin Huang, who nearby, blocked the wind with his hands in an attempt to stabilize his footing. However, the wind pushed him backward and he dragged his feet on the ground, creating long trails in the ground. The aftershock blew him 30 meters away before he finally managed to stabilize his footing. When he managed to look at the both of them, Tyrant was hundreds of meters away. Its right arm was out of shape from the punch by the Supreme Overlord. Meanwhile, the Supreme Overlord stood where he was, rubbing his right fist with his left hand. This guy has amazing strength and thick skin. It was unclear if the Supreme Overlord was complimenting or being sarcastic about Tyrant. After commenting, he neither looked nor chased after Tyrant. Instead, he looked at Charcoal, who was in the air. He observed Charcoal for a moment before speaking. Tisk tisk, Dragonkin, I didn't expect you to obtain such a summoning monster. However, a young Dragonkin means nothing to other monsters. It's just a supplement to them. Since I've completed my ultimate mutation, eating this double mutated monster won't help much. As the Supreme Overlord spoke, he extended his hand and dashed towards Charcoal. Charcoal flapped its wings immediately in an attempt to escape, but it was too late. Its throat was strangled by an invisible giant hand. It struggled but could not escape, and it seemed like it was being pinned down by a metal giant hand. It shot black dragon flame at the Supreme Overlord direction, but it did not even hurt him in the least. It was blocked by a psychic shield layer he had put up. While holding onto Charcoal, the Supreme Overlord ignored the fact that it was still struggling and looked at Lin Huang. See that? I have 8 skills now, but by using my psychic skill as well as my powerful close quarter skills alone, I've managed to defeat your pets easily. This is the difference between an ultimate mutation and a second mutation. Your 4 pets are like ants that I could pinch to death easily. After recalling Charcoal, Lin Huang looked at the Supreme Overlord with a solemn expression. His immense strength had exceeded Lin Huang's imagination. Although it only had the combat strength of a complete gold level, the Supreme Overlord ability could now kill a weak holy fire level person. What else do you have? Use it now or you won't have a chance soon. The Supreme Overlord retracted his hand as he said this, his grin showing on the half of his face that was not covered by a mask. Remember that you were the one who said those words. I won't show you any mercy then. Lin Huang recalled by Tyrant and the Nephilic Judge before he took out a golden card. Chapter 265. Killing the Supreme Overlord. Before fighting the Supreme Overlord, Lin Huang had confirmed with Xiaohe that he could use any methods to kill. As long as he managed to kill, the mission would be considered to be accomplished and he would receive a complete Supreme Overlord card. Lin Huang had a couple of cards that would be able to kill the monster. He had 1 small destruction card, provisional summoning card and 3 one-time skill cards. Once the small destruction card was activated, all monsters that were below Transcendent would be killed. Although the Supreme Overlord was an ultimate mutated monster, it was even more powerful than some Transcendent monsters. However, using the small destruction card, there was no way that it could not be killed. Meanwhile, the provisional summoning card could summon a monster that was 1 level higher than the strongest summoning monster that he owned. All of his monster cards are now complete gold level monsters, which meant that he could summon monsters that were at most on the highest holy fire level, the golden flame level, which was the same level Zhu Nian was at when Lin Huang met him last year. Once a monster of that level was summoned, the Supreme Overlord that was not even holy fire level would definitely be killed. The last card would be one-time skill card, which allowed Lin Huang to copy any combat skill he witnessed. However, with his restricted authority, he could at most only copy skills that were holy fire level. The golden card that Lin Huang was holding is a one-time skill card. The skill that he copied was the 3000 strands of worry skill that he got from the time when Zhu Nian was fighting the ghastly clown. Just when Lin Huang was ready to activate the card, the Supreme Overlord grinned. As a palm-sized doll appeared in his hand. The doll's face and clothes looked exactly like Lin Huang and he realized that he could not move anymore. The Supreme Overlord held up the doll in his hand and showed Lin Huang. This skill is Puppet Control. This is not a new skill but a skill that evolved from Mask Control. I can control 9 dolls at the same time as long as the combat strength of the person isn't more than 1 level beyond mine. It's much more useful than Mask Control. Moreover, Puppet Control doesn't only take over the body of the person, it can also wipe away one's memory. Unlike the old interrogation skill, this can remove the memory of the person and place it anywhere I desire, including my brain. I'm sorry, my ex-master. I wanted to let you go, but since I've seen your Dragonkin monster and many other double mutated pets, I'm curious about your secrets. The relic that you used to seal me seems to be much more powerful than I expected. Let us find out more about you." Suddenly, a golden light came out of nowhere and pierced through the Supreme Overlord chest. It was followed by second, third and fourth, countless strands of golden light pierced the Supreme Overlord body. He tried very hard to avoid the attack, but it was no use. The golden strands of light were like maggots that attacked him, so fast he could not escape. After 10 attacks, his body began to collapse. Just as he was losing his consciousness, he finally saw the source of the golden light. It was a semi-transparent shadow of a middle-aged man. Zhu Nian. The Supreme Overlord remembered the name clearly as he fought with the man in Daxi City when he was still the ghastly clown. However, the man was defeated by him in one hit. Lin Huang regained his freedom as the doll in his hand disappeared. "You have made a huge mistake. You've only taken control of my body but not my consciousness. I only need my consciousness to communicate with Xiaohe." Lin Huang's body was controlled by the Supreme Overlord earlier, so he could not activate the card in his hand. However, he contacted Xiaohe immediately and got it to activate the card while releasing the 3000 strands of worry skill. The Supreme Overlord consciousness completely collapsed after Lin Huang spoke. The attack did not stop after he died. Golden strands continued to penetrate his body. After his body disappeared, the attack finally ended. "Congratulations. You've completed your mission and obtained a legendary monster card, Supreme Overlord by 1 inch. As your authority is currently restricted, the card is sealed temporarily and can't be used. It'll be unsealed when you've sufficient authority to use it." Sigh. My first purple card just became gray. Looking at the purple card turning into a gray, stone-like color, Lin Huang could not even bother to look at the description of the card at the back. He then put away the card. However, he thought of something else. Does that mean I don't have the monster skill mask, control anymore? Or is it now puppet, control? When the Supreme Overlord broke away from your control, all the monster skills related to it had disappeared. To retrieve the skills, you'd have to unseal the card. Listening to Xiaohe's explanation, Lin Huang looked at his card immediately. Host. Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 16 inches, combat strength, gold level rank 1, talent, superhuman strength, life seed 1, sly hands rare life seed 2, substitute epic life seed 3, sensing circle rare life seed 4, seraphic speed epic combat skill 1, great sword scripture sword skill combat skill 2, wildfire sword sword skill combat skill 3, thunder sting sword skill combat skill 4, 100 flowing blades sword skill combat skill 5, mountain blade heavy weapon skill combat skill 6, fatal tactics close combat skill combat skill 7, spectral snow steps body movement combat skill 8, cloud steps body movement combat skill 9, thunder steps body movement monster skill 1, blood spirit monster skill 2, super robust intermediate monster skill 3, kaleidoscope monster skill 4, advanced disguise monster skill 5, immense strength monster skill 6, leech pod monster skill 7, absolute defense beginner monster skill 8, blood hunt beginner monster skill 9, thunder control advanced summon authority activated, available number of summons 5 inches, remark, passable, mask, control is really gone now. Lin Huang frowned after looking at his card. I don't really need blood hunt and super robust anymore. I'll either delete them when I have the time or to combine them with other skills. I even have one vacant spot for monster skill now. Ghastly Clown's ultimate mutations aura did not leak out at all from this isolated area. This is the perfect place for the one-eyed sword demon to carry out its second mutation. After the mutation is done, I'll extract a monster skill. Lin Huang took out the one-eyed sword demon monster card and 2 advance cards immediately. Xiaohe, upgrade the one-eyed sword demon with advance cards. The one-eyed sword demon is a rare monster card. A double upgrade to an epic card would require 2 advance cards. Are you sure you'd like to complete the upgrade using 2 advance cards? Yes. Consuming advance cards x2, upgrading rare level monster card one-eyed sword demon, upgrade complete. Congratulations, you've obtained an epic monster card, Ruthless Sword Master. Lin Huang looked at the new epic level monster card that he had just obtained. There was a monster in black armor on the card holding a black sword with black mist surrounding it. It looked like a human covered in metal armor, its only was like a red laser. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, Ruthless Sword Master, combat level, Gold level rank 3 complete. Skill 1. Absolute Life, Skill 2. Sword Steps, Skill 3. Ruthless Sword, Skill 4. Dark Sword Spirit, Skill 5. Dark Shield, Skill 6. Death Zone Beginner. Summon Authority, activated. Card Remarks, trainable. Absolute Life, powerful one-hit combat skill, exhaust all life power for one fatal hit. Monster will return to its card form after using this and won't be available for summoning within the following 24 hours. Sword Steps, an exclusive sword movement skill. Ruthless Sword, evolved from Killer Sword once it reached its maximum capabilities. Has high attack power. Dark Sword Spirit, the contaminated sword spirit will regain its original ability and speed up all learning of sword skills and techniques extracted from all the killing and bloodshed. Dark Shield, a defensive skill allowing the user to turn the area around its body into a dark protective zone, isolating attacks from the outside. As long as the attack strength of opponent is not more than 10 times of the user's, the defensive layer would not break. Death Zone Beginner, evolved from Sensing Circle, turning an area with a 100-meter radius into one's exclusive territory. The user does not have to move to attack a specific location. Extract Skill. Lin Huang read and realized that most of the skills of this monster were sword skills. He was thinking if he would continue to train with his swords in the future if he was to obtain a sword skill. Skill Extraction activated, randomly choosing a skill, random selection completed. Congratulations. You've received the Dark Shield skill. A defensive ability. Although the one I wanted the most was Absolute Life, I'm not lacking any attack skills. I guess it's good that I now have a powerful defensive skill. Lin Huang was satisfied with Dark Shield and was relieved that he did not get the sword skill. Since he had yet to master all the gunfighting techniques, he did not have the time to train his sword skills yet. After upgrading the Ruthless Sword Master, Lin Huang was left with 3 advance cards, but he did not plan to upgrade any other of his monsters. Now he was only left with the Alexandrian Eagle that was still rare level. If he upgraded the Alexandrian Eagle as well, it would attract too much attention when he summoned it for transportation in the future. As for his other normal cards, they were not worth training, so Lin Huang decided to put the advance cards aside. After putting away the Ruthless Sword Master card, Lin Huang summoned the Nephilic Judge again. She stood quietly in front of Lin Huang while waiting for his instructions. You are more familiar with this area, bring me around, Lin Huang instructed. Chapter 266. The Divine Rock. Just when Lin Huang was ready to make a move, he got a notification from Xiaohe. A monster card evolution that is related to a life seed has been detected. Would you link the life seed card to the related monster card? What's the benefit of linking? Lin Huang asked immediately. After the linking is done, if rarity of the monster card is upgraded, the rarity of the related life seed would be upgraded automatically as well. Lin Huang thought about it. Within the 4 life seeds that he owned, only Sensing Circle was related to the one-eyed sword demon as well as Seraphic Speed, which he just obtained, that was linked to the Nephilic Judge. The card evolution that Xiaohe detected must be the Ruthless Sword Master that was evolved from one-eyed sword demon. Are there any side effects from linking? Lin Huang asked as he was afraid that Xiaohe would pull a prank on him. He was extremely careful when it comes to new functions. There aren't any side effects. After the linking is done, the rarity of the monster card and life seed card would remain the same and will be unaffected. If you want to, you can remove the link anytime. Alright, link the Ruthless Sword Master and Nephilic Judge then. Lin Huang was relieved. Linking of monster card, Nephilic Judge and life seed card, Seraphic Seed complete. Linking of monster card, Ruthless Sword Master and life seed card, Sensing Circle complete. Rarity of life seed card, Sensing Circle and monster card, Ruthless Sword Master doesn't match. Upgrading life seed card, Sensing Circle. Congratulations, your life seed, Sensing Circle rare, is now Micro Territory Epic. Micro Territory Epic turns an area with a 100-meter radius into one's exclusive territory. The user does not have to move to attack a specific location. Lin Huang was overjoyed when he saw the life seed talent that was evolved from Sensing Circle. A territorial talent, even to a transcendent, a territorial secret skill, was extremely rare. It was definitely something to celebrate when one obtained a territorial talent before arriving at transcendent. Lin Huang took out the blue life seed card and put it away after he took a thorough look. Meanwhile, the Nephilic Judge stood by his side waiting patiently. Although she was Lin Huang's summoning monster, she could not see the card that Lin Huang was holding. Seeing that Lin Huang was standing there, she waited patiently where she stood. Once Lin Huang snapped out of his thoughts, he nodded to the Nephilic judge who was standing next to him. Let's go. Lin Huang had only looked around the isolated area at the bottom of the lake with Bloody earlier. With the Nephilic judge, Lin Huang was not worried that his search of the Starlight Beast would be interrupted. He could finally explore the area. The first thing the Nephilic judge did was to bring Lin Huang to the location where the giant black rock was. As the Starlight Beasts noticed Lin Huang, they prepared themselves to fight him, but with just one instruction from the Nephilic judge, all the Starlight Beasts backed off. Lin Huang began to observe the giant black rock closely. The giant black rock was more than 10 meters long. The part that was visible above ground was more than 10 meters high. The bottom of the rock was buried deep in the ground and nobody knew how deep it was. Lin Huang wanted to take this rock away with him for research, but he failed to put it away into his storage space. He attempted to lift it, but it did not even budge. The rock felt odd to the touch, not feeling how a rock usually felt like. Instead, it felt like metal. After a couple of failed attempts, Lin Huang summoned his strongest monster, Tyrant, for help. Tyrant's injured arm from his earlier battle was now completely healed. Tyrant, see if you can get this rock out. Lin Huang instructed Tyrant while pointing at the giant black rock. Tyrant wrapped both its arms around the rock and began to attempt to lift it. It used all the muscles that it had as veins bulged on its neck and forehead, but the rock barely budged. Watching that, Lin Huang knew something was off about this rock. After recalling Tyrant, Lin Huang asked the Nephilic judge, "Did you use this rock to complete your second mutation?" The Nephilic judge nodded. "Does this rock only benefit the Starlight Beasts only, or does it have the same effect on other monsters as well?" Lin Huang asked again. The Nephilic judge shook her head. "Do you mean there's no effect, or you don't know?" Lin Huang did not understand what she meant, so he summoned Bloody to interpret. After communicating for a short while, Bloody began writing on the board. This rock is the divine rock for spirit-type monsters. The radiation is the source of energy that allows them to evolve. However, the evolution process is extremely slow, as she took more than 100 years to complete her second mutation. That's really slow. Lin Huang frowned as he listened, but soon, he thought of another question. If she stays longer, would she manage to complete her third mutation? Bloody communicated with the Nephilic judge once more before writing on the board. Yes, she could, but it'll take more than 200 years. Only one Starlight Beast has managed to complete its third mutation decades ago and left. It had been staying in this space for more than 360 years. If that's true, this rock is kind of useless. It only works on spirit-type monsters, and it'll take more than 300 years to cultivate a triple mutated monster. 300 years was not too long for spirit-type monsters to evolve. However, for an imperial censor like Lin Huang, it was too long. "Xiao He, what do you think of this rock?" Lin Huang asked Xiao He after some thought. "This rock contains an unknown psychic energy force. I'm restricted by your authority level right now, so there's nothing I can do about the rock at the moment. I can't bring this rock away with me for research, and now even Xiao He can't do anything about it." Hearing what Xiao He said, Lin Huang could only leave the rock where it was at the moment. "Show me some other place then." As he instructed the Nephilic judge, Bloody began to communicate with her, and before long, it started writing on the board again. "This area is extremely vast. She's been living here for hundreds of years and explored the entire area many times. Plants aside, there isn't anything special about this place. If that's the case, never mind." Lin Huang did not doubt what the Nephilic judge said at all. "I shall use this place as a location for my card. Upgrades temporarily then. If there are cards that need to go through a second mutation, I'll come here. As for this rock, I'll get Xiao He to help me as soon as my authority level is upgraded in the future. Since this area hasn't been discovered by anyone for hundreds of years, nobody will probably find out about this place within the foreseeable future." Lin Huang thought to himself. He thought of what to do with the isolated area and the divine rock, but since the entrance of the space was not restricted and there was no way to move the divine rock, he had to put his thoughts aside. "Let's go then." After recalling Bloody, Lin Huang summoned the Alexandrian Eagle and followed closely behind the Nephilic judge. Chapter 267. The three elite divisions. After a series of ups and downs, Lin Huang had finally achieved his goal of his trip to Meteorite Desert. Not only he was leveled up to gold level, he had also obtained the epic monster cards Nephilic Judge and Ruthless Sword Master, as well as a sealed legendary monster card, Supreme Overlord. Besides, He had also gotten the ruin key from the Saint members. He did not do anything with the key yet, as once it was activated, he would be sent to the dimensional ruins directly. Be it the level of monsters in the ruins, the type of monsters or the location, all these information were unavailable to him. If he was sent to one that was filled with transcendent monsters or one that was outside Division 7, he would be in great trouble. He planned to take some time to do his research and be well prepared before going for it. He gave up on the thought of leveling up straight to gold level rank 3 as he recalled Mr. Fu asking him to contact him as soon as he was done with his level up so that he could arrange a training session for him. It had been less than 20 days since he arrived in Wuxia City. Although he had the excuse of having a unique physique that allowed him to train army attack tactics to level 8, it was still unbelievable that he leveled up within 20 days. Moreover, Mr. Fu did not know that Lin Huang stayed in Wuxia City for a short while. He had limited time to train his life skills. Lin Huang last registered with the Hunter Association 6 months ago. He had managed to level up from someone who was not even iron level to someone who was silver level rank -1, which was a leap that spanned 7 ranks. On average, he managed to level up 1 rank every month. It was a terrifying speed. To regular people, the higher they went up in rank, the slower life power would fill up as the quality of life power would change every time one leveled up as life power became denser. Filling up the columns would take more life crystals and subsequently more time would be taken as well. After some thoughts, Lin Huang decided not to increase his combat strength for now. He called Mr. Fu after removing his disguise. On the second ring, Mr. Fu picked up the call. It was noon and Mr. Fu was lying on a deck chair waving at Lin Huang. "My dear apprentice, have you leveled up to gold level? I've already leveled up for a few days now, but I've been settling some other things during these days." Lin Huang pushed forward the day he leveled up on purpose so that he had a reasonable excuse for leveling to gold level rank 2. "Was it successful?" Mr. Fu sat up and smiled. "You could call it successful, I guess. There were some bumps on the way, but I managed to solve them." Lin Huang nodded. "That's great." Sitting on the deck chair, Mr. Fu smiled as he looked at Lin Huang. "Are you calling me to ask about the training?" "Yes." Lin Huang nodded. "What kind of training have you prepared for me?" Lin Huang was curious. "Have you heard of the ruins?" Mr. Fu asked. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard the question. He had just received a ruin key and now Mr. Fu was asking him about the ruins. Soon, he snapped out of this thought and nodded. "Yes, I've heard of it. The dimensional ruin is an isolated dimension created when a virtual eye is opened but is not completely closed by humans or possibly some other reasons. There are monsters and materials in the dimension and many major organizations use this place to train their members." "Are you sending me to the dimensional ruins?" About 10 days later, the Demon Slayer Legion of the Union Government Military Department would carry out a training for their reserve members. The location Division 7 is going to is set in a grade 2 dimensional that had been discovered before. "I'm thinking of enrolling you in the training." Mr. Fu proceeded to tell Lin Huang more about the training. One of the elite divisions of the Union government, the Demon Slayer Legion. Lin Huang had heard of the division before. Demon Slayers, Dragon Slayers, and Immortals were the 3 elite divisions of the Union government. In the troops, the combat strength of the reserve members was at least gold level rank 3 and there were many complete gold level members as well. To be a regular member, one had to be at least Holy Fire level. The 3 elite divisions were also the main guardians of the human safety zones. Throughout the hundreds of years they had existed, many had complained that the Union government was not doing anything and all they did was to invest in the Hunter Association and Adventurer Paradise. However, many did not know that the Union government spent most of their effort on keeping the place safe. The 3 elite divisions and other divisions of the army spent most of their days fighting monsters that attempt to invade humankind almost every day. Meanwhile, the management of the safety zones was handled by the Hunter Association, Adventurer Paradise and other organizations that fall under the Union government. Not many people know that the Union government carried major responsibilities in the safety zones. Lin Huang respected the 3 elite troops. Without them, the safety zones would not be able to be built one after the other and the human footholds we know of would not be as prosperous as they were today. "Isn't it weird if I just enroll like that?" Lin Huang was eager to join the training but he did not like the way that he was getting enrolled. "Don't worry about it, not only you are joining the training alone, many elite members of other organizations would be joining as well. This training is one of the ways members of different organizations get to know each other. Many of them wanted to show off the newbies that they have taken under their wing and trained, Mr. Fu smiled and explained. If that's the case, the organizations that took part in the training would not be the only ones meeting the newbies but others, including underworld organizations as well. Lin Huang asked in concern. That is right. Back in the day, if some of the participants were too outstanding, they might get assassinated by the underworld organizations. However, it hardly happen anymore as Division 7 has been developing at an amazing speed. They won't even have the time to concern themselves with such matters. Mr. Fu thought Lin Huang's concern was unnecessary. Lin Huang frowned as he listened. He was hesitating if he should tell Mr. Fu about the purple crow. Mr. Fu soon noticed Lin Huang's hesitation. You can tell me if there's anything that you want to say. Don't bother holding back. It's all right with me if you don't want to go. It's not that I don't want to go. It's that if I do, I might be marked for death by the purple crow, Lin Huang then told Mr. Fu the story between him and the purple crow. Mr. Fu felt like the story was an unbelievable one. You really are something. How did you manage to escape the purple crow training camp? Although I have wiped away all trails leading to my identity, if the purple crow sees my face, it's quite likely that they would recognize me. By then, the purple crow would think of me as a deserter and it might affect my family as well. Lin Huang knew about the rules of the purple crows. Don't worry about it, just join the training. I'll handle the purple crow and make sure they don't look for you anymore. Mr. Fu chuckled at Lin Huang's concern. Really, Lin Huang did not expect Mr. Fu to make such a promise. Don't worry, I'll keep my word once I give it to you. Mr. Fu nodded and smiled. Chapter 268. Sent home after getting off the call with Mr. Fu, Lin Huang knew that he had 12 days before the training would officially begin. Mr. Fu was unsure of the contents of the training program as it varied from year to year. However, most of the training revolved around improving combat strength. Since the training will only start 12 days later, with the additional half-month that I spent in Wuxia City, nobody would suspect me if I level up to gold level rank 2. After making sure that it would not seem dodgy, Lin Huang went back on his earlier decision and decided to level up to gold level rank 2 before leaving Wuxia City. Summoning his fastest monster, the Nephilic Judge, Lin Huang spent 2.5 days killing more than 60 gold level monsters and finally, he was now a gold level rank 2. He had filled the 11th circle of columns in all his gold level life wheels. As the sun was setting on the third day, the Nephilic Judge killed the last monster. Lin Huang then took out the black dimensional relic that Mr. Fu gave him. After setting the location to his home, he walked through the relic. As he stepped in, Lin Huang was sent to the living room in his home in Winter City. It was the place where him and Mr. Fu left earlier. Xiaozan, I'm home. As he arrived home, Lin Huang shouted upstairs. Before he could put on his house slippers, Lin Xin and Lin Zan dashed downstairs. Brother. Lin Xin ran into Lin Huang's embrace. Although she was already in her graduating class, Lin Xin behaved like a kid. Meanwhile, Lin Zan was shy as usual as he stood to a corner. After Lin Huang let Lin Xin go, he patted Lin Zan's head. Brother, you're home early this time. Including today, you've only been gone for 20 days. Lin Xin giggled. I thought you'd be gone for more than a month. I spent most of the time on transportation the last time. The actual business I'm dealing would usually only take a couple of days. Lin Huang told the truth. I came back early this time as Master gave me a dimensional relic. Then why did you only take 20 days this time? Lin Xin raised an eyebrow. I spent some time looking for a life seed monster. Lin Huang explained to her as he smiled. HMPH, you weren't actually looking since you still had time to play Gun Master with Lin Zan. Lin Xin said while she sulked. Lin Huang smiled awkwardly. He did not bother to explain to her that he had asked Bloody to find the life seed monster for him. Bloody's parasitic abilities were too powerful and he did not want Lin Xin and Lin Zan to know about this as it would give them no benefits. They might spill too much if they meet bad people. I will be staying home for more than a week before I leave again. Lin Huang said helplessly. You just got home and you're leaving after a week. Lin Xin stared at Lin Huang. Didn't you just kill the life seed monster? Master arranged a training session for me that'll start in 9 days' time. Lin Huang explained. Can't you go after getting more rest? I can't do that. I'm not the only one who'll go. Through this training, there are many people joining me as well. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head. Lin Xin gave in once Lin Huang explained. Enough about me. How've you guys been doing at home? Lin Huang asked. Xin how's your homework going? Nothing special happened while you were gone. Lin Xin shook her head. Everything is good at school. It's just that I can't adapt to them calling me by a different name. I'm now in the top 10 of my class and I'm aiming to get into the top 3 as my next goal. Keep going and get into a prestigious school. Lin Huang patted Lin Xin's head and looked at Lin Zan. How about you, Xiao Zan? Do you listen to your sister when I was away? Lin Zan nodded immediately. Oh yeah, although Lin Zan can't really speak yet, he can already write. Lin Xin thought of that and told Lin Huang. You can write now. Lin Huang just recalled that he asked him to read more before leaving earlier. Yeah, I've no idea when he learned to write. Lin Xin stuck out her tongue. Lin Zan took out a writing board and wrote on it with his finger. I learned it myself by looking at some documents on the Heart Network. Lin Huang was silently shocked at how fast Lin Zan learned new things. Have you watched all the Hunter Arena videos that I sent you? Yes, I've also watched many live battles of gold hunters. Lin Zan wrote on the writing board. I thought all of them looked weak though. So I didn't join any of the battles. Just watch, you don't have to join the battles as you might bring trouble to yourself. Lin Huang patted Lin Zan's shoulder. If you need to train by fighting, you can always look for me. We can get a private room for training or I can even bring you to the wild zones to fight monsters. Okay, Lin Zan nodded. Lin Huang felt hungry after chatting with the both of them. He recalled that he had yet to have dinner. Have you guys had your dinner? Yes we have, brother. Have you not? Lin Xin asked immediately. There's nothing to eat at home, I'll order some takeaway for you. It's alright, I brought home some local specialties. Lin Huang took out all the local specialities and presents like the toys he bought from Wuxia City. He kept all the food in the refrigerator and some in his storage space when the refrigerator was full. The two kids were busy opening their presents and forgot about Lin Huang's dinner. He then took out a frozen cake and put half of it on the dining table while the other half went into the oven. 3 minutes later, Lin Huang took out the cake from the oven and cut the 2 cakes into 6 servings. I have cakes. Lin Huang shouted for the 2 of them. There's cake. Lin Xin and Lin Zan put down the presents and ran straight to the dining table. Lin Xin had loved cakes since she was a young girl while Lin Zan only used to eat meat and eggs. Perhaps, since there were eggs in the cakes so he liked them as well. This is the frozen cake that I brought back from Wuxia City. There are 2 ways to eat this cake. One is to eat it while it's frozen while the other is to eat it hot from the oven. Let's try them out. After Lin Huang talked, he ate the cakes for dinner while Lin Xin and Lin Zan ate them as dessert. It's delicious. As they put the cake into their mouths, Lin Xin and Lin Zan commented at the same time. Glad that you guys love it. I've bought 30 cakes but I've already ate 5 to 6 of them. Lin Huang knew that they would love the cake. He was not a dessert kind of guy and even he loved the cake. The both of them would definitely love it. After dinner, Lin Huang entered the Gun Master game with Lin Zan to train his gunfighting techniques with him after cleaning his room. Chapter 269, Lin Zan running away from home. Since Lin Huang came home, he spent most of his time training his gunfighting techniques. However, he figured that since he would be joining the training soon, he would skip the intermediate techniques and get Lin Zan to teach him the advanced techniques. One of them was Thunderstorm, a skill that was on the same level as other epic combat skills, requiring 3,000 skill card pieces. Lin Huang only managed to accumulate the complete set of card pieces after training for 8 days. Aside from training his gunfighting techniques, Lin Huang also logged onto Hunter Arena and battled Lin Zan twice in a private training ground which did not require a password. His sudden log-in after a long hiatus created much discussion. Although he did not enter the ring for a battle, it still became the most discussed news on the Hunter Arena. However, he had been so busy he did not even have the time to concern himself with all these things. Lin Zan had improved leaps and bounds in the training ring. That being said, he had only mastered the basics of battle but had yet to learn the intricacies of actual combat. He was killed by Lin Huang in a single hit in the beginning, but after 2 or 3 battles, it had become more difficult to kill him in the arena. The first training lasted less than 2 hours and he managed to stay alive in the ring with Lin Huang. Although he was still clumsy at times, he did not perform too bad for a rookie. The second training similarly lasted less than 2 hours and he managed to end the battle in a tie. Lin Zan was only silver level rank 3 while Lin Huang was gold level rank 2. With Lin Huang's current ability, he could take on people who were below transcendent, but Lin Zan managed to end the battle in a tie against him. Lin Huang had only one comment on Lin Zan's performance: he fights like a monster that has went through the ultimate mutation. Apart from battling Lin Zan in the arena, Lin Huang had been gathering more information about Dracena and the spiritual underground lava on the Heart Network and Hunter Info Network in preparation of upgrading Charcoal, Tyrant and the rest of his summoning monsters to the transcendent level. Comparing with the rest, the unsealing conditions terms of Bai and the Nephilic Judge were much easier because double mutated dark-type transcendent monsters were not that hard to come across. The hardest unsealing condition would be the one for the Ruthless Sword Master, as he would have to kill 9 different sword-type transcendent monsters to be able to unseal the card. Most of the sword-type transcendent monsters had a high human-like intelligence coupled with powerful attacks. Even human transcendents would generally avoid conflict with such monsters. Lin Huang spent the past 8 days productively. At 7 a.m. on the 9th day, his doorbell rang as he was making breakfast. Lin Huang opened the door and it was Mr. Fu. He looked at Lin Huang, stunned. "I must say, the speed you level up at is terrifying." Mr. Fu said to Lin Huang in shock. "Not really, I took almost a month to level up to gold level." Lin Huang smiled as he explained. Mr. Fu raised an eyebrow without saying anything and walked into the house. "Where are the kids? I bought them presents," Mr. Fu said while bringing out the presents one by one. "They're upstairs, they'll be here in a while. Please take a seat. Breakfast will be ready soon." Lin Huang got Mr. Fu a glass of juice and returned to the kitchen. Soon, Lin Xin and Lin Zan came downstairs. They were overjoyed when they saw Mr. Fu, as they remembered this old man that had brought them many gifts the last time he visited. Their eyes lit up when they saw the presents on the floor. "Brother, we have a guest," Lin Xin shouted. "I know, please entertain him for me, I'll be done soon." Lin Huang replied, "I've bought these presents for you guys, take whatever you like." Mr. Fu chuckled and said to the both of them. Knowing that Mr. Fu was Lin Huang's master and that they had previously accepted presents from him before, they went into a frenzy and began picking out presents they liked. As they were picking out their presents, Mr. Fu kept his eyes on Lin Zan. He squinted as he watched Lin Zan pick out a black metal box from the pile of presents. "Breakfast is ready. Come get some," Lin Huang shouted from the kitchen. The both of them stopped picking out presents and washed their hands in the kitchen to get ready for breakfast. Meanwhile, Mr. Fu walked slowly to join them for breakfast. It was a simple breakfast with wholemeal bread, a turkey ham, 2 fried eggs, a glass of milk and some fruits. Lin Huang got the wholemeal bread from the same bakery in Luoxi City where he got the frozen cake. It was the second best seller at the bakery. The texture and the taste were amazing. However, Lin Zan did not eat the ham. Instead, he had a huge piece of grilled meat on his plate. After breakfast, Mr. Fu said to the both of them, "Grandpa is bringing your brother out for some time." The both of them nodded. Although they were unhappy that Lin Huang had to leave, they knew it was necessary for Lin Huang to finish his task. "Take good care of yourselves, please contact me on the Emperor's Heart Ring if there's anything urgent. Don't panic if you can't reach me, as I might be at a place without signal. You can always drop me a message and I'll call you guys when I see the message." Lin Huang patted both of their shoulders and briefed them. Mr. Fu took out a golden dimensional relic in the living room. Lin Huang followed closely behind him and stepped through the relic before waving goodbye at the both of them. Soon, the door closed and turned into a golden dust before fading away. Seeing Lin Huang leave, Lin Xin went to school unhappily. Meanwhile, Lin Zan took out the palm-sized black box from his storage space after confirming that Lin Xin had left. It was the black metal box that Mr. Fu brought over. He did not know what it was, but he could feel that there was something inside that attracted him. That was why he picked that box as his present. As he opened the box, there was a gold bead in it. It was the size of an adult thumb. With curiosity, Lin Zan touched it with his hand. As his finger touched the bead, it started to melt into a ball of golden liquid. It looked like something dead had been resurrected. The golden liquid left the black box slowly and floated before Lin Zan. After surrounding him in lightning speed, it entered his forehead at the speed of light. Lin Zan stood where he was. Eventually, his eyes turned completely gold, covering even his iris. A golden glow shot out of his eyes like the sun as his feet left the ground slowly and floated in the air. He seemed to have surpassed the limits of gravity as he floated in the middle of the living room with his arms and legs stretched out. He seemed to fall into a trance. If not for his eyes that were shooting out golden beams of light, he would look like he had fallen asleep. The strange occurrence lasted for a couple of hours. It was only at around 12 noon that the golden glow faded after his body landed on the ground. What happened to my body? Lin Huang stood where he was and surprised as he looked at his hands. He ran to the mirror in the bathroom immediately. He was confused as he stared at the face of a child in the mirror. After observing for a moment, suddenly he thought of something. Serial number 327, Lin Huang, Lin Huang, Lin Xin. While scratching his head, Lin Huang sat down on the couch in the living room. After being in silence for a while, he took out the writing board from his storage space and started writing. He placed the writing board on the coffee table, took off his emperor's heart ring and placed it next to the writing board. He then went to his wardrobe on the second floor and changed into a loose, gray robe. He walked downstairs slowly. As he arrived at the entrance, he turned around to look at the living room and dining hall. He smiled as he looked. Lin Huang, Lin Xin, thank you for taking care of me. Unfortunately, I don't belong here. As he spoke, Lin Huang left the house and flew into the sky like a bird. He disappeared into the sky in an instant. Chapter 270, Yi Donglai at foothold number 7A1 was the White Capital. There was a gigantic building that was like a giant pillar stood tall into the sky. It was not only the tallest building in the White Capital, but the tallest building in Division 7 as well. It was more than 3,800 meters tall. Almost everyone who visited White Capital for the first time would look at it whenever they were nearby, wanting to see just how tall the building was. However, nobody could get an answer to the question they were all wondering about: where was the top of the building? Lin Huang stood at the plaza under the giant building and looked up to the sky. The Union government's headquarters is so cool. Lin Huang could not help himself and exclaimed. His vision was almost covered by the clouds, he could not even see the top portion of the building. Such a big office building. The Union government sure is generous. It's a demigod-level relic after all. Mr. Fu smiled as he spoke. Master, are you saying this office building is a... Lin Huang looked at Mr. Fu with his eyes wide opened. Of course, who would spend so much effort building a gigantic ordinary building? If the underworld organizations were to invade this place, any holy fire-level transcendent could destroy it easily. Would anyone want to rebuild it again and again? Mr. Fu said like it was no big deal. Lin Huang thought about it and agreed. If it was a normal building, it would be destroyed easily. It would be troublesome if they had to rebuild it again and again after it was destroyed. Division 7 is not the only division that has this. The Union government headquarters in Division 4 to Division 12 have similar demigod relics that are functional defensive relics. The same goes for other major organizations as everyone is afraid that outsiders would invade their home turf. Mr. Fu added, if Division 4 to Division 12 have demigod relics, what about Division 1 to Division 3? Lin Huang asked with an answer in his mind, but he wanted to confirm with Mr. Fu. They have god-level relics, of course. Division 1 to Division 3 are the core zones of the human race. Those guys are richer than us. Mr. Fu sounded a little off when he said that. Are Division 1 to Division 3 busy? Lin Huang asked further. Of course they are. Mr. Fu nodded. Do you see how busy the White Capital is? Yes. Lin Huang nodded. The White Capital is the busiest foothold with the biggest area in Division 7, it's 15 million square kilometers. However, any A-grade foothold in Division 3 is at least 12 million square kilometers and many of them are probably around 18 million square kilometers. Division 3 is the biggest A-grade foothold and is 28 million square kilometers. It's almost twice the size of the White Capital. On the matter of how busy it is, any A-grade foothold in Division 3 is comparable to the White Capital or is probably even busier. You'll find out when you get to Division 3. Even a C-grade foothold there is more crowded than many of our B-grade footholds here. Their economic standard is on the next level. Division 3 has the weakest ability as a whole amongst the three core zones. Division 1 and Division 2 are way beyond Division 3's level. They're simply too far apart. Mr. Fu said while sipping from his wine bottle. Are the core zones really as crowded as this? Lin Huang could not imagine that. The more crowded a place is, the more filthy it is. Don't ever assume that crowded place is better. Since we're on the topic, I'm going to warn you not to trust people easily when you go to the core zones in the future. Oh, Lin Huang did not understand why Mr. Fu gave him such warning, but he nodded anyway. As they were chatting, there were more and more people on the plaza. Most of them came under different organizations, with each group having 10 to 20 members, while others even have hundreds of members. They were basically all gold level rank 3 or a complete gold level. Mr. Fu was the only one who brought one person, and it seemed like Lin Huang was the only one there who was gold level rank 2, making him stand out from the rest. It was clear that Mr. Fu had a high reputation, as many transcendent leaders would come to him to chat, but the conversations were very formal. Some of them asked about Lin Huang, but Mr. Fu would always give them the same answer with a chuckle. He's my apprentice. Most of them were surprised when they heard this, and they would look at Lin Huang. When it was past 8 in the morning, a big group of people was sent to the plaza. The leader was an old man with a white hair bun. Beside him was Zhu Nian, who Lin Huang already knew. As the old man and Zhu Nian arrived, many transcendent approached them. The old man seemed to have a high reputation as well, and Zhu Nian had just been promoted to a senior executive officer of the Hunter Association, so many came to greet him along with the old man he was with. Is the old man a senior executive officer of the Hunter Association? Lin Huang did not know old Li, but he knew about Zhu Nian after reading the news of him being promoted to a senior executive officer. However, it was the old man who led the team instead of Zhu Nian. Yes, his name is Li Yunlong. He's the most senior among all the executive officers in Division 7's Hunter Association. Some of the elders even have to give way to him. If he's Li Yunlong, I'm Chu Yunfei 1. Lin Huang felt speechless when he heard the name. Is he more powerful than Zhu Nian? Lin Huang snapped out of this thoughts and asked. He had seen Zhu Nian's ability before he achieved immortal level, so he had a direct understanding. Much more powerful. Mr. Fu glared at Lin Huang when he heard the question. The level above Holy Fire level would be immortal level. Immortals would need monster souls to light up their life lamp. Every life lamp signifies one upgrade. Zhu Nian had only lit up his first life lamp, while Li Yunlong had 9 life lamps lit up. He's close to his breakthrough anytime soon. Why do you think he has the highest authority among all? Don't look at how skinny he is. If all the senior executive officers in Division 7 were to fight him all at once, they might actually lose. Oh really? He's so powerful. Lin Huang did not expect this skinny old man to be so powerful. Just as they were talking about Li Yunlong, he looked at Mr. Fu's direction. He excused himself from the rest and walked to Mr. Fu and Lin Huang immediately. Seeing that, Zhu Nian briefed the young men behind him and followed closely behind him. Mr. Fu. The both of them greeted Mr. Fu. Xiao Li, you seem to have improved. It seems like you're not far away from your breakthrough. Mr. Fu said to Li Yunlong. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard Mr. Fu calling him Xiao Li. Thank you, Mr. Fu, I'm working towards it. Li Yunlong did not seem to be angry when Mr. Fu calling him Xiao Li. Lin Huang looked at his own master in shock, as he did not know that Mr. Fu was so respectable. You're not bad too, boy. I've read about you a few days back. You're now a senior executive officer. Mr. Fu patted Zhu Nian's arm. With his height, it was difficult for him to reach Zhu Nian's shoulder. I'm honored. I'm quite slow, so I must thank you for your advice. It helped me achieve what I have today. Zhu Nian was humble. While the three of them were talking, Lin Huang listened without interrupting. However, Li Yunlong kept looking at Lin Huang as they spoke. He could not help himself any longer, so he asked, Mr. Fu, this Lin Huang caused a scene at the Hunter Association. I was shocked when I found out that he was sword genius in the Hunter arena. This kid is sword genius. Zhu Nian raised an eyebrow while checking Lin Huang out. He seemed like he was trying to figure out what was so special about him. As a member of the Hunter Association, although he had been busy before he was promoted to a senior executive officer, he did not miss the news of someone achieving a 90-win streak in the Hunter arena. Hey, don't even think about it. He's my apprentice. Mr. Fu admitted to Lin Huang's identity. You are officially taking in an apprentice. Zhu Nian was shocked. It's me who did not take a good look. I passed him over during the first review, old Li said and looked at Lin Huang. It's your fault that you didn't show us your true ability. If you didn't underestimate him, how would I get him? The unnoticed talent didn't go unnoticed after all. Mr. Fu laughed. Lin Huang finally understand that before Mr. Fu accepted him as his apprentice, his intensive training review was declined by old Li, who was standing in front of him. As they chatted, the people from the Union government finally arrived. The most attractive team was the one wearing a dark green, military uniform with 1,000 members. There was a black logo on the left side of their uniform, a demon's head that looked like it just got chopped off. There was a sword with a pool of black blood at the bottom of the head, making the gory image look realistic. Lin Huang recognized in an instant that it was the logo of the Demon Slayer Legion. He looked at them and noticed someone familiar. Yi Yayu, she's in the Demon Slayer Legion. Lin Huang did not say it out loud, but Mr. Fu noticed his shocked expression. What's wrong? Nothing, I saw a friend. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. Seeing the people of the Union government arrive, old Li and Zhu Nian excused themselves and returned to their team. There were 3 leaders and an old man with white hair led them on. He looked exuberant with a straight posture. He wore a white suit with a white cloak on top that had Demon Slayer written on it. The 2 people beside him wore black uniforms with a red Demon Slayer logo on the left. They wore the same white cloak that had Demon Slayer written on it as well. Why does this old man in white look so familiar? Lin Huang frowned. Soon, he figured that the old man looked a little bit like Yi Zheng. Meanwhile, the old man in white walked to the stage in front of the Union government headquarters alone and looked at the people on the plaza. Hello, everyone. I see many old faces here, but I guess not many young people know my identity. I shall introduce myself then. My name is Yi Donglai, the founder of the Demon Slayer Legion in Division 7. I'm also the first general of this army. Chapter 271. Training rewards. If this were to happen in the past, Lin Huang would not know who Yi Donglai was. However, knowing that the Demon Slayer Legion would be leading the training, he had done his research on the 3 elite divisions and got to know about Yi Donglai. The Demon Slayer Legion was the first elite division that was founded in Division 7 by Yi Donglai himself. Although the other divisions, the Dragon Slayer Legion and Immortal Legion, were not founded all by him, he was still one of the co-founders. He was considered a legend and was now the leader of Division 7's army. Once Lin Huang did his research on Yi Donglai, he found out who Yi Zheng and Yi Yayu really were. He finally understood how Yi Yayu appeared in the Demon Slayer Legion's ranks. Looking at their family's ranks, Yi Donglai was Yi Zheng and Yi Yayu's great-grandfather. That means Yi Yayu is a gold hunter and is also a member of the Union government's Demon Slayer Legion. Lin Huang finally knew about Yi Yayu's double identities. Many members of the Union government, adventurer organization and other organizations who had a close relationship with the Hunter Association would have hunter licenses from the association. They would basically receive the license once they passed the assessment. Aside from being strict to their core members, the Hunter Association did not prohibit other organizations from obtaining their hunter license from them. However, the most they could get would be a gold hunter license, as any license authorization beyond that would not be available to the public. While Lin Huang was deep in thought, Yi Donglai had finished his introduction and got down to business. This training is similar to what we in the Demon Slayer Legion endure yearly. The only difference this training has with the one a few years back is that this time, it'll be an open training with other young members from organizations invited. I hope everyone can encourage each other and fight together in a fair manner to progress further as one unit. The assessment will take 30 days. I won't be revealing the content of assessment now, but the location it'll be held at will be at a grade 2 dimensional ruin, the volcanic hell. Yi Donglai stopped speaking and looked at the people who were present. Many of the leaders were stunned. My dear apprentices, it seems like this is a hard one. Mr. Fu said to Lin Huang after hearing the name of the dimensional ruin chosen. Before Lin Huang could ask Mr. Fu why he said that, Yi Donglai began speaking again. I hope everyone understands what a grade 2 dimensional ruin would entail. The dimensional ruin will be infested with holy fire level monsters. Perhaps not many people know about this volcanic hell. The volcanic hell is a dimensional ruin with many volcanoes. The environment is harsh, barren and has no resources whatsoever. The temperature of this particular dimensional ruin goes above 60 degrees Celsius all year long. At times, it'll go above 80 degrees Celsius at its peak, and ordinary people won't be able to survive there. Moreover, the volcanoes around the ruins would go off at any moment. Your feet will be on volcanic rocks that contain molten lava beneath. If you happen to step on soft ground, you may just fall into the lava. Fire monsters aside, there are many undead and spirit-type monsters. They've adapted to these environments much better than we humans have. Once there's a conflict, they'll have the geological advantage. As Lin Huang listened to Yi Donglai speak, he began researching on the volcanic hell dimensional ruin on the Hunter Info Network. Soon, he found the map, the monster distribution graphs and documents containing the types of monster. He downloaded all of them as the Emperor's Heart Ring and Heart Network could not be used once he entered the dimensional ruin. He did not seem to be the only one, as many started researching on the volcanic hell as well. This training will be using the point accumulation system. I won't be revealing how the system works, but those who are ranked in the top 10 from whatever organization would receive a reward. Those ranked from number 4 to number 10 will receive a life power compression elixir. Those who are ranked No 2 and No 3 will receive a grade 3 defensive or weapon relic. For the top ranked participant, he or she would receive a pet monster egg that contains a phoenix-type monster. Their eyes lit up when they heard the rewards for the top 10 participants. The Life Power Compression Elixir was a unique elixir that could help compress life power in order to accelerate the speed of getting from gold level rank 3 to complete gold level. One bottle of elixir could shave off the compression time taken by 1 month. Such an elixir would cost over 1,000 life crystals, and nobody would usually spend this kind of money just to compress their life power, as most would rather spend their time instead. Meanwhile, a grade 3 relic would cost at least 4,000 life crystals, and it could be activated after one became transcendent. It was a very practical reward. The Phoenix-type pet monster egg was the reward every participant was eyeing. The pet monster egg alone was something rare, let alone one that contained a Phoenix-type monster. Not many monsters laid eggs at the moment of death. There were at least 200,000 different monsters in the monster encyclopedia, but only around 100 of them could lay eggs. That was less than 0.1%, as the probability was extremely low. Aside from Imperial censors, most people would have to use monster taming tokens if they wanted to control their summoning monster. Not many people owned a pet monster. Compared to monsters that require a monster taming token, a pet monster was similar to an Imperial censor's monster. They could come to terms with humans and stay in the human world for longer periods of time. Meanwhile, summoning monsters that require monster summoning tokens are restricted by time and distance. If the monster exceeds the summoning time and distance limit, the monster must be recalled immediately or it would break free from the token's control. Of course, there are disadvantages to owning a pet monster as well. Compared to an Imperial censor's summoning monster, every pet monster will be born as a larva when they emerge from the pet monster egg. They required a significant amount of time to reach adulthood, and if they were left to grow on their own, they would need anywhere from a couple of years to even hundreds of years to reach adulthood. One way to accelerate their growth was by using massive amounts of resources. However, the thousands of participants here came from rich family and have great abilities. Growing a pet monster larva would not be a problem to them at all. That was the reason why many people were eyeing the pet monster egg. Lin Huang was not interested in regular pet monster eggs. However, the one that contained a phoenix-type monster was a whole different story. Xiao Hei, if I was to come to terms with the pet monster larva, could I turn it into a monster card? As long as you have an agreement with it, it can be turned into a monster card. That means if I do manage to obtain this phoenix-type pet monster, I'd be able to use advance cards on it. After clearing his doubts, Lin Huang was determined to get to number 1. I've said everything I need to say. There'll be someone to explain the exact rules of the training when you arrive at the dimensional ruins. I'll open the entrance now, please enter in order. Yi Donghai took out a palm-sized ruin key and inserted life power into it. Soon, the ruin key shot out and transformed itself into a dimensional portal that looked like a black whirlpool. Mr. Fu, since you're the most senior one here, your apprentice will go first. Yi Donglai looked at Mr. Fu and Lin Huang. Me. Lin Huang was shocked. Go on then. Mr. Fu patted Lin Huang's shoulder and nodded. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Lin Huang walked fast into the black whirlpool. Chapter 272. An old friend. As Lin Huang walked out from the crowd, many of them began to check him out. The man that everyone was gawking at was a young man not more than 16 years of age who was about 1.7 meters tall. He had black, fluffy hair and bright eyes. His features were pleasant and he looked harmless. Is this Mr. Fu's apprentice? He doesn't look like anyone special and he's only gold level rank 2. People began to discuss among themselves and a group of men was especially puzzled. Most of them came from powerful families and they knew that Mr. Fu used to work for the Union government. After all, they have heard of his legendary stories. In the crowd, there were two people who had the biggest surprise of their lives. One of them was the head examiner of the Reserve Hunter Assessment, Yi Yeyu, who Lin Huang had met 10 months ago. The other was Li Lang, who had earlier went to Lin Huang to investigate damages to his house when a vampire invaded his house 11 months ago. Lin Huang was not even iron level when the both of them had first met him. Within the span of 1 year, Lin Huang managed to emerge as a gold level rank2. His speed shocked the both of them, especially Yi Yeyu, because she had practically watched him grow up and she even knew about him killing iron level and bronze level life seed monsters. She did not expect to see him again at such a place. However, Lin Huang did not know about all these. While he noticed Yi Yeyu in the Demon Slayer Legion, he was oblivious to Li Lang in the Hunter Association's team. As everyone watched, Lin Huang calmed himself down while walking into the black whirlpool. The image before him changed as he stepped in. Soon, he was sent to another place. There was a pungent sulfuric stench surrounding the air. He looked at the burnt ground with a couple of volcanoes, smoke twisting out above them. "Welcome to the volcanic hell, young man," a voice nearby greeted him. Lin Huang lifted his head to look at the sky. It was a man in a black Demon Slayer Legion uniform floating in the air who had uttered those words. The man had short golden hair with a pair of gold-framed glasses. His long, narrow eyes looked like they were closed. Although he seemed like a nice man, Lin Huang could sense a dangerous aura coming from him. He put his guard up instinctively. The man descended from the air and smiled oddly at Lin Huang. "Don't worry, young man. I am your examiner for the first round of training. Your ability to sense is extraordinary. Thanks for your compliment." Lin Huang did not intend to explain any further. Just as he claimed, the man standing in front of Lin Huang was the examiner for the training. As the Union government owned the ruin keys, that meant trespassers were forbidden here. This also meant that the unique aura that emanated from the Demon Slayer Legion uniform could not be fake. Seeing that the man could float in the air, it was clear that he was a transcendent. Judging from his combat strength, it made sense that he was the examiner. After coming out with this analysis, Lin Huang was slightly relieved. He did not ask about the rules of the training as all the participants had yet to arrive and the examiner would not bother explaining the rules to him one-on-one. He stepped aside while waiting for the rest to arrive patiently. Seeing that Lin Huang did not bother to talk to him, the examiner with the golden hair rubbed his nose. Soon, the participants started coming in, alleviating the awkward situation. The second batch of participants that were sent in were members of the Hunter Association. There were a total of 300 of them. As they arrived, the quiet ruins suddenly became crowded. Many of them had not dared to speak when they were at the plaza as there were many seniors there. Without the supervision of seniors now, they started talking to each other. Seeing everyone chatting with each other, someone approached Lin Huang as if he was getting a closer look at someone he recognized. Li Lang. Lin Huang recognized him immediately as he had not changed one bit. "Are you really Lin Huang?" Li Lang was unsure earlier, but upon hearing Lin Huang call out his name, he was quite certain now. "I didn't expect to see you here." Lin Huang smiled. If not for Li Lang giving him the life crystals earlier, he might not have been able to pass the reserve member assessment. "I should be the one saying that. You weren't even an iron level when I met you the last time. You've grown so much in less than a year." Li Lang exclaimed. He managed to level up from silver level rank 3 to complete gold level in 11 months. His progress considered fast, but Lin Huang's speed was even more impressive. That's true, Lin Huang was speechless. It was June when he had arrived in this world and it was now May in his second year. It had not even been a year since his arrival. His improvement was unbelievable. "We haven't seen each other for almost a year now and you've grown taller." Li Lang laughed. He remembered Lin Huang being only 1.6 meters when they last met, a whole head shorter than him. Li Lang had only grown 2 to 3 centimeters taller within a year, but Lin Huang was now 1.73 meters. Lin Huang smiled helplessly when he heard such a comment that was usually made by the old folks. However, he was not concerned about his height because he had just turned 16. His body would hit puberty in a couple of years, and with the nutrients in the food provided in this year, it should be an easy feat for him to grow 10 centimeters within 2 years. Although you've made some terrifying improvements, you are only a gold level rank 2 after all. Your combat strength must be at the bottom of the food chain with these thousands of people here. Let me know if you need help with the training. Li Lang patted his shoulder as though he was speaking to his junior. Oh, sure, Lin Huang replied immediately, but he was actually speechless. He did not think that Li Lang could even defeat him if they were to fight. As they chatted, more and more participants entered the ruins. After 10 minutes, the Demon Slayer Legion arrived at the Dimensional Ruins as the grand finale. All of the participants that had joined the training were in the ruins now. Seeing that the entrance to the Dimensional Ruin had closed, the examiner with the golden hair floated into the air again, attracting everyone's attention. All right, kids, please be quiet and listen to me, the examiner's voice echoed in the ruins. All of the participants turned silent. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xianxia and I'll be your examiner for the first round of training. Chapter 273, The Beginning, Training. After a short self-introduction, Xianxia started talking about the content of the training. The objective of the first round of training is to train your stamina and tolerance. It's simple. All I need you to do is to run a couple of rounds with me. Everybody looked at each other as nobody believed that the training was as simple as what Xianxia had just said. Don't look at me with such doubt. It's really just running. However, the result of the first round will determine if you can enter the second round of training, Xianxia added when he saw the disbelief on their faces. Everyone present listened carefully as Xianxia was speaking. The final destination will be the location of the second round of the training. If you can't catch up with me, then you'll be sent away before the second round starts. Let you give you a friendly reminder that the ground in this ruins isn't solid, so it's possible to fall into the lava if the ground breaks. Many of them were alert when they heard what Xianxia said. The rule is simple and there's only one rule. You're not allowed to use any sort of transportation including summoning monsters, flight weapons and relics, dimensional equipment and relics as well as all sorts of transportation. Those who cheat will be disqualified and blacklisted. You'll never be able to participate in any activities in the Union government. Some of them who intended to cheat gave up their tricks when they heard the severity of the punishment. In a nutshell, all you have to do is to follow behind me until I say the training is done. Xianxia looked seriously at the people there. Is everyone clear? All of them nodded and replied, yes. Please ask any questions you may have now. Xianxia looked at them again. Lin Huang was the first one who raised his hand. Go ahead. Xianxia nodded at Lin Huang. I would like to know how many rounds of training are there. How long round of training is, and after the training is done, are we allowed to stay in the ruins? Lin Huang asked all three questions at once. I can only answer a portion of your questions, Xianxia said. There are a total of 3 rounds in the training. The first round will take 3 days while the other 2 will depend on the examiners. About staying in the ruins, I can't answer that question. Lin Huang nodded. He was not satisfied with the answer, but Xianxia had already done his best. How does the point system work? We heard Mr. Yi saying that this training goes by a point system earlier, somebody asked. I thought I would only tell you about that when the assessment started, but since you asked, I shall tell you now then. Xianxia started to explain. As the assessment ends, those who are late for less than 3 minutes after me will obtain 1000 points. Those who are late for 3 to 10 minutes will obtain 500 points. After 10 to 30 minutes, you'll obtain 300 points. After 30 minutes to an hour, you'll get 200 points. Those who are late for 1 to 3 hours will obtain 100 points. If you're late for 3 to 5 hours, you'll obtain 50 points. Those who are late for 5 to 24 hours will not get any points but will still pass this round's assessment. And those who are late for more than 24 hours will be considered as having no result and therefore disqualified. Hearing how the point system worked, many of them realized that the points were difficult to get. Otherwise, the highest points for the first round of training would not be merely 1000 points. Some of them asked a couple of questions on the point system while Xianxia gave vague answers which made it impossible to determine what the accumulated points could be used for in the next 2 rounds. Seeing that nobody was raising their hands anymore, Xianxia was ready to start the training. Suddenly, he thought of something else. Oh yeah, you guys should already know about this, but just in case anybody isn't aware, I shall remind you. The communication and network functions on the Emperor's Heart Ring won't be available in the ruins. Same goes for the maps and coordinates, they are not usable here. The only use of the ring is for you to store things and look at the time. That's all I have to say, there should be nothing else. Do any of you have any more questions? Si Kongjian checked the time on his emperor's heart ring. Everybody shook their heads as they had basically asked everything that they wanted. Alright then, it's 9:12 a.m. now. The cutoff time for the first round of training will be at 9 a.m. 3 days later. Switching off the time, Si Kongjian descended from the sky. The first round of training has officially started. After he said that, Si Kongjian turned around and dashed away. Many of them followed him in an instant. Quick, don't be left out. Li Lang waved at Lin Huang. You go first, don't bother about me. Lin Huang waved back. Li Lang thought about it and figured that Lin Huang might have his own strategy of preserving his strength, as his combat strength was the lowest among everyone in the training. His body physique was not comparable to gold level rank 3 and a complete gold level. He nodded and left without him. Lin Huang sprinted and headed to where Yi Yeyu was. Please excuse me, I would like to talk to my friend. You guys go ahead, Yi Yeyu said to the men and slowed down while waiting for Lin Huang to come to her. The men did not want to risk anything, so they ran quickly behind Si Kongjian immediately. Not bad, you managed to level up to gold level in such short period of time. You're now a gold level rank 2, she checked him out as he ran towards her. My luck was good, Lin Huang smiled. Bullshit, save it for yourself. Although a portion of Yi Yeyu's memories had been wiped away, she figured that there was something Lin Huang did that he did not tell anyone. As he managed to level up from barely an iron level to his current gold level rank 2 within 11 months, that was 11 ranks that he surpassed, taking less than a month on average for every rank. Such speed was unusual. However, as his friend, Yi Yeyu knew that she should not ask him about his secret. Has Bro Yi Zheng leveled up to Transcendent? Lin Huang asked, since Yi Zheng was already a complete gold level 10 months ago. It was impossible and unnecessary that he still remained at gold level. He was already a Transcendent half a year ago, Yi Yeyu replied. How about you? You should be a complete gold level as well. Why haven't you leveled up? Lin Huang thought it was strange, as Yi Yeyu was already a gold level rank 3 10 months ago. No matter how much time the life power compression took, 3 to 4 months would be sufficient. Even for the less talented, it would not take them more than half a year. I have been a complete gold level since 8 months ago. I have been dragging it as there's something wrong with my body. The transcendent monster that my family wanted me to get doesn't suit me, so they have been looking for a monster that suits me. I heard that there's a fire phoenix in this ruin, so I decided to join this training, Yi Yeyu explained. So, that means we are free to roam around when the training ends? Lin Huang asked. Yes, but my great-grandfather did not tell me the exact content of the training. He only told me to find a partner to kill the fire phoenix together whenever there's an opportunity. So, the general of Union government, Yi Donglai, is really your great-grandfather? Lin Huang's eyes flew wide open. Yes, but he's retired a long time ago with the designation of a general. If not for me, he wouldn't have shown himself this time. Yi Yeyu did not hide the fact, as she knew that it would be useless to do so. I've got so much respect for you. Lin Huang gave her a thumbs up. Oh yeah, do you need my help to kill the fire phoenix? Although your speed of leveling up is fast, forget about helping me. The fire phoenix is a double mutated transcendent monster, and it's a phoenix-type monster. Its ability is similar to a sky dragon of the same level. My great-grandfather has arranged a couple of Demon Slayer Legion reserve members to help me, but I'm not sure if we'd be 100% successful. You'd better not mess around with such things. Yi Yeyu shook her head and rejected Lin Huang's offer. She honestly thought that Lin Huang might be a burden to her. It would be already troublesome if she were to bring Lin Huang just for exposure, but she did not even have the confidence to complete the task. It was a double mutated monster after all. Moreover, it was a phoenix-type transcendent monster. Alright then, Lin Huang knew he was being underestimated again. Enough about me, let's talk about you. I only knew about you leveling up to bronze level with Fatty a few months back, and I forgot everything else that happened after that. You seemed busy, so I didn't contact you. Yi Yeyu was curious about what Lin Huang had been doing for the past couple of months. I was captured by the Purple Crow, but it'd be ridiculous if you knew that. Lin Huang thought to himself. Nothing much, I'm training mostly. I spent my time training my life skill and killing life seed monsters, Lin Huang lied. I remember you were trained in army attack tactics until level 6, am I right? You should be level 7 now, I guess. Yi Yeyu remembered that he asked her about the army attack tactics earlier and that he was already on Level 6. I'm on Level 8 now, Lin Huang told the truth this time. The card pieces for Level 9 were too much, he needed 810,000 card pieces. Throughout the 6 months, Lin Huang allowed his life power to rotate by itself and he was hardly working on it at all. Until now, he had only accumulated 150,000 army attack tactics card pieces and he was still far from his target of 810,000 card pieces. Level -8, you have such terrifying abilities. Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang in obvious envy. No wonder you could level up so fast. Lin Huang did not explain much about this as Yi Yeyu's misunderstanding would save him the time and effort to. The both of them were the last 2 people in the training to leave and time passed by as they chatted. Chapter 274. All squinty-eyed people or monsters. Xianxia looked like he was taking a stroll because every stride he took was more than 10 meters apart. The people behind him trailed him closely. Even Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu, who were the last among everyone, were less than 500 meters away from Xianxia. It was soon time for lunch. However, the examiner Xianxia did not seem like he was going to stop anytime soon, so many of them proceeded to follow him. Most of them had decided not to eat and have something good at night instead when they got to rest, while some of them took out snacks from their storage space and started eating as they ran. Lin Huang was one of them who was snacking on the move. He opened a packet of dried meat and passed one to Yi Yeyu. She then waved her hand at him. I shall eat at night. It feels weird to eat while I run. What's wrong with that? Nobody is going to watch anyway. What if he doesn't stop at night? Are you not going to eat as well? Lin Huang asked with his eyebrows raised. Even if he doesn't stop for dinner, wouldn't he stop for sleep at least? I'll eat something before we sleep since it's just going to be 3 days on the move, Yi Yeyu said, insisting on not eating. What if he doesn't stop for sleep? Lin Huang mumbled as he stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth. He wouldn't be this ridiculous. I hope. Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang with her eyes wide open. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders and passed her the packet of dried meat again. You sure you don't want any? No, maybe I will eat some at night. Yi Yeyu turned her head away. There won't be anything left later, let alone at night. Don't you know I'm hitting puberty now? I eat a lot, Lin Huang said in all seriousness. Why would I want your snacks? I have my own. Yi Yeyu huffed. Alright, then, it's up to you, it's not I who is hungry anyway. Lin Huang put another slice of dried meat into his mouth. Go away, I don't need your sympathy. Yi Yeyu was not mad at what Lin Huang said but at the irritating expression on his face. Time passed by. Soon, it was past 6 in the evening and it was almost time for dinner. Finally, some of them realized that something was amiss as the examiner Xianxia did not seem to be stopping. The person who was running in front decided to ask, Examiner, are we not stopping for a while to rest or to eat something? You can rest whenever you want, I'm not forcing you to follow me, Xianxia replied. The person was shocked when he heard Xianxia's reply while people nearby started to mumble among themselves. Will he do the same to us at night when we're supposed to sleep? Examiner, do we get to sleep at night? As I said, you can rest whenever you want as long as you manage to keep up with me. However, I will not rest, Xianxia replied. Shock rippled through the crowd when they heard what he said and they finally realized how tough the training was. Soon, the news was passed to the back and Yi Yeyu's jaw dropped when she heard his reply. She then turned around and said in a deadly tone to Lin Huang, look at your big mouth has done. What does that have to do with me? I said there's such a possibility. It's the examiner who decided that. Lin Huang's arms were spread wide open as he feigned innocence. Of course, I would want to sleep at night. 3 days and 2 nights, it seems like we'll have to put up with 2 torturous nights, Yi Yeyu said helplessly. Would you like to eat now? Lin Huang took out another packet of dried meat. I have my own. Yi Yeyu looked away again. Seeing Yi Yeyu take out her own snacks, Lin Huang put away the packet in his hand. I think the first round of training wouldn't be as simple as not getting to sleep, Lin Huang mumbled while eating some dried vegetables. What do you mean? Yi Yeyu looked at him. We are all at gold level. Looking at the speed of the squinty-eyed examiner, it doesn't really exhaust much of our strength and life power. Even if we don't rest for 3 days and 2 nights, our bodies should be able to take it. If that's the only criteria of the training, the passing rate will be 100%. Therefore, I think there'll be some other unknown challenges in this round of training, Lin Huang explained confidently as he munched on the dried vegetables. Can you stop saying stuff like that? Yi Yeyu glared angrily at Lin Huang. It's not I who wants to jinx it. Squinty-eyed people are usually difficult. Lin Huang recalled a famous saying in an anime on Earth that went, all squinty-eyed people are monsters, which was the reason he had his guard up when he met the examiner. Nonsense. Yi Yeyu scoffed and did not care about Lin Huang while eating her snacks. The sun set in the ruins and night finally arrived. Seeing that the sky was dark, Xianxia, who was leading the participants, smirked and turned in another direction out of nowhere. Those who followed behind him turned with him without thinking twice. It was not even 8 p.m. and the sky was completely dark. Although all of them were at gold level and their visions were not affected much, they still could not see as clearly as during the day. Xianxia proceeded to speed up and he brought all of them to an open flatland. Suddenly, a macho man from the crowd following him stepped into the ground and got half his leg stuck. As he was attempting to pull his leg out, his leg was covered by boiling lava. If not for the gold level armor that he was wearing with the life power covering him, his right leg would have been destroyed. He rolled on the ground while using some of his equipment to get rid of the lava residue on his leg. The hair on his leg was all gone, making his whole limb bald. Many of the people who knew him saw and teased him. Wow, such a smooth leg you've got there. Go away. The macho man shouted. Although there was gold level armor protecting him and he managed to pull it out fast enough, there was a slight burn on his leg. He applied some elixir on it and changed into a new pair of pants as well as fresh shoes before starting to run again. However, some people ran into the same lava ground that he did later on. They suffered similar injuries like him, some even falling completely into the lava, having their hair and eyebrows burnt off. If not for their gold-level bodies which were stronger than regular people, coupled with the protection of their gold-level armor and life power, many people would have died. Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu saw what was happening from far behind, so they were extra careful. Yi Yeyu accidentally stepped into the fragile ground but she did not step into the lava as she reacted quickly. This is all your fault. Yi Yeyu complained as she almost injured herself. How could you blame me? It's the squinty-eyed man's fault. Lin Huang looked innocently at her. Chapter 275. The high heel incident. Lin Huang activated boundless vision and soon, he discovered the reason that caused the ground to collapse. The surface of the flatland was thinner than the ground that they walked on during the day, it was way thinner. Because of that, some of them who were heavier would easily cause the ground to collapse as they walked on it. The reason why Yi Yeyu had crushed the ground earlier was because she was wearing a pair of high-heeled lady army boots, causing the force exerted on the ground by her heels to be stronger than people who were wearing ordinary footwear. After seeing Yi Yeyu crush the ground for twice, Lin Huang then suggested, I think it'll be better for you to change to another pair of shoes. The heels of your shoes could even kill a person. It's not strange at all that you could crush the ground. Yi Yeyu then stared at Lin Huang as she felt that Lin Huang had gloated over it. The squinty-eyed guy did this on purpose, bringing us to this place at night where the ground is thinner than where we were walking at earlier. We can't see clearly at night and we'll be easily tricked. Fortunately, the lava underneath the ground does not contain any spiritual power and we're all wearing protective armor. We'll only get burnt if we fall into the pool of lava for extended periods of time. It'll not threaten our lives. Perhaps it'll only consume a small portion of our life power, Lin Huang said as he ignored Yi Yeyu who was staring at him. So you're trying to say that he intends to deplete our life power? As Yi Yeyu heard the last sentence, she immediately understood what Lin Huang was trying to say. Yes, of course, their life power will be used up if they are tricked several times. Since the life power consumption for movement skills is relatively low, if he didn't have any other ways to deplete our life power, do you think that any of us will be eliminated just from running the duration of 3 days and 2 nights? Lin Huang looked like he had expected this to happen. Get changed into another pair of shoes. I'll wait for you and we'll catch up with them later. After remaining silent for a moment, although Yi Yeyu did not want to agree with Lin Huang, she had chosen to compromise. She stopped walking and took out a pair of running shoes from the storage space before she threw the pair of military boots away. Lin Huang stopped as well and waited for her to get her shoes changed. Who asked you to wait for me? Can't I catch up with you later? Yi Yeyu scoffed. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulder and kept quiet. Soon, after Yi Yeyu had changed her shoes, a woman who wore a pair of high heels crashed into the ground. As she ran ahead of them, as soon as she found out that something was wrong, she immediately stomped down hard on the ground with her other leg in an attempt to escape. Right this moment, xianxia grinned. A hidden energy underneath the ground rose up. Right after the woman stomped on the ground, the entire area collapsed. The woman and the rest of them all fell into the pool of lava. The people behind them did not manage to escape and fell into the red lava as well. There were more than 1,800 of them and 1/3 of them experienced the lava bath. Right when they got up from the lava, their outfits and hair were all burnt by the high-temperature life power, creating a beautiful scene. The people who followed after them then laughed at them. They quickly covered their bodies with the protective armor so they would not be showing their naked bodies. However, many of them could not stop laughing at them as all of them had bald heads. They did not even have eyebrows. As they had to treat their wounds and put on their clothes, people who had fallen into the lava had to stay there, watching helplessly as those who were initially behind them overtook them. See, high heels are trouble. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow and told Yi Yayu. He did not notice that the squinty-eyed guy had secretly done something. He thought that the ground was not strong enough and the woman's high heels had crushed it. Lin Huang was not the only one who thought that way, as many others thought like that as well. While the bald men were treating their injuries, many of them stared at the woman in high heels with anger in their eyes. She could only take it quietly because, like the others, she thought it was her fault as well. Yi Yayu felt fortunate that she had changed into another pair of footwear earlier. Otherwise, if she was the one who had troubled the other participants, she would have had to look for a hole to hide in. However, she acted as if she did not hear what Lin Huang had said, turning her head the other way. They then ran through the rough terrain at night. Among 1,800 of them, at least 1,200 of them were tricked as the conditions of the crushed ground were unavoidable. However, Lin Huang walked like xianxia, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll. It seemed like he did not bother where he should step at all. Yi Yayu was curious as she noticed that Lin Huang's steps were light. Neither cracks nor scratches were left on the ground as he stepped on it. "What kind of movement skill are you using?" Yi Yayu asked after observing for a long while. "Spectral snow steps." The name of the skill sounded very light. That's why the ground wasn't affected even after you've stepped on it. Yi Yayu immediately understood the characteristics of the movement skill after listening to its name. You can also use a lightweight movement skill. Why do you want to teleport? Lin Huang found it strange. He could see that many of them had used teleportation instead of a movement like his, and a small bunch even used speed-type movement skills. That being said, the lightweight movement skill he used was not used very often by others. Of course, I know that it's appropriate to use a lightweight movement skill here, but I don't know how to use the skill. Yi Yayu then told him the truth. Lightweight movement skills were not as practical as speed-type movement skills like teleportation. That was why I didn't spend much time practicing the skill. Lin Huang then understood the reason why there were less people using movement skills similar to his. Perhaps the majority of them had made the same decision as Yi Yayu. Since everyone had limited strength and time, they would naturally look for skills that were more practical and powerful. Compared to speed-type, movement skills and teleportation, which were both rather useful in a battle, lightweight movement skills were less useful. In addition to that, after achieving the transcendent level, everyone would be able to fly. The effect of lightweight movement skills would be rendered useless. However, in this place, Lin Huang had an advantage over the others as he had mastered this form of movement skill. Soon, the first night passed. After running for more than 20 hours, they were sleep-deprived in addition to their depleted life power after falling into the pool of lava. Everyone seemed less energetic than they were on the first day. It seemed like only Lin Huang and a few others remained unaffected. Lin Huang's army attack tactics was on level -8. Even if he was to use spectral snow steps throughout the run, the life power consumed would have been easily replenished. 20 hours had passed and not even 10 columns of his life power were used. The people who had fallen into the lava would have used up at least 1,000 columns of their life power. In fact, using gold level armor to defend against the lava would consume a larger amount of life power than defending against enemies in a battle. Although they're tired, it seems like it's not going to a problem for them to continue for another 2 days. Lin Huang noticed their conditions and also knew that the squinty-eyed man would not let them pass the assessment so easily. I wonder what the squinty-eyed examiner will do next. Chapter 276. The evil squinty-eyed guy. At noon, the scorching sun was hanging high in the air, causing the temperature of volcano hell that was already burning hot to skyrocket even further. As the sun shone, the bald men who did not even have eyebrows became even more obvious and their heads reflected dazzling colors. What made most people speechless was when the group of people was running, their body would bob up and down, resembling waves of bald heads. The rest of them, including Lin Huang, could not stop laughing as they saw the bald men. However, the group of people that got their hair burnt off did not feel happy at all and they glared at them. After running through the night for more than 20 hours, a large amount of life power had been depleted. In addition to the influence of the high temperatures, other than Lin Huang and a few of them that remained unaffected, most of them were fatigued. All of you are weaker than I expected. It has only been one day and all of you are already so tired. Xianxia insulted with a smile and his voice rang out clearly. However, only a small group of people was triggered while most of them did not bother at all. I'll bring all of you to a place that'll make you feel excited. As they did not seem to be motivated by the words he uttered, Xianxia's eyes turned to crescent-shaped moons. Obviously, he had some bad intentions again. Right after they heard what he said, they panicked. Again, Lin Huang had expected this to happen. Yi Yeyu, who was standing beside Lin Huang, then stared at him as she did not expect that what Lin Huang had said to really happen. Standing in front of the team, Xianxia suddenly took out a bottle of green elixir from his storage space, pouring it on himself. He suddenly turned back, heading towards 2 o'clock. The group of people behind him had no choice but to follow after him as they were afraid that they would be unable to catch up with him. They then ran for another half an hour. Soon, the group of people saw monsters beginning to appear from afar. They instantly knew Xianxia's intentions and their faces turned grave. He's trying to make use of the monsters to increase the consumption of our life power. The moment Lin Huang saw the monsters, he knew why Xianxia had brought the team to this area. The squinty-eyed guy is indeed evil. In fact, as Lin Huang expected, Xianxia led the group of people to break into the area where most of the monsters gathered. Many of the monsters started to attack them when the humans entered. However, none of the monsters attacked Xianxia. With no obstacles, he kept running forward without even reducing his speed. The people who followed after Xianxia noticed that something was strange. They recalled the green elixir that he had poured on his body earlier. Is that a monster-repellent elixir? Lin Huang noticed that as well, although he could not recognize what it was previously. However, as he saw that all the monsters were ignoring Xianxia, he instantly knew what the green elixir was. The monster-repellent elixir could not actually keep all the monsters away or completely avoid monster attacks, but most monsters did not like the smell of the elixir. Therefore, when there was a group of people, the monsters would choose to avoid those who had the elixir and attack those who did not have the scent of the elixir on their body instead. However, without Lin Huang and the team, Xianxia would be attacked as well if he broke into the monster crowd. The situation was similar to having several dishes served on the dining table. The leftovers would probably be the food that tasted bad, as no one would go for those. However, if the food that tasted bad was the only dish being served and the diners were hungry, they would still eat it regardless of its taste. When Xianxia led everyone to break into the area, most of the monsters were gold level rank -3. There were only a small number of gold level rank 2 monsters. Apparently, he had planned the route in advance. It was a group of crimson blood boas that first attacked Lin Huang and the rest of them. The crimson blood boa was categorized as an elemental monster according to the elemental charts. To be more accurate, it was a fire element monster based on the charts. They lived in lava and they looked like they were completely made of flames. Normally, the length of their body ranged from 10 to 30 meters and their combat abilities varied from gold level rank -1 to rank 3. If they upgraded to transcendent, their body would grow beyond 100 meters. Therefore, there was a different name for the transcendent crimson blood boas, the gigantic crimson blood boa. The main form of attack of the crimson blood boa was control of the fire element and long-range attacks. Right after the gigantic crimson blood boa discovered Lin Huang and the rest of them, it immediately chased after them. Soon, many of the crimson blood boas spat red fireballs from their mouth at the group of people. Seeing the team being attacked, they could not ignore it. As Xianxia did not run very quickly, they could not get rid of the crimson blood boas directly. If they did not kill the monsters would not stop chasing them. The people who were being attacked had left the main team, pouncing towards the crimson blood boas. Other than Lin Huang, Basically all of them who attended the special training were gold level rank 3 or were complete gold level. Despite the fact that the combat abilities of the Crimson-Blood Boa were not that weak and that there were quite a number of them, they were still being killed one after the other. The people who killed the Crimson-Blood Boas quickly returned to the team after they had killed the monsters. Although it did not take up much of their time, the consumption of their life power had increased. The monsters did not attack Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu. They were not involved in the slaughter as well. Yi Yeyu then understood the importance of saving her life power after Lin Huang reminded her to do so. She would try not to strike if it was not necessary to do so. Life power could be used up quickly. However, a long period of time was required to replenish the life power. The Crimson-Blood Boas were the first group of monsters that they encountered. After encountering that attack, Lin Huang and the team were attacked by 6 more groups of monsters in the afternoon once every hour. The people had become clever after being attacked by the monsters for several times. Before the monsters attacked them, they would not kill the monsters as they were all afraid that they would use up their life power. After having their dinner, the sky turned dark. Many of them were fatigued as they were supposed to rest at night. After running for more than 30 hours, of course, most of them were exhausted beyond belief. In fact, even Lin Huang started to feel sleepy. Yi Yeyu could not even stop yawning. She seldom stayed up late at night since she was young, which was why she could hardly adapt to life without rest. Even though they were sleepy and tired, they dared not let their guard down. They were worried that they would be stepping on the wrong place as well as the monsters attacking them. Why is there a forest here? Seeing that Si Kongjian had led them to a forest, Lin Huang started to frown. Chapter 277. Undying Blood Oak. At night, many people felt uneasy about the shadows that appeared from afar as it was less likely that there would be plants surviving at such a place with lava underground. As usual, Si Kongjian was smirking as he approached the forest-like area at a constant speed. When the people that followed Si Kongjian approached the forest, they panicked. All the trees in the forest had withered, resembling crystals. The trees did not even have any leaves. Each of the trees looked like they had been burnt by extremely high-temperature flames and become cooked in an instant. However, the tree branches still remained in its original form. The trees looked ferocious and spooky like a haunted forest. Most of them did not know the name of the forest. Only Lin Huang and a minority of them knew Si Kongjian's intentions. It seems like many people will be eliminated this round. The squinty-eyed guy, Lin Huang, did not expect Si Kongjian to bring them to this place. What's happening? What's wrong with the forest? Yi Yeyu asked as she heard Lin Huang mumbling. Can't you recognize the undying blood oak? Lin Huang asked with a strange expression. Is that the undying blood oak? Yi Yeyu's eyes flew wide. Of course, she had heard about this monster before, but she did not know how they actually looked like. Is that the monster that can directly extract life power from bodies of various creatures? Not only that, the undying blood oak will only live in places with an adequate supply of energy. Therefore, I think that the lava underneath the undying blood oak possesses spiritual powers. If anyone happens to fall into the lava, perhaps they shouldn't be so worried about just having burn injuries anymore. Lin Huang shifted his gaze towards the ground beneath the undying blood oak. Normal lava was merely scorching hot and did not consist of life power. Most of the injuries caused could be isolated by the protective layer of life power produced by their armors. Therefore, despite having a temperature of more than thousands of Celsius, the effect it had on the gold-level hunters was limited. A burn injury might be all it could cause. However, lava with spiritual powers was different as it could attack one's life power. Moreover, its temperature was even higher than that of the ordinary lava with a temperature of more than 3000 Celsius. Under such a high temperature, only transcendents with defensive relics would be capable of defending against it as even gold level. Weapons would decay. Therefore, be it at gold level rank 3 or at complete gold level, one might die if they fell into the pool of lava associated with spiritual powers. The first thing that Lin Huang thought of right after he had seen the forest was not about how dangerous the place was, it was about Tyrant's advancement instead. He had now found the lava with spiritual powers and the requirement for Tyrant to level up could be met. However, the forest was a hindrance. He had to clear it. Otherwise, if Tyrant fell into the lava, he would probably become prey in this forest. Although Tyrant was strong, there were more than 10,000 undying blood oaks in the forest. Moreover, all of them were at gold level, possessing the ability to extract life power, so it was dangerous to place Tyrant in such an environment. Therefore, Lin Huang's main concern was different from the others, as he did not think of how he should overcome this difficulty. He was considering how he should clear the forest instead. The undying blood oak is not afraid of flames. Other than life power, they can absorb most of the fire element energy. Only physical attacks will have a greater impact on them. However, the undying blood oak is an undying species. Most of the undying species and soul species are afraid of pure energy. Just as he was pondering over this, Si Kongjian disappeared into the forest. Although many of them had no idea what was wrong with the trees, when they saw that some of them had started to take out their weapons, everyone followed suit and stayed alert. Even Luo Yuan had taken out a gold saber. Yi Yeyu then took out a gold long sword that had a black sword handle. A customized weapon would usually have better functions than Lin Huang's weapon, besides fitting the user better. Since it was custom made, the material used to forge it would be of better quality as well. Of course, the price would be at least 10 times higher. However, to Lin Huang, it was unnecessary to own a customized weapon. His speed of leveling up was too fast. He took less than a year to upgrade from iron level to his current level. If he was to use a customized weapon, he would only use it for a few months and it would be a complete waste of effort. Unlike Yi Yeyu, since they were royalty members, they had to be conscious of their image. It was normal for them to own a customized weapon for all intents and purposes of status. Be careful, just attack using your physical strength. Don't attack them with your life power, Lin Huang reminded Yi Yeyu. This type of monster is very sensitive to energy. They will bug you if you're using life power to attack them. I know, though I didn't pay much attention to the monster guide, I've heard about this monster before. Yi Yeyu nodded. Right after they had entered the forest, the burnt black withered trees seemed to have been awakened by the people. They could smell the aura of life power advancing towards them. Despite the fact that the life power being released during the rotation of the movement skill was weak, the undying blood oaks that were sensitive to energy could still sense it. When Lin Huang saw that the undying blood oaks surrounding them began to twist its branches, extending towards their legs, he immediately noticed the problem. He then told Yi Yeyu, "Stop using the movement skill." Both of them immediately stopped using their movement skill, running simply using their own strength. Only a small group of people realized that as well, so that the undying blood oaks would not be aware of them. However, the majority of them had no idea what the undying blood oak was, and they did not know the characteristics of the monster either. They wanted to get out of the forest as soon as possible, so they inserted more life power into their body instead. As that happened, the reaction of the undying blood oaks became more intense. Initially, the tree branches were just looking for their targets. After they had confirmed their targets, they started to tangle around their legs. The people who were attacked by the undying blood oaks then wielded their weapons to chop off the tree branches. Consequently, a more severe problem arose. Attacks associated with life power attracted more attention. Furthermore, it seemed like the undying blood oaks possessed incredibly fast regenerating ability. After they were chopped off, they managed to regenerate in less than a second, and soon, they twisted around the people's legs again. Seeing so many of them being attacked, Lin Huang shook his head. He then glanced at Yi Yeyu and said, "That's the consequence of not reading the monster guide carefully. They can actually easily pass through the forest, but this is what happens to them." Yi Yeyu stared at Lin Huang. She did not refute him though, as it was a fact. If all of them knew the characteristics of the undying blood oak like the back of their hands, they would have definitely chosen to quietly walk through this area. She could only watch the people in front of her get entangled by the tree branches of the undying blood oaks. Some of the tree branches had even penetrated through their bodies, extracting their life power. Yi Yeyu then asked, "Nothing will happen to them, will it?" "Yes, they'll be fine. The speed of absorption of life power by the undying blood oak is slow. It takes them at least 1 week to absorb the life power of creatures that are on the same level as them. There are only 2 days remaining until the end of the training. They will be rescued and sent out of this place when the training ends." Lin Huang shook his head and continued, "Moreover, those who joined the training are elites. There must be people looking after them here. Although they were running with just their strength, they were not that much slower than those who ran using the movement skill. In addition to the attacks that they encountered, both of them had overtaken those who got entangled by the undying blood oaks. Also, they were consuming a large amount of life power to attack the tree branches that bugged them." He shook his head. "They just can't stop making people worry about them. Chapter 278. The elimination rate is too low. Lin Huang would not have bothered if it happened to the others, as the Union government would rescue them after being tortured by the undying blood oaks for 2 days. However, Li Lang was the one who was having an intense battle with the undying blood oak, so Lin Huang could not remain indifferent. The undying blood oak tangled Li Lang's legs. He brandished his sword, attempting to chop off the tree branches that twisted around his legs. However, the undying blood oak around him could sense his life power and it pounced on his arm like black snakes. He kept waving his sword around. Despite managing to chop off all the tree branches that were attacking him, they quickly regenerated right after that as if it had endless vitality. Even Li Lang, who had such incredible abilities, was trapped in this difficult situation. "Do you know that idiot?" Yi Yayu asked as she heard that Lin Huang was mumbling in a low voice. She then shifted her gaze towards him and saw that Li Lang was fighting the undying blood oak. Yes, Lin Huang nodded his head helplessly. Soon, both of them appeared beside Li Lang. Lin Huang then immediately chopped off the tree branches that twisted around Li Lang's legs, breaking them apart. Li Lang quickly broke free of the undying blood oak. However, the undying blood oak was intent on chasing after him. His life power resembled fragrant grilled meat, attracting countless carnivores to him. "Retract your life power." Lin Huang frowned and shouted at Li Lang. Li Lang was stunned as he heard Lin Huang's voice. Right at that moment, his arm got entangled by the undying blood oak again. As he was about to activate his life power to perform another cut, Yi Yayu helped him out and quickly chopped off the undying blood oak. "Didn't you hear that? Quickly retract your life power." Yi Yayu yelled angrily. Although he did not know why he had to do that, he quickly retracted his life power after listening to them. The black tree branches that were originally going after him wandered around the area less than 20 centimeters in front of him for a short moment, and soon, they left right after he had retracted his life power. As soon as Li Lang witnessed this, he then understood why Lin Huang had asked him to do so. "The monster tree was coming after my life power. It's the undying blood oak. It can only sense creatures with life power." Lin Huang nodded his head helplessly. "It's time for both of you to study the monster guide. Please remember not to use your movement skill later." Yi Yayu rolled her eyes at Li Lang. This beautiful woman is... Li Lang had no idea how he had provoked her. "She's my friend." Lin Huang knew that Yi Yayu was angry because he had proven that one would suffer a great loss for not reading the monster guide, and she was just like Li Lang. Both of them would never read the monster guide. "Oh, hi, I'm Li Lang." Li Lang then introduced himself. Yi Yayu curtly told him her name in a rude manner. Then she turned her head back to Lin Huang and asked, "Can we go now?" "Yes, let's go." 3 of them then ran rapidly so that they could catch up with the team. Those who got entangled by the undying blood oaks saw how 3 of them got rid of it and followed their steps. After they had retracted their life power and defended themselves with physical attacks, they escaped from the undying blood oaks. Lin Huang and both of them did not bother about what happened after that. They started running and overtook many of them who were running ahead of them. The majority of them got entangled by the undying blood oaks, so only a few people could lead the run unfazed. The people were amazed by the 3 of them as the undying blood oaks completely ignored them. "It's such a shame. They might have used the monster repellent elixir too," the people guessed. Soon, a few people who were running behind them caught up with them in the same way. Everyone turned suspicious. Why didn't they use the movement skill? They don't look like they have used up their life power. Those not using movement skill are ignored by the monster tree. Could it be because of our life power that they attacked us? The people finally concluded. Soon, they started to retract their life power and the result was obvious. The undying blood oaks immediately gave up the targets in front of them as they could not sense their life power anymore. After getting rid of the undying blood oaks, they learned from Lin Huang and the rest of them, so they stopped using their movement skill. They then ran like mad. There was an increasing number of people that ran without using their life power. Even those who were slow to pick up noticed this. Those who had attended the training were elites, but they were not foolish. As a matter of fact, other than Lin Huang, who came here alone, most of them had friends and companions in the training program. Of course, they would not want to see their companions getting stuck in the first stage. The secret of the forest was soon being revealed. After being tortured for the whole night, they had used up a large portion of their life power. However, the majority of them still managed to follow after Kongjan and they left the forest as the sun rose. Only a few unlucky people had been completely captured by the undying blood oaks and they had no way of escaping. Once they got caught, the tree branches would penetrate through their prey's body, beginning to extract the life power from the prey's body. Under such circumstances, it was useless to retract their life power because once the tree branches had penetrated through their body, they would be able to sense the existence of life power within the prey and no longer relied on external senses. They were not bothered to be rescued as the undying blood oaks had injected poison into their bodies the very first moment when they were captured. They would not be able to regain their consciousness in a short period of time. Even after they were rescued, they could no longer continue with the training. Therefore, they would be handled by the officers of the Union government instead. Seeing the number of people behind him increasing, xianxia knew that the secret of the forest had been revealed. The next morning, when they left the forest, he frowned as he saw the number of people that followed after him. Lin Huang could clearly capture his expression as he had activated his boundless vision. He knew that the number of people who were eliminated was far beyond the squinty-eyed guy's expectations. There are so many of us here. Most likely the squinty-eyed guy will increase the difficulty level on the last day. Lin Huang knew that xianxia would not let them go so easily. We'll probably have a hard day. Yi Yayu observed as well. Why do you say so? Li Lang wondered and asked. I've been an assessment examiner before. The elimination rate is too low. If he allows so many of us to pass the first training, he'll feel ashamed. Therefore, he will definitely raise the difficulty level on the last day, Yi Yayu confidently explained. Yayu is right, therefore, we have to be extra alert on the following day, Lin Huang agreed. Chapter 279. Lin Huang's steady steps out of the forest where the undying blood oaks gathered. Xianxia suddenly turned back and looked at the people. However, he did not stop running. He continued to take the lead by walking backwards instead. Many of them felt strange about his movement. However, Lin Huang and some of the people suspected what he was going to do next. It's not even 7 o'clock in the morning now. There are about 26 hours remaining until the end of the first round of training. Therefore, the warm-up session for the past 2 days is about to end. I've decided to let all of you show your true abilities on the last day. Let's see how many of you can actually pass my training. Right after he finished his sentence, only a small slit could be seen where xianxia's eyes were. He then turned back and like an arrow flying from a bow, he blasted off. Everyone was stunned and soon, they quickly activated their movement skill and followed after him. Even Lin Huang had to switch from spectral snow steps to thunder steps, running swiftly like thunder. However, he did intentionally control his speed. Thunder step was an epic movement skill. Hunters that were below transcendent level would rarely practice a movement skill on this level as it was time-consuming and consumed a large amount of life power. Because he controlled his speed, Yi Yayu and Li Lang did not notice anything peculiar. You're quite good in speed-type movement skill as well. How many types of movement skills do you actually have? Yi Yayu asked. 3, Lin Huang answered with a smile, speed, lightweight, and teleportation-type movement skills. I've practiced one skill for each of them. You're such a genius. Yi Yayu was speechless. However, she complimented him in such a way, because she knew that Lin Huang majored in swords, minored in guns. He even practiced 3 types of movement skills. She had to admit that Lin Huang's learning ability was incredible. Even if she was given a year to learn all the movement, sword and gun skills without even training her life power, she would be unable to finish learning everything. Apparently, Lin Huang spent most of his time upgrading his combat level. However, he could still manage to learn other skills because he had an amazing ability to learn at a fast pace. Your leveling speed is terrifying. You're indeed a genius. Since you focus mostly on leveling up, you don't spend much time in actual battle, do you? Li Lang felt that despite his level up speed, his actual ability would be incomparable to him. Yes, that's true, Lin Huang answered with a smile. In fact, he had rarely gone through any battle training like the royalty members. He would usually go for actual combat, be it hunting monsters at the wild zones or killing opponents in the arena, since these were training that could push him beyond his limits. You're now at gold level rank 2. I'd like to suggest that you practice with actual combat in the arena when you return. Perhaps with your current abilities, you can't even fight Sword Genius who's only at silver level, Li Lang advised him. Lin Huang nodded his head with a smile, remaining silent. Yi Yayu then continued, I've watched the battle videos of Sword Genius. He's really strong. His actual combat abilities are incredible. Although he's only a silver level rank 3, I think that many of the gold level rank 3 hunters can't even go against him. Perhaps only people like us who are at complete gold level with a greater amount of life power will have an advantage over him, allowing us to defeat him. However, if he upgrades to gold level, even if he's only at gold level rank -1, those who are at complete gold level would only have a 10% chance of defeating him. Both of you who are at complete gold level rate his achievements so highly. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows and asked. However, he was laughing on the inside. Lin Huang, have you never watched his battle? Li Lang was shocked. I've signed up for the arena but I've only tried it several times. I've spent a lot of time on practicing with my life power. I don't have time to watch this. Lin Huang shook his head. That's right, you're such a training maniac. You won't have much spare time though. Yi Yeyu, who was standing beside Lin Huang, felt that it was normal that Lin Huang had no idea about the happenings in the arena. However, I'd suggest that you watch his battle videos when you're free. I've collected all his videos and I only managed to watch his live battle once. Yi Yeyu had watched his live battle before. Lin Huang was speechless. However, he would not be able to tell. Ever since he had become popular, the arena was always full with more than 300,000 spectators in the arena during his every battle. Ever since he had achieved an 80-win streak, the audience had grown to 1 million. Nobody would know when and where Yi Yeyu was sitting at when she went to watch his battle. While they were chatting, they could obviously feel that xianxia had accelerated. It seems like the squinty-eyed guy is going to eliminate a bunch of people, Lin Huang frowned. Who's the squinty-eyed guy? Right after Li Lang asked the question, he immediately knew who Lin Huang was talking about. I know, squinty-eyed guy. That's so true. 3 hours had passed. Other than Lin Huang and a few others, those who managed to follow xianxia closely were those who were at complete gold level. Many of them who were at gold level rank 3 gave up running after him and they fell far behind him as their life power was almost exhausted. There are still 4 of them who are not at complete gold level. As long as I can get rid of them, it's time to enter the next stage. Xianxia grinned as he thought to himself and he continued to accelerate. Each time his toe touched the ground, he could leap more than 50 meters, so the rest of them could still catch up with him. However, after half an hour, 3 of them who were at gold level rank 3 could no longer follow his speed. They were more than thousands of meters away from him. As a matter of fact, there were 2 of them who were at complete gold level and were left behind as well. However, Lin Huang was still running steadily and remained unaffected. It was almost time to stop. Xianxia then looked back and he was speechless. The young man who was only at gold level rank 2 had managed to follow after those who were at complete gold level. It seemed like the increase in speed did little to faze him. On the other hand, many of them who were at complete gold level were drenched in sweat. Is it possible that this fellow is talented in speed-type movement skills? Xianxia made a guess as he saw that Lin Huang was not sweating at all. He knew that it was impossible for him to get rid of the little brat. Fine, since I've managed to get rid of 2/3 of the people, I can enter the next stage. They did not know that they had escaped elimination unintentionally. If Xianxia insisted on eliminating Lin Huang and continued accelerating, he would turn out eliminating everyone else. Xianxia stopped accelerating and ran forward at a constant speed. Most of them were relieved. Chapter 280. The Lava River. Xianxia then ran for another few hours, maintaining his current speed. About 20 to 30 of those who were at complete gold level were about a kilometer away from him. 1,200 of them who were at gold level rank 3 straggled far away, not even their shadows could be seen. However, Yi Yeyu and the rest of them had left footprints on the ground, so as long as they had sufficient life power and strength, they would be able to catch up with them. Li Lang was running out of breath as he followed after Lin Huang, soaked in sweat. Yi Yeyu was faring slightly better than him but her back was all slick with sweat as well. Both of them then looked at Lin Huang who was running in front of them with a strange expression. Lin Huang was running leisurely. He did not feel tired at all, let alone sweat. Ahead of them, Xianxia had noticed something strange about Lin Huang earlier. He seemed to have confirmed that Lin Huang possessed a talent for speed-type abilities and it was a passive ability within his body. Otherwise, as a gold level rank 2 hunter, he would not have been able to exceed the speed and stamina of those who were at complete gold level. What he did not know was that Lin Huang did indeed possess such a talent but had never used it before. What's in front of us? Li Lang breathed heavily as he shouted. As he raised his head and looked towards the front, he saw something odd. Lin Huang activated his boundless vision and peered out. He then glanced at Xianxia, who had never intended to change his route. In an instant, he knew his intentions. From its color, it looks like it's a lava river. Yi Yeyu frowned. Not only had Lin Huang and the two of them noticed that, even the rest of the team discovered the strange situation that appeared in front of them. It looks like lava. Is the examiner not going to change his direction? Is he going to ask us to swim across the river? Hey, keep your big mouth shut. A few minutes later, the team arrived in front of the lava river. The lava river was hundreds of kilometers away and it had a width of more than 10 kilometers. Xianxia's eyes were so small, leaving only two small lines on his face as he squinted. However, he had no intention to stop at all. He took a leap, stepping lightly on the lava. In just a few breaths, he made it to the other shore of the river. Upon arriving at the other side of the river, Xianxia stopped and shouted to the team, "You can use any method to come over here. However, you're not allowed to go against my rules. You can't use any flying, dimensional or transportation relics. Summoning monsters are prohibited in the assessment as well." The moment he finished his sentence, Xianxia turned around and jogged away. Seeing that Xianxia was getting further away from them, everyone's face turned grave. The lava river is so wide. We can't fly, so how is it possible for us to cross the river? Should we swim? Li Lang said bitterly. Yi Yeyu frowned, thinking of how to cross the river. Part of them had chosen to walk along the riverside. Although they had to run hundreds of meters on top of the existing route, it would be better than swimming across the lava river. Also, there were some of them who had put on their defensive relics and jumped into the lava river, swimming to the other side of the river. Their defensive relic could be used directly by consuming their life crystal instead of using their life power. Of course, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang had such relics as well. However, they were unwilling to swim across the lava river. This was because even the defensive relic would not be able to completely isolate them from the high temperature. Although they would not get hurt, they could not avoid getting their hair burned off of them. Are there any other methods? Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang hopefully. Li Lang shifted his gaze to him as well. Yes, there is, but the main thing is, do the both of you trust me? Lin Huang smiled. What's that? Tell me. Li Lang panicked. I can't tell you, I can only do it. Lin Huang shook his head. That's why I asked if you trust me. Yes, I do. Li Lang ground his teeth. He did not want to walk along the riverside and he did not want to become bald either. Therefore, he could only choose to believe Lin Huang. Lin Huang then looked at Yi Yeyu. Fine, I'll have to believe you for once. Yi Yeyu had no idea what Lin Huang was going to do. Give me your hand, Lin Huang told the both of them. Both of them turned suspicious but they still extended their hands. Lin Huang then grasped their wrists. What are you going to do? Li Lang was confused while Yi Yeyu's face blushed. Don't struggle, I'm not going to bother if you fall into the lava and turn bald. Then, he activated seraphic speed, which was one of his abilities. He carried the both of them and soon, he leapt over the lava river. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang immediately shouted in fear, struggling to get rid of Lin Huang's firm hold on them. However, they realized that Lin Huang's fingers were holding their arms tightly as if his fingers were made of steel. Please, can you both not move? Lin Huang said in a low voice. Both of them were speechless as Lin Huang dragged them and they were inches from falling into the lava river. Just before Lin Huang's feet approached the lava, he activated thunder steps and stepped lightly on the surface of the lava before springing again like an arrow leaving a bow. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang, who thought that they were going to fall into the lava river, were startled as they gaped at the lava beneath their feet. Didn't we fall in? Before the both of them could react to it, Lin Huang had taken the second and third step, stepping on the surface of the lava lightly. Each stride he took was about 100 meters apart, approaching the other side of the river at a speed that was even faster than the examiner. It seemed like the lava beneath his feet was merely decoration, as if lava in the regular ground was no different at all to Lin Huang. Lin Huang continued moving forward with the two of them while those who were standing at the riverside were stunned. Damn, that's an incredible skill. Li Lang finally reacted and whooped in astonishment. Out of the blue, a gigantic alligator suddenly emerged from the lava. Its huge body jumped up into the air to a height of about 10 meters and it opened its big jaw as it was about to attack the trio. The body of the giant alligator was blood red in color. The length of its body was about 30 meters and it was a gold-level rank 3 gigantic monster. Its humongous mouth could engulf the three of them at once. Many of them who were watching this scene from the riverside shouted in fear the moment the giant alligator appeared. However, when Li Lang and Yi Yeyu were prepared to attack it, Lin Huang stopped them. "Don't move." The next moment, Lin Huang accelerated in midair and dodged the gigantic alligator's attack. He then stepped on the gigantic alligator's head, jumping over it at a speed that was even faster than before. Although it was a gold-level rank 3 gigantic alligator, its head exploded abruptly and the rest of its body fell back into the lava after Lin Huang stepped on it. The other bloody gigantic alligators that were in the lava then snapped up its carcass. There are crimson fire alligators in the lava river. The crimson fire alligator, which was a monster at gold-level rank 3, is known to have terrifying defense power. Even those who are at complete gold level have to put in some effort to break its defense down. How could the crimson fire alligator's head get crushed after being stepped by the fellow? Many of them who were watching at the riverside were shocked. They were afraid of the lava river and at the same time, they were terrified by Lin Huang's ability. After a short moment, three of them had crossed the lava river that was more than 10 kilometers long. They then descended steadily on the other side of the river. Chapter 281. The first round of training is over, your movement skills are incredible. Li Lang exclaimed once they made it to the other side of the river. Such speed is on par with those who were on holy fire level. I don't think movement skill alone can achieve such an effect. Are you a genius in speed type abilities? It was apparent that Yi Yeyu could not calm herself down. However, deep down, she knew what the skill was. I've indeed activated my talent, rapid speed. This can only be achieved by complementing different speed type movement skill, Lin Huang replied. He did not know that Yi Yeyu would discover his secret, but he admitted anyway. However, he did not tell her that his talent was actually seraphic speed and claimed that it was rapid speed instead. You're only at gold level rank 2. Does that mean that after you've leveled up to gold level rank 3 and even after achieving complete gold level, your speed can still be increased? Li Lang asked. Theoretically, it'll work that way. Lin Huang nodded his head with a smile. He did not tell them that what he displayed was not the true limit of the speed, though. Be it the gifted ability, seraphic speed or thunder steps, he had not activated them to their maximum capabilities. At such a speed, it's no longer a problem for you to escape when encountering any powerful enemies, Li Lang said, giving Lin Huang a wink. Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes at Li Lang after she heard that. Lin Huang gave them a smile. To him, nobody below transcendent level could fight him. Even the genius would be incapable of defeating 5 double mutated monsters that were at complete gold level. If he encountered a transcendent that was unconquerable, even if seraphic speed and thunder steps were activated to their maximum limit, the possibility of escaping would not be very high as well. When we were about to fall into the mouth of the crimson fire alligator, you sped up in midair and escaped its attack. Was that rapid speed? Yi Yeyu suddenly recalled that he had suddenly increased his speed midair. It was the first time that she saw such a skill that allowed acceleration in midair. Yes, by using rapid speed, my speed can be controlled and randomly adjusted. My speed can even be adjusted even when one is hanging in midair. I've heard that the crimson fire alligator has an incredible defense. What's the skill used? The head of the crimson fire alligator exploded after you stepped on it. How could you generate such terrifying power? As Yi Yeyu interrogated about the acceleration, it reminded Li Lang that Lin Huang had killed the crimson fire alligator in a split second. It's fatal tactics. It has to be used with army attack tactics. The damage caused is still so-so. The reason the head was crushed is not that my attack is powerful. It was because I stepped on its weak point, Lin Huang explained as he wanted to hide his true abilities. In fact, there was a weak point on the crimson fire alligator's head. However, Lin Huang did not attack its weak point. He had crushed the strongest bone in the crimson fire alligator's body, causing it to die on the spot. Since the crimson fire alligator had its carcass eaten by the alligators of the same species right away, Li Lang would be unable to find any evidence. Therefore, he told him that he had attacked its weak point. Yi Yeyu had heard of a weak point on the crimson fire alligator's head as well. However, she was not sure on which position it actually was. She did not pay attention to the position where Lin Huang stepped on as well. Therefore, she would have no way to verify that as well. Let's go. The examiner has left some footprints on the ground. He must be hoping that we can still catch up with him after crossing the river. Lin Huang changed the topic, pointing at the footprints on the ground. He was afraid that he might say something wrong if they continued asking. As a trainer, although xianxia had purposely asked them to cross the river to increase the elimination rate, he would not have hoped that the passing rate was 0. If he did not leave the footprints behind, the people following him would not be able to know where he had been, and this would not be his desired result. If we are able to catch up with him so soon, will the squinty-eyed guy continue to test us? Li Lang started to follow the way Lin Huang addressed the examiner, calling him the squinty-eyed guy. I don't think so. The elimination rate is high enough. After crossing the lava river, other than 3 of us, the majority of them already have a significant amount of their life power drained away. Even if he doesn't like us, it's less likely that he'll put us in another difficult situation. Not many of them can still bear the torture. Lin Huang shook his head as he knew that the squinty-eyed guy would have such a ruthless plan. It was still a training program and he could not just do whatever he liked. Li Lang was relieved as he heard what Lin Huang said. The 3 of them then looked at the people at the other side of the river. Li Lang looked helplessly at them, waving his hand at the people on the other side of the river. However, as he turned back, Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu could see that he was grinning. Both of them shook their heads. They then followed the direction of the footprints and ran. Li Lang immediately followed after them as well. Seeing that Lin Huang and the people were leaving, the rest of them panicked. After leaving the lava river, the 3 of them then followed the direction of the footprints. In less than an hour, they caught up with xianxia, who was leisurely strolling. Obviously, xianxia was startled when he saw the 3 of them. However, none of the staff had reported to him that 3 of them had broken the rules. This indicated that 3 of them had passed the test based on their true abilities. He did not say anything but then led the 3 of them and took off running. They then followed xianxia at a distance of about 10 meters away, chatting about topics that were not related to the training. Is Yi Donglai your great-grandfather? No wonder your surname is Yi. Li Lang's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Yeyu. As Li Lang shouted in surprise, xianxia turned around and took a glance at Yi Yeyu. As an examiner, xianxia had heard about somebody from the Yi family joining the training. However, he had no idea whether the person was male or female. He did not even know what the person's name was. This was because of the fact that other transcendents were not allowed to be present during the process of Yi Yeyu leveling up to become a transcendent. Otherwise, she would be unable to ignite her life fire. Yi Donglai had never revealed this and the others did not dare ask about it as well, they had only heard the rumors. xianxia even doubted if it was true. However, as he sized up Yi Yeyu, he could quickly confirm Yi Yeyu's identity. As he knew Yi Yeyu's cousin sister, he found that Yi Yeyu looked somehow similar to her cousin sister. I didn't know that you're from the head of the armed forces, the Yis. After leaving this place, can you get an autograph from your great-grandfather for me? Li Lang asked with an eyebrow raised. No, Yi Yeyu rejected. Why, aren't we friends? I'm just asking for a signature. Why are you being so petty? Li Lang bugged her. Who's your friend? We've only known each other since yesterday. Yi Yeyu never expected Li Lang to be so shameless. Then, let me ask you, are you friends with Lin Huang? Li Lang suddenly asked. I think so. Yi Yeyu took a glance at Lin Huang and replied. You've admitted that you're Lin Huang's friend and I'm Lin Huang's friend too. Li Lang gave a sly grin and continued to annoy her. Friend of a friend, so we're friends too. No, we aren't. Yi Yeyu rejected again. When it was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there were finally people catching up with them. A group of bald men was a few kilometers away from them, looking weak. xianxia stopped adding trouble to their journey. He then maintained at the same constant speed that he ran at on the first day. He continued to run until the next day at 9 o'clock in the morning. The first round of training had finally ended. Chapter 282, second round of training has started. After 24 hours, xianxia glanced at the clock projected from his emperor's heart ring. His body gradually floated midair and his voice rang out across the area. The 24-hour deadline has passed. I'll now announce the results of the first training. The total number of people who have passed the training is 978. There are only 3 of them who arrived at the destination within 3 minutes after I reached. They are Yi Yeyu, Lin Huang, and Li Lang. The three of them will gain 1,000 points from the first round of training. 4 people managed to reach within 4 to 10 minutes and they will gain 500 points. 28 people arrived within 10 minutes to half an hour and they will gain 300 points. 89 people arrived within half an hour to 1 hour. They will gain 200 points. Within 1 to 3 hours, 238 people arrived and they will gain 100 points. 593 people reached within 3 to 5 hours, so they will gain 50 points. 26 people reached within 5 to 24 hours. No points will be given to these people. The rest of you who failed to arrive on time are eliminated. As soon as Xianxia had announced the results of the assessment, he continued, I've completed my task. The second examiner will be in charge of what's coming up next. Right after he had finished his sentence, Xianxia gradually descended from midair and a muscular man floated into the sky to take his place. He looked strict and had a height of at least 2 meters. Even though he was dressed in his military uniform, his muscles rippled through very obviously. He was more than double the size of Xianxia. My name is Zhang Bing and I'm your second examiner. I don't care how much life power you've used up during the first round of training. I don't care where you're from either, be it the Union government or somewhere else. I won't even care who is there to support you as all of that has nothing to do with me. I don't care how many people have addressed you as a genius before this. To me, if you can't meet the requirements of the second round of training, you're rubbish. Zhang Bing instilled fear in everyone. When he announced that rudely, Lin Huang and the rest of them then murmured about the personality of the examiner amongst themselves. Stop talking nonsense. I'll talk about the rules of the second round of training. They immediately kept quiet, paying attention to what he said as they were worried that they would miss out on something important. The objective of the assessment is simple, to kill a transcendent monster. When they heard that, many of them opened their mouths wide as they thought that they had heard it wrong. Although most of them were elites, requesting those who were at gold level rank 3 or even those who were at complete gold level to kill a transcendent monster was impossible. Probably only a genuine genius could do it. The assessment was definitely way too difficult. Just as everyone was about to raise their objections, Zhang Bing then continued with the following rules. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to kill a transcendent monster alone. If I wanted to do so, none of you would pass the assessment. During the assessment, you're allowed to form a team of 3 to 5 to kill the transcendent monster. The period of training is 10 days. After 10 days, the number of carcasses that each team will have to hand in will be double the number of your team members. If you form a team of 3, the team will have to hand in 6 transcendent carcasses. For instance, if it's a team of 5, the team will then have to hand in 10 transcendent carcasses. If the team fails to hand in the exact number of carcasses, everyone in the team will be eliminated. Once you've chosen your team members, you can't change it. The team members aren't allowed to leave the team while you cannot dump any of your team members as well. Even if the team member has died, the team will still have to hand in 2 of the transcendent carcasses from him or her. Otherwise, the team will be considered to have failed the assessment. When they heard that it would be a team training, many of them were relieved. However, upon listening further, they realized that the assessment would not be that simple. Given limitless time and the number of monsters to be killed, everyone would definitely choose to form a team of 5 as the probability of getting a transcendent monster killed would certainly be higher. However, only 10 days were given for the assessment. The greater the number of team members, the more they had to kill. If they formed a team of 5, this meant that they had to kill 10 transcendent monsters in 10 days. On average, they would have to kill a monster a day. If they were to form a team of 3, they would only have to kill 6 transcendent monsters in 10 days. As long as they managed to kill 1 monster in 1.5 days, the task would be considerably much easier. Another concern was that based on the assessment rules, once a team was formed, they were bound together regardless of their willingness. They had to complete the task given to them in order to pass the assessment together. Therefore, choosing a team member became crucial. If there was any disagreement among them or they found themselves with a teammate with relatively weak abilities, they would be in trouble. Lin Huang then wondered if he should leave the team and complete the mission alone. Since he was only at gold level rank 2, perhaps nobody would want to be on the same team with him. As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Yeyu exchanged glances with Li Lang. Should the 3 of us form a team? Yi Yeyu asked first. Yeah, I think that's fine. Li Lang immediately agreed with her. Lin Huang raised his brows, staring at the both of them. Aren't you worried that I'll slow you down? It's just a training. Worst case is that we won't qualify for the third round, but we aren't going to lose anything. Li Lang looked like he did not care at all. He doesn't care, but aren't you here for the Fire Phoenix? Lin Huang turned his head, looking at Yi Yeyu. I don't even know where the Fire Phoenix is. Even if I manage to find it, it's unlikely that I could kill it. Yi Yeyu shook her head. I'll look for other monsters to level up with after I've left this place. Since I've waited for half a year, I don't mind waiting another 1 to 2 months. Of course, Lin Huang knew that the both of them treated him as their friend. They were worried that he would be alone, which was why they suggested forming a team together. However, he hesitated if he should join them. If they were to form a team together, he would definitely have to show some of his abilities to them, unless he was not going to do anything and let them complete the job on their own. Of course, he would feel bad for doing that. While Lin Huang was still hesitating, a few young men who were wearing Demon Slayer Legion uniform walked towards Yi Yeyu. Miss Yi, let's form a team to figure out the location of Fire Phoenix during these 10 days, the leader said, completely ignoring Lin Huang and Li Lang. I've chosen my teammates for the assessment, so I can't form a team with you. Yi Yeyu rejected their suggestion. They were stunned. Soon, they noticed Lin Huang and Li Lang standing beside her. The leader could immediately recognize Lin Huang and could not help but notice that his combat level was only at gold level rank 2. Miss Yi, your friend's combat level is only at gold level rank 2. Even if he's good at movement skills, that'll be all that he has. Encountering a transcendent monster, he'll be of no help. He'll only slow you down. You're not qualified to comment on my decision, Yi Yeyu interrupted while the leader was still talking. She was angry at his comment that Lin Huang would slow them down, as she feared that Lin Huang would feel belittled after listening to him. Please leave. I don't need your help for leveling up. It's hard for us to explain. The man's face turned grave. They were part of the army, and members of the army was bound by duty. Before joining the training, they had received a mission to help Yi Yeyu in leveling up. However, because Yi Yeyu had said that, she was putting them in trouble. You don't have to explain anything. I'll explain it to my great-grandfather. I'm the one who said that I don't need your help. Yi Yeyu's face turned cold. Even after she had said that, they dared not leave, as they were worried that Yi Yeyu would complain about them. If that happened, it would be difficult for the Demon Slayer Legion to continue operating. Yi Donglai was the founder of the Demon Slayer Legion. The chief of the army was his disciple's disciple as well. At that moment, Zhang Bing cleared his throat and said, "You may form your groups later. If you have any questions, please raise them now." Lin Huang raised his hand again. Seeing that the one who raised his hand was a young man at gold level rank 2, Zhang Bing was startled. He then glanced at Si Kongjian and nodded his head. Please go ahead. May I use any skills during the assessment? Are there any restrictions? Many of them were curious about this as well. You may use any skills you want and there's no restriction. Even if you have a god-level weapon in hand, you may also use it. After getting his reply, Lin Huang raised his hand again. Is there any other question? Zhang Bing asked. Can I not join any team during the assessment and kill the monster alone? Lin Huang asked. Zhang Bing squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Huang while the rest of them laughed at him. They felt that Lin Huang asked that question because he knew that nobody was willing to form a team with him, and not because he was capable of completing the task alone. However, Si Kongjian started sizing up Lin Huang as he felt that he was confident, hence the question. No, you can't. It's a team assessment. If you can't form a team of 3 or more, you'll be directly eliminated. Zhang Bing rejected. Lin Huang frowned. It was not easy for him to discover the lava that possessed sufficient spiritual power. Of course, he did not wish to be eliminated so fast. Are you satisfied with the answer? Can you form a team with us now? Li Lang raised his eyebrows and asked Lin Huang. All right. Hearing his agreement, Yi Yeyu's mood turned slightly better. He then told the people who were from the Demon Slayer Legion, I won't follow you, at least not during this round of assessment. After this round of assessment has ended, I'll contact you if it's necessary. They saluted upon hearing her answer and left. Right after they had left, the people from the Hunter Association came over to look for Li Lang. However, Li Lang rejected them as well. A team of 3 had officially been formed. Chapter 283. Lin Huang the tour guide. Lastly, I'm going to talk about the scoring. For each of the white flame level carcasses submitted, the team will gain 100 points. Each crimson flame level carcass contributes 200 points. Blue flame levels give you 400 points and purples give you 800 points. Haha, if any one of you is capable of killing a gold flame level monster, you'll be rewarded with 1,600 points for each of the monsters killed. However, there are only 3 gold flame level monsters in the ruins, mocked Zhang Bing. It had been more than 800 years since the monsters last invaded the ruins. Even the human genius in the past only managed to kill blue flame level monsters. Nobody had ever heard of anyone capable of defending against a purple flame level monster, let alone a gold flame level 1. By 9.30 am, Zhang Bing had finished explaining the rules for the second round of assessment and their queries were resolved as well. It was obvious that Zhang Bing was kinder than Si Kongjian, as he would usually provide them proper guidance in his answers, unlike the squinty-eyed guy that always gave the participants useless answers. Alright, if you have no other questions, I'll now declare that the second round of assessment has begun. 10 days later, gather here before 9.30 am and hand over all your carcasses. Those who fail to arrive after 9.30 am will be considered as dropouts and you'll not be qualified to join the next round of training. Soon, those who had formed their teams quickly left while the rest of them still looked for their teammates. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang exchanged glances with each other. They then looked at Lin Huang. In which direction should we go? The both of them asked Lin Huang at almost the same time. Lin Huang was speechless and glanced at them. It was obvious that they treated Lin Huang like a tour guide. However, Lin Huang did not reject the role as guide, as he actually wanted to lead the journey so he could plan things ahead. A map was projected and soon, Lin Huang was able to identify their location. We must be somewhere around here. Lin Huang pointed at one of the points on the map. There were several labels on the map showing the location of transcendent monsters as well. Didn't you say that the map could no longer be used? Li Lang asked in doubt. I downloaded it before entering the ruins. Therefore, it can't determine our exact location. It's just a rough estimation, Lin Huang explained. He knew that Li Lang and Yi Yeyu had not prepared themselves before coming in. Let's head in this direction. Lin Huang pointed at a direction heading towards the lava river where they had passed through previously. Why should we go over there? Doesn't the map show that there are transcendent monsters closer to us in the other direction? Yi Yeyu raised a question. I'm not the only one who owns a map. There must be a lot of people hunting for monsters during these few days, so we should go further away. It won't take us long to come back with our flying mounts, Lin Huang explained. This was only one of his reasons. Most importantly, it was because the undying blood oaks were located close to the lava river. Although he had no idea how he would deal with the withered trees, Lin Huang had decided to head over there before thinking of a solution later. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang had no idea about what Lin Huang was planning, but they felt that Lin Huang's explanation was reasonable. Alright, you plan the route then and we'll follow. Li Lang immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Yeyu had no objections either. Lin Huang then summoned the Alexandrian eagle while Yi Yeyu and Li Lang both summoned a flying mount using their monster taming token. Yi Yeyu's flying mount was a rainbow sparrow. It was a beautiful fighting bird, featuring 7 colors on the feathers of its tail, and it had a pair of eyes that were as clear as sapphire. The only weakness of the monster was its small size and its limitation of only one rider. Li Lang also rode on a fighting bird, namely the xianxia eagle. It was a huge fighting bird that had white feathers all over its body, and it was double the size of Lin Huang's Alexandrian eagle. Haha, how's it? My flying mount looks cool, doesn't it? Li Lang bragged after he had summoned his xianxia eagle. My Alexandrian eagle can fight 10 monsters at once, Lin Huang teased back. Lin Huang's Alexandrian eagle was originally a bronze level rank 3 mutated monster. It had now been upgraded to gold level rank 2 together with Lin Huang. In fact, it was not a problem for the xianxia eagle to kill 10 silver level rank 3 monsters at once. There were significant differences between Lin Huang's monster cards and the summoning monsters of an imperial censor. One of the differences was that the combat level of his monsters would automatically be upgraded when there was an upgrade in his combat abilities. Aside from Bloody the demonic dandelion vine, the rest of his monster cards had this characteristic, and apart from several cards which were already at gold level rank 3, the rest of his monster cards were now at gold level rank 2. Lin Huang had asked Xiao He about Bloody as it could not outdo himself by level like the other epic level cards could, and it could not be upgraded in accordance with his level either. The explanation given by Xiao He was because Bloody had gone through an abnormal mutation previously, resulting in the loss of skills. In other words, it was an incomplete monster card. Only when its skill were complete could it meet the requirement of the system. Before that, it could only depend on itself for the advancement of its combat skills. This was also the reason why it was only at silver level rank 3 after 9 months, as it was a silver level rank 2 when Lin Huang obtained it. Li Lang could not refute Lin Huang as he knew that Lin Huang's Alexandrian Eagle was already at gold level rank 2. Despite the fact that his Ashenquil Eagle was larger, it still could not go against the Alexandrian Eagle. However, Li Lang noticed something else. Lin Huang did not use a monster taming token. Are you an Imperial Censor? When Li Lang had met Lin Huang only controlled by. He had never summoned any monsters in front of Li Lang before. Therefore, he never knew that Lin Huang was an Imperial Censor. Yi Yayu had seen Lin Huang summoning Tyrant during the Reserve Hunter assessment, so she knew that he was an Imperial Censor. Lin Huang nodded, then lied, I only realized that I was Imperial Censor a few days after knowing you. Wait, you knew him before me? Yi Yayu asked in shock. I've known him since last June and I met you in July. Li Lang was pleased as he heard that, flashing a victory peace sign arrogantly. Yi Yayu sulked unhappily. How can both of you fight about that? You guys behave like kids. Lin Huang was speechless and shook his head. Lin Huang then changed the topic. Alright. Stop wasting time, we're about to leave. We have to kill 6 holy fire level monsters in 10 days. We will have 1.5 days for each monster. Both of them immediately rode on their flying mounts and headed north. Chapter 284. Drop a bomb when there's disagreement soon. The 3 flying mounts descended, arriving somewhere near the lava river. Lin Huang then referred to the map and looked around. He nodded and told Yi Yayu and Li Lang, it should be somewhere around here. The 3 of them then got off their flying mounts and recalled them. The first monster that we're going to kill is the Forsaken Skeleton. It's a commander-level spirit-type monster and it's most likely a white flame-level transcendent. The Forsaken Skeleton possesses strong defense and it fears pure energy. Its weakness is its rather slow movement compared to other transcendent monsters. However, if we're unable to defeat it, we can still escape the danger using my speed, Lin Huang shared. I've heard of this monster before. They have low intelligence. Even though they're transcendent monsters, they'd normally have gone through one mutation. It is unlikely that we'll encounter any monsters of this species that have mutated twice, Yi Yayu recalled, but I can't remember any specific skills it has, can you? Basically, the Forsaken Skeleton has 4 skills, Lin Huang continued. The first type of skill is known as Advanced Deterrence. It's a type of soul deterrence skill whereby it creates fear within low-level creatures. One might even feel sluggish for a short moment in severe cases. The second type of skill is Punishment. A chain of flames will appear in its hand and the ability of that chain is on par with a relic. Getting tangled in the chain will inhibit one's life power. The third type is Death Sentence. It's a very powerful sword skill as it enables the user to hide oneself and launch attacks without leaving any traces. The fourth type is Lava Control. It can attack by controlling the high-temperature lava. The skill that we must be particularly aware of is Punishment. Don't get tangled in his chain. Otherwise, we'll lose our combat abilities and we'll be in trouble. The next lethal one will be Death Sentence. Since we won't be able to see his weapon, we'll have to stay alert. As they listened to Lin Huang's words of caution, Yi Yayu and Li Lang got a better idea of the monster they were about to face. Lin Huang then summoned Bloody. As soon as Bloody appeared, it twisted around Lin Huang's left arm. Yi Yayu and Li Lang thought that it was a crimson-colored snake when they saw it at first. Soon, they discovered that it was a vine. The monster's strength is only at silver level rank -3. Why did you summon it? Yi Yayu asked in doubt. Li Lang looked doubtful as well, shifting his gaze to Lin Huang. It can help us to look for the Forsaken Skeleton, Lin Huang teased Bloody. Without a positioning system, I can only roughly estimate its position based on the map. We'll have to spend some time to figure out where exactly is the Forsaken Skeleton. Fortunately for us, Bloody will save us some time. Bloody was slowly releasing dandelion-like seeds, spreading them into the air. What's all that? Yi Yayu and Li Lang asked at almost the same time. It's Bloody's investigating skill. It allows Bloody to see whatever the seeds see. Lin Huang did not tell them that those seeds were parasitic in nature. Yi Yayu and Li Lang had never seen a parasite species like Bloody before. Therefore, it did not occur to them that it was one, as they thought that Bloody was either a soul or demonic plant species. How beautiful! Yi Yayu grabbed a leech seed using her hand. As she looked at it, she noticed that the seed was made of life power, but she was still unaware that it was a leech seed. Because it was being controlled by Bloody, the seed's parasitic characteristic of invading one's body was not revealed. After fingering around with it, she then released the seed. With Bloody's current intelligence level, it could perfectly control more than 100,000 leech seeds. Previously, Bloody was only capable of controlling a small portion of them and had to allow most of the leech seeds to move freely about. We'll wait here for a moment. If the Forsaken skeleton is somewhere around us, we'll be able to discover it soon, Lin Huang said. Thousands of leech seeds flew everywhere and the three of them waited at their original position for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, there was a response from Bloody and it left Lin Huang's arm, heading towards a certain direction. Found it. Lin Huang immediately followed it, trailed by Yi Yayu and Li Lang. Bloody led them forward for about 20 minutes and finally, they arrived at the foot of a big volcano. As soon as it saw that three of them had caught up with it, it immediately moved towards the volcano. Yi Yayu and Li Lang were shocked. However, Lin Huang could roughly understand Bloody's meaning. Let's follow it. They immediately followed Bloody and climbed up the volcano. A few minutes later, they arrived at the top of the volcano. Bloody then wound itself around Lin Huang's left arm again, pointing a vine down at the crater. The monsters are in the volcano? Lin Huang asked. Bloody then nodded with a vine. Standing on the edge of the volcano, Yi Yayu and Li Lang frowned. Their line of sight was completely blocked by the smoke coming up from below. They could not see what was happening there. People were most afraid of the unknown. Moreover, the active volcano could erupt anytime. If it happened to be a volcano that possessed spiritual powers, an eruption would definitely kill them all. We can't fight in the volcano. Places with lava are the Forsaken skeleton's home. Furthermore, a high-energy collision will most likely cause the active volcano to erupt. If it's a volcano with spiritual powers, we'll most probably die here. Even if it's just an ordinary volcano, we will be in big trouble if it erupts. Lin Huang immediately analyzed the situation. We must think of ways to lure the monsters out of the volcano. Yi Yayu and Li Lang agreed with him. Do you guys have any good ideas? Lin Huang looked at the both of them as he could not think of any way to attract the Forsaken skeleton at that moment. While Yi Yayu had fallen into deep thought, Li Lang rolled his eyes and said, I might. However, we're not going to lure the monsters out. We're going to force them out of the volcano. Li Lang grinned. How? Lin Huang and Yi Yayu immediately shifted their gazes to him. Before joining the training, I bought some stuff from the night market. One of the items is called a nuclear bomb. It sounded like a nuclear weapon and Lin Huang's eyes were twinkling with excitement. Have you confirmed the item's attack range and power? Don't get us involved in this. We don't have the defenses of the Forsaken skeleton. Lin Huang had already heard about the power of nuclear weapons on Earth. He was on alert regardless of how powerful the nuclear bomb was. Don't worry, it covers a range of up to 3 kilometers, so it'll be fine as long as we run for it right after we drop the bomb. Li Lang immediately summoned his Xianxia eagle. Lin Huang and Yi Yayu then summoned their flying mounts as well and rode on them. Li Lang rode on the Xianxia eagle and took out an item that looked like a bomb with a length of more than 30 centimeters and was as thick as an adult's thigh. When Lin Huang saw the bomb, his senses were heightened as he sensed how dangerous it was. However, Li Lang grasped it in his hand as if it was a plastic toy. What are both of you afraid of? It's just a bomb. Li Lang swung the nuclear bomb around. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly throw it, Lin Huang urged. Li Lang's mouth twitched. He then flew into the sky, stopping right above the crater. He released the nuclear bomb in his hand and the bomb raced downwards. As soon as the nuclear bomb had been released, Lin Huang shouted at the both of them and told the Alexandrian eagle to leave. Run. A few moments later, a red flame shot up into the sky and a loud explosion was heard. Lin Huang and the rest of them then looked at the volcano. It had collapsed in an instant. An intense flame spread quickly everywhere, resembling ripples on a water surface. In just a split second, it had exceeded the range mentioned by Li Lang earlier, spreading towards them 5 kilometers away. Gee! Lin Huang's heart sank and he immediately yelled at the both of them, get out fast. Chapter 285, Forsaken Skeleton. The red sparks that exploded covered the clouds in the sky. As the impact of the explosion spread out like ripples on water, it dashed towards the three of them from 3 kilometers away. They immediately rode on their monsters and escaped at the speed of light. The speed of the spreading of impact was nothing slower than the Alexandrian eagle. Fortunately, they had reacted in time and the impact slowed down a couple of minutes later, finally stopping spreading completely. The heat warmed their backs because the strong wind was blowing the residual energy of the explosion towards them. They were not affected as they had donned defense relics beforehand to fight the transcendent monsters. Meanwhile, besides Lin Huang's Alexandrian eagle, the other 2 flight mounts suffered slight burn injuries. After confirming that they were far enough from the impact reach, they got their flight mounts to turn around in the air. Lin Huang looked at the volcano that had exploded into chunks tens of kilometers away as well as the mushroom cloud on top. He stared speechlessly at Li Lang. I thought you said the range of explosion was 3 kilometers. Isn't this 30 kilometers? Couldn't you have only used the bomb after finding out the correct way to do so? You almost got us killed. Yi Yeyu condemned Li Lang without mercy. She was not hurt but her rainbow sparrow's colorful tail was burnt. Li Lang knew that he was at fault, so he grimly accepted Yi Yeyu's outrage without saying anything. Looking at the impact of the nuclear bomb, the Forsaken Skeleton must have been destroyed. Without being able to submit the dead body, that would mean that their mission had failed and Lin Huang would have to look for another one. Just when Lin Huang opened the map to look for the second Forsaken Skeleton, he heard a roar from far away, approaching their direction. He scanned around immediately. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang looked around too. The sound came from the direction of the volcano that had exploded. Is the Forsaken Skeleton still alive? Yi Yeyu asked Lin Huang in disbelief. It can't be. How could it survive the explosion? Li Lang was shocked as well. The sound came from the volcano which had exploded and became a flatland. It really sounded like the Forsaken Skeleton. Lin Huang nodded. He was shocked when he heard the roar as well because the explosion seemed to have destroyed everything around the volcano. They had no idea how the monster would have survived the explosion. Should we go for it? Li Lang asked in doubt. Although he had no idea what exactly the nuclear bomb did, all of them had witnessed how powerful the impact was. With such a powerful impact, the Forsaken Skeleton's ability to survive was beyond their imaginations. Why not? Even if it's not dead, under the impact, it must be badly injured. Yi Yeyu replied without thinking twice. Yeyu is right, this is a good time to kill the Forsaken Skeleton. No matter how powerful its defense is, based on the circumstances, it's impossible that the monster is completely fine, Lin Huang agreed. That means I did the right thing to toss the bomb then. Li Lang was excited. Right thing, right, my ass. Lin Huang glared at Li Lang. Dumbass. Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes at Li Lang. Just when they came to an agreement, the Forsaken Skeleton that was covered in red lava appeared from the collapsed debris. Instead of running away, Lin Huang and the rest rode on their mounts and headed towards the gigantic Forsaken Skeleton. They managed to arrive near the Forsaken Skeleton that was 30 kilometers away in less than 2 minutes. When they were less than 20 meters from the ground, they hopped off from their mounts and recalled them. Areas that were high in nuclear radiation were usually life-threatening to ordinary people. However, the radiation could not enter their bodies that were protected by life power, which also served to isolate the heat from the explosion as well. However, the ashes and pungent sulfuric stench that was lingering in the air were unbearable. Holding his nausea in, Lin Huang looked at the both of them, frowning. Li Lang put a mask over his mouth and nose as Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes at him again. Seeing that the both of them were not wearing a mask, Li Lang passed 2 masks to them. Lin Huang shook his head to decline while Yi Yeyu put it on after some hesitation. As the 3 of them were landing, the gigantic Forsaken Skeleton looked in their direction with furious eyes. Although its intelligence was low, it knew that they were the ones to blame for almost killing it with the explosion earlier since there was no one else around this area. After confirming that they were the culprits, the Forsaken Skeleton kept making its way up from the debris while roaring angrily at the 3 of them. The 3 of them held their ground while waiting for the Forsaken Skeleton to advance. They were afraid that if they were to attack then, the Forsaken Skeleton would hide in the lava which made it hard for them to kill it. As they stood where they were, they observed the monster. The monster could only be seen from its shoulder up and that part alone was over 5 meters tall. It was huge. Although most of its body was covered in lava, they could clearly see that the monster was a flawless white in color like a perfect porcelain piece. Master would definitely love it if I were to make tea sets with the monster's bones. Lin Huang was thinking which part of the monster's bones should he loot. It was not a strange idea, as most of the items in this world were made of creatures, including high-class tea sets, plates, and decorative sculptures. Unlike Earth, this world had too many monsters, so there was no law that restricted the hunting of monsters. In fact, the Union government actually encouraged such behavior. There was no need to worry about the damage to the ecosystem, as the virtual eye opened every day. If nobody was killing the monsters, there would be more and more monsters in this world which could be life-threatening to human survivors. We can submit the dead corpse, but I'd like to keep one of its bones. Li Lang shouted out of nowhere. He must have had the same thought as Lin Huang. I'll get one as well then. Lin Huang shouted back. Yi Yayu did not say a word. A while later, the forsaken skeleton finally got out of the hole. It was more than 30 meters tall. With its entire body covered in lava, heat spread out of its body. Golden flames roiled around in his eyes as he looked down at the three of them. Chapter 286, Sanguine Skeletal Spirit, don't look at its eyes. Lin Huang warned the both of them when he saw the golden flames in the forsaken skeleton's eyes dancing dangerously. Right after he said that, a spiritual force shot out of its golden eyes. Although the three of them did not stare directly into its eyes, they felt a tremor on the spiritual level. It was a unique force that was similar to desolation, which directly affected the human soul. Although they managed to avoid looking at its eyes, they felt uncomfortable. Before encountering monsters with the deterrence ability, Lin Huang had never imagined that the impact would be this significant. The force of the ability even brought out fear in him. It was a feeling that he had not experienced for a long time since he had arrived in this world. Is advanced deterrence really this powerful? Or is this distress caused by the difference in spiritual level? Lin Huang frowned as he looked at Yi Yayu and Li Lang. The both of them were clearly experiencing it worse than he was. Don't be affected by it. It's just the effect of its advanced deterrence skill. It's not as invincible as you think. Lin Huang shouted at the both of them. As Yi Yayu and Li Lang snapped out of their feelings of oppression and despair, the forsaken skeleton turned its head slightly and glared at Lin Huang. The flames in its eyes were swirling in doubt, as if it was thinking. Seeing its pupils shrinking, he surmised that something was about to happen. Suddenly, Lin Huang sensed that he was gripped with an intense sense of crisis. Without thinking twice, Lin Huang lifted his sword relic into a defensive pose and leapt backwards. A black scythe came out of nowhere and collided with Lin Huang's sword. The scythe struck him with a strong force and Lin Huang almost fell onto the ground. Is it attacking me first? Lin Huang frowned. Did it randomly pick an opponent, or did it determine that I'm the biggest threat to it? He thought to himself. The intense foreboding sense swelled within him again. He lifted his sword and swung it around. His sword collided with the black scythe that appeared out of nowhere once more. As they collided, the same unyielding force came out of the scythe again. Just when Lin Huang was backing away from the scythe, he saw a flaming chain whip around the forsaken skeleton's hand from the corner of his eye. The chain dashed towards him, breaking through the sulfuric air and arriving in front of him in an instant. He frowned as he tried to figure out the forsaken skeleton's move. If it was randomly attacking, it would have changed its target when its first attack was blocked. However, it proceeded with its second and third attacks. Now that the punishment chain was whipped out, it was clearly trying to kill the biggest threat present. This fella sure can think, he thought. Although unwilling to believe what he was seeing, Lin Huang confirmed that this forsaken skeleton was at least a double mutated monster. To be exact, it was no longer just a mere forsaken skeleton. As he backed away from the scythe, he was unable to escape as he found himself plunged into the air. Seeing the chains heading his way, he knew very well that he could not come into contact with the chains. If he did, his life power would be sealed and that would be the end of the battle. Even Yi Yayu and Li Lang could not fight such a powerful double mutated monster. It was very likely that the three of them might die there and then. After some hesitation, Lin Huang figured that there was no way he could hide anymore. Dark shield. A layer of dark shield resembling a piece of cloth spread out from his body, covering his entire being. It looked a thin layer of bedsheets as it swayed in the wind like a mosquito net. It collided with the flaming chains in an instant. As opposed to common expectations, the chains did not burn through the shield. On the contrary, there was a loud thud that sounded like the chains had collided with a hard object. Upon the deafening sound, Yi Yayu and Li Lang finally snapped out of the deterrence effect. They realized that Lin Huang was fighting the Forsaken Skeleton. Please be careful. This thing might not even be a Forsaken Skeleton. It might be a double mutated sanguine skeletal spirit. Lin Huang shouted at the both of them. What? They could not believe what they just heard. It was difficult for a Forsaken Skeleton to complete its second mutation, but once it was done, it would become a sanguine skeletal spirit. Not only would its ability increase immensely, so would its intelligence. The creature suddenly spoke, he, busted. Just when they were gaping at it in shock, the golden flame in the Forsaken Skeleton's eyes turned blue. The lava around its body was now sheathed in a loose bloody robe that covered it from its head to its feet, and a bloody crown appeared on its head. The sanguine skeletal spirit had finally shown its true self. Although Lin Huang had gotten proof of his suspicions, he was discouraged to see this. The double mutated sanguine skeletal spirit was much more powerful than the mutated Forsaken Skeleton. If the Forsaken Skeleton was a spirited puppet that lived by instinct, the sanguine skeletal spirit was a witch with human intelligence. Both its abilities and its intelligence were much higher than the Forsaken Skeleton's. How should I kill the three of you? The bomb earlier almost killed me. The sanguine skeletal spirit floated into the air with its bloody robe fluttering. Flying was not something that a Forsaken Skeleton could do. If I didn't use the spiritual lava under my feet as my shield, I might not have been able to rise from the debris. The explosion earlier also destroyed all of the spiritual power in the lava, which took me a long time to gather. Tell me, should I kill all of you? The dark shield surrounding Lin Huang's body faded away. Listening to the sanguine skeletal spirit, the three of them finally figured out how it survived the explosion earlier. However, they did not have the time to talk about the spiritual lava anymore, as the situation was dire right now. They knew very well that they would not be able to escape from this sanguine skeletal spirit. The only choice they had was to fight. Take care of yourself. After Lin Huang spoke, a gigantic shadow appeared in front of him. At the same time, a silhouette of a ripped body in silver armor materialized too. They were Tyrant and the Nephilic Judge. Lin Huang's eyes turned a bloody red, and two pairs of blood spirit wings tore open his clothes and sprouted from his back. Chapter 287. Lin Huang vs. the sanguine skeletal spirit. Yi Yayu and Li Lang were stunned as they watched Lin Huang transform. Lin Huang is Sword Genius. They looked at each other in shock. The both of them had seen Sword Genius fight in the Hunter Arena, so when Lin Huang transformed, they could recognize him immediately. They did not expect him to be the champion of the Hunter Arena. They were embarrassed as they recalled encouraging Lin Huang to practice his skills in the Hunter Arena earlier. Lin Huang had no other choice but to reveal himself. Since the sanguine skeletal spirit could fly, there was no way that they could escape. Moreover, it was a double mutated transcendent monster. Even a white flame level, which was the lowest in the commander level, could surpass a crimson flame level or even a blue flame level. This monster had reached Lin Huang's ability limitation. He did not think that Yi Yayu and Li Lang could handle this monster either, although their combat strength was higher than his. The only way to survive was to reveal his real ability and fight. He decided to summon Tyrant for its immense strength, while the Nephilic Judge was needed for her rapid speed. Not only could she mess with the sanguine skeletal spirit's attack, she could also help Lin Huang fight the monster. The sanguine skeletal spirit had outstanding defensive power, so it would not be wise to summon the ruthless sword master, which was skillful in physical attacks. As for charcoal, Lin Huang would only summon it as his last resort, as the dragon blood's aura was too attractive and might even attract other transcendent monsters. Lin Huang definitely did not want such trouble. An imperial censor that possesses two mutated summoning beasts. Seems like you're not an ordinary kid, said the sanguine skeletal spirit. It could tell that both of his summoning beasts were mutated. However, they were nothing in his eyes. Also, they were all double mutated, but there was a big gap between a complete gold level and the holy fire level. Since you destroyed my spiritual lava, I shall eat these two double mutated toys as my supplements then. Bullshit. Lin Huang scoffed as he instructed the Nephilic Judge secretly. The Nephilic Judge flapped its golden wings slightly and appeared behind the sanguine skeletal spirit. With its purple spear on hand, it dashed towards the back of the sanguine skeletal spirit's head at the speed of light. Meanwhile, Lin Huang and Tyrant ran towards the sanguine skeletal spirit. Sensing attacks from its front and back, a gigantic black scythe appeared behind it and collided with the Nephilic Judge's spear. As it was interrupted, the Nephilic Judge attacked from another direction. Just when it dashed its spear at the monster again, the black scythe appeared again and blocked its attack. The Nephilic judge did not give up, it kept changing the positions of its attacks. Its spear came like a lightning bolt from every direction possible. However, the sanguine skeletal spirit did not move at all. As if there were eyes all over its body, the sanguine skeletal spirit managed to block all of the Nephilic judge's attacks. As they were fighting intensely, Tyrant and Lin Huang had arrived in front of the sanguine skeletal spirit. Floating in the air with its body that was more than 30 meters tall, it was still far away from where Lin Huang could reach it. Lin Huang hopped onto Tyrant's palm and attacked with the worldly purification from charging 2 full life wheels of life power into his sword. A sparkling golden glow shone from the tip of the sword. Yi Yayu and Li Lang could recognize the ultimate move of sword genius. They might have thought that Lin Huang possessed monster skills that were similar to sword geniuses, but now that they were witnesses to the ultimate move itself and they could confirm that Lin Huang was the real sword genius. All they could do was to watch Lin Huang fight the sanguine skeletal spirit from afar as a double-mutated transcendent monster was out of their league. If they decided to help, they would only drag Lin Huang down. Therefore, all they could do was watch, both of them forgetting that they were complete gold level while Lin Huang was only a gold level rank 2. In the battle, the sanguine skeletal spirit looked at Lin Huang who was approaching beneath it. In its blue eyes were a sense of mockery as it then extended its white hands from its bloody robe. Suddenly, the boiling lava behind the sanguine skeletal spirit spewed more than 10 meters above the ground and advanced at Tyrant and Lin Huang. Noticing that the lava was coming to them like an ocean wave which could devour the both of them within seconds, Lin Huang remained fearless. Tyrant! Lin Huang shouted. Tyrant tossed Lin Huang, who was in its palm, with all its strength towards the sanguine skeletal spirit's direction. In the air, he leapt with his 4 blood spirit wings opened and twin swords in both his hands. He headed like an arrow towards the sanguine skeletal spirit's face. HMPH. Sanguine skeletal spirit gasped as a couple of black scythes appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Lin Huang. Staring deadly at the sanguine skeletal spirit, Lin Huang zipped towards it without avoiding the attack. Suddenly, a golden lightning collided with the scythes. The scythes then faded away. It was the Nephilic judge that had transformed herself into lightning. She was so fast that she cleared the obstacles for Lin Huang in an instant. 9 punishment chains shot out from the sanguine skeletal spirit's robe, breaking through the space and arriving before Lin Huang instantly. Seraphic speed. Lin Huang smirked and flapped his wings a few inches higher. With the help of seraphic speed, he arrived on top of the sanguine skeletal spirit's head immediately. The sanguine skeletal spirit did not expect Lin Huang to have such an ability. It happened very quickly, so it did not see it coming. Die! Lin Huang shouted while piercing his sword with worldly purification into the sanguine skeletal spirit's head. As the sword collided with the sanguine skeletal spirit's head, a golden spark burst everywhere like a sun with its endless glow. Yi Yayu and Li Lang were shocked as they watched from a distance. Helpless, they squinted without closing their eyes completely as they did not want to miss the show. Bang! Shortly, a loud hammer-like sound came from the sky after the golden flow erupted. An energy force shook the place and any ground that was not sturdy within hundreds of meters collapsed. Gravel turned into dust within seconds and volcanic ash filled the place as the earth trembled. Chapter 288. Terrifying defensive ability. When Lin Huang was still a silver level rank 3, the worldly purification that he performed in the hunter arena was comparable to the ability of a holy fire levels. That was the reason why he had managed to defeat the final fortress's ultimate defense. Now that he was a gold level rank 2, not only did he have 2 extra circles of life power, his physique was also upgraded. With his rank 3 sword, he was much more powerful than with merely his blood spirit wings that were not even rank -1. The attack he was performing with his sword now was tenfold more powerful than his last attack with the worldly purification. The multiplier of strength was only Lin Huang's personal upgrade. With Tyrant's strength of tossing him out and Seraphic Speed's talent, this attack was hundreds of times more powerful than the attack when he was a silver level rank -3. When he was at silver level rank 3, he was already a genius as a whole. However, his attack ability surpassed many ordinary geniuses as his attack was comparable to a holy fire level. His attack this time was hundreds of times more powerful and he was confident that he could kill this blue flame level transcendent monster. His ultimate move was akin to renting a hole in the air as he plunged the sword into the sanguine skeletal spirit's head. When his sword collided with the sanguine skeletal spirit's head, a golden spark burst out everywhere. It was too bright to look directly at it. Only Lin Huang, who was performing the attack, was not affected by the bright light. His pupils shrunk as he witnessed half of his sword pierce into the sanguine skeletal spirit's head. Arg! A furious roar shook the sky. Although Lin Huang's attack had injured the sanguine skeletal spirit, he had not killed it. After all, this sanguine skeletal spirit was a double mutated monster. Its physical defense was so powerful that it was beyond Lin Huang's imagination. Although it did not die, the attack definitely threatened the sanguine skeletal spirit. It knew that if the sword pierced more than 20 centimeters into its head, it would definitely die on the spot. There was fear in its blue eyes as it looked at Lin Huang. The 9 punishment chains came for Lin Huang at a speed of light, appearing behind Lin Huang almost instantly. He wanted to insert life power into his sword, but he had to give that up, as once he was in contact with the chains, his life power would be sealed. Helpless, he tapped the sanguine skeletal spirit's head and leapt into the air. He then free fell from the top, allowing his body to descend with the pull of gravity. The punishment chains turned around and chased after him. Lin Huang flapped his blood spirit wings as he descended and avoided the chains. He glided towards the ground that was free from the boiling lava far away. Seeing that Lin Huang was escaping, the sanguine skeletal spirit did not chase after him, as there was a limitation to the range of attack of the punishment chains and Lin Huang was beyond its range. The sanguine skeletal spirit stared at Lin Huang with frustration, as it did not understand how a gold level rank 2 human could come up with such a terrifying attack. If he's not a gold level rank 2 but a complete gold level, perhaps I'm already dead from his attack. The sanguine skeletal spirit started to fear Lin Huang. Meanwhile, the golden glow of the worldly purification had completely faded. Yi Yayu and Li Lang saw the sanguine skeletal spirit where it was and Lin Huang standing on the ground. They could tell that his powerful attack earlier did not kill the sanguine skeletal spirit. Even the ultimate attack of Sword Genius didn't kill it. What a powerful double mutated transcendent monster. Yi Yayu frowned as she watched, starting to be worried. She had seen all of Sword Genius's battles and even a few of his classic battles. She knew very well that Lin Huang's worldly purification drained a huge chunk of his life power. He could probably only perform that 1 or 2 more times at most. However, this confrontation with the sanguine skeletal spirit was different from the final fortress in the Hunter Arena. This was a battle of life and death. It would not stand there waiting for Lin Huang to attack it as he wanted. The monster is hurt. Li Lang noticed a sword gash on the sanguine skeletal spirit's forehead and felt optimistic. Although he's not dead, if the attack really managed to injure it, all Lin Huang will have to do is to perform the same attack for a couple of times more. How could it be so simple? Yi Yayu saw the wound, but she remained frowning. Lin Huang managed to injure it earlier because it underestimated him, thinking that he won't be able to do anything to it. Now that his attack managed to hurt it, it must have its guard higher now. If I was the monster, I wouldn't let Lin Huang come close to me again. It's hard for Lin Huang to win this battle. Lin Huang, who was staring at the sanguine skeletal spirit, knew very well that the monster was not like the final fortress in the Hunter Arena. The former had allowed him to break through its defense just by standing there. It would be hard for him to get close to it now. Moreover, he had drained 2 circles of his life power for his last attack, but he did not manage to kill the monster. If he was to perform the same attack, he would have to insert his last 3 circles of life power. The last bet was risky. As soon as he finished his life power, the defensive power of his armor would lose its efficacy of protecting his body, leaving him with the basic function of an ordinary armor. He might die if the sanguine skeletal spirit fought back or if he fell into the lava. Without the protection of life power, with his flesh alone, it was impossible for him to survive in the lava that was up to 1000 degrees Celsius. Must I use another one-time skill card again? Lin Huang frowned as he was only left with 2 one-time skill cards. Unless it was the last resort, he did not want to waste the card that could help him escape death. The higher his authorization was, the more powerful skills he would manage to copy. When he arrived at Holy Fire level, the skill that his one-time skill card would be able to copy would be upgraded to Immortal level. Lin Huang. Just when he was coming up with a plan, Yi Yayu approached Lin Huang together with Li Lang while the sanguine skeletal spirit was tied down by the Nephilic judge. Lin Huang frowned when he saw that. It's better that the both of you stay away. You guys can't handle this fella, Lin Huang advised, as he did not want them to risk their lives in his battle with the sanguine skeletal spirit. I know you've drained your life power for your last attack. I've got an idea to refill your life power fast, but there's a risk, Yi Yeyu said. Is it even faster than the life power supplement? Lin Huang knew that the Nephilic judge could not hold the sanguine skeletal spirit down any longer. The life power supplement was an expensive elixir that could refill life power in an instant. A tube of the supplement was as expensive as a gold-level weapon. However, it could fill up an empty life wheel of a gold-level rank 3 person within an hour. Lin Huang would need at least 5 rubs of the supplement. It could not be consumed more than 2 tubes at once, so Lin Huang would have to take it 5 times, which totaled the refilling process to 5 hours. It was even slower than the time he took to recover his life power by the rotation of life skill, so he had never consumed the supplement. Yi Yeyu nodded at Lin Huang. It'll only take a maximum of 1 minute to fill up your life power. What? Lin Huang's eyes lit up. I can use my life power to fill yours up, Yi Yeyu explained. Is that some special secret skill? Will you hurt yourself? Lin Huang was skeptical as it was his first time hearing of such a life power transfer. It's a secret skill, I guess. Yi Yeyu was stunned when she heard Lin Huang's question. It won't damage my body. On the contrary, it might burden yours. My life power comes with strong fire attributes, so you'll have to release your life power as soon as I transfer mine to you. The longer my life power stays in your body, the more damage it will bring to your body. Sure, let's try that then. Lin Huang agreed to Yi Yeyu's suggestion without thinking twice. Chapter 289, Forbidden Skill Revival. The sanguine skeletal spirit noticed the 3 of them gather around from a distance. Although it was far away and could not hear what they were talking about, it could guess that they were talking about it. It then extended its gigantic hands from its bloody robe, and a strange force surrounded the place. Red, boiling lava flowed towards the 3 of them, looking like someone had spilled melted steel from the smelting pot. The 3 of them summoned their mounts and rode on them. However, the sanguine skeletal spirit did not give up. It waved its hands in the air and streams of fire boas made of lava came steadily towards the 3 of them. Although there was no more spiritual force in the lava and they could not be harmed as they were wearing defensive relics, they had to avoid the lava as they did not want to be drowned in it. Lin Huang was upset as his plan was interrupted. He attempted to escape from the battle temporarily to refill his life power, but they were chased by the fire boas. This irritating fella. Lin Huang frowned. He knew very well that the expansion of lava ground was caused by the sanguine skeletal spirit with the intention to avoid them from standing still. As the ground was covered with a thick layer of lava, there was no way for Lin Huang to launch his attack at all. However, Lin Huang came up with a plan. Recall your mounts, I will get my Alexandrian eagle to get you. Lin Huang said to Yi Yeyu. She knew what was he planning. She nodded and recalled her rainbow sparrow. The rainbow sparrow flew towards the Alexandrian eagle immediately. Soon, Yi Yeyu took out her monster taming token and recalled the rainbow sparrow and jumped. The Alexandrian eagle that was beneath her flew up and caught her deftly. As she sat behind Lin Huang, she asked directly, "Are you ready? Would it be affected since we're flying?" asked Lin Huang. "No, as long as we are not interrupted." Yi Yeyu shook her head. "That's great, you can start now." Yi Yeyu placed her hand on Lin Huang's back and a red imprint appeared between her eyebrows like a gigantic red bird flapping its wings. Lin Huang could feel a hot aura seeping from his back into his body. Not knowing what was that, he felt re-energized as his 2 empty life wheels were filled up with red life power. There's a strong force refilling your body. You have received a life power refill card by 1 inch, life power refill card, ability to store massive amounts of life power. Once activated, life wheels will be filled in an instant. Remark 1. A permanent card that can be used repetitively. Remark 2. Can only be activated once a day. Remark 3. The level of life power will be the same as yours. Remark 4. No restriction in daily refill until all the life wheels are filled. Lin Huang did not expect to receive a new function card from Yi Yeyu's life power transfer. Moreover, it was a practical card. After glancing at the card, Lin Huang put it aside as he did not have the time to look at the exact effects of the card. Seeing that Yi Yeyu had hopped onto Lin Huang's Alexandrian eagle, the sanguine skeletal spirit knew they were up to something. It then gave up chasing after Li Langen, focused on the Alexandrian eagle that the both of them were riding on. It waved its hands, then the fire boas chased after the Alexandrian eagle with their mouths wide open. It even gave up attacking the Nephilic judge while getting its 9 punishment chains to go after the Alexandrian eagle. Suddenly, the Alexandrian eagle was surrounded. The Nephilic judge dashed towards the chains. However, the chains were like swimming loaches and avoided her completely while chasing after the Alexandrian eagle. Lin Huang made up his mind at that very moment. "Come out, ruthless sword master." As Lin Huang commanded it, the ruthless sword master appeared before Lin Huang in black armor and stood on the back of the Alexandrian eagle. Although she could not tell how many times ruthless sword master had been mutated, Yi Yeyu's instinct told her that it was also a double mutated monster as she could sense its terrifying aura. Just when the ruthless sword master was summoned, the 9 punishment chains came near them. A bloody glow twinkled in the ruthless sword master's eyes while it waved the black sword in its hand. With a black glow flashing in the air, it managed to block all 9 punishment chains. Once again, the chains turned around and headed towards the Alexandrian eagle while a couple of black scythes appeared at the same time. However, as the ruthless sword master waved its black sword around, it managed to block all the punishment chains and scythes easily. Yi Yeyu was watching the battle closely and was curious about the ruthless sword master's skill as there was neither any change of form in its sword, nor was there any sword glow coming out of it. However, with every wave, there were stripes of black sword glow around. With this performance, she was sure that this human form monster was also a double mutated monster. Lin Huang knew very well that it was the ruthless sword master's death zone where it could attack any point it wished to within a 100-meter radius in the sphere-shaped space. The sanguine skeletal spirit that was watching from far away was shocked when it saw the ruthless sword master. It could sense clearly that the ruthless sword master was just like itself, it was a double mutated monster. So far, Lin Huang had summoned 3 double mutated monsters and its fear of Lin Huang heightened. The ruthless sword master's defense was airtight. Not only the punishment chains, even the black scythes as well as the fire boas could not get close to the Alexandrian eagle. Suddenly, the sanguine skeletal spirit's blue eyes sparkled while its bloody robe was stripped off its body, revealing its gigantic skeleton body. The bloody robe was transformed into a bloody mist entering its blue eyes at the speed of light. Lin Huang frowned as he watched, knowing very well that it was the sanguine skeletal spirit's real ultimate forbidden skill. Revival, Chapter 290. The Ruthless Sword Master's ultimate move Revival was a special forbidden skill possessed by very few soul spirit monsters. Once it was performed, it could bring a soul back to life. Not only could it recover the monster's battle strength to its peak, it could even retrieve all the skills, combat skills, and even battle experiences that it had when it was alive when Revival was activated. However, there was a price to pay for performing such a forbidden skill. Although Lin Huang had no idea what this forbidden skill could do, he knew that the sanguine skeletal spirit's ability would be multiplied many times. Lin Huang started to panic as he watched the bloody mist being sucked into the sanguine skeletal spirit's eyes. The mist soon lessened. He had an idea and communicated with the Nephilic judge with his mind. Soon, the sky turned dark. The area within 100 meters was covered in dark clouds and it looked like night had fallen. Li Lang stared at the sky in confusion as he had no idea how the weather that was so sunny earlier could turn dark so quickly. He could see faint golden lightning within the dark clouds. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the sanguine skeletal spirit. 1 lightning bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, the lightning bolts were raining down on sanguine skeletal spirit like a freak thunderstorm. Nevertheless, the sanguine skeletal spirit did not run away or even defend itself. Instead, it just stood there. However, even under the attack of the lightning bolts, it did not stop performing the forbidden skill while the bloody mist continued to be sucked into its eyes. Meanwhile, there were no more fire boas or black scythes chasing after Lin Huang. Only the 9 punishment chains were left, but they could not threaten the Alexandrian eagle anymore. At that moment, Lin Huang's life wheels were filled thanks to Yi Yeyu's help. Seeing that the bloody mist was almost done being sucked into the sanguine skeletal spirit's eyes, Lin Huang instructed the Alexandrian eagle without hesitation, "Go." The Alexandrian eagle kept its wings close to its body and dove towards the sanguine skeletal spirit. It descended at such a rapid speed that there was a sonic boom heard throughout the land. However, it was too late. As it was still a distance away from the sanguine skeletal spirit, the last cloud of mist was completely absorbed into the sanguine skeletal spirit. Its blue eyes turned to gold in an instant and a bloody cloud surrounded its skeleton. As the 3 of them watched in shock, the bloody cloud then transformed into flesh and skin, covering the sanguine skeletal spirit's skeleton. its dominating presence was increasing tremendously, and it emanated the same terrifying aura when Lin Huang encountered the Supreme Overlord or even stronger nemesis. This is bad, Lin Huang frowned. Suddenly, a vague thought came into his mind. It was a message from the ruthless sword master. Although it was not clear, Lin Huang knew that it was asking for his permission to attack. Although he had no idea why would the ruthless sword master request so, he nodded anyway. The ruthless sword master then hopped off the Alexandrian eagle and dashed towards the sanguine skeletal spirit that had almost completed its transformation. The sanguine skeletal spirit sensed that something was coming for it. The 9 punishment chains then gave up chasing after Lin Huang and turned to the ruthless sword master instead. The ruthless sword master did not have wings, so it could not fly. There was no way for it to do anything in the air. Seeing that the punishment chains heading for the ruthless sword master, the 3 of them was sure that it would not make it. However, just when the chains were inches away from the ruthless sword master, a black sword appeared under the latter's feet. It stepped on it and rushed towards another direction. The chains proceeded to chase after it. With the help of the black sword, the ruthless sword master moved in zigzag motions in the air while getting closer and closer to sanguine skeletal spirit. Lin Huang was stunned at how agile the ruthless sword master was in the air. He knew that the black sword was created from its death zone, but he had no idea that that skill could be used in such a way. The ruthless sword master that was still in the air did not use its sword to fight the punishment chains. Lin Huang noticed that the brightness of its single crimson red eye became more blinding while golden patterns glowed and throbbed on the black sword that it was holding. Within a couple of breaths, the ruthless sword master arrived before the sanguine skeletal spirit. The growing of flesh was almost complete. All that was left without flesh was its head. However, the crimson red in ruthless sword master's eye had reached its peak brightness like a red star falling. The golden pattern that was surrounding its sword had faded away and the sword was now completely bathed in a white glow. Hee, you are in so much trouble. The sanguine skeletal spirit laughed cunningly with a black scythe in its hand. It then slashed its blade towards the ruthless sword master so swiftly that Lin Huang could only catch a brief glimpse of it. He was deeply concerned. However, the ruthless sword master waved its sword without hesitation and the white glow burst out of its sword like a shockwave, drowning the sanguine skeletal spirit and its black scythe in it. The ground behind the sanguine skeletal spirit that was filled with lava was covered by the white glow as well up to 100 kilometers away. The ground shook violently from the attack. Although nobody knew what the result was, the single swing of the sword alone showed that even if the sanguine skeletal spirit did not die, it would definitely be injured under this hit. Lin Huang knew very well that it was the ruthless sword master's ultimate move, absolute life. No matter what, the ruthless sword master would have to go back to its card form and would not be able to be summoned within 24 hours after this hit. Is this Cyclops, a triple mutated monster? Yi Yayu asked in shock. No, it's just a double mutated monster. That was its ultimate move, Lin Huang explained. The 3 of them stared at the direction where the battle was while anticipating the result. Soon, the ruthless sword master disintegrated into black dots and disappeared. The white glow that was spread more than 100 kilometers away faded. Most obviously was a gigantic hole on the ground 100 kilometers away. It was so deep that it seemed endless. Even the lava that was underground had evaporated from the attack. Meanwhile, the sanguine skeletal spirit revealed itself as the white glow faded away. Chapter 291. Killing the sanguine skeletal spirit. As the white glow faded, the sanguine skeletal spirit's body was covered in a white mist. Suddenly, the wind blew and it revealed part of its head. Lin Huang saw its head had lost the flesh that it had built earlier. What remained was its white skull. However, shrouded by the mist, he could see that there was still a golden twinkle in its eyes. The monster was still alive. Lin Huang's pupils shrunk and he made up his mind. He patted the Alexandrian eagle immediately. Go! The Alexandrian eagle flapped its wings and dashed towards the sanguine skeletal spirit. It was as fast as lightning and all anyone could see was a white blur. The ruthless sword master's attack must have drained most of the sanguine skeletal spirit's energy. We can't let it recover. We must kill it this time. Lin Huang gripped his sword tightly as life power flowed into his sword. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 circles. This time, besides keeping 1 or 2 columns as a reserve, Lin Huang inserted all the 5 life wheels of life power into his sword. The golden glow at the tip of his sword was as radiant as the sun during the noon. The sanguine skeletal spirit did not react to it and it did not seem to notice what Lin Huang was doing. Soon, the Alexandrian eagle arrived in front of the sanguine skeletal spirit. Armed with his sword, Lin Huang hopped off from the back of the Alexandrian eagle. Lin Huang then spread his wings slightly so that he could glide down smoothly to the sanguine skeletal spirit. His speed was even faster than the Alexandrian eagle. "Damn this human boy," shouted the sanguine skeletal spirit, seemingly to be devoid of any strength to perform any skill. It could only lift up its hands to block Lin Huang forcefully. The flesh that had grown on its hands had disappeared from ruthless sword master's hit. They were now fragile-looking, old, white bones. Without saying a word, Lin Huang did not avoid the sanguine skeletal spirit's hands and dashed towards it without slowing down. The tip of his sword that was a luminous gold collided with the sanguine skeletal spirit's hands. There was no explosion as Lin Huang had expected. Perhaps, there was not much life power left in its hands, which broke the moment they collided with Lin Huang's sword. Within seconds of exploding through the bony hands, Lin Huang's sword collided with its head. Bright golden glow exploded like a supernova and beams of light shot everywhere. Unlike the last time when Lin Huang had only managed to pierce half of his sword into its skull, this time his sword sliced through easily like a hot knife passing through butter. Only the sword handle was left outside the sanguine skeletal spirit's skull. The ground around a 1-kilometer radius collapsed. Not only that, a gigantic hole broke within the dark clouds that were controlled by Nephilic Judge. The intense crack from the sanguine skeletal spirit's skull was even louder than the thunder rumbling in the sky. The sound traveled up to 1,000 kilometers away and the other participants were worried when they heard it. Soon, more and more cracking sounds followed. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang, who were not far away, heard it too. The sanguine skeletal spirit's skull started to crack like a spider web with the golden glow coming out of the cracks. Within a matter of seconds, the sanguine skeletal spirit's golden eyes faded away. Endless golden light shot out of the cracks in its skull, eyes, nose, and mouth. Finally, its skull exploded in a deafening blast. Its headless body fell into the collapsed ground. As the sanguine skeletal spirit fell, Lin Huang's body started falling too. A silver light flitted down from the air. The Nephilic Judge lifted Lin Huang into the air. The Nephilic Judge was 2.5 meters tall, so it did not look strange for her to be carrying Lin Huang. He was unwilling to be carried, but just when he wanted to get her to change positions, he heard a notification from Xiao He. "Congratulations, you have received an epic level monster card, Sanguine Skeletal Spirit." Lin Huang was stunned as he did not expect the kill to earn him a complete monster card. He forgot about being lifted by the Nephilic Judge and looked at the card immediately. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, Sanguine Skeletal Spirit, combat level, white flame level, skill 1, punishment, skill 2, revival, skill 3, immense deterrence, skill 4, death sentence, skill 5, lava control, summon authority, activated, card remarks, trainable, punishment, ability comparable to a relic. The punishment comes in the form of flame chains. The target that is tied by the chains will have his/her life power sealed temporarily. Remarks: 9 maximum chains can be utilized. Revival, an exclusive skill for limited soul spirit monsters, allowing the monsters to transform back into living creatures. The activation of the skill will increase the monster's combat strength to its peak. It does not only retain all the skills the monster had when it was in its soul form, the skill also retrieves all the skills, battle experiences and portions of its memories when it was alive. Remark 1. Time limit of activation will be 1 hour. Remark 2. After 1 hour, the memory of revival will disappear. Remark 3. 48 hours after the activation of skill, the user will be sealed with the inability to use one's life power. Immense deterrence, a powerful soul deterrence skill which causes fear in creatures that have lower combat strength than the monster itself. It can also cause one to zone out temporarily. Death sentence, a powerful sword skill allowing one to hide its weapon and attack without warning. Lava control, controlling lava as one desires. The more powerful the combat strength, the bigger the lava range. Remarks: the control of lava includes the form, temperature and so on. After reading the card, Lin Huang noticed that they had landed on the ground while Li Lang and Yi Yeyu approached with their mounts. "Wow, does it feel good to be carried like a lady? How comfortable that you don't even want to get down anymore," Yi Yeyu teased. Lin Huang just realized that he was still being carried by the Nephilic Judge like a princess. He hopped down immediately and recalled the Nephilic Judge. "Sorry, I was thinking about something," Lin Huang smiled awkwardly. Don't worry about it, your summoning beast has a banging body and we're both men, so I understand. Li Lang patted Lin Huang's shoulder and winked at him. Understand, my ass, Lin Huang wanted to say. It was hard to take back his words now that he had said that. Yi Yeyu stared at the both of them judgmentally. Let me get Tyrant to pick up the dead body. Lin Huang changed the subject immediately while looking at the gigantic hole that he had made. After summoning and instructing Tyrant what to do, Tyrant hopped into the hole. How many double mutated monsters do you really have? Li Lang asked. Yi Yeyu stared at Lin Huang when she heard the question as she was curious too. How many did you see? That's how many I have. Lin Huang did not bother to clarify. Seeing that Lin Huang refused to answer the question, the both of them did not want to ask further and asked something else instead. Why didn't you tell us that you're sword genius? Yi Yeyu asked. You didn't ask me. Moreover, even if I told you, would you believe me? Lin Huang asked. The both of them thought what Lin Huang asked made sense. Even if he had told them he was sword genius, they would not have believed him anyway. Although Yi Yeyu was unwilling to compliment Lin Huang to his face, she had to admit, you can even kill a double mutated transcendent now, so you're a real genius. Stop that, I don't ever want to encounter another double mutated monster again. I was lucky that I survived this time. Lin Huang could not imagine what would happen if the ruthless sword master did not use its ultimate move to drain all of the sanguine skeletal spirit's life power. It would have been impossible for him to kill the sanguine skeletal spirit. He might have died in the battle instead. After some chatter, Lin Huang could feel his life power was running low, so he sat down immediately and started refilling his life power. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang did not interrupt him while they sat aside and waited for Lin Huang to recover. Chapter 292. Credits to Mr. Fu. The refilling and the cultivation of life power were two different processes. Under normal circumstances, cultivation of the life power would require a massive amount of life crystals to extract life light and turn that into life power, filling the empty columns with them. Even with sufficient life crystals, an upper range life skill would take 2 hours to completely fill one column of life power. With the time spent on sleeping and eating taken away, it was considered fantastic if an ordinary person could get 7 to 8 columns of life power within a day. However, it was much simpler for life power to be refilled. It could be easily acquired by the rotation of life skill whereby the life power would be refilled into the life wheels automatically. The speed of the life power refill would usually take 100 times faster than life power cultivation. Some people with special body physiques could achieve a speed that was hundreds of times faster than that of life power cultivation. Since Lin Huang had already arrived at level 8 of army attack tactics, his speed of refilling life power was terrifyingly fast as it was comparable to an ultimate life skill. With his unique physique, he only took more than 8 hours to fill 2 life wheels. Although he had only filled 2 of his 5 life wheels, it was sufficient for him to survive as long as he did not encounter any double mutated monsters. He then halted refilling his life power. Meanwhile, Tyrant had picked up the sanguine skeletal spirit's body from the hole without leaving any bones behind. However, without Lin Huang's permission, Li Lang did not touch the bones although he was tempted to do so. A double mutated sanguine skeletal spirit's bones could be used to make some high-end crafts. You haven't filled up all your life power, have you? Yi Yeyu had been watching Lin Huang and she noticed that he had stopped. It's enough for now. It's almost 6 p.m. now and the sun will set soon. Eat something before you continue. Take a good rest tonight. We shall continue to kill more transcendent monsters tomorrow, advised Yi Yeyu, knowing that Lin Huang must be exhausted from the battle. It's only been day 1 of our 10 days out here and we've already completed a 6th of our mission. We don't have to rush, Li Lang agreed with Yi Yeyu's arrangement. Sure, Lin Huang knew that the both of them were worried about him, so he agreed to the plan. As they were having snacks as their dinner, Lin Huang noticed that Li Lang had been eyeing the pile of the sanguine skeletal spirit's bones. I thought you wanted the bones. There are broken ones anyway, so you can take them. Just leave 1 or 2 for me. We don't have to produce the full body for the mission anyway. I shall do just that then. Li Lang put down his snacks and walked towards the pile of bones. Take some for yourself. These are the bones of a double mutated transcendent. Go and make some crafts with them. I bet your great-grandfather will love it, Lin Huang said to Yi Yeyu with a smile. Yi Yeyu shook her head. It's okay, he can probably tell that I didn't kill it just by looking at the bones. It's unnecessary. All right then. Lin Huang stopped talking and he proceeded to munch on his snacks. Yi Yeyu was eating while pondering some questions in her head. A while later, she started speaking out of nowhere. I keep feeling that I lost part of my memories during the monster crowd 10 months ago. Do you feel that too? Lin Huang was shocked when he heard what Yi Yeyu said. He knew that Shui Luo wiped away everyone's memories, but he did not expect Yi Yeyu to recall anything. No, it's your illusion, I guess. Lin Huang did not want Yi Yeyu to recall him using the small destruction card as well as the appearance of Shui Luo. My brother said the same thing too. Perhaps it's really my illusion. Yi Yeyu stopped dwelling on that thought when she got Lin Huang's opinion. You've managed to upgrade so much within a year. Mr. Fu must be really powerful. Yi Yeyu did not suspect anything suspicious about Lin Huang's immense upgrade in his abilities. She thought all the credit went to Mr. Fu. Yeah, most of the credits should go to Mr. Fu as well as my good luck. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. Yi Yeyu's assumption had saved him from any further explanation. I bet Mr. Fu killed the double mutated monsters for you, said Yi Yeyu curiously. Yeah, Lin Huang did not know how to explain that, but since Yi Yeyu had come up with such an assumption, he thought it would be easier if he agreed with what she said. My great-grandfather told me that there are a few people in Division 7 that he doesn't want to offend, and Mr. Fu is one of them. Yi Yeyu brought Mr. Fu up again. Since you're his apprentice, you must know about his combat strength then. I really don't know anything about that as I have never seen him fight before. Lin Huang shook his head. He figured that Yi Yeyu might know more about Mr. Fu than he did, although he had always known that Mr. Fu had terrifying abilities. He was shocked that Yi Yeyu had revealed that the ex-general of Union government, Yi Donglai, did not dare offend Mr. Fu. Oh, Yi Yeyu knew Lin Huang was not lying as she noticed his helpless expression, so she did not ask further. They went completely silent. Soon, Li Lang picked up 2 bones and waved them at Lin Huang. Lin Huang nodded in approval, so Li Lang took the bones and returned to where they sat while proceeding to eat his snacks. After finishing his snacks, Lin Huang walked to the bones and asked Yi Yeyu again, "You sure you don't want any of them?" No. Seeing Yi Yeyu shake her head without thinking twice, Lin Huang then put all the bones into his storage space. He then recalled Tyrant and summoned Bloody because the challenge for this round was too intense and he needed information from it. Have you found the transcendent monsters? Lin Huang communicated with Bloody in his mind. There are 4 of them, said Bloody. It was the only summoning beast that could communicate with Lin Huang in his mind. Lin Huang could only receive blurry messages from the other summoning beasts. Did you find the fire phoenix? Lin Huang asked again. No, it shouldn't be around this area, Bloody replied. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Lin Huang knew that they had time as it was only the first day of the second round of the training. After communicating, Bloody returned to Lin Huang's sleeve. Lin Huang then turned around to look at Yi Yeyu and Li Lang. Bloody has already found the next transcendent monster. Let's find a place to camp tonight and we'll depart tomorrow morning. It's so convenient to have such a summoning beast. It's saved us a lot of time. Li Lang smirked. If we were to find the monsters ourselves, I'm not sure how long we'd take. You don't have to fight tomorrow. The both of us will do it, said Yi Yeyu. That's right, you can even kill a double mutated monster now, so it's not fair to us if you fight again. You don't get to fight tomorrow. Li Lang agreed with Yi Yeyu. Alright then. Lin Huang did not expect that revealing his real ability would receive this level of sarcasm from the both of them in return. Now, he did not even get to fight. Chapter 293. The fiendish terraflame lizard. By the next morning, the 5 life wheels within Lin Huang were completely filled. The 3 of them had a light breakfast before departing to the location of the second transcendent monster riding on their mounts with the guidance of Bloody. 20 minutes later, they arrived near the destination where Bloody had detected the transcendent monster, so they landed. Is it nearby here? But there's no volcano around here, so where's the transcendent monster that you were talking about? Li Lang asked Lin Huang as he looked around. Besides a hill that was a distance away, it was flat land around them. There were neither monsters for a couple of kilometers, nor were there any sinking ground nor lava river. Even if there were monsters around, there was nowhere for the monsters to hide. Yi Yeyu surveyed the area and peered at Lin Huang in suspicion. There, Lin Huang pointed and smiled. The both of them looked at the direction where Lin Huang was pointing at in doubt. It was the direction where the hill was. You mean, behind the hill? Why did we land so far away? Li Lang asked. That hill. Yi Yeyu stared at the hill for a while before asking. Where? Li Lang rubbed his eyes and stared at the hill with his eyes wide open. However, he did not see anything. Is that a rock monster? It doesn't look like it. It's not a rock monster, it's a fiendish terraflame lizard. It's camouflaged itself to blend in with the color of the ground, Lin Huang explained. The both of them were confused when they heard the name of the monster. Clearly, they had never heard of it before. Even if the both of you don't usually refer to the monster encyclopedia, shouldn't you at least do your research and figure out what kind of monsters are there in the ruins before you come here? Lin Huang shook his head at the both of them before deciding to teach them about the monster. The fiendish terraflame lizard is a demon-type monster and specializes in camouflage. It has powerful physical defense and super regenerative abilities. It mainly attacks with venom, mostly using a mist of venom as there's a strong venom in its teeth and claws. If the venom enters a transcendent of the same level's body, he or she will experience numbness and lose control of their body. Besides venom, it can also spit fire. Such a monster has high defenses and moves fast too. Its only weakness is that it's afraid of any force that contains ice. Other attacks will harm it as well, but the effect of an ice-based attack is the most powerful counter against it. The rarest of them contains dragon blood and has abilities which are superior to the ordinary ones. Although it's just an ordinary transcendent monster, its physical defense itself is already a major obstacle. Li Lang frowned. Yi Yeyu did not say anything as she had picked the Fire Phoenix, which was a double-mutated transcendent monster, to search for. It was even more powerful than the sanguine skeletal spirit that Lin Huang had killed on the first day. If she could not even kill a fiendish terraflame lizard, she should not waste her time looking for the Fire Phoenix anymore. Li Lang, don't fight it first. I'd like to know what I can do. If I can't handle it, you guys can help me, Yi Yeyu said to Li Lang after some thought. Although the both of them had asked Lin Huang not to fight the day before, he did not say anything as he knew that Yi Yeyu wanted to test it for herself. Alright, ladies first, Li Lang gestured to Yi Yeyu. Although he did not understand why would Yi Yeyu request that, he still respected her decision. Yi Yeyu nodded to the both of them and took out a green sword. It was not a gold-level weapon but a sword relic. Lin Huang recognized that the sword relic was more powerful than the one he had. With the sword, Yi Yeyu summoned the rainbow sparrow and flew towards the hill while Lin Huang and Li Lang decided to watch from afar. The rainbow sparrow flapped its wings and soon arrived above the hill. The gigantic fiendish terraflame lizard sensed Yi Yeyu's and the rainbow sparrow's aura. It woke up from its nap and its eyes were wide open, spinning around and targeted at the rainbow sparrow that was flying in the sky. Without hesitation, it swiped its gigantic tail into the air. A loud swoosh was heard as its tail was aimed at the rainbow sparrow. Go, Yi Yeyu instructed while the rainbow sparrow kept its wings close to its body and descended quickly, managing to avoid the terrifying attack. Within seconds, the rainbow sparrow was less than 10 meters from the ground. It flapped its wings immediately and with the force of the inertia, it stopped less than 3 meters from the ground. Yi Yeyu hopped down from its back and arrived less than 20 meters from the fiendish terraflame lizard. After recalling the rainbow sparrow, she dashed towards the fiendish terraflame lizard. Lin Huang, who was watching from a distance, nodded in approval. Although he had never battled with Yi Yeyu, her performance was satisfying so far. Despite encountering a transcendent monster, she did not have any fear or doubts from the beginning. She knew very well what she wanted and what result she desired. She was firm in this battle of skills and wits. With that mentality, Lin Huang was sure that she was halfway there. However, the monster that Yi Yeyu confronted was a ferocious transcendent monster after all. It spat fire at Yi Yeyu, hoping to scare her away. As Lin Huang and Li Lang were anticipating her next move, they were shocked to see that Yi Yeyu did not avoid the spitting fire at all. She did not even swing her sword to defend herself from the fire, but she plunged into the fire instead. What she did stunned even the fiendish terraflame lizard. Is this human dumb? How could she dive straight into the fire? Thought the fiendish terraflame lizard. Is she crazy? Li Lang mumbled to himself. No, she must have done that after some serious consideration. Lin Huang remembered clearly that Shui Luo had inserted a red flaming bird's monster soul into Yi Yeyu's body to save her. Chapter 294, Killed in One Hit. Yi Yeyu dived straight into the fire that the fiendish terraflame lizard spat out, but to everyone's surprise, nothing happened to her body. She had only found out about her immunity to fire 7 months ago. It was when she had leveled up to a complete gold level not long ago. Since her combat strength had yet to stabilize, she logged into the hunter arena as she had nothing else to do. After a couple of battles, she encountered an opponent that possessed fire elemental attributes. She thought she would lose, but after the intense battle, she realized that the fire-based attacks from her opponent could not harm her in the least. She won that particular battle. After logging out of the hunter arena, she attempted to burn her hand with fire. After several experimental attempts and confirming that she was immune to fire, she informed her family about her confounding discovery. Her family then ran some tests on her body and realized that her body had gone through a major change. The change did not only make her body immune to fire, it also made her body highly compatible with fire. However, Yi Yeyu never had talents or monster skills that were of the fire element, so she could not make sense of that. Hence, her family picked the Fire Phoenix as the monster to get her to level up to Holy Fire level. As long as she obtained the Fire Seed from the Fire Phoenix, she would be able to light up her life fire to obtain the secret Flaming Sword of Thunder skill. By then, with the help of the fire compatibility in her body, she would be able to execute the secret skill perfectly. Consequently, she might be able to be a genius that surpassed Yi Zheng. Not many people knew about her immunity to fire. She had not wanted to swim across the lava river earlier as she did not want to reveal her secret, but not because she was afraid of emerging bald. If she had swum in the lava, none of her hair or eyebrows would be burnt off. People would be speculating if they saw that scene. However, she was not afraid to reveal her secret to Li Lang and Lin Huang, since the latter had already revealed that he was sword genius and summoned 3 double mutated monsters in front of them. Although she was not close to Li Lang, judging from Lin Huang's trust he had for Li Lang, Yi Yeyu could tell that he was a trustworthy person. That was the reason why she revealed her secret before the both of them. As the fiendish Terraflame lizard spat fire towards her, she went towards it without thinking twice. Nothing happened to her army green attire and her hair swayed in the air, making her look extra cool. Before the fiendish Terraflame lizard could do anything, Yi Yeyu's green saber relic pierced through its body with a golden glow at the tip of the saber. Even Yi Yeyu herself was shocked as she did not expect her attack to go so smoothly. She recalled that Lin Huang had warned her of the monster's high defenses. The fiendish Terraflame lizard was stunned too. Not only could the fire do nothing to Yi Yeyu, even its defense, which it was extremely proud of, was completely broken through. When it snapped out of its shock, her saber had completely pierced into its body, leaving just the saber handle outside. Yi Yeyu immediately set her thoughts aside and inserted all her life power into her saber. The fiendish Terraflame lizard groaned while fire spilled uncontrollably out of its mouth and nose. Looking at the fiendish Terraflame lizard struggling, it seemed to be experiencing intense pain. Li Lang gaped at the sight before him. So, this girl was hiding her real ability all along. Li Lang turned around and asked Lin Huang. He was not suspicious about how powerful the fiendish Terraflame lizard was, as he could feel its aura from far away. It's not about her ability, it could be the characteristics of her life power which controlled the monster. Lin Huang knew what was happening. Theoretically, the attack should not have been able to break through the fiendish Terraflame lizard's defenses, so the frenzy that the fiendish Terraflame lizard was experiencing was odd. As the fiendish Terraflame lizard roared, red flames spilled out of its mouth and nose continuously. Its body was changing colors and it seemed like its body had lost control as a result of Yi Yeyu's attack. Meanwhile, she held tightly to her saber handle without letting go. She looked like she was taming a wild horse that had gone out of control. However, the fiendish Terraflame lizard's reaction only lasted for a couple of seconds. The flames from its body soon disappeared and its body became stiff. A while later, after Yi Yeyu confirmed that the fiendish Terraflame lizard was dead, she then pulled out her saber while investigating the monster's body. She actually had no idea what just happened. Seeing that the battle had ended, Lin Huang and Li Lang summoned their monsters and went to Yi Yeyu. How did you do that? You killed this transcendent monster in one hit. Li Lang asked Yi Yeyu while looking stunned. I don't know. Yi Yeyu could tell that it had something to do with the change in her body, but she had no idea what had exactly happened. Lin Huang extended his hand towards the body and inserted his life power into it. Later on, he retracted his hand and said to Yi Yeyu, "There's no fire element left in it. Your body can control monsters with fire attributes and your life power might possess a special energy that can oppress such monsters." Perhaps that was how you managed to do that with that one attack. Lin Huang, please get me some other different monsters of the fire element. I'd like to try my abilities out. Yi Yayu was eager to know more about her body secret. That's easy, most of the monsters in this ruins have the fire attribute, Lin Huang agreed immediately. Yi Yayu put the fiendish terraflame lizard's body that was the size of a hill into her storage space and summoned the rainbow sparrow. Lin Huang summoned Bloody and asked, "Is there any fire-type transcendent monster around us?" Bloody nodded and pointed towards a particular direction. The three of them headed for the determined direction of their monsters. In less than half an hour, the three of them landed with Bloody's guidance. After recalling their monsters, Bloody got down from Lin Huang's left hand and moved forward like a lightning bolt. They chased after it and soon, they saw the second transcendent monster. It was a huge volcanic giant. Chapter 295, I hate spiders. The volcanic giant belongs to the undead. It has powerful defenses and super regeneration abilities. The only way to kill it is to break its volcanic heart in its chest. This monster has powerful strength and explosive abilities. It can invoke a burning sensation in its attack, Lin Huang explained to the both of them. Let me try killing it, if I can't handle, you can help. Yi Yayu said to Li Lang. She then summoned the rainbow sparrow and headed for the gigantic human form monster. After fighting the volcanic giant for a while, she avoided its punch several times and pierced her sword into its head. Its tough head was like a soft tofu that she pierced through easily without any effort with the green sword. The volcanic giant toppled onto the ground, proving that even though Yi Yayu did not aim for its heart, her sword could extinguish the fire in its heart. It had also confirmed Lin Huang's speculation. Even he could not kill that volcanic giant easily. He then walked over to investigate the volcanic giant's body, and the same thing that happened to the fiendish terraflame lizard occurred. The fire in its body disappeared. After putting away the volcanic giant's body, Yi Yayu agreed with Lin Huang's theory about her ability to suppress fire element monsters. Let's try killing non-fire element monsters. If you can do the same, that shows that your body can cause this effect to more than just fire element monsters, Lin Huang suggested. Okay. Yi Yayu had the same idea as Lin Huang after killing 2 fire element monsters consecutively. She wanted to see if she could do the same to other types of monsters that were not of the fire element. Bloody slithered out of Lin Huang's sleeve when Lin Huang instructed it to look for a non-fire element monster. Soon, it guided the three of them towards the 4th monster. Around half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. The transcendent monster that they had picked this time was an undying monster called the Afflicted Weaver. I hate spiders. Seeing that her target was a spider that was as huge as a hill, Yi Yayu had goosebumps all over her body. Spiders are cute. Look at those 8 round eyes blinking on top of its head and the sexy hair on its legs, Li Lang smirked. Go FCK yourself. Yi Yayu shouted. This is an afflicted weaver. I bet you guys have heard of this monster. Lin Huang looked at the both of them questioningly. The afflicted weaver that has spells on it. Li Lang raised his eyebrow, not looking too well. Yes, you'll be cursed with bad luck if any of the thorns on its body cut you unless you kill it and bathe yourself in its blood. Or else, you'll have bad luck for a month. Lin Huang confirmed. Why not we find another one? Li Lang wanted to back out. Didn't you say that this spider is cute? Yi Yayu glared at Li Lang. Li Lang did not expect his teasing to end up like this. We can change to another monster if you don't want to kill this one, suggested Lin Huang upon seeing their hesitation, although he did not think that this monster was a threat. It's okay, I'll kill this one then. Yi Yayu rejected Lin Huang's suggestion. Didn't you say that you hate spiders? Li Lang looked at Yi Yayu in confusion. Because I hate it, I must kill it. Yi Yayu's answer rendered everyone speechless. Li Lang simply could not understand how a woman's mind worked. Since you have decided, then let's try it out. Lin Huang recalled the time when Yi Yayu had used a relic to kill all the spiders the last time. She really hated them. Try not to be cut by its thorns during the battle. Besides bad luck, there's venom in the thorns. Be aware of its spider web as well. Don't get in contact with that as it'll make your body numb. Those are the 2 points you should take note of. I trust you can take care of the rest, advised Lin Huang. Same old, same old. I'll try to kill it, but if I can't handle, come help me, Yi Yayu said to Li Lang. She rode on the rainbow sparrow and headed towards the afflicted weaver. Seeing that Yi Yayu left, Lin Huang said, Li Lang, get ready to help her. Do you doubt that she'll be able to kill it? Li Lang asked. She might not be able to kill it in one hit like she did earlier. As they chatted, Yi Yeyu had confronted the afflicted weaver. After managing to avoid its attacks, she dashed forward and aimed her green sword relic on the afflicted weaver's abdomen. Ding! The tip of her sword collided with the afflicted weaver's hard shell and a clear metal noise rang out. There was a light, white stripe left on its shell. Seeing her failure to pierce through the shell, Yi Yeyu backed off immediately as she was now sure that her body could only cause that effect to fire element monsters and could not do the same to other monsters. Noticing that Yi Yeyu could not break through its defenses, the afflicted weaver seemed to have its guard down and it rushed towards Yi Yeyu. Yi Yeyu panicked when she saw the giant spider chasing after her. All she could do was to block its attack clumsily. You should go now, Lin Huang said to Li Lang. Okay. Li Lang then rode on his Ashenquil eagle and headed to where Yi Yeyu was. Li Lang's weapon was a black spear relic. Lin Huang could sense the spear's power from afar and he could tell that it was at least a rank 3 relic. Li Lang had a nifty skill and if it were to be made into a card, it would definitely be an epic level card. He had mastered the skill well. Even Lin Huang did not expect Li Lang's skill to reach the foundation of the realms. As soon as he had sufficient battle experiences, he could get to the level -1 realm. When Li Lang joined the battle, Yi Yeyu calmed down. She managed to perform up to more than 90% of her ability. Both of them managed to kill the afflicted weaver more than an hour later. Just when Lin Huang landed with Alexandrian Eagle, he heard Yi Yeyu expressing her loathing for the monster. Ugh, how disgusting. You can keep the body. Looking at the dead afflicted weaver, Yi Yeyu had goosebumps rise again. Li Lang put the body in his storage space unwillingly and showed his sad face to Lin Huang. Lin Huang looked at the sun and said, "Today is only the second day and we've already killed 4 monsters out of 6. Great progress. You guys must be exhausted. Let's have lunch and get some rest. Let's grill the spider. The leg can totally feed the 3 of us since we don't have to submit the complete body anyway," Li Lang suggested and laughed. Go FCK yourself. Yi Yeyu glared deadly at him while Lin Huang shook his head and munched on his snacks. Chapter 296, Unsealing the Nephilic Judge. It was almost 12:30 p.m. after they finished lunch. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang had drained a huge chunk of their life power after the battle because they had to perform their ultimate move a couple of times before managing to kill the afflicted weaver. Lin Huang knew very well that with their condition, they would not be able to continue any battles for the day. You guys can rest here. Let me kill the remaining 2 monsters and I'll come back to meet you guys after I'm done, Lin Huang suggested. Their mission of killing 6 transcendent monsters was halfway completed as they had already killed 4 monsters. Lin Huang planned to kill the remaining 2 so that he could do his own stuff for the next 8 days. Although we have enough time, it'd be great if we could complete it earlier. Li Lang was the kind of person who would take his own sweet time and delay until the last minute. Otherwise, he would have been more powerful than he was right now. Lin Huang could tell that his talent in spear handling and his battle experience was excellent from the way he had fought the spider earlier. Meanwhile, Yi Yeyu knew that they would have to part ways after the mission was completed. She was upset but she did not stop Lin Huang from leaving. We will wait for you here, Yi Yeyu said to Lin Huang. Seeing that the both of them did not stop him, Lin Huang then summoned the Alexandrian Eagle and headed far away with Bloody's guidance. As Lin Huang disappeared into the sky, Li Lang mumbled to himself, "Let's finish this and part ways when Lin Huang comes back. It's great that we are parting ways. I don't like following people around anyway," Yi Yeyu lied unwillingly. "I didn't expect Lin Huang to grow so much in less than a year. Besides his talent, he has put an unimaginable effort to get to where he is today." Li Lang smiled awkwardly. He clearly remembered seeing Lin Huang's potential 11 months ago when he had treated him as a junior that time, thinking that Lin Huang possessed a talent in gunfighting and battle experience. He never expected Lin Huang to surpass him. Yi Yeyu fell into deep thought after hearing what Li Lang said. Throughout the 10 months, she had only managed to level up from a gold level rank 3 to a complete gold level. However, Lin Huang had managed to level up from an ordinary person without any life power to a gold level rank 2 now. What she could not accept was that Lin Huang, who was only a gold level rank 2, had managed to kill a double mutated transcendent monster while she could not even kill a single mutated transcendent spider. Lin Huang had no idea that he had made the both of them contemplate their lives. Bloody, go find a dark creature. Lin Huang was certain about what he wanted. His priority was to look for a monster to kill to unseal his summoning monster. His first choice was the Nephilic Judge, as it was the easiest to unseal within these ruins. All it had to do was to cleanse a transcendent dark creature. Bloody nodded and pointed to a direction. Lin Huang then maneuvered the Alexandrian Eagle and headed towards the lead. Under the guidance of Bloody, Lin Huang arrived at the destination 40 minutes later. The Alexandrian Eagle landed outside the sensory coverage of the transcendent monster. Lin Huang recognized the transcendent monster from afar. The undead soldier. The undead soldier was an undead monster that could turn itself into an undead creature from a dead body with a special kind of mutation. Such monster was difficult, as it would not die even if its head was chopped off. The only way to kill it was to destroy its entire body. Of course, it had a weakness. Similar to most undead creatures, it was terrified of the purification force some creatures had in their attacks. I'm not sure if the Nephilic Judge's lightning is considered a type of purification force. Despite Lin Huang's uncertainty, he summoned the Nephilic Judge, who was excited when she saw where the undead soldier was. Lin Huang could sense her eagerness. Go then. If you can't manage to finish it, I'll help you, Lin Huang assured the Nephilic Judge. The 6 wings behind the Nephilic Judge shook slightly while she whizzed towards the undead soldier far away. The undead soldier was wearing an old armor on it, its body similar to the Nephilic Judge's. Seeing the Nephilic Judge heading its way, it attacked immediately. A terrifying force was released out of its greenish-purple hand. As it waved its hand, there was an explosion in the air. The Nephilic Judge did not run away. Instead, she took out her purple spear and aimed it at the undead soldier, with golden lightning sparks flying out of the tip of the spear. Lin Huang watched the undead soldier became stiff and fall onto the floor following her attack. Congratulations, you have received a monster card, undead soldier by 1 inch, killed in 1 hit. Lin Huang was shocked. The Nephilic Judge floated in the air with a white glow beaming down from the sky. It looked like a giant spotlight shining on her. Golden lightning filled her body and her aura was getting more and more powerful. Perhaps her lightning contains the purification force, Lin Huang thought to himself. The Nephilic Judge stayed afloat in the air for 2 to 3 minutes. Her 2.5-meter tall body was shrinking fast under the white glow, but it stopped when she reached 1.7 meters in height. As she shrunk, her body was even better formed under the silver armor. Congratulations, you have unsealed the Nephilic Judge card. Congratulations, the Nephilic Judge has received a new skill, Purification Light. Lin Huang took a look at the description of the Nephilic Judge immediately. Monster card, rarity, epic, monster name, the Nephilic Judge, type of monster, half angel, combat level, white flame level, skill 1, Spearheart, skill 2, Seraphic Speed, skill 3, Seraphic Wings, skill 4, Judgment Spear, skill 5, Lightning Control Advanced, skill 6, Elemental Transformation Lightning, skill 7, Purification Light, light attribute, Summon Authority, activated, card remarks, trainable, Purification Light, a holy glow with a force that can purify most evil force. Remark 1, major damage on dark creatures. Remark 2, evil force will be melted away when it's used on non-dark creatures. After the unsealing was completed, the white glow shining on the Nephilic Judge faded away. The Nephilic Judge looked at Lin Huang and dashed towards him, stopping less than 2 meters away from him. There was a Nephilic Judge called Kyle, in a game that I used to play. I shall name you Kylie then, so you'd be Kyle's sister, Lin Huang christened the Nephilic Judge without her permission. She did not respond to him at all. Your silence means that you agree to the name, Lin Huang smirked. Without waiting for her rejection, he then recalled her into her card form and put it away. Kylie's unsealing is done, it's Tyrant's turn now. Lin Huang rode on the Alexandrian Eagle again and patted its back. Let's go to the jungle with the Undying Blood Oaks. Chapter 297. Bloody's new skill. Lin Huang arrived in the jungle where the Undying Blood Oaks were an hour later. Many had suffered here a few days back. If not for Lin Huang, at least a third of the participants would have been disqualified during the first round of training. Initially, Lin Huang thought that he would get Tyrant to pluck out all the trees in the jungle as it was strong. It could do that easily without using its life power, but it would take some time. However, with Kylie's Purification Light skill now, she would be able to clear the trees much faster than Tyrant could. Moreover, Kylie was a transcendent monster now, so she was more powerful than the gold-level Undying Blood Oak. Lin Huang smirked as he looked at the eerie jungle beneath him. He then summoned the Nephilic judge, Kylie. Kylie, clear the jungle beneath. Kylie then looked at the jungle beneath while golden electric arcs sparkled on her body with a white mist-like glow flowing out. A golden lightning ball formed on her purple spear and a white star-shaped glow was formed in the middle of the lightning ball. Within seconds, the lightning ball grew to the size of an adult fist with its white glow spreading out like a mini star. When Kylie pointed her spear into the sky, the lightning ball pierced through the clouds and exploded. As a mellow boom was heard, the clouds started turning dark. There were golden electric arcs shining within the clouds and soon the clouds became white. The undying blood oak seemed to sense the purifying force from the sky and it started to get frustrated while swinging its branches around vigorously. Some of them even started attacking the other undying blood oaks next to them with the attempt to absorb more life force to defend themselves from the incoming purification force. 2 to 3 minutes later, the first lightning bolt came hurtling down. It was white in color. Within seconds, it lit up the sky and hit one of the thick undying blood oaks in the jungle. The undying blood oak that was struck by the lightning stopped moving. On its surface, nothing seemed to have happened. However, as the undying blood oak next to it touched it by accident, the second one burst into flames and turned into ashes. It's burnt into ashes now. Even Lin Huang was shocked when he saw what happened. Watching from afar, he could feel the purification aura that was released from the undying blood oak that had been struck by the lightning. Soon, more and more lightning bolts struck and the lightning covered the entire jungle. Under Kylie's control and oppression, the undying blood oaks died one by one without having the ability to defend themselves. Notifications kept popping up to inform Lin Huang about the undying blood oak card pieces that he had obtained. He accumulated up to 1,000 card pieces within seconds. Meanwhile, his life power was increasing as well. Within seconds, he leveled up from gold level rank 2 to gold level rank -3. Even the columns in the 12th life wheel that had just been activated were filled up at the speed of light. It only took 2 to 3 seconds for his initial life wheels to become full while the remaining 4 life wheels were filling up at the same time. 10 seconds later, all 5 of his life wheels were overflowing. Massive amount of life power is detected. Would you like to activate your life power refill card? Lin Huang just recalled that he had obtained that card not long ago when he saw the notification from Xiaohe. Yes, Lin Huang decided without thinking twice as his life wheels could not contain the extra life power. To move up from gold level rank 3 to complete gold level, he would require a repetitive rotation of life power compression. Before that happened, as soon as the 12 circles of gold level rank 3 life power were full, the life wheels were unable to contain more life power. Although Lin Huang had no idea how much of life power the life power refill card could contain, he decided to use it anyway. Suddenly, a 5th golden life wheel appeared on the black life power refill card. It was in the same arrangement as the life wheels in Lin Huang's body. However, the columns on it were all blank. Soon, those columns were also being filled up. Within less than half a minute, the first 12 columns in the first life wheel were filled, followed by the second life wheel. That's not enough. I shall get more life power refill cards then, Lin Huang thought and communicated with Xiaohe. Xiaohe, how many card pieces do I need to redeem a life power refill card? You will need 10,000 level 1 monster card pieces to redeem one life power refill card. The restriction placed on your authorization only allows you to own 3 life power refill cards. Level -1 monster card pieces. There are levels to the card pieces now? Lin Huang asked. Yes, there was none as you didn't own any level 2 monster card pieces. So you're saying level -1 card pieces are the life wheel level monster card pieces? Does that mean iron level to gold level would be considered level -1 while holy fire level would be considered level -2? Lin Huang came up with the assumption as he had never received card pieces of transcendent monsters before. Entering the ruins, your assumption is basically right, but I'll have to correct you. Most of the monster card pieces of the life wheel level belong to level -1, excluding double mutated monsters and above. Monsters of double mutation and holy fire level belong to level -2. Meanwhile, triple mutated and immortal level monsters belong to level -3. You get the idea. I understand now. Lin Huang understood the breakdown of card pieces by level now. You said that I'm only allowed 3 life power refill cards. Does that include the one that I am holding now or do I get to redeem 3 more at the card pieces mall? Including the one you are holding now, you can only buy 2 more from the card pieces mall, Xiaohe replied. Alright then, I shall redeem 2 life power refill cards. Lin Huang figured that Xiao He would give him that answer, but he tried his luck anyway as the card was useful. You don't have enough card pieces now, so you can only redeem 1 at the moment. At the current speed of your obtaining card pieces, you can redeem the second one around 3 minutes later. Alright, I shall redeem 1 now. Please help me redeem the second one when I have enough card pieces later. Lin Huang nodded. Are you sure you would like to consume 10,000 card pieces to redeem 1 life power refill card? Yes, Lin Huang instructed immediately. 10,000 level 1 card pieces have been deducted. Congratulations, you have obtained life power refill card X1. The second life power refill card appeared on his hand. 2 minutes later, the 5 life wheels in his first life power refill card were full and entered his body automatically. He then took out the second life power refill card and started filling it with life power. Not long later, he received the third life power refill card that he had redeemed automatically while his second life power refill card was filled at the same time. He started filing his third life power refill card immediately. As the sky was raining with lightning bolts, tens of thousands of undying blood oaks were killed by the purification force. A couple of minutes later, the third life power refill card was full. However, Kylie carried on with her massacre. It's so wasteful to just let this life power slip away. Is there no other container that I can use? Lin Huang thought to himself. Suddenly, Bloody came out of his sleeve and said to him in his mind, Master, share some of the life power with me so that I can get to gold level rank 3. Sure, Lin Huang agreed immediately. After his third life power refill card was filled, he started sharing his life power with Bloody from his life wheel. Bloody slithered out of his sleeve to the ground and returned to its original form of a 1,000-meter giant bloody boa. Under the shower of life power, Bloody leveled up to gold level in an instant. His size was much bigger than before now, its thickness growing from the size of an arm that of a pail. It looked like a real giant boa now. After Bloody leveled up to gold level, it did not stop and leveled up to gold level rank -3. However, it did not stop there. Don't stop, I can still get more. Lin Huang was concerned that Bloody might not be able to take more life power. Just when he was ready to stop the life power transfer, Bloody requested to go on with it. Lin Huang did not reject it as it would be wasteful for the extra life power to just slip away like that. Since Bloody could handle it, he decided to go with it with the concern that it might overestimate its ability. Although Bloody's combat strength did not grow, it was growing fast in size. It was less than 1,500 meters long when it was gold level rank 3 with the thickness of a pail. Its length was growing rapidly to 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters together with the increase. In thickness from half a meter to a whole meter, as time passed by, it grew so big that it looked like a giant now. There were even purple flowers growing on its body and it was much denser than before with even more vibrance in its colors. Lin Huang was concerned that Bloody would explode as he watched its growth. However, he noticed that the speed of its growth started to slow down. Congratulations, your epic level monster card Bloody had acquired a new skill, Limitless Ingestion. Limitless Ingestion. Ability to ingest 100 times of force that the monster possesses. Remarks. Most of the forces including life power can be ingested besides limited special forces. Lin Huang was surprised when he saw the notification from Xiao He. He did not expect Bloody to obtain a new skill under such a condition. Since then, Bloody started to shrink although its aura was increasing. It rose rapidly within minutes. Does that mean Bloody is a complete gold level now? Lin Huang did not expect Bloody to break through its combat strength once again. Chapter 298. Greatsword Fiend. The lightning bolts that were raining down lasted for 20 minutes before fading away. Within that period, Kylie had turned more than 50,000 struggling undying blood oaks into ashes. With Kylie's help, Lin Huang did not just level up to gold level rank 3, he had also filled up all 3 of his life power refill cards. Even Bloody benefited from the battle, leveling up from silver level rank 3 to complete gold level as well as acquiring a new skill. After redeeming the life power refill cards with 20,000 card pieces, Lin Huang had 30,000 Undying Blood Oaks card pieces as well as more than 20 Undying Blood Oaks complete cards. He had no idea what to do with the cards yet, so he put them aside and summoned Tyrant in excitement. Tyrant, try the spiritual lava under the ground and see if it can unseal you. Lin Huang pointed under his feet. Tyrant punched the ground hard, making it unstable all around, then it collapsed. He then reached for the spiritual lava with his hand. After a while, he retracted his hand, which was completely red. Although there were no burn marks, it was clear that the spiritual lava could break through his defenses and injure him. However, Tyrant did not seem to mind at all. He smiled widely and nodded at Lin Huang. "All right then, stay here to cultivate for a while and I'll get Kylie to guard the place. I'll recall you back 12 days later after you are done with the unsealing." Tyrant nodded and stomped hard on the ground before even waiting for Lin Huang to leave. The ground under his feet collapsed and he fell into the spiritual lava, disappearing altogether. "Kylie, stay here to look after the big guy for the time being. Don't let anybody interrupt him. If any monsters come close, kill them. If they're human, just chase them away," Lin Huang instructed Kylie. Kylie stood there without giving any response, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Lin Huang knew that she understood him as long as his instruction was not too complicated. Even a normal summoning monster of iron level could understand his instructions through the mind connection. A double mutated monster could grasp a basic understanding of the human language, if not the basic instructions. Lin Huang figured that Kylie's coldness might be a characteristic that the Nephilic judge was born with. He did not dwell further on it and looked at Bloody that just slithered back into his sleeve. Although Bloody was already a complete gold level, perhaps its skills were not complete. Lin Huang had yet to see the unsealing conditions. Thus, he decided to unseal other monsters before Bloody. Among all of his summoning monsters, Kylie had completed the unsealing while Tyrant was almost there. The sanguine, skeletal spirit was already a white flame level which did not require unsealing. The remaining ones would be Bai, Charcoal and the Ruthless Sword Master. Charcoal would need Dracena to unseal its potential, but there was none in the ruins, so it had to wait. For Bai, he would need to kill a double mutated monster and suck all its blood for the unsealing to be successful. The Ruthless Sword Master's unsealing conditions were to kill 9 different sword-type transcendent monsters. Both Bai and the Ruthless Sword Master's terms were not easily met, but Lin Huang wanted to try anyway. "Bloody, help me find if there are any monsters for Bai and the Ruthless Sword Master. One should be a double mutated transcendent monster with blood while the other one should be a sword-type transcendent," Lin Huang instructed Bloody. "I have done the investigation in this area. There's one sword-type transcendent monster," Bloody replied through its mind immediately. It was past 2 in the afternoon and it had been more than 24 hours since the Ruthless Sword Master had performed the Absolute Life skill at 10 in the morning yesterday. "Give me the coordinates," Lin Huang said while projecting the map. Bloody marked a red dot on the map immediately, then Lin Huang summoned the Alexandrian Eagle and headed to the coordinates. Seeing that Lin Huang had left, Kylie turned to the spot on the ground where Tyrant had broken and sat next to it without moving. Almost 1.5 hours later, Lin Huang arrived at his destination with Bloody's guidance. After the Alexandrian Eagle landed, Lin Huang then launched his boundless vision and saw a gigantic human form monster far away. The monster was more than 10 meters tall and it looked like a giant human except for its face and skin that were greenish-purple like it was poisoned. Black armor covered most of its body. There was a sword in its right hand that was almost 10 meters in length, which was almost of the equivalent of its height. "This is the Greatsword Fiend." Lin Huang recognized it immediately. It was a demonic single mutated monster with immense explosive strength. With its sword, the fatality of its attacks was terrifying. Its armor that looked like a tortoise's shell was practically impenetrable. However, its only disadvantage was its slow speed. "It'll have to use its ultimate move to kill this monster," Lin Huang thought to himself before summoning the Ruthless Sword Master. He was curious about how the Ruthless Sword Master would kill this monster if it did not use the Absolute Life skill. The Ruthless Sword Master wore black armor and held a black sword in his hand. There was a black mist surrounding it together with an aura of death. His red single eye was like a laser beam and it was difficult to look into his eye directly. He was less than 2 meters away, but as he appeared, the Greatsword Fiend seemed to sense his presence and looked at his direction. "I thought I'm outside of its detection zone. How can it still notice us? Is this ability coming from its sword?" Lin Huang frowned as he did not expect the Greatsword Fiend to sense their presence. The Ruthless Sword Master looked at the Greatsword Fiend. Without waiting for Lin Huang's instructions, the Ruthless Sword Master dashed towards the Greatsword Fiend. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow, realizing that all of the double mutated monsters that he owned seemed to have their unique characteristics. The most obvious one would be Kylie, which had just been unsealed. If all of them have their own attitudes, This team will be hard to lead. Luckily, it's only Bloody who can speak for now. Lin Huang could not imagine if all of his monsters could speak one day. Meanwhile, the ruthless sword master reached the greatsword fiend. What surprised Lin Huang was the greatsword fiend's apparent fear. It only performed up to 50% to 60% of its maximum ability during the battle. Besides, its defense did not seem to be effective under the ruthless sword master's black sword. Every swing of the ruthless sword master's sword seemed to cause it injuries. The battle only lasted less than half a minute and was finished when the ruthless sword master defeated the greatsword fiend by piercing its sword into its head. Just when Lin Huang was walking over to retrieve the monster carcass, a notification came in from Xiaohe. Congratulations, you have obtained a new monster card, Greatsword Fiend, Sword Servant, Chapter 299, the Fire Phoenix has been discovered. I get a complete monster card straight away. Why is there, Sword Servant, on the back? Lin Huang took a closer look at the card. Monster card, rarity, rare, type of monster, Greatsword Fiend, Sword Servant, combat level, White Flame level, skill 1, Fiend armor, skill 2, Superhuman strength, skill 3, Sacrificial Fiend, skill 4, Edgeless Greatsword combat skill, Summon authority, restricted, card remarks, passable, remarks, the Ruthless Sword Master's affiliated card cannot be used before the corresponding skill is activated. The Ruthless Sword Master's affiliated card can't be summoned. Lin Huang's eyes were wide open as he asked Xiaohe, Xiaohe, do I get a complete card right away from all the sword-type monsters that Ruthless Sword Master kills? You will get a complete affiliated card straight away. However, you will only get a maximum of 9 cards limited to sword-type monsters only. Lin Huang came up with a calculated possibility in his mind and asked again, can I choose the card again if I'm not satisfied with the one that I get? Once confirmed, no reselection is allowed. If the monster of the affiliated card dies, the affiliated card slot will be emptied and be replaced by other cards. So it can only be replaced if the monster is dead. Seems like I need to choose wisely for the next 8 cards. Lin Huang's eyes were sparkling with excitement. With the Ruthless Sword Master's character, I can get 8 complete epic level monster cards if I get him to kill double mutated sword type monsters. Lin Huang looked at the Ruthless Sword Master with a burning desire. What should I name it? Lin Huang walked over to the Ruthless Sword Master and put away the Greatsword Fiend's carcass. He turned around and looked at the Ruthless Sword Master for a while sinking into his own thoughts. Since your sword is a ruthless one, I shall name you Lancelot. The Ruthless Sword Master nodded, seeming to agree with the name it was christened. I've completed the mission of killing 6 transcendent monsters, but it'd be a waste to submit the double mutated sanguine skeletal spirit. I shall kill another monster to replace that. Lin Huang started planning to kill another transcendent monster so that he could keep the sanguine skeletal spirit. As he was mumbling to himself, Bloody communicated with him, Master, if you have any powerful double mutated monster carcasses in the future, you can give it to me to parasitize on it. You can do that to the carcass as well. Lin Huang gasped in surprise. I couldn't, but now that my parasitical ability is more powerful now, I can do that. However, the probability of inheriting the host's memories is low. If the brain of the carcass is preserved properly, I can try to extract its memories and the probability of inheriting its memories would be much higher. However, I can only use soul monsters such as the sanguine skeletal spirit without a brain as a puppet, Bloody explained. But I remember that you could only do that on creatures that are the same level as you. Or lower. Can you do that to transcendent monsters already? Lin Huang asked. Not yet, I'll need to unlock myself to transcendent level before I can do that. The coverage of the leech pods won't be able to parasitize on creatures that are higher than my own combat level no matter what, unless mutation happens. Therefore, I need a powerful individual parasitical skill to get a cross-ranking parasitical ability. After all, survival skill isn't my priority. Not only Bloody did give him a thorough explanation, it even told Lin Huang about its plan for which skill it wanted to obtain. Sure, we shall study it once we get out. Lin Huang agreed with Bloody's idea. I haven't found any sword type or double mutated transcendent monsters at the moment. Master, if you're just aiming to finish your mission, we could just get any transcendent monster that is around the area. Am I right? Bloody asked as it heard Lin Huang mumbling about wanting to kill another transcendent monster to replace the sanguine skeletal spirit. If that is so, let's just pick the nearest one. Lin Huang nodded and projected the map. There's a blaze crystal scorpion at 11 o'clock around 1,500 kilometers away. Bloody marked the spot on the map. After recalling Lancelot, Lin Huang rode on the Alexandrian eagle and headed towards 11 o'clock. Around 1.5 hours later, Lin Huang arrived near the monster. The blaze crystal scorpion was a gigantic scorpion with a crystal red body. It barely resembled a living thing, looking more like a carving that was made of a red crystal mineral. Under the sun, its body was crystal clear like a delicate piece of art. Looking at the blaze crystal scorpion from far away, Lin Huang knew very well that such beauty was fatal. The blaze crystal scorpion was a mutated monster with a powerful attacking ability. It had explosive attacking speed, especially its tail that was terrifyingly agile. It could kill a monster that was a level higher than itself. Not only powerful, it also had strong venom in its body which was fatal to many creatures. Besides its attack prowess, its body was hard with high defense. It could also spit fire and lava to heal itself. Such a monster ranked on the list for the most dangerous single mutated transcendent monsters. According to Lin Huang's memory, it ranked at number 18 on the list. Doesn't seem to be easy. Although Lin Huang said that, he was actually smirking as he did not think that the monster was a real threat to him. Just when he was ready to strike, Bloody communicated with him again. "Master, I discovered a fire phoenix." "What, are you sure?" Lin Huang did not expect Bloody to find Yi Yeyu's target as he did not have high hopes for that. "I'm sure it's a fire phoenix. I remember all the monsters in the monster encyclopedia. I can't be wrong. It killed the parasite that I discovered it with. Without the parasite monitoring it, I don't know how long it'll stay there." "We need to move now," Bloody advised. Lin Huang was scared that the fire phoenix would disappear from Bloody's probe. However, just when he wanted to leave, he noticed that the blaze crystal scorpion's aura advancing nearer towards him. "It's too late, the blaze crystal scorpion has found me." Chapter 300. Killing the blaze crystal scorpion. Lin Huang was planning to leave quietly as Bloody discovered the fire phoenix. However, the blaze crystal scorpion had noticed his presence so he could not run anymore. "We won't waste any more time here, let's kill this fella once and for all." Lin Huang frowned while summoning Sanguine Skeletal Spirit. It was a white flame level after all and was much more powerful than the blaze crystal scorpion, but the blaze crystal scorpion had a strong defense. If they were to fight, it would take a long time. Lin Huang summoned it to help instead of fighting it. "Use the punishment chains to tie it up and I'll settle the rest," Lin Huang instructed. The blaze crystal scorpion sensed the double mutated aura of the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit and suddenly, it was hesitant to get closer, and as the blaze crystal scorpion stood hesitantly, the sly Sanguine Skeletal Spirit activated its punishment chains. The 9 flaming chains dashed towards blaze crystal scorpion. It was too late for it to run. The chains surrounded it and its life power was now sealed. Without any life power, no matter how much it struggled, it was futile. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had his sword relic in his hand with 2 wheels of life power inserted in. He was ready to perform his ultimate move, Worldly Purification. He leapt into the air and pierced through the blaze crystal scorpion's head. A golden glow flashed and the blaze crystal scorpion collapsed straightaway. It could not escape death today, with the battle taking less than half a minute. Lin Huang then stored blaze crystal scorpion's carcass and recalled Sanguine Skeletal Spirit while summoning the Alexandrian eagle. Lin Huang hopped onto Alexandrian eagle's back and said, "Let's go to Yi Yeyu and tell her about the fire phoenix, then we'll leave together." Without the communication device, it was the only way to inform Yi Yeyu. "Bloody, help me mark down the coordinates of the fire phoenix." The Alexandrian eagle flapped its wings and headed towards where Yi Yeyu and Li Lang were. While they were in the air, Bloody marked down the coordinates of the fire phoenix. "Luckily it's along the way for Yi Yeyu," Lin Huang said as he looked at the map. It was in the same direction as Yi Yeyu was located in. Although it was not a direct route, it was not too far away. After confirming that, Lin Huang got the Alexandrian eagle to go faster while he took out a life power refill card. He had drained 2 wheels of life power earlier to kill the blaze crystal scorpion faster. He wanted to use the life power refill card to fill up his life power so that his performance would be at its peak, as the battle with the fire phoenix might be a tough one. After all, Fire Phoenix was a double mutated transcendent monster with phoenix blood. It was the same ranking as a sky dragon. In the world of double mutated monsters, its ability was definitely on top. As compared to a double mutated sanguine skeleton spirit, it could be 1 rank higher. As he activated the life power refill card, and he could feel that the 2 empty life wheels were filling up at the speed of light. The feeling was similar to being under the sun during winter time. It was comfortable as the warmth flowed into his body. In less than 2 seconds, the 2 empty life wheels were full, leaving 2 empty wheels out of the 5 life wheels on the life power refill card. That's fast. It's surprising that there's no unpleasant feeling nor side effects. Lin Huang took a look at the life power in his body. Everything was normal. This card is amazing. Lin Huang was glad as he looked at the life power refill card in his hand. He started thinking of a plan to fight the Fire Phoenix after keeping the card. If I use the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit's punishment chains to seal the Fire Phoenix's life power, it would be so much easier to kill it. But having to explain how I got the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit would be a major problem. The Sanguine Skeletal Spirit is a double mutated monster, and even though we're in the ruins that's suitable for the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit to live, the probability of encountering a second one would be rare. Let alone having to tell them that I got lucky. Moreover, under normal circumstance, an Imperial Censor would have to come to terms with their summoning monster and train them slowly. It would take 1 to 2 weeks for a fast learner and about 2 to 3 months for those who are slow. Only a powerful Imperial Censor could control a summoning monster right away. If I appear with Sanguine Skeletal Spirit when I meet Yi Yayu and Li Lang, they would definitely figure that it has something to do with the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit that was killed earlier. That's not going to work. The only way is to say that Mr. Fu captured this Sanguine Skeletal Spirit for me as a summoning monster. Lin Huang decided to push everything to Mr. Fu, since it was quite impossible for them to verify with Mr. Fu on such matters. However, no matter how much I help, the one who kills the Fire Phoenix would have to be Yi Yayu. If not, she wouldn't be able to extract the Fire Seed, light up Life Fire and level up to Holy Fire level. Lin Huang then thought of another issue. But even if its life power is sealed, the Fire Phoenix's body is powerful itself. If it's not controlled by Yi Yayu, she might not be able to fight it. Lin Huang was coming up with scenarios of what could happen in the battle. As he thought, he realized that it was not possible for Yi Yayu to level up to Holy Fire level. Never mind, I shall stop thinking about it. Level up or not, I must help her as her friend. The rest would depend on her luck. An hour and a half later, he finally made it to Yi Yayu and Li Lang. The both of them, who were recovering their life power, opened their eyes as they heard a flapping sound from the Alexandrian Eagle. Follow me, I've found the Fire Phoenix. Lin Huang shouted to the both of them before the Alexandrian Eagle had landed. The duo was shocked when they heard. They stopped what they were doing and stood up immediately. You sure it's a Fire Phoenix? Yi Yayu found it hard to believe, as Lin Huang was only away for a couple of hours and now he had come back with such news. It wouldn't be wrong, I'll explain to you along the way. Come with me quick. As time was tight, Lin Huang left with the Alexandrian Eagle while Yi Yayu and Li Lang summoned their flying mounts and followed from behind on the Alexandrian Eagle. Chapter 301, The Relationship Between Monsters. While on their way to hunt down the Fire Phoenix, Lin Huang told Yi Yayu and Li Lang why he was rushing the both of them. It's been an hour and a half since the Fire Phoenix appeared, so we can't be sure if it's still in the same location. Yi Yayu asked after hearing Lin Huang's explanation. That's right, the Fire Phoenix found out about Bloody's detection seed and destroyed it. There's no way that we could detect its exact whereabouts now. Lin Huang nodded. I came to the both of you as soon as I found out about it. The Fire Phoenix flies at over 2,000 kilometers per hour. How long will it take for us to get there? Yi Yayu asked. It's more than 1,000 kilometers away, so it should take around an hour. How do we kill the Fire Phoenix when we get there? This is a double mutated monster that's even more powerful than the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit that we encountered the last time. Li Lang asked a practical question that nobody could overlook. Everything will be alright if Ms. Yi can control the monster with her physique. But what if she can't? What should we do? Lin Huang and Yi Yayu were silent. More than an hour later, the silence was finally broken after arriving at their destination. As they landed, the three of them recalled their monsters. When I looked around from up above, there didn't seem to be any monsters in the nearby area. Li Lang said to Lin Huang. Don't worry. Lin Huang called out to Bloody, who was hiding in his sleeve. Bloody, where's the exact location that you discovered the Fire Phoenix? Since the coordinates that Bloody had marked were just an estimated area instead of an exact location, they now needed Bloody to point out the exact location for them. Bloody stuck out its head from Lin Huang's sleeve and looked around. It then spread out purple flowers, and as they floated around, something came into Lin Huang's mind. Follow the flowers, be quiet, don't summon the flying mounts. Lin Huang passed Bloody's message to Yi Yeyu and Li Lang while he took the lead. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang followed behind him. As they walked around, they headed into an area with many volcanoes. There were up to 100 active volcanoes with smoke billowing out of them. There were big and small ones, high and low. It was quite a scene to behold. Could it be hiding behind the volcanoes? Li Lang guessed as he walked. Lin Huang gestured to get him to be quiet. Shush. The three of them followed behind the purple flowers quietly and got up to the tip of a volcano half an hour later. Seeing that the flower went through the tip and down, they followed the edge of the crater and walked to the other side of the volcano. What they saw on the other side shocked them. There was a huge lava lake that was blocked by all the volcanoes. Calling it a lake was not accurate as it was boundless. Its layout was out of the ordinary, hundreds of kilometers long and more like a lava sea than a lake. A sea that's completely made of lava. The three of them were stunned when they saw what was in front of them. Suddenly, the lava started rolling, a gigantic shadow plunged out of the lava sea. It was a giant bird with a golden crest and a tail with 9 colors. What caught their attention was the bloody gigantic alligator and its purplish gold claws. The alligator was 70 to 80 meters long, it was no smaller than the giant bird and was covered in a black, hard metal cast that seemed very powerful. However, its neck was clamped by the giant bird. No matter how much it struggled, it could not get away from the bird's claws. Is that a blazing alligator? Li Lang asked Lin Huang in shock. Yes. Lin Huang was concerned as he watched. Yi Yeyu was frowning too, she did not look too good. The giant bird with its 9-colored tail and golden crest was their target, a fire phoenix. The blazing alligator was a mutated monster from the fire elements, it was a ruthless double mutated transcendent monster. Such a giant-sized mutated transcendent monster was captured by the fire phoenix easily, it did not seem to have the strength to fight back. What they were looking at gave them a direct understanding of the fire phoenix's ability. With the blazing alligator in its claws, the fire phoenix flew towards the volcanoes where the three of them were located. They immediately bent down to avoid being seen, watching secretly with half of their heads showing at the crater. As the blazing alligator was tossed onto the ground, it seemed to know that it could not defeat the fire phoenix and instead attempted to jump into the lava sea. However, its neck was clamped by the fire phoenix that once again dashed from the air. It struggled by moving its tail and body, but it could not escape from under the fire phoenix's purplish, golden metal claws. The fire phoenix gave a deathly glare with its blue eyes, it had no plan to eat it as it watched the blazing alligator struggle in its claws. Soon, it seemed to know that it could never escape. The black metal cast started to change color and its body appeared to be filled with lava. Its black cast turned dark red at first, but soon it became a flaming red. The blazing alligator was covered in a flaming red crystal-like cast within seconds. What's it doing? Li Lang asked Lin Huang softly. This is its crystallized skill. With that, its defense will peak. Lin Huang explained, softly. As Lin Huang said that, the fire phoenix used another claw to grab the blazing alligator's back, easily breaking through its defense into its body. In its crystallized mode, the blazing alligator seemed to struggle for a while due to the pain, then stopped moving completely. The flaming red on its body was fading fast, returning back to its black cast within seconds. Is it dead? Li Lang asked. I don't think so. Lin Huang was surprised with what he saw, he could still sense the blazing alligator's aura. Later on, the fire phoenix removed its claw from the blazing alligator's back and it shook again. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew up into the air, letting go of the blazing alligator. The blazing alligator flipped its tail and dived into the lava sea not far away, disappearing. Isn't it going to eat the blazing alligator? Why did it let it go? Li Lang could not understand what he saw. Lin Huang took a guess. I think it wasn't planning on eating it, instead it was extracting the fire energy from within the blazing alligator. What they saw had never been documented before in the Monster Encyclopedia. It said on the Monster Encyclopedia that the only relationship between the monsters was either food or symbiosis. However, what they witnessed was nothing like that. It seemed like the relationship between monsters is more complicated than what humans could have ever imagined. Chapter 302. Lin Huang's plan to kill. As the blazing alligator escaped, the fire phoenix that was in the air flapped its wings and dived into the lava ocean once again. It got away, Yi Yeyu shouted in exasperation. They had finally found the fire phoenix but just witnessed it going back into the lava. Don't worry, it shouldn't be running away. Lin Huang shook his head. With the fire phoenix's characteristic, it'll usually fly away if it wants to leave instead of diving into the lava. It might be capturing the other blazing alligators. Now that the both of you have seen the fire phoenix's ability, even a double mutated blazing alligator can't fight back. If we were to fight it, we might all die. Maybe we should come up with a plan. Li Lang's usually playful demeanor vanished during critical times. The location that we are standing in isn't suitable for battle. We don't have much space to land in the crater. If we fall into the volcano, normal lava aside, we'll definitely die if it's spiritual lava. There's no place for us to stand in the lava ocean. Although we could fight at the foot of the volcano, we'd be blocked by the volcanoes at the back. There's no way for us to escape if we can't fight it, Li Lang voiced his concern. Before the battle started, he figured that the fire phoenix had the advantage of winning. I have a double mutated white flame level summoning monster, the sanguine skeleton spirit. What I'm thinking about is to get the sanguine skeleton spirit to hide while I distract the fire phoenix. When it's distracted, the sanguine skeleton spirit will use its punishment chains to seal its life power. Once that's done, Yeyu will get on her flying mount to attack, Lin Huang said and looked at Li Lang. Stay up there. If it's getting away, block its way with your flying mount. Even if you only manage to stop it for a couple of seconds, that'll be good enough. Alright. Li Lang's facial expression was completely solemn as he listened to Lin Huang's arrangement. He did not have any disagreements. He knew very well that if he were to fight the fire phoenix himself, he would be killed immediately. Lin Huang chose to distract the fire phoenix himself as he knew he had the ability to do so. If Li Lang were to follow him, he would definitely be a burden instead. Meanwhile, Lin Huang assigned that job to himself as he knew that it was unlikely for the fire phoenix to escape. As it encountered an attack, such a powerful monster would be triggered and respond madly towards its attacker. Yi Yeyu did not say anything as she knew why Lin Huang had come up with such an arrangement. No matter if it was Lin Huang or Li Lang, they were here for her to level up. Li Lang proved his friendship as he agreed to come along, while Yi Yeyu did not mind if he could help at all. She would grateful if he did not become a burden. The both of them did not even ask about the sanguine skeleton spirit as they had their minds occupied by the plan. I'll be down there, so the both of you hide yourselves now. When I'm fighting the fire phoenix later, Yeyu, please be patient and only attack it when the chains of the sanguine skeleton spirit are tying it down, or else our plan will go to waste, Lin Huang reminded. Okay. Yi Yeyu nodded. Lin Huang then summoned the Alexandrian eagle and headed down to where the volcanoes were. The Alexandrian eagle landed at the bottom of the volcanoes, a couple of meters away from the lava ocean. He then recalled the Alexandrian eagle and summoned the sanguine skeleton spirit. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang were shocked when they saw the gigantic sanguine skeleton spirit. Although Lin Huang had mentioned that it was his summoning monster, the both of them thought that it looked very similar to the one that Lin Huang had killed earlier. Don't you think that this sanguine skeleton spirit looks like a replica of the one that he killed earlier? Li Lang asked Yi Yeyu. Perhaps monsters of the same size look the same to us, but it's probably an illusion. Just like human twins, if they look alike and have the same height, it'll be difficult to tell who's who, Yi Yeyu explained. She had some doubts too, but that involved Lin Huang's secrets, so she did not want to pry any further. Illusion in terms of the size? Li Lang frowned. Although he thought that it was strange, he accepted Yi Yeyu's explanation anyway. As Lin Huang summoned the sanguine skeleton spirit, he instructed the monster, hide in the lava and shield your aura to the maximum. When the fire phoenix attacks me, it'll be distracted at some point. Then, catch the opportunity to tie it up with your punishment chains. He, you mean kill the fire phoenix? I'd be happy to help, master. The sanguine skeleton spirit's bloody robe moved without any wind and excitement shone in his blue eyes. This fella, so, do all transcendent monsters really have their own characteristics? Lin Huang did not expect his inference earlier to be true. This sanguine skeleton spirit seemed to have retained the character it embodied before it was killed. However, Lin Huang was not sure if it still retained its old memories. Lin Huang frowned as he watched the sanguine skeleton spirit dive into the lava with its aura undetectable. Although he knew that it had an instinct for faking its death, shielding its aura was an easy feat for it. However, the fact that it managed to hide its aura to the point that even Lin Huang could not detect it was terrifying. Lin Huang then sat at the foot of the volcanoes while waiting patiently for the fire phoenix to appear again. Time passed by. It had been half an hour since the three of them waited. It was almost 6 in the evening and the sky was turning dark. Yi Yeyu was getting impatient at the peak of the volcano as she was worried that the fire phoenix had left and would not ever appear again. However, Li Lang was relieved. Although he hoped to help Yi Yeyu with leveling up, witnessing the fire phoenix capture a double-mutated blazing alligator terrified him. The calmest one among the three of them was Lin Huang. He knew very well that he could not fight the fire phoenix. However, the battle would not depend on the strength of his ability alone. As long as the techniques were properly executed, it was still possible for them to defeat it. Moreover, even if they could not kill it, he was confident that they could leave in one piece. He was not afraid of the fire phoenix. On the contrary, he was excited about the battle. Another half an hour passed. When it was almost 6:30, Li Lang and Yi Yeyu both figured that the fire phoenix would not make its return. Just when Yi Yeyu was ready to get Lin Huang to give up, the lava ocean churned vigorously. A giant bird appeared from the surface of the lava with a blazing alligator that was a few times larger than the bird itself. Chapter 303, Lin Huang asking for trouble, chirp. As the fire phoenix got out of the lava sea, it chirped in excitement. Flapping its wings as it flew to the bottom of the volcano, it noticed Lin Huang that was as small as an ant. It glared at him, but after realizing that his aura was not threatening, it completely ignored him due to more important things it had in its mind. It landed less than 500 meters away from Lin Huang with the blazing alligator in its claws. Lin Huang was speechless about being ignored. Although he was just an ant in Fire Phoenix's eyes, he was sure that it had noticed him, as most of the bird-type monsters had extraordinary vision, including the Fire Phoenix. Perhaps it ignored him as he was not a threat to it. Lin Huang even smiled awkwardly as he was eager to see the Fire Phoenix's reaction when it saw him and came up with different responses. However, he did not expect himself to be ignored. Yi Yeyu, who was hiding at the top of the volcano, was relieved when she saw the fire phoenix. She could not help it but laugh when she saw that Lin Huang was being ignored by the fire phoenix. Li Lang, who had his fists clenched tight, was now relieved too. Lin Huang watched as the fire phoenix waited for the blazing alligator to turn red. He knew that the fire phoenix was not going to kill the blazing alligator, but was planning to absorb the fire energy in the blazing alligator's body instead. As the blazing alligator was slowly turning red, Lin Huang knew that he could not wait any longer. He had to come up with something to catch the fire phoenix's attention, or else they would have to wait again once it released the blazing alligator. He then took out his Gold Eagle 11 and transformed it into a cannon. Li Lang and Yi Yeyu saw what Lin Huang was doing. Yi Yeyu was speechless as she watched. Must he ask for trouble? Li Lang puzzled. He could guess what would happen if Lin Huang was to open fire. As Lin Huang observed the fire phoenix, he was inserting life power into his cannon. As soon as he was almost done with inserting one wheel of life power into the gun, the blazing alligator that was captured in the fire phoenix's claws turned completely red. It's time. As the blazing alligator turned red, a golden spark was shot out of the gun, heading towards the fire phoenix at a speed of light. Bang! A loud thud exploded. The fire phoenix was shot as it was not aware. It did not expect the human of ant size would attack it. The fire phoenix flapped its wings by instinct as it was shot. It accidentally let go of the blazing alligator. The blazing alligator turned around and dove into the lava sea that was not far away. Seeing that its prey escaped, the fire phoenix that was flying in the air became furious. Although the attack did not hurt it in any way, it challenged its pride. Moreover, the attack helped its prey escape. It wanted its revenge on Lin Huang now. Chirp. This time, the fire phoenix chirped furiously while glaring deadly at Lin Huang beneath it. Staring into its angry blue eyes, Lin Huang had no fear and was excited. Instead, he then aimed his cannon at the fire phoenix again. As it saw Lin Huang do that, it was triggered and opened its wings wide, flapping hard at Lin Huang. Tens of thousands of red feathers came down like a thunderstorm. In the air, its red feathers seemed like they were lit up with fire, transforming into golden feathers with sparks that went at Lin Huang. It used an attack with a large area of effect, and it was clear that the fire phoenix wanted Lin Huang to die without having the opportunity to escape. Lin Huang was drowned in the shower of golden feathers like meteors. The feathers exploded as they collided with every object that they touched, and loud explosions were heard at the bottom of the volcanoes with sparks and dust flying everywhere. Yi Yayu and Li Lang, who were on top of the volcano, became worried. They looked at the bottom of the volcano that was now covered in dust with concern on their faces. Lin Huang might be able to avoid if it was a one-on-one battle. However, such a rapid attack with an area of effect like this made it difficult for him to escape. The both of them did not expect the Fire Phoenix to hit them with such a powerful attack in the beginning. Although such an attack was much weaker compared to attacks it would use in a one-on-one battle, this Fire Phoenix was a White Flame level, double mutated Phoenix-type monster. Among the monsters with same combat level, it was on the top of the food chain in terms of abilities. The area of effect attack it used was comparable to ultimate abilities of monsters at the same level. The Fire Phoenix chose to use an attack like this as it wanted to prevent Lin Huang from escaping. It could sense that Lin Huang's aura was not powerful and figured that as long as he was hit, he would definitely die. However, Fire Phoenix did not leave after it launched the attack but waited patiently. It would not be satisfied if it did not see his dead body. It spent more than an hour trying to capture the blazing alligator, but it ran away because of Lin Huang's interruption. Yi Yayu and Li Lang watched patiently for the dust to fade away as they wanted to know the result. However, they did not look too good as they figured the outcome might be negative. Under such pressure from the Fire Phoenix, Lin Huang could possibly die. A while later, the Fire Phoenix seemed to lose its patience. It flapped its wings to blow away the dust, and as the dust was blown away, a black shadow appeared at the bottom of the volcanoes. As the dust continued to be blown away, it revealed an untouched Lin Huang. Such a terrifying attack, I thought I would have died. Luckily I have this defensive skill, Lin Huang said while smirking as he looked at the Fire Phoenix above him. The way he looked at it looked like he was throwing it a challenge. Hey, show me everything you've got. I want to find out the limits of my abilities. Chapter 304. Lin Huang vs. the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix was a double mutated transcendent monster. It had encountered human before, so it understood human language. It got even more furious when Lin Huang challenged it. Although it had no idea what was the black piece of cloth that he was using to defend its first attack, it was surprised that he managed to defend himself. However, that attack was not its most powerful attack. It did not think that the black shield could protect Lin Huang during its following attack. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had never wanted to use Dark Shield to fight until the end. His objective of entering this dimensional ruin was to strengthen himself by going through the training. Although the Fire Phoenix was powerful, it was not as powerful to the extent that he would want to run away. On the contrary, it benefited him when the Fire Phoenix pressured and gave him the confidence that he would survive this battle. That was the reason why he challenged the Fire Phoenix. Yi Yayu and Li Lang, who were on top of the volcano, could not hear what Lin Huang was saying, or else their jaws would have dropped. However, they could sense that the Fire Phoenix was angry, or to be precise, it was furious, as the both of them saw that the Fire Phoenix's beautiful 9-colored tail was now completely red. It was a sign that it was going crazy from anger. Lin Huang knew that as well as he looked at the Fire Phoenix. As the Fire Phoenix's tail turned bloody red, it chirped loudly while shaking its tail. 9 flaming whips appeared. They were coming towards Lin Huang, who was hundreds of meters away. The whips were fast, traveling at a speed that broke the sound barrier, causing explosions in the air. From the look of it, Lin Huang knew that he would not be able to defend it. If he was whipped by the whips even once, he would be badly injured if he even managed to survive the attack. He would lose his strength completely by then. Without thinking twice, Lin Huang used seraphic speed as well as cloud steps as the whips were coming at him. He even used micro-territory as his sensing circle together with boundless vision. Lin Huang looked like he was dancing on the tip of swords as he was surrounded by the 9 whips. The whips did not stop attacking him even for a moment. However, he was not hit once, not even the corner of his clothes was touched. The ground at the bottom of the volcanoes was burnt black with marks made by the whips. Each of the marks were hundreds of meters long and couple of meters deep. Those were the traces left by the flaming whips. Fortunately, the ground around them was much thicker. If this happened in other areas of the dimensional ruins, it would have collapsed from the very beginning. Yi Yayu and Li Lang, who were watching from the top, were worried. They could only catch a glimpse of what was happening as the speed they were moving at was too intense. If they were the one being attacked by the whips, they would have been chopped into pieces within a second. In fact, even though Lin Huang had boundless vision, he could only catch the shadows of the whips. He managed to avoid the whips by using the sensing ability from micro-territory. It was upgraded from Sensing Circle and it retained the sensing ability. He could sense anything that was within a 100 meters radius, and that was how he managed to move 100 meters away before the whips hit him. With the help of seraphic speed, he managed to avoid the hits easily. Looking at him avoiding the whips easily, Yi Yayu and Li Lang were shocked. How did he do that? Li Lang could not understand how could Lin Huang manage to do that when he had just leveled up to gold level rank -3. I don't get it too. His speed and response absolutely makes him look like he's on the standard of a holy fire level transcendent. Also, I can't see the movement of the whips at all, I can only catch the shadows. It's obvious that he can see the attack trajectory of the whips clearly. Yi Yayu thought it was unbelievable too. This must be the legendary genius, Li Lang exclaimed. A regular genius isn't as powerful as this. My brother is close to being a genius, but even then, he can only fight a regular white flame level transcendent monster when he was a complete gold level. Even a genius could only fight a mutated, white flame level monster. However, this fire phoenix isn't merely a double mutated monster, it also ranked on top of the double mutated monsters. Moreover, Lin Huang is only a gold level rank 3 now and is not even complete gold level. Before he levels up to transcendent, he still has room to improve his abilities. Yi Yayu knew what a genius could do, as she had seen Yi Zheng fought before. As hunters of the same level, Lin Huang's performance had already surpassed Yi Zheng. In reality, Lin Huang was much weaker than the Fire Phoenix as a whole. However, he had many skills that he could use to defend against the Fire Phoenix at the moment, and he was not fighting with his own ability. What Yi Yayu and Li Lang were looking at was actually an illusion. If they were to actually fight head-on with their attack abilities, it would be different. What Lin Huang used in the beginning was a monster defense skill. He had been avoiding the Fire Phoenix's attack, while the Fire Phoenix was not hurt by his gunshots at all. If they were to fight with his current ability head-on, Lin Huang would lose in one hit. However, Yi Yayu and Li Lang, who were watching from afar, did not know that. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Huang and the Fire Phoenix continued. Noticing that its tail attack was ineffective, the Fire Phoenix was shocked. It could be luck that Lin Huang avoided its meteor fire plume earlier, but now it was impossible that luck was helping him anymore. Within 1 minute, it had attacked Lin Huang for more than 1,000 times, but none of them hit him. Terrifying ability and outstanding movement skills, it's just that his attack ability is weak. This human fella is good as a whole, the Fire Phoenix thought to itself. However, its recognition did not mean it would let him go. To monsters, the more powerful a human was, the more threatening they were to them. When Lin Huang, who was not even a holy fire level, could do this, it would be unimaginable when he became a transcendent one day. If the Fire Phoenix did not kill him right now, he would definitely come back for it in the future when he levels up to transcendent. The Fire Phoenix did not want that trouble for itself, and the will to kill him reflected in its blue eyes got more intense. Chapter 305, Overdone. 9 fire whips streaked across the sky, creating enormous cracks that were a few hundred meters long all over the ground like a spider web. The tail whip of the Fire Phoenix was so powerful that each of the attacks launched had enough force to even break metal, forming gaping gullies on the ground. Such an attack could not even affect Lin Huang, let alone cause any injuries. Its tail whip attacks were rendered useless for the next few minutes. With a murderous aura, the Fire Phoenix let out a few roars. When it opened its mouth wide, there was a surge of red glow from its red beak. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Huang could clearly sense the immense energy fluctuating within its beak. Lin Huang was frightened as he had a good understanding of the Fire Phoenix. Of course, he knew what kind of attack he was going to encounter as soon as he saw that. In the Fire Phoenix's beak, the ball of an energy had reached its peak. The tip of the flame spiraled into the shape of a corn, rotating towards Lin Huang like an electric drill. It was the Inferno Dragon Spit Drill, a skill which was considered as the most powerful single-target attack skill that the Fire Phoenix possessed. In addition to its tail whip that restricted Lin Huang's space where he hid, it was trying to kill Lin Huang with the combination of these skills. Realizing that its tail whip could do no harm to Lin Huang, the Fire Phoenix resorted to using such a combo skill instead. It first restricted Lin Huang's space with its tail whip and was going to kill him in just one blow when Lin Huang had no more space to dodge. Lin Huang had already noticed that the space around him was shrinking. He then saw that the Fire Phoenix was collecting energy to unleash the Inferno Dragon Spit Drill, instantly understanding the Fire Phoenix's intention. Never underestimate double mutated monsters. Lin Huang frowned. He clearly knew that if it was not considered as a forbidden skill, it would be the most powerful skill possessed by the Fire Phoenix. He was not sure how long his dark shield could still defend him against such strength. What's the use of shrinking my space? Lin Huang grinned. At the second when the Inferno Dragonspit drill gushed out of its mouth, Lin Huang suddenly switched from cloud steps to thunder steps. He took a step forward with thunder steps as his seraphic speed reached its maximum state, unlocking the space locked in the 9-tail whips. Bang! The next moment, a loud explosion was heard and the volcano instantly collapsed. Not only did the infernal dragonspit drill penetrate through the huge volcano, a huge gully measuring more than 10 kilometers was also formed on the ground, striking terror into the people witnessing this horrific scene. On top of the volcano, Yi Yayu and Li Lang were aghast because they both knew that if the attack hit them, there would be nothing left of them. Your damage is quite good but you're still slightly slower. Lin Huang was standing at a place that was hundreds of kilometers away from the volcano, looking calm as he shouted at the Fire Phoenix. Do you want to shit? 1 inch the Fire Phoenix growled. It would not usually bother to speak the human language but it was instigated by Lin Huang. Although it spoke like a drunkard, it was not easy for it to do so. Hey, can you please straighten your tongue before you speak? You can't even distinguish between alveolar and retroflex consonants. Do you really need me to teach you? Irritation filled Lin Huang's face. Repeat after me. She sells seashells by the seashore. The shells she sells are surely seashells. So, if she sells shells on the seashore, I'm sure she sells seashore shells. 2 inches, go shit. 3 inches the Fire Phoenix's temper had gone past its limit. It opened its big mouth again and flames gushed crazily out. Enveloping the air, the red flames seemed to have been intensified with a layer of oil as it burned more intensely. In just a short while, the flames poured down the sky, shrouding the region that was halfway down the hill in flames. Boundless Flame was a type of ranged attack. Compared to the meteor fireplume that it had used earlier, the former could cover a larger area and Lin Huang would have no space to escape at all. There's nothing else that I can do but fight. Of course, Lin Huang knew the characteristic of the Fire Phoenix's skill. Again, he activated his dark shield helplessly, which turned into a ball, so it could envelop Lin Huang securely. The entire area seemed to be wrapped in flames right after Lin Huang had activated Dark Shield. However, the intense red flames were isolated by Lin Huang's Dark Shield and had no way of entering. Not even the heat produced by the flame could penetrate through the Dark Shield. The exterior of the Dark Shield was a dark curtain that looked like an isolation layer. Nobody could see what was happening within the Dark Shield. However, Lin Huang could look through the shield as if it was completely transparent and as smooth as glass. Looking at the ocean of flames outside which was separated from him by an impenetrable layer of glass, Lin Huang was relieved. He had no idea to what extent could the Dark Shield's defense achieve. Even the skill description mentioned that as long as the strength of the opponent's attack was not more than 10 times of the user's, the shield would not break. In fact, it was just a rough estimation and there was no exact standard to follow. If Lin Huang were to extract all his life power contained in 5 of his life wheels to unleash worldly purification, the power it could potentially release would be terrifying. As it could kill most of the white flame level monsters in the world in split seconds. To think of having an attack strength that was 10 times stronger than that was bone-chilling. However, Lin Huang was not going to test the limitations of his defense power in front of his enemy because it was irrational to do so. Therefore, he had been avoiding the Fire Phoenix's initial attack. Only after it launched its ranged attack did Lin Huang then dare to defend himself with the Dark Shield. Since the ocean of red flames had been separated from the isolation shield, Lin Huang felt relatively safe. When he raised his head, he saw that the Fire Phoenix was getting in position for its next skill. His pupils immediately dilated and his face turned grave. In midair, after pouring out flames from its mouth for the last time, its blue eyes flashed with a trace of fury. A golden beam of light emerged from the Fire Phoenix's head, floating in front of its body. It resembled a small golden spark and it was shrouded in an invisible energy. Ah, a forbidden skill, flare. Lin Huang swallowed a mouthful of saliva in anxiety. He clearly knew what the fire skill was about. The golden flame was the Fire Phoenix's natal flame, the fire spark. Under normal circumstances, the Fire Phoenix would need to spend more than hundreds of years to produce a fire spark. Therefore, it was very unlikely that it would use this skill. The fire spark would normally stay in the fire phoenix's belly, and most of the time, each of the fire spark was only half unlocked. Once the spark was released out of its body, it would quickly absorb the surrounding heat energy when it was unsealed, creating an extremely large explosive fireball. The greater the amount of heat absorbed, the higher the energy content of the fireball. If adequate energy was absorbed, a fire spark that expanded to its maximum power could destroy an area that was more than 10,000 square kilometers, making it on par with Earth's atomic bomb. I've overdone it. Lin Huang's back was drenched in sweat as he confirmed that his dark shield would definitely not be able to defend against such an attack. Chapter 306. Bloody Robe's ambition. Very few of the double-mutated monsters would possess a forbidden skill. Such a skill was different from the rest as it would normally have rather harsh conditions of using it, and many of them even left side effects on the users. The Fire Phoenix's fire skill could only be used once after having accumulated flame energy for more than 100 years. Despite the fact that it had immense power, it was somehow restricted from using it simply by environmental factors. This was because the forbidden skill relied on the absorption of external heat energy to generate its power. It would become more powerful in places with an adequate supply of heat energy. On the contrary, in regions with extremely low temperatures, the attack would do nothing to its opponent, as the effect would be even worse than an ordinary skill. However, there was an ocean of lava and hundreds of volcanoes around where Fire Phoenix was releasing its fire. The heat energy was sufficient to activate its fire spark to its maximum state. Such an attack could cover up to an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. Other than Lin Huang, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang, who were both on top of the volcano, others would definitely not be able to escape. Although Li Lang had never actually read the monster guide, he knew the impact that the Fire Phoenix's forbidden skill could cause. Of course, Yi Yeyu knew everything about it since the Fire Phoenix was her target and she had done the relevant research earlier. Seeing that fire spark was being released, both of their minds went blank instantaneously. The forbidden fire spark skill. How could this happen? According to the records, the Fire Phoenix will not simply use its forbidden skill. Yi Yeyu was stunned. The distance is too short. It's impossible to escape. Right after the spark is unsealed, it'll expand to its maximum state in less than 10 seconds. Then, the entire region around it, stretching out to more than 10,000 square kilometers, will be flattened, sighed Li Lang as he shook his head helplessly. I've never expected to die here. Right at that moment, although Lin Huang was surrounded by flames, he could still observe the Fire Phoenix's movement midair through his dark shield. The golden beam of light that was as small as a firefly seemed to be insignificant. However, Lin Huang's facial expression changed the moment he saw it. I said it too soon. He was stunned for a short while before he contacted the sanguine skeletal spirit in his mind. I don't care if it'll discover this or not. Let's take action now, Lin Huang instructed without any hesitation. Initially, he wanted the sanguine skeletal spirit to only attack when the Fire Phoenix was not aware of it. However, the situation did not allow them to wait any longer. The Fire Phoenix extended its claws into the air and grasped the fire spark, tearing apart the layer of a seal to release it. At that very moment, countless punishment chains emerged from the lava and tore across the sky towards the Fire Phoenix. The punishment chains reached its maximum speed as it arrived behind the Fire Phoenix in just an instant. However, the Fire Phoenix seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It immediately fluttered its wings and instantly rocketed hundreds of meters higher so that it could avoid getting ambushed by the punishment chains. Damn it! Lin Huang's heart immediately sank. On top of the volcano, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang thought that there was hope the moment when they saw the appearance of punishment chains. However, the Fire Phoenix successfully dodged the attack and their smiles instantly turned stiff. We're finished, we're doomed. Li Lang wrung his hands as he dared not look at the outcome of the battle anymore. All of a sudden, a chain appeared without any signs and the fire spark got entangled in it, drawing it into the pool of lava at lightning-fast speed. It was so sudden that even the Fire Phoenix could not respond, just able to watch its fire spark being snatched away. Hehehehe, as maniacal laughter was heard, the sanguine skeletal spirit gradually emerged from the lava with the half-sealed golden spark in his big palm. Stupid bird, thank you for the gift. The sanguine skeletal spirit was being mean as he teased the Fire Phoenix mercilessly. Go FCK yourself. The Fire Phoenix yelled, fluttering its wings as it gave up fighting Lin Huang and pounced on the sanguine skeletal spirit. Hee, it's too late to snatch it from me now, said the sanguine skeletal spirit with a vague smile. It inserted the half-sealed spark into his blue eyes without hesitation. The very next moment, a notification from Xiaohei came in. Congratulations, Epic Monster Card, Sanguine Skeletal Spirit has obtained a new skill, Flare. Lin Huang was stunned as he heard that. He had never expected the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit to seize its skill this way and in such an instance. I thought that only a monster of the same type can seize another monster's skill. Lin Huang mumbled in a low voice curiously. Not necessarily. If the skill is powerful enough, it can be seized by a monster of the same element too. Soon, Bloody's comment came into Lin Huang's mind, reminding him that he had not recalled Bloody yet. Seeing that the Fire Phoenix and the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit had collided with each other, Lin Huang started having a headache. Although Bloody Robe has snatched away its fire spark and resolved the situation, I've completely lost the chance to seal the Fire Phoenix with the punishment chains, so Yi Yeyu cannot kill it as planned, he thought to himself. If there's no chance, we can create the opportunity. The Sanguine Skeletal Spirit will be unable to defeat Fire Phoenix, but you can still call on the Nephilic Judge to control and seal it, Bloody suggested. That's the only choice we have. It should be fine for it to leave Tyrant's side for a short while. Lin Huang knew that among all his monster cards, only the Sanguine Skeletal Spirit and Kylie the Nephilic Judge were on White Flame level. They were capable of fighting in the air, and with their abilities, they could fight the Fire Phoenix for a short period of time. In comparison, the combat strength of the other monsters was slightly weaker and most of them could not fly. They would only be dominated by the Fire Phoenix if they were to fight it, slowing Kylie and Bloody Robe down instead. Since Lin Huang could not fly or launch distance attacks on the Fire Phoenix at all and the effect from his ranged attacks would be limited, even if he joined the fight, he could only distract the Fire Phoenix and do nothing else. It seems like I've to learn a skill for ranged attack or get a monster skill for it. Otherwise, I'll have to get a firearm relic and complement it with a gunfighting secret skill. Lin Huang thought determinedly. Seeing that the flames outside the dark shield had subsided, Lin Huang recalled Kylie the Nephilic Judge back into her card form without hesitation, and soon, she was summoned again. Kylie had shrunk in her silver armor, stunning Yi Yeyu and Li Lang, who could only recognize her after a few seconds. Lin Huang's dark shield had disappeared and he gave Kylie a new instruction. Kylie, please help Bloody Robe to control the Fire Phoenix and complete the punishment seal on the Fire Phoenix. Kylie took a glance at Lin Huang. Without saying anything, she flapped her wings and disappeared. Chapter 307. Purplish gold lightning. As soon as Kylie the Nephilic Judge entered, the battle became more intense. 3 of the double mutated white flame level monsters clashed with each other, causing the clouds in the air to disappear. The remaining energy caused the ground to tremble a little. The intense collision resulted in a strong wind pressure that resembled ripples on the water surface, spreading far and wide. The crushed rocks on the ground sprayed everywhere like bullets, and waves even appeared on the ocean of lava that was initially calm. Seeing the 3 monsters battling each other in the sky, Lin Huang exclaimed, "A transcendent is indeed like nothing else. Even if it's just at holy fire level, its power for destruction can never be achieved by a normal human." Before becoming a transcendent, life power could not be detached from one's body. Aside from some monsters with special skills that allowed their life power to be separated from their body, most of the monsters were just like humans, and they chose to use mainly short-range attacks as their main battle strategy. However, once they were upgraded to holy fire level, the quality of their life power changed. Their life power could be detached from their body, and this made the difference between the monsters' fighting style and that of humans, whereby the damage caused would be increased as well. The same thing had happened to Lin Huang now, as he could not join the fight among the 3 transcendent monsters at all. One of the reasons he could not do so was because he could not fly, and the other reason was that his life power could not be separated from his body. Despite the fact that his speed and defense strength was on par with the 3 transcendent monsters, even for his close-range combat, he still could not approach them. The Fire Phoenix's reflexes could easily keep Lin Huang away. Under such circumstances, I can't even go close to them. The battle in the air was so intense and Lin Huang panicked. The sky got darker and the monsters in the ruins became more active. Although many of the monsters around them were terrified by the battle between the 3 transcendents, the energy fluctuation caused by the battle might trigger monsters that were even more powerful to hunt them as prey. Don't delay anymore. Quickly end the battle. Lin Huang knew that it would get them into greater trouble if the battle was dragged out for too long. As soon as he contacted Kylie with his mind, she suddenly exited the battle. Along the purple long spear, a golden beam of light flowed continuously and a golden thunder sphere was quickly formed. The thunder sphere took only a few seconds to expand to the size of a human fist. Kylie then picked up the thunder sphere with the tip of her spear and it blasted off into the sky. In just a short moment, it penetrated through the atmosphere and exploded, turning into a dazzling, golden laser beam. Soon, a loud explosive noise was heard and dark clouds were instantly formed in the air. Within the dark clouds, beams of golden electric arcs were flickering wildly. Not only did Kylie activate her lightning control, purple electric current flowed through Lin Huang's body as well as he stared at the cloud layers. After a short while, beams of purple electric arcs appeared out of nowhere, enhancing the beauty of the golden electric arcs. The cloud layers were a mishmashed painting of different shades of gold and purple, making it look very mysterious. On top of the volcano, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang raised their heads and gazed at the sky. The sky was dark and the purple-golden luster appeared to be rather appealing. The golden lightning appears only on the human-like monster's body. Where does the purple lightning on the cloud layer come from? Li Lang felt curious. Look at Lin Huang, Yi Yeyu mumbled. Li Lang then noticed that there were faint purple electric arcs flickering on Lin Huang's body. Is that a type of skill to control the elements? The little brat sure picked up a lot of things. Li Lang was astonished. Yi Yeyu remained silent, fixing her gaze on Lin Huang as she fell into deep thought. Lin Huang had just thought about overlaying both thunder control skills. By doing so, there would be a substantial increase in the frequency and density of lightning strikes, hence distracting the Fire Phoenix's line of sight. The dark clouds had enveloped an area of more than 10 kilometers in the sky. Of course, the Fire Phoenix noticed that. However, it did not bother as the lightning element could not restrain it. If it turned out to be an ice element attack, the Fire Phoenix might be afraid of it, but there was not much difference between the lightning strikes and normal life power attacks. At most, it would numb the Fire Phoenix. However, on top of the dark cloud layer, lightning did not strike even after a long while. Lin Huang was shocked. He then activated boundless vision and gazed into the sky. He then noticed that on the cloud layer, Kylie's golden lightning and his purple lightning were intertwined together and strangely, they started to merge, forming into a purplish gold color that differed from the two previous colors. How can such a mutation happen? Did they merge because they are skills of the same type? Lin Huang could not find a better explanation for that incident. His lightning control was extracted from Kylie's skills. However, such a mutation was out of his expectation. As soon as the merging of the first beam of lightning had succeeded, the rest of them seemed to be infected as other purple and golden lightning branches started merging with each other rapidly. In just a short while, the purplish gold radiance had completely disappeared and it was replaced with purplish gold lightning throbbing vigorously between the cloud layers. On top of the volcano, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang noticed the changes too. However, only the Fire Phoenix remained oblivious. Kylie the Nephilic judge immediately exited the battle. The Fire Phoenix did not chase after her, focusing on killing the sanguine skeletal spirit instead as it wanted to get back its fire spark. As a fire element monster, the Fire Phoenix's attack had a limited effect on the sanguine skeletal spirit. Therefore, it had chosen to engage it in close combat. During the battle, the sanguine skeletal spirit had powerful defenses in addition to the appearance of its punishment chain from time to time. Although it seemed like it could not fight back at all, it would not be easily defeated in a short period of time. Purplish gold lightning had formed in the sky, revealing its ferocious nature. At that moment, the sky was getting darker. On the cloud layer, a beam of purplish gold lightning penetrated through the sky and attacked the Fire Phoenix at a terrifying speed. At almost the same time when the beam of lightning appeared, the Fire Phoenix seemed to have sensed that danger was coming from atop. Before it could dodge the attack, the beam of lightning had already struck its back. A screech and the rumbling of thunder were heard simultaneously. Right after the attack hit the Fire Phoenix, its body sank and a black burn mark appeared on its back. Although it was not severely injured, pain that it had never felt before seared through its body. The Fire Phoenix immediately flapped its wings and escaped from the battle with the sanguine skeletal spirit, staring at the sky in fear. Between the cloud layers, the second beam of purplish gold lightning was formed, indicating the arrival of a terrifying power. The Fire Phoenix immediately flapped its wings vigorously to dodge the attack. Although the first attack did not cause any internal injuries, it obviously had broken through the Fire Phoenix's feather defense. It was in so much pain and felt numb at the same time. It definitely did not want to be struck by the lightning again. The second beam of lightning missed the fire phoenix as it dodged it. However, there was the third, fourth and fifth beam that rained down crazily like a thunderstorm. Chapter 308. Fire vs. Lightning. Purplish gold lightning that resembled a freak thunderstorm rained down from the sky. The fire phoenix, who would not usually care about thunder element attacks, immediately flapped its wings to dodge the attacks as it dared not fight it after being struck for the first time. The fire phoenix seemed to have teleported to the best of its ability. Each time it flapped its wings, it would immediately disappear, avoiding the lightning attacks. Although it seemed like it was using flicker, it was actually because the fire phoenix's teleportation ability had reached the maximum level. Its wings continued to flap and fire phoenix was constantly changing its position in the air to avoid the purplish gold lightning attacks. Right after it had successfully dodged the attack, a huge black pit with a diameter of a few meters was formed on the volcanic rock. Aside from that, the purplish gold lightning caused the volcanic rock's internal structure to melt due to the sudden release of energy with such high temperature. There were countless unique marks made by the lightning imprinted on the pit and the surrounding ground. The rock with patterns formed by high-temperature lightning was known as thunderstrike. Rock in this world, it was rare and was the ultimate collector's item for rich men. It was said that only 3 of the collectors in Division 7 owned such an item. Of course, Lin Huang did not know much about that, but Yi Yayu and Li Lang felt avaricious just looking at them. There are so many thunderstrike rocks here. If we can take any of them and sell them at art auctions, we can definitely fetch a good price. We're going to be rich. Li Lang's saliva practically dripped from his mouth. Get one for our great-grandfather. He'll definitely like it, Yi Yayu mumbled, stroking her chin. Both of them seemed to have forgotten their situation as they stared at the thunderstrike rocks and their mind went blank. Although the battle was still as intense, the fire phoenix did not stop dodging, but it had no more energy to attack. Despite possessing the transcendent teleportation ability that gave it terrifying speed, it still could not dodge the lightning attack perfectly. It would occasionally get hit by the purplish gold lightning. Each time the attack struck it, it would experience intense pain followed by numbness. The area where it was attacked would turn charcoal black. Even if it had strong recovery abilities, it could hardly recover in such a short period of time. After being attacked several times, the thought of retreating arose in the fire phoenix. Trapped in an area that was shrouded in dark clouds, it was now in the worst possible situation. It wanted to get out of the dark clouds and wait for them to disperse. Flapping its wings, it then fled towards the ocean of lava. Right at that moment, flaming chains streaked across the sky, turning into a huge net and blocking its way. Knowing that it was the punishment chains, the fire phoenix did not dare touch it at all. It quickly turned back and flew in another direction. Again, the punishment chains appeared abruptly to block its way. The attack speed of the punishment chains was actually on par with the fire phoenix's speed of flying. The reason why it could not be captured was because the punishment chains were unable to estimate its direction and dodging angle so quickly. However, knowing that the fire phoenix intended to flee, it would be easier to capture it with the chains as long the direction it was headed in was identified. He, the rare fire phoenix chooses to escape battle. How humiliating. The sanguine skeletal spirit mocked. If you're willing to give me the phoenix blood, I'll let you go. This fella. Lin Huang was speechless as he heard that. The sanguine skeletal spirit's attitude was just as bad as it was before it was killed, having the guts to declare that it would let the fire phoenix go in front of Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang knew that despite having such an attitude, it would have no way of disobeying Lin Huang's order as it was restricted by the rules of the monster card. Unexpectedly, the fire phoenix was not angry. It ignored the sanguine skeletal spirit's provocation. Meanwhile, it dodged the lightning attacks as it thought of ways to solve the problem. All of a sudden, it glanced at Kylie, who was standing outside the battle. Kylie's body was flickering in a golden electric glow, her eyes flashing with a trace of fury. You're the one who did that. Since I can't get out of this area, I might as well kill you first. Once you're dead, the lightning will probably disappear. As the thought ran through its mind, the fire phoenix immediately pounced on Kylie. Seeing the fire phoenix pouncing on her, even to the extent of ignoring the lightning attacks, Kylie picked up her spear and was ready for the fight without an ounce of fear. The purple long spear in its hand clashed with the fire phoenix's claws again. Despite having a huge difference in body size, the collision only proved that the both of them were equally powerful. Apparently, the fire phoenix had chosen the wrong opponent for close combat. In terms of combat abilities, Kylie the Nephilic Judge was way stronger than the sanguine skeletal spirit. She had even controlled the grimace clown that had wicked intentions previously. The fire phoenix was enormous in size and looked intimidating. As a matter of fact, it was a monster that was skilled in ranged elemental attack with average close combat abilities. Using its own weakness to fight Kylie's strength, of course, it would not get its desired result. However, the fire phoenix noticed its mistake right after the attack. 9 of its tail feathers vibrated slightly and soon, 9 flaming tail whips appeared in the air out of nowhere and attacked Kylie. Kylie was white flame level. Once her seraphic speed was activated, she would be several times faster than Lin Huang's while his thunder steps and seraphic speed ability was activated. Transforming into shadows in the sky, she could easily dodge the tail whips. She grabbed her purple spear and counterattacked. Although Lin Huang, who was standing on the ground, could not join the battle, he was the one who controlled the lightning that streaked across the sky together with Kylie as she fought. Kylie was engaged in a fight, so she could no longer control the lightning. Of course, Lin Huang would not let go of such a good opportunity to attack the fire phoenix. He controlled the descent of the purplish gold lightning bolts and attacked the fire phoenix. Encountering Kylie's counterattack, the fire phoenix was in dire straits as it was hit several times by the lightning bolts. The intense pain and numbness that followed affected its movements. Kylie took the opportunity while the fire phoenix was not paying attention to her. She unleashed her judgment spear at full force, tearing its neck apart. Its scorching blood resembled flames as it dripped out of its wounds. It was the first time the fire phoenix felt an injury. Kylie launched consecutive attacks, turning her spear into beams of light and shooting them at the fire phoenix. The sanguine skeletal spirit took a chance to launch another onslaught as well, blocking the fire phoenix's way to retreat with its chains. At that moment, the fire phoenix's feathers started burning and in just an instant, it completely turned into a colossal flaming bird. Kylie's spear directly penetrated through the flame. Elemental transformation. Lin Huang frowned. After going through elemental transformation, the fire phoenix's body would no longer exhibit its usual characteristics. The effect of physical attacks would be rendered useless. Despite Kylie's spear penetrating through its body, the physical impact of the attack would no longer work. If she were to attack it with life power, the effect on it would be limited as well. Furthermore, the purplish gold lightning that appeared in the sky could only remove part of the flames within its body and would not cause a significant impact on its body any further. The fire phoenix is forced to go through an elemental transformation. It's difficult to keep it with us now. Yi Yayu was slightly disappointed as she stared at them, feeling disdain as she would not be able to hunt down the fire phoenix. Just then, golden beams of light were released from Kylie's body. In an instant, she turned into a golden human-like bolt of lightning. She had gone through elemental transformation as well. Chapter 309, Completing a Capture. Golden lightning and red flames clashed with each other continuously in the sky. Each impact caused a serious stir in the surrounding space. It seemed like the area where the both of them collided with each other became distorted. The intense collision created wind pressure that resembled ripples, spreading everywhere. A growl that was even louder than the rumbling of thunder was heard, causing Yi Yayu and Li Lang on top of the volcano to cover their ears as well. After it had gone through the elemental transformation, the fire phoenix's speed had increased. The probability of it getting hit by lightning was reduced drastically, and even the sanguine skeletal spirit's punishment chain could not catch up with its speed anymore. At the foot of the volcano, Lin Huang frowned. If this continues, the concentration of the fire phoenix's life power will stretch beyond Kylie's life power. With such an impact, we won't know who will win the fight in a short period of time. However, after a prolonged period of collision, Kylie will collapse. Lin Huang noticed the problem after the both of them had clashed with each other several times. Since lightning can no longer affect it, it's time to switch to wide area attack. Kylie's one of those who can unleash the skill. Therefore, the lightning won't be affected. Lin Huang immediately planned what to do. He then raised his head, staring at the sky. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. The purplish gold lightning did not stop dancing between the cloud layers, and fury flashed within Lin Huang's eyes. A few moments later, the lightning started to break away from the clouds. "Get down," Lin Huang said in a low voice, and lightning began to descend from the sky, resembling a waterfall. The fire phoenix was no longer the target of the lightning bolts. It hit the ground everywhere as if it was raining heavily, attacking the area shrouded in dark clouds. Fortunately, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang were hundreds of meters away from the region covered by dark clouds, so they were safe from the attack. Lin Huang was not the one controlling it. When he had intentionally stacked the charges between the cloud layers, it had exceeded the load limit of the cloud layer, which inevitably caused the lightning to completely break away. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts struck the ground at almost the same time, enveloping the entire region at the foot of the volcano. Not only was the fire phoenix covered by the purplish gold lightning, Kylie and Lin Huang were within the range of attack as well. However, since the both of them were the ones who triggered the lightning, they were not attacked by the lightning rods. However, the sanguine skeletal spirit was not so lucky, as it could only block the lightning bolts by controlling the lava to form a defensive layer on top of its head. By doing so, it had drawn all the lightning into the ocean of lava and successfully avoided the attack. There was a significant increase in the speed and density of the lightning attack as the fire phoenix got attacked again and again. Although the lightning did not have a significant effect on the fire phoenix's body, it was somehow depleting it of its elemental flame. Moreover, as there was a great amount of lightning energy associated with the lightning strikes, each attack consumed a large amount of the fire phoenix's energy. The energy consumed with each attack it took was comparable to when it collided with Kylie. On the other hand, Kylie was not affected. She did not suffer any attacks from the lightning, as it was her own skill. However, she took the initiative to absorb the surrounding lightning bolts, causing her aura to grow even stronger. Then, the situation got warped. Kylie's attack that was initially being suppressed now grew stronger, and she seemed to have gone insane, as if she had no more fear or inhibition. On the other hand, the fire phoenix began to worry that its energy would be depleted and the period of elemental transformation would be shortened. It then switched from being on offense to being on defense. Knowing that such a high-frequency lightning attack would not work for a long period of time, it was getting ready to counterattack right after the lightning strikes stopped. In just an instant, it was obvious that Fire Phoenix was completely pinned down by Kylie. Since the attack made no difference, in order to avoid greater consumption of energy, the Fire Phoenix had decided to use a small portion of its energy to dodge the lightning attack. Looking at the sanguine skeletal spirit's little trick in midair, Lin Huang grinned. After Kylie had gone through the elemental transformation, she had grown larger. In addition to absorbing the lightning bolts earlier, her body had expanded as well. In this state of elemental transformation, her height reached about 10 meters tall. When the Fire Phoenix did not pay attention to her, she hid a few punishment chains behind her back. Before the sanguine skeletal spirit activated its punishment skill, the punishment chains were only ordinary chains and would not affect Kylie. The Fire Phoenix was caught unprepared and a bolt of lightning struck it again. The next moment, Kylie took the opportunity and approached it. Two beams of golden light and red light crashed into each other again. However, just then, red glows emerged from behind the golden beam of light at a terrifying speed, heading towards the Fire Phoenix. Taking a nervous glance at it, the Fire Phoenix immediately retreated, as it did not want to be locked down by the punishment chains. The speed of the Fire Phoenix's retreat was alarmingly fast, and it managed to get rid of the flaming chains in an instant. However, all of a sudden, it felt that its tail had sunk. As it turned back, it realized that its tail was entangled by a flaming chain that had appeared out of nowhere. It attempted to escape, however, it noticed that its life power was depleting quickly. Right at that moment, it was locked by 8 additional chains. Despite the fact that it had gone through an elemental transformation, its body instantly returned to its original state. 9 of the chains quickly extended over the Fire Phoenix's body, locking its wings, claws and even its beak. The Fire Phoenix's huge body immediately fell to the ground as it still struggled to break free of the chains. It all happened very suddenly. Yi Yeyu was stunned for a moment, then she summoned a flying mount and rushed over. In just a few moments, she appeared in the sky above the Fire Phoenix, summoning a long green sword. Quickly get it done. If it gets rid of the chains, it'll be difficult to capture it again, Lin Huang urged. All right. Yi Yeyu immediately gathered her life power to unleash the strongest sword skill she had without a moment of hesitation. HMPH, weak human ants. Even if my life power is sealed, you'll not be able to break through it. The Fire Phoenix took a glance at Yi Yeyu and its voice boomed without even using its mouth. Right after I break the chains, I'll immediately activate another fire spark and kill you all. Aren't you afraid that your fire spark will be snatched away again? Lin Huang grinned as he teased him. The blade of Yi Yeyu's green, longsword relic was rapidly enveloped by the red life power. The moment when the fire phoenix that was originally fearless saw the longsword's blade, its pupils dilated. With just one look, it could sense that the sword was dangerous. The extent of danger it was facing was way beyond all the opponents it had ever encountered. It then began to struggle. Damn, what's the red life power for? Fear bubbled in the fire phoenix's heart. It did not know what the red life power was. However, it could sense that it would definitely die if it was struck by it. Cracking sounds from the punishment chains were suddenly heard. The fire phoenix struggled, getting rid of the punishment chains with its wings. It quickly flailed its wings as it wanted to flee. However, the fire phoenix's body was captured by the remaining chains. Flapping its wings hard, the punishment chains instantly broke into pieces. Act now, Lin Huang yelled. Yi Yeyu's rainbow sparrow seemed to be frightened by the fire phoenix's power and dared not move forward. At that moment, a silver beam streaked across the sky and grabbed Yi Yeyu before pouncing on the fire phoenix that was struggling to break the last chain. Chapter 310, Hunting for the Tinder. Despite having its life power sealed, the fire phoenix was still powerful. The moment it noticed the impending danger, it unleashed an immense amount of strength, struggling to break free of the punishment chains to flee. Unfortunately, the fire phoenix did not manage to get rid of all the punishment chains. While it flapped its wings desperately to escape, it still got entangled by the punishment chains and its escape route was blocked. Its movements turned sluggish in midair. Damn it, please break. Since it was being blocked, the fire phoenix then began flailing its wings faster. The remaining punishment chains began to break. Just before the last punishment chain broke and the fire phoenix was about to flee, Kylie, who had transformed back to her real body, attacked. She grabbed Yi Yeyu's collar, transforming into a silver blur, and quickly pounced towards the fire phoenix that was lingering in the air. Looking at Yi Yeyu's red long sword that was about to attack it, the fire phoenix was filled with intense fear. It had never worked its wings at such a rate before in its entire life. A cracking sound was heard. It had finally broken the last punishment chain. The moment when Lin Huang and the rest of them heard the crack of the chain, everyone's heart sank. As soon as it managed to break the chain, the fire phoenix immediately flew up high into the sky. Yi Yeyu ground her teeth and demanded, "Send me there." Immediately, an immense power came up behind her. Yi Yeyu's slender body accelerated in a blink of an eye as she headed towards the fire phoenix that was flying in midair. The fire phoenix could feel its life power being quickly unsealed. The immense strength it used to have had returned and it felt slightly relieved. Before it left, it sneered at the people watching from below. However, it then saw a terrifying scene. The woman, who was armed with a sword, had sped up, dashing towards it. The fire phoenix was unable to dodge her at all. Yi Yeyu's long green sword that was covered with bloody life power broke through its feather defense with ease. The blade completely punctured its stomach and only the handle of the sword could be seen outside. Geez, I wonder what monster's soul Shui Luo inserted into Yi Yeyu's body. It can control fire element monsters to such an extent. Lin Huang clearly knew how powerful the fire phoenix's defense was. Seeing Yi Yeyu's long sword completely brushing off the fire phoenix's defense and penetrating through its body, he knew that it was the effect of her unique physique. He had expected this outcome the moment he saw the fire phoenix's strange reaction. The consequences of the attack on the fire phoenix had proven his prediction right. Even Kylie was shocked to see this. The sanguine skeletal spirit then looked at Yi Yeyu with trepidation. Midair, the fire phoenix felt severe pain burning its wound. Soon, a peculiar energy invaded its body through the wound and it had no idea what type of energy it was as it started engulfing the flame energy from its body. In just a blink of an eye, the fire phoenix felt that the fire flame in its body had been extinguished together with the remaining fire spark. After it had lost its flame energy, its body started to sink. It did not even have the energy to move its wings and soon, its huge body plummeted to the ground. Kylie dodged and carried Yi Yeyu in her arms. Boom! The fire phoenix instantly fell to the ground and a cloud of smoke billowed up into the air from the foot of the volcano. Even Lin Huang could sense it from afar that it was about to die. He noticed that Yi Yeyu did not strike its weak point though. Kylie then carried Yi Yeyu and soon, they reached the ground. Her face blushed when she got out of Kylie's arms. Stay focused. Get ready to extract its tinder, it's collapsing really soon. Lin Huang's voice was heard as he came up behind Yi Yeyu. To avoid any unnecessary distractions, Lin Huang had recalled Kylie and the sanguine skeletal spirit. He then retreated hundreds of meters away. As a matter of fact, according to the rule of life fire tinder extraction, as long as there were no transcendent humans around her, the extraction process would not be affected. Lin Huang wanted to play safe, hence he stayed away. Since everything had now been decided, Li Lang rode on the Ashenquil eagle and descended beside Lin Huang. The huge fire phoenix gradually collapsed onto the ground and soon died. Yi Yeyu, who was staring at the fire phoenix, immediately moved forward, pressing against its huge carcass as her red-colored life power penetrated through the fire phoenix's body like silk threads. Inside the fire phoenix's body, the white life fire that was about to fade out turned into a white peanut-sized tinder. The tinder that was going to die out soon sensed the guidance of the red life power as if there was a chance for it to reignite, and it attempted to absorb the red life power. As soon as the red life power was being absorbed, the tinder lit up. Apparently, it had sensed something delicious, engorging on the energy like a starving animal all the way. Hunting the tinder was just like fishing, you had to use your own life power as bait to lead the tinder to enter your body. Therefore, the first criteria to successfully extract a tinder was to make sure that the tinder would be partial to one's life power. If it was not the type of life power that the tinder preferred, the tinder would not be lured out. It would hide deep inside the monster carcass and disappear within an hour right after the monster had died. Of course, the prerequisite was that the tinder hunter must be the one who killed the monster. Otherwise, even if one could get to the monster carcass before the tinder disappeared, the tinder would automatically collapse the moment that life power was inserted into the monster carcass, and there would be no way of extracting it. Nobody knew where such a theory came from. However, everyone knew that it was a rule that could not be violated, as it had been verified by the people who had tried to bypass it. In a nutshell, the time limit to hunt for the tinder was 1 hour, and the hunter had to be the murderer as well. Also, the hunter's life power had to be preferred by the tinder. An hour later, if the tinder was not drawn into the hunter's body, it would automatically collapse and one would fail in the quest for the tinder. Without a doubt, Yi Yeyu was quite successful extracting the life power. In less than 30 seconds, she had successfully lured the tinder into her body. As soon as the tinder entered her body, Yi Yeyu released her palm that was pressing against the fire phoenix's body. "Can you really do it that quickly?" Even Lin Huang was amazed by her. Yi Yeyu nodded her head with a smile. She did not expect things to go so smoothly. "I'll need some time to reignite the tinder." "All right, we'll keep watch beside you." Lin Huang nodded. Yi Yeyu then sat down and started controlling the tinder that was inserted into her life wheel. It was engulfing the life power within her body. Lin Huang and Li Lang waited patiently around Yi Yeyu. From just a short distance, they could clearly sense the life power within Yi Yeyu's body being drained. In just a few breaths, the aura released by her life power had completely disappeared. It felt like she was engaged in an intense battle that drained her life power. In Yi Yeyu's body, the peanut-sized tinder did not only engulf all the life power in her life wheel within a few minutes, it even absorbed all the life power within her body that had drifted away from her life wheel. The crust of the tinder started to crack after all her life power had been engulfed, and the energy of the white flame was released gradually. As time passed, more cracks appeared on the tinder and the white flame started to burn vigorously. Eventually, the tinder had completely turned into a white life fire, releasing a significant amount of life power. Yi Yeyu's empty life wheel in her body that was running out of life power had been restored. Chapter 311, The Fire Phoenix's Carcass. The rules for advancing from complete gold level to holy fire level were totally different from the norm. Upgrading from iron to gold level would only require one to kill a life seed monster. After the monster was killed, one would automatically go through a life light baptism. The life seed would be drawn into the hunter's body as well, allowing the hunter to directly complete the transformation. Upgrading to holy fire level, however, one would need to kill the monster and extract its life fire tinder. Upon the completion of the extraction of the tinder could be reignited by life power after it was inserted into one's body. A life fire could then be formed. However, the success rate of extracting life fire tinder was not guaranteed. After the holy fire level monster had died, the tinder would exist for only 1 hour before self-destructing. That being said, not retrieving it within 1 hour would indicate that the extraction of tinder had failed. Furthermore, despite the fact that the tinder of life fire existed in living organisms, it somehow still had a relatively weak consciousness. It would choose its host on its own. The most likely scenario was that one would only be able to extract tinder with which their life power matched. Therefore, by forcefully extracting tinder from a monster that did not match one's characteristic or element, a hunter could be rejected with a probability of at least 90% and he or she would be unable to extract the tinder. Of course, most of them would not choose to do so. Yi Yeyu was a good example. To the fire phoenix's tinder, her life power was absolutely delicious. That was the reason why she could easily complete the extraction of its tinder. In fact, an ordinary person would need to spend more than half an hour to complete the entire process. Of course, this was what they had to pay attention to during the extraction of tinder. Hunting the monster itself was another thing altogether. The only similar thing between upgrading from iron to gold level was that one could form a team to hunt the monster. However, the similarity ended there. While hunting for the tinder of a monster, aside from the human's combat strength having to be lower than that of the monster by at least one level, a limit for the number of people was there. Not more than 100 participants could join. The number of monsters being summoned would not be counted in this party of hunters. However, there were rules established for the monsters being summoned as well. First of all, the monsters being summoned must not exceed the monster's combat strength. Secondly, the number of monsters being summoned could not exceed 10, and lastly, the person who obtained the tinder would be the one who last killed the monster. No matter how hard they tried, even if their life power matched the tinder's characteristics and regardless of how delicious it was to the tinder, it would not have any reaction. Going against any of the rules, even after the monster had been killed, the tinder would automatically collapse as soon as the monster died. It was an absolute restriction. During the past 100 years, many of them had been looking for different tricks and ways to bypass the rules. Instead, as a consequence, they had only proven that these were rules that could not be violated and there would be no exclusion. Upon obtaining the tinder, it would automatically immerse itself in the hunter's body to obtain his or her life wheel. One would have to allow the tinder to absorb all the life power to ignite it. The tinder and life power were correlated. The higher the compatibility between the both of them, the faster the tinder would light up, and the reverse was true. It would then take a longer time to transform the tinder into a life fire. Apparently, Yi Yeyu's life power was extremely compatible with the tinder. In about 3 minutes, the tinder had completely engulfed her life power and transformed, igniting the life fire. After the life fire had been ignited, there would be some changes in the quality of life power released. If the concentration of life power from iron to gold level was compared to that of vapor, the concentration at complete gold level would be a denser form of vapor. At holy fire level, the concentration of life power was no longer comparable to that of vapor. There would be changes in the quality of life power as it would be more similar to droplets of water instead. Not only was the concentration of life power of those on holy fire level higher than that of those on complete gold level by more than tenfold, there was a change in the quality of life power as well. The change in the quality of the life power would also result in a change in the strength of body and soul. Before achieving holy fire level, other than using certain skills, the life power would not be able to be separated from one's body. However, upon achieving holy fire level, the life power could exist even if it had detached from the body. By achieving such a level, humans could generate impact waves like what occurred in Dragon Ball as long as they had sufficient life power. That was also the reason why Lin Huang was so eager to become a transcendent. Furthermore, the existence of the life fire could increase the rate of recovery of the life power in the human body by more than tenfold. Yi Yeyu had a unique physique. It took her only about half an hour for her life power to be filled by the life fire. Even the life power within her body had been restored. She felt energetic and powerful to the point that she even thought that she was having an illusion. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at the both of them who kept watch beside her. "You've filled your life power so quickly." Although he knew that Yi Yeyu had a unique physique, still, Lin Huang was surprised. "Yes." Yi Yeyu nodded. Lin Huang hesitated for a moment and requested, "Could you please sell the fire phoenix carcass to me? The carcass belongs to you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to complete the extraction of its tinder. I've done nothing since the beginning. What I did was just kill it at the end of the battle." Yi Yeyu laughed at herself. "I'll take it then. The carcass is useful to me." After finishing his sentence, Lin Huang stored the fire phoenix's huge carcass in his storage space. The reason why Lin Huang wanted the carcass of the fire phoenix was because it was a monster that had undergone 2 mutations and it fulfilled the requirement to unseal Bai. After drinking some fresh blood, Bai could then be unsealed. Lin Huang had asked Xiao He about it while Yi Yeyu was igniting her life fire. The monster had stronger vitality than humans. The blood of a double mutated monster like the fire phoenix would still remain fresh within 3 hours after it had died. Not only could the carcass of the fire phoenix unseal by, there was also no damage to its head, so after Bloody had leveled up, it could try to retrieve information from its brain. There was a possibility that its abilities could be recovered. I've finally completed the biggest mission in the training. What's your plan? Yi Yeyu asked the both of them. Of course, I'm aiming for holy fire level as well. Seeing that Yi Yeyu had killed the powerful fire phoenix and had leveled up, Li Lang looked somehow disappointed. He had chosen a monster that had only mutated once and its tinder was relatively weak. Do you need my help? Lin Huang turned around and asked. No, I've already asked a few of them from the Hunter Association to kill it. I've chosen a normal life seed monster, so it should be easy to kill. If I can't handle it, I'll contact you then. Li Lang rejected Lin Huang as he had promised his friends to hunt down the monster together. Furthermore, he was confident that he could kill it and he did not want to trouble Lin Huang. Lin Huang, what about you? Asked Yi Yeyu. As soon as Lin Huang was thinking of how he should answer the question, an oppressive aura suddenly came from afar. Lin Huang's and Yi Yeyu's facial expression changed abruptly. The intimidating aura must have been released by monsters that were at least purple flame level. It was even stronger than the aura emitted by the fire phoenix. Run! Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic, the black ink, without a moment's hesitation. A black door was instantly activated and the three of them quickly ran over to it. The moment the black ink closed and disappeared, a flame that looked like a meteorite hurtled towards the door. The flame blasted off into the sky, stirring up waves in the ocean of lava that reached hundreds of meters high. On the other side, a few of the volcanoes collapsed abruptly due to the energy generated by the shock. A few moments later, a gigantic dragon-like monster that was even bigger than the fire phoenix spread its wings and swept past the entire region. Chapter 312, Submission of the Mission. Holy Fire level was categorized into 5 mini-levels. To rank them in ascending order, White Flame level came first, followed by Crimson Flame level, Blue Flame level, Purple Flame level, then Gold Flame level. Monsters like the sanguine skeletal spirit that Lin Huang had captured earlier and Kylie the nephilic judge that he had unsealed as well as the fire phoenix that he had just killed were monsters on White Flame level. However, a White Flame level monster that had mutated a second time would have abilities that were on par with a Blue Flame level that had not gone through any mutations yet. As the fire phoenix possessed phoenix blood, its ability was slightly stronger. Perhaps, it could even fight a Blue Flame level monster that had mutated once. Although Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu had no idea what the monster that they had detected earlier from afar was, they could sense just from its aura alone that it was on at least Purple Flame level. It might be a Gold Flame level monster as the aura of the monster was a lot stronger than that of the fire phoenix even though it was still far away from them. Obviously, the monster was attracted by the aura released from the battle. A monster that dared to approach them even after it could sense that there was a battle among 3 double mutated White Flame level monsters must be confident that it was capable of gobbling up the 3 powerful double mutated monsters. Fortunately, Yi Yeyu spent only half an hour to complete the ignition of the life fire. If she was a few minutes slower or if the monster came a few minutes earlier, the 3 of them would definitely become monster food. Based on Lin Huang's current abilities in addition to the monsters that he could summon, defeating a monster that was on a level like the fire phoenix was his maximum limit. Fighting a monster that was stronger than that was beyond his capabilities. That was also the reason why he had chosen to run away at the very moment when he sensed the aura. Passing through the black ink, they appeared at a place that was thousands of kilometers away, somewhere near the forest of the Undying Blood Oaks. The place was one of the locations that Lin Huang had set previously in the black ink, so that he could come over to see Tyrant's condition at any time. Since they were in a hurry when the black ink was being activated, he did not manage to choose a specific place in time. Therefore, they were randomly sent to this place. What was that? I felt like it was way stronger than the fire phoenix. The thought struck terror in Yi Yeyu. I don't know, but it's at least on Purple Flame level. We can't fight it. Lin Huang was slightly relieved. Right at the moment when the door was about to close, he could vaguely see the meteorite approaching. Was there a monster attack just now? Li Lang could only react to it now that they mentioned it. He had been dragged into the door by Lin Huang, not having any idea about what was happening at all. Listening to their conversation, He then knew why Lin Huang had suddenly summoned a dimensional relic. Both of them were speechless and took a glance at the ignorant Li Lang. By the way, where's this place? It looks familiar. Yi Yeyu suddenly noticed that the surrounding environment was somehow familiar yet strange. You feel the same way too. I thought it was an illusion. I feel that it looks like the forest of the undying blood oaks that we passed through previously, Li Lang's voiced out. As he observed around, he felt odd. Yes, it looks like it, but there aren't any undying blood oaks over there. Why have all of them have disappeared? As soon as Li Lang reminded them of that, Yi Yeyu turned back and looked at the direction where the undying blood oaks were supposed to be. She frowned. Lin Huang, why did you set this location as our destination? You're not the one who wiped out everything in the forest, are you? After witnessing Lin Huang's skills, he felt that no ordinary person could do such a thing. Perhaps, only Lin Huang was capable of doing so. No, it's not me. I found out that the forest was being wiped out when I passed through this place a few days ago, so I set this location as I felt that it was weird that the forest has disappeared. I wanted to try and see if I can figure out what's happening by chance when I'm free. Lin Huang simply came up with some excuses. Both of them easily believed what Lin Huang said, as the forest of the undying blood oak had completely disappeared as if it had never existed before. It did not look like it could be done by an ordinary human. Many of the unknown abilities that we can't defeat exist in the ruins, Yi Yeyu sighed. Lin Huang was slightly relieved as the both of them trusted what he said. In fact, he had revealed many of his abilities to both of them, but he did not wish for them to know more of his secrets. It was not because he could not trust them. He felt that the knowledge of his secrets brought no benefit to both parties, and it might even cause them trouble. Glancing at the time projected, it was about 8 o'clock at night. It had been more than 40 minutes since the fire phoenix had died. Lin Huang, is there anything that you have to deal with? Yi Yeyu asked as she noticed that Lin Huang had also glanced at the time when he had requested for the carcass of the fire phoenix from her. He looked at the time again after a while, and she could not help but feel that he had something urgent to settle. Get your work done first. Once you're done, we'll meet again. Alright, I do have something to deal with. I'll bring the both of you back to the place for submission of our mission. We've collected enough transcendent monsters. We might as well submit our assignment first. Wait for me over there and I'll join you guys right after I'm done with my work, Lin Huang suggested. If you're in a hurry, you may get your work done first. We're not in rush to submit the mission, Li Lang explained. I still have time, let's submit the mission first. Lin Huang was worried that the both of them were going to stay here, as he was afraid that they would discover Tyrant who was unsealing itself underground and that Tyrant's unsealing process would be interrupted. As for Bai's unsealing, although it was only about 40 minutes since the fire phoenix had died, the submission of the mission could be done in a few minutes, so he would still be able to make it. He summoned the black ink again, specifying the location of the place for submission of their assignment. They strode over to the door and the door gradually closed. When they appeared again, they arrived at the place where they had gathered during the second round of training. The examiner of the second round of training, Zhang Bing, was startled the moment when he saw them arrive. Immediately, he noticed that Yi Yeyu had achieved white flame level. Why did the three of you come back? Have you completed the mission? Zhang Bing felt like it was only the second day since the assessment had started. Despite the fact that they had a member who had achieved white flame level, it was impossible for them to complete the task of killing 6 transcendent monsters, as looking for the right transcendent monster alone would take them some time. Examiner, we've completed our task and we're here to submit it, Li Lang said with a smile. I guess we're the first team to complete the mission, aren't we? You'll only be considered to have completed the mission after passing the carcasses to me. Zhang Bing stared at Li Lang as he hated glib-tongued people. Alright. Li Lang felt bored and rubbed his nose after listening to what Zhang Bing said. He then took out the afflicted weaver's dead body, while Yi Yeyu took out the dead body of the fiendish terraflame lizard and the volcanic giant that she had killed. Lin Huang took out the carcasses of the undead soldier, the greatsword fiend, and the blaze crystal scorpion. He kept the dead body of the double-mutated sanguine skeletal spirit under his care. Seeing the three of them produce 6 dead bodies of white flame-level monsters, Zhang Bing was surprised. Gazing at them, he suspected that there must be a person among them that possessed unique detection abilities. Otherwise, even if they were capable of killing the monsters, it was impossible for them to complete the mission so quickly. After scrutinizing the dead bodies, although he felt curious to know how some of the monsters had died, he just put the carcasses away and nodded at them. The three of you have passed the assessment. Tell me your names. Yi Yeyu, Li Lang, Lin Huang. After a short while, Zhang Bing found their names on the name list projected and marked a tick beside their names. Before the third assessment begins, the three of you can do whatever you like. However, I'd suggest you guys not to be lazy and go kill some transcendent monsters. You'll know why during the third round of the assessment. Zhang Bing issued a simple reminder and did not say anything after that. Both of you can wait for me over there. Since it's late now, you can set up the tent somewhere around here and make some food. I'll come back right after I get my things done. Again, Lin Huang summoned the black ink and went through the door. Chapter 313. Unsealing. By after the second mission had been submitted, Yi Yeyu and Li Lang stayed somewhere near the examiner. Lin Huang then left by summoning the black ink without any worries. The first location that he was sent to was the forest of the undying blood oaks, as it was where Tyrant was unsealed. He summoned Kylie again and instructed her to keep watch over the place. Lin Huang then summoned the black ink and left again. The next location that he had chosen was a huge, extinct volcano. He had accidentally discovered this place when he had been through here while riding on the Alexandrian eagle. He felt that the extinct volcano was a good shelter, hence, he had bookmarked the location on the black ink. He never knew that it would be useful for him until now. The location was set right at the entrance of the volcano. After the black ink was recalled, Lin Huang summoned the Alexandrian eagle. Riding on its back, they descended gradually and entered the volcano. It was an extinct volcano which was quite humongous, with a height of more than 5,000 meters. The diameter of its base was about 100 kilometers. There was no more lava beneath the volcano, as it had now all become volcanic rock. Not even a hint of heat energy was released. After he had confirmed that the internal space of the volcano was big enough, Lin Huang then restored the Alexandrian eagle back to its card form and took out the fire phoenix carcass from its storage space. At the same time, Bai was summoned. Right after Bai was summoned, upon seeing the fire phoenix's carcass, he was triggered. He clearly knew that the carcass could help him to unseal himself. However, he did not act first. He looked at Lin Huang instead, waiting for him to give an instruction. Drink it, Lin Huang ordered. He was quite satisfied with Bai's reaction. Bai was the most obedient monster among all his monsters in the monster card collection. Upon receiving Lin Huang's instruction, Bai's eyes suddenly turned red and he pounced on the fire phoenix's carcass. He bit into the fire phoenix's wound on its neck with his fangs and began to suck the fire phoenix's blood. Lin Huang sat on the ground and waited patiently. He was bored after a while. Then he raised his head, gazing at the sky. Despite the wide crater of the volcano, he felt like he was gazing at the moon through a well as he looked up from the base of the volcano that was thousands of meters deep. Staring at the sky through the crater, Lin Huang fell into deep thought. The sky that I can see from the base of the volcano is not a complete sky, just like the world that I see in Division 7 is not how the whole world exactly looks like. The world is infinitely big. What I saw today, what I heard today, and even what I encountered today, they're all just a small part of the world. Perhaps I'll be upgraded to Holy Fire level soon, then I can then step out of Division 7 to explore a bigger world. As time passed, Lin Huang still waited at the base of the volcano patiently. The fire phoenix's dead body began to shrivel away as Bai was draining it of its blood. In less than an hour, it looked like a mummy that had lost a great amount of water. Seeing the changes in the fire phoenix's body, Lin Huang knew that Bai was almost done. About 10 minutes later, when the fire phoenix's body had almost dried out completely, Bai then released the carcass reluctantly. Extending his tongue and licked the remaining blood stains on its lip, Bai's body gradually floated up into the air. His body was completely shrouded in a beam of white glow that looked like a spotlight in the sky. His white hair was ruffled despite the fact that there was no wind. Soon, a bloody mist gradually spread through the air and surrounded him. Lin Huang could sense that it was the blood spirit. However, it was his first time witnessing the blood spirit appearing in such a strange mist form, as it would usually appear in the form of wings. As soon as the blood spirit had appeared, Bai's aura rapidly grew stronger. The layer of bloody mist got thicker as well and eventually enveloped his entire body. It had even formed a huge bloody spawn midair. As the white glow from the sky shone on it, the layer of the bloody nucleus reflected a crystal clear radiance. What had happened was beyond Lin Huang's expectations. When Kylie was unsealed, she had not gone through this process. It seems like it's different from Kylie's evolution. Lin Huang lifted his head and looked at the huge bloody spawn in shock. He possesses the god's blood in his body, but because his combat strength was too weak previously, he couldn't activate the god's blood. After he's unsealed, the god's blood will be activated by default. Therefore, the third evolution, which is the so-called ultimate mutation, will happen, Xiao He suddenly explained. As by going through the third advancement, Lin Huang then recalled the description on the monster card. He had not paid much attention to it previously. However, a question suddenly came to his mind. Will it cause a big stir? Previously, during the second advancement, Lin Huang would always choose a place that was less crowded to avoid catching anyone's attention during the advancement due to the fluctuation of energy. Perhaps, it would cause a bigger stir during the third advancement. There were countless transcendent monsters in the ruins, and once Bai's aura was released, many of the powerful transcendent monsters would hone in on Bai as their prey. This was because the probability of a double mutated monster going through the third mutation was higher as long as it could engulf a monster that had mutated 3 times. Yes, he'll definitely lure other monsters out. Therefore, after he has leveled up, he has to leave as soon as possible. Lin Huang frowned when he heard the answer. After a short while, another question came into his mind. After Bai has completed the third advancement, incidents like the Supreme Overlord won't happen, would it? Xiao He gave a detailed explanation. No, monster cards that are obtained from killing monsters or accumulated from monster card pieces will have no way of getting rid of the restriction rules of the monster card. Only monster cards that are sealed or being controlled forcefully will have the chance to go against the rules. In addition, since your combat level and authority have improved and my abilities are being constantly enhanced as well, it isn't likely that such an incident will happen in the future. However, due to the restrictions on your authority, you'll not be able to use a legendary level monster card. Therefore, after Bai has leveled up, he'll be sealed. You'll not be able to summon Bai before you're upgraded to White Flame level. Although Bai was not rebellious, Lin Huang would still be unable to summon Bai after the third advancement, as his authority would be restricted. Alright, Lin Huang was slightly relieved when he heard the explanation. He was somehow helpless, as Bai used to be his most frequently used monster card. Although he rarely used it nowadays, he somehow felt different since he knew that Bai would be sealed. The huge bloody spawn was rotating in midair. As the beam of light from the sky shone on it, it looked like a beautiful work of art that was presenting itself to the people. Lin Huang then summoned the Alexandrian eagle and flew to the crater. He chose to keep watch at the crater as he was afraid that other monsters or humans would approach him, interrupting Bai's advancement process. It had been more than 3 hours since the start of the process. Fortunately, no monsters came over throughout it. While Lin Huang was waiting nervously, he suddenly heard a soft crack coming from afar. He immediately activated his boundless vision and looked towards the direction of the sound. A small crack appeared on the huge bloody spawn that was lingering midair. A terrifying aura was then gradually released from the crack. Chapter 314. The Vampire Monarch. Sensing the aura released from the huge bloody spawn, Lin Huang was startled. How incredibly powerful! The strength of the aura being released was far beyond the fire phoenixes. In fact, it was even stronger than that of the Supreme Overlord that had mutated 3 times. The god's blood is one of the strongest blood vessels. Although both of the monsters have mutated 3 times, Bai, who possesses the god's blood, will be stronger than most of the triple mutated monsters after its evolution, Xiao He explained as though it could sense what Lin Huang was thinking. However, perhaps the aura that Bai releases will attract many of the transcendent monsters. Lin Huang frowned, expressing his worries. Yes, in fact, many of the monsters will be attracted during the third evolution. Some of the powerful monsters can even sense the god's blood as it's the most valuable treasure to them. It might even be more attractive than a dragonkin. The ruins aren't that big. It's almost the same size as an A-grade foothold. Once Bai's aura is released, almost all the monsters in the ruins will sense it. Therefore, you'll have to recall Bai back into his card form in the very first place and leave. All the monsters can sense it. Lin Huang did not feel relieved after listening to Xiao He's explanation. He felt heavy-hearted instead. As time passed, more cracks appeared on the huge bloody spawn and the immense aura emitted got even stronger. Lin Huang frowned. At about midnight, a layer of faint bloody fog spread out from the irregular cracks. Even the white glow in the sky appeared bloody, as if the huge bloody spawn was completely enveloped by a huge, bloody light column. As the bloody light column shone on it, Even Lin Huang could not see what kind of mutation the huge bloody spawn was going through. All of a sudden, a colossal aura burst out from the volcano as if something powerful had awakened from a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the intensity of the aura was increasing every second. Lin Huang could vaguely sense that the aura being emitted was majestic. He guessed that it must be an effect of the god's blood. It would be easier for the monsters to notice the difference in Bai's aura since even a human like him could sense it as well. His facial expression changed. I'm not sure how long it takes. As the aura was released more and more powerfully, Lin Huang panicked. The longer it took, the more likely the powerful monsters would approach him. 10 minutes later, the bloody light column that appeared in the sky gradually faded. Bai, who was previously shrouded in the huge bloody spawn, slowly revealed his body. Bai no longer looked like a teenager. He looked more like a young man that was in his early 20s. His height was about 1.8 meters tall and his appearance was 80% similar to how he looked like previously. However, he did not look as gentle as he once did. He had a craggy face and his hair was still pure white and maintained at earlobe length. From the neck down, he was wearing a black robe, having a cold, stony facial expression. In addition to his attire, people on Earth would describe him as a standard handsome guy. Congratulations, Monster Card Bai has been upgraded from epic to legendary level. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary monster card, Vampire Monarch. After Bai had leveled up, he lifted his head and looked at Lin Huang in the sky. Placing one of his hands on his chest, he saluted Lin Huang. The next moment, a notification from Xiaohe popped up. Since you do not have the authority yet, you are unable to use a legendary level monster card. The monster card will be automatically sealed. After you have leveled up to Holy Fire level and your authority is upgraded, the monster card will be automatically unsealed. Several black chains appeared on Bai's body right after the notification was received and he was sealed. He looked calm and did not resist as he was completely trapped in the black chains. Soon after that, he disappeared. The purple monster card that appeared on Lin Huang's hand then turned into a gray stone. He had no more access to the information behind the card either. Soon, he received another notification from Xiaohe. Congratulations, Blood Spirit has leveled up. You have obtained a new skill, Vampire Particles. Don't worry, I'll unseal you really soon. Lin Huang did not bother checking the description of the skill as he fixed his gaze on the front of the card that had turned gray. Gently rubbing the sides of the card with his thumb, he then recalled the card. When he was about to leave, Lin Huang suddenly sensed a terrifying aura was approaching. With a grin on his face, he then summoned the black ink and entered the door. Right at the moment when the black ink disappeared, a loud roar was heard coming from the sky. Soon, a huge shadow appeared somewhere near the crater just where Lin Huang had stood earlier. As soon as it gave out a warning roar, the remainder of the impending aura hesitated for a moment and left. Monsters that were rushing over did not dare go closer anymore. It was a giant dragon with a completely black body. Sitting right in front of the crater, it released its threatening aura, terrifying any other monsters that were coming for the god's blood. It then popped its head slowly into the crater. Soon, it realized that its efforts were in vain. Roar! There were growls of anger from its belly and the humongous dragon checked out the surroundings with its red eyes. Still, it got nothing. All of a sudden, it sensed a familiar aura. The gigantic dragon immediately lowered its head, sniffing its surroundings. Soon after, it remained still at the position where Lin Huang had stood. It's a human aura. It's the aura of the people who escaped using the dimensional relic a few hours ago. Impressively, the black dragon was the transcendent monster that had summoned meteorites to attack Lin Huang on the shore of the lava ocean. The monster that possesses the god's blood has disappeared so quickly. The human that used the dimensional relic must have brought it away. A trace of fury flashed through Black Dragon's eyes. Human, how dare you snatch away the god's blood? FCK. With a low growl, the black dragon flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. Lin Huang did not know that Bai's advancement and the remaining aura released by himself had triggered such a powerful monster in the ruins. As soon as Bai had leveled up, Lin Huang activated the black ink and set the location to the place they submitted their mission where the examiner, Zhang Bing, was at. It was about 1 a.m. However, the lights in Yi Yeyu's and Li Lang's tents were still lit up. Obviously, they were still awake. Despite seeing that Lin Huang had just transported back, Zhang Bing did not say anything. As they heard the sound of footsteps, both of them unzipped their tents one after another. You're back. Yi Yeyu seemed relieved. Both of you are still awake, Lin Huang commented. He then took out a tent and set it up. I can't fall asleep. Perhaps it's because I've just leveled up today and I'm too excited. Yi Yeyu came up with an excuse. What about you? You got too excited as well. Lin Huang turned around, looking at Li Lang as he teased him. Damn, I'm depressed, that's why I can't fall asleep. You're a genius and Yeyu has leveled up to holy fire level. I'm the only burden, Li Lang complained. Why are you depressed? Even before Yeyu upgraded to holy fire level, you were still a burden, Lin Huang added. Yi Yeyu sniggered. Damn, I'm not as mean as you. The three of them chatted for a while. Seeing that Zhang Bing had fallen asleep, they went back to their own tents as well. In the peaceful night, Lin Huang checked out the new skill that he had just obtained. He used to think that he would have no skill advancement since Bai was being sealed. It was because when the Supreme Overlord had been sealed, he did not obtain any skills. In fact, if the skill was originally possessed by him, despite the fact that the monster card had been sealed, the skill would still be upgraded in accordance with the upgrade of the monster card. Vampire Particles, the Vampire Monarch's exclusive skill. It is evolved from Blood Spirit. Naturally, it is a peculiar energy that exists in the form of particles. You can create any colors or forms that you prefer by using the particles, including weapons, armors, wings, and more. Remarks 1. Vampire Particles has the ability to absorb blood automatically. The more blood is absorbed, the stronger the particles would become. Remarks 2. The number of vampire particles is restricted by the user's combat level. The higher the combat level of the user, the more vampire particles one can control. Remarks 3. When something is killed with vampire particles, it's likely that the elemental attributes of the body of the one being killed will be absorbed by the particles. Remarks 4. Due to certain special reasons, the vampire particles that you own possess the fire elemental attribute by default. It's evolved from the blood spirit's wings. They can change into several forms and their strength is a lot stronger as well. I should spend some time to check out how the skill can be used. After reading the skill description, Lin Huang did not continue any further as it was quite late already. Closing the skill page and switching off the light in his tent, he quickly fell asleep. Chapter 315. White flame level monsters aren't scary. On the next day, Lin Huang woke up early in the morning. Compared to a few days back, he was much more relieved. The unsealing of Kylie the Nephilic Judge was completed, and the same applied to Bai, who had even completed his third advancement. Meanwhile, Tyrant was still in the midst of unsealing, which would probably take another 10 more days. The remaining monster cards were all on epic level. Bloody had leveled up to complete gold level. However, it still had 2 empty skills which made it ineligible for unsealing yet. Unsealing Charcoal would require Dracena, but it was impossible to make that happen in the ruins. Lancelot the Ruthless Sword Master would need to kill 8 more sword servants to level up. Lin Huang did not want to kill any sword-type monsters that were not double-mutated, but he would have to depend on his luck whether he could encounter any double-mutated sword-type monsters in the ruins. On the other hand, Lin Huang had leveled up from gold level rank 2 to gold level rank -3. He had achieved his goal in the training, so whatever he obtained next would be a bonus to him. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang woke up a while after Lin Huang did. The both of them came from noble families with a healthy lifestyle since they were young, unlike Fatty, who would not even get up until somebody woke him up. Zhang Bing, who was not far away, opened his eyes. He sat at the same spot throughout the night without a tent. His eyes were closed, so nobody knew if he was really sleeping. After washing up, Lin Huang took out a frozen cake. It was not the same one that he had bought in Wuxia City a month ago. This was bought on the Heart Network before he entered the ruins. The online store he had sourced it from was not the headquarters in Wuxia City, but a branch near Winter City. Although the recipe and ingredients were the same, he thought that it did not as good as the one from the headquarters. However, it still beat eating snacks. As the weather was warm in the ruins, Lin Huang did not warm the cake up but cut them into 4 servings instead. He gave them to Yi Yeyu, Li Lang, and the examiner Zhang Bing and left one for himself. Zhang Bing looked at Lin Huang, not rejecting or accepting his treat. Lin Huang put down the cake and left without saying a word. Perhaps Zhang Bing thought Lin Huang was kissing his ass, but since they had passed the training, there was no need for them to do so. After some thought, Zhang Bing picked up the cake and started eating it. Just when Lin Huang turned around, Li Lang had finished the cake that was the size of his face. It had only been 10 seconds since he had accepted the cake, and he looked at Lin Huang in anticipation. Do you have more? No, each of us only gets a slice. Lin Huang started munching on his cake. Li Lang looked at the frozen cake in Lin Huang's hands and was drooling. A while later, Lin Huang decided to give in. He took out another piece of cake and gave it to Li Lang, clearly disgusted by the way Li Lang was looking at him. Li Lang demolished the cake clumsily with a fork while he mumbled with his mouth full, "Where did you get this cake? It's so King delicious." Yi Yeyu looked at them as Li Lang asked that question. She seemed like she wanted to know the answer as well. You guys can search for frozen cake on the Heart Network. If you're not in a hurry, get it from the headquarters in Wuxia City as they make the best tasting ones. I was in a rush to get it this time, so I got it from a branch, but it's not as delicious as the one at the headquarters, Lin Huang answered with a smile. The both of them took note of what Lin Huang said as they seemed to really like the cake. It was 7:30 a.m. when they were done with breakfast. They put their tents away, said goodbye to examiner Zhang Bing and left. Two men and a woman appeared from a black relic at the bottom of the volcanoes. The leader was a young man who looked 16 or 17 years old and had short, fluffy, black hair with bright, black eyes. He had clean features and looked harmless. Meanwhile, another young man who looked like he was in his 20s but was actually only 19, was over 1.8 meters tall. He had a buff body modestly covered by a white suit. His hair was well combed like a pair of polished shoes. He seemed to be a man with style. The lady wore a dark green army uniform that covered her entire body. However, it was clear that she had a slim body and long legs. She wore flat, high-cut army boots and was 1.7 meters, exuding a cool vibe. The three of them were Lin Huang, Li Lang, and Yi Yeyu, who were here for their mission. What do we have today? Li Lang looked around and asked Lin Huang. Hunting down monsters, of course. There's a reason why the examiner asked us to kill more transcendent monsters, Lin Huang reminded them of what examiner Zhang Bing had said earlier. Besides, Yeyu has just leveled up to Holy Fire level, so she'll need to stabilize and strengthen herself. Battling is the fastest way to do that. That's true. Yi Yeyu nodded. Zhang Bing is right, I'll need some time to stabilize myself. Moreover, I'll also need battle experience to adapt to my transformed body and new life power. She has something to do, but how about me? Li Lang asked immediately, not wanting to be idle. You'll be the first to attack. If you can't beat the monsters, let Yeyu do it, Lin Huang laughed. You want me to fight Holy Fire level monsters on my own? Li Lang exclaimed in shock. All the best. You can do it. Yi Yeyu grinned. You're only one step away from the gun realm. Without pressure, you'll take forever to reach there. White flame level monsters are not as scary as you think. There's no need to be afraid. You'll get used to it after a few battles. Moreover, if you can't do it, you still have us, Lin Huang comforted him. White flame level monsters are not scary, that only applies to lunatics like you, Li Lang answered. I have already chosen the first prey for you, Lin Huang smirked. What's that? Judging by Lin Huang's smirk, Li Lang could sense that his first battle would not be easy. It's in the volcano. Lin Huang pointed at the volcano next to them. There's smoke coming out of it, it's an active volcano. Do the both of you want me to kill myself? Li Lang said as he looked at the volcano next to them. Why don't you try luring the monster out? Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes. Don't use the nuclear bomb. You won't be able to train yourself if the monster dies in the explosion. Lin Huang knew what was he thinking about by looking at Li Lang's grin. Oh, alright then. As his plan was exposed, Li Lang summoned his Ashenquill eagle unwillingly and flew towards the crater. Chapter 316. Good news from Bloody. Before Li Lang took out his black crystal barrel, Lin Huang did not know that Li Lang had been a cannoneer as his part-time job. Yes, not a firearm master, but a gun master, a profession that would only be helpful when it came to battles. Yi Yeyu's eyes lit up when she saw the relic on Li Lang's shoulders. She was always passionate about firearms. However, she was not gifted in the profession, which was why she had always been envious of firearm masters and gun masters. Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu were waiting for the show to start as Li Lang opened fire into the volcano randomly. Soon, he triggered the volcanic giant in the volcano. Hearing the volcanic giant's roar, Li Lang could tell that it was a big guy. He then rode on his Ashenquill eagle and backed away from the crater. Soon, the volcanic giant climbed out of the crater. As the monster's head appeared from the crater, Li Lang finally knew what he was facing. Volcanic giant. He was nervous as the volcanic giant had powerful defenses as well as strong attack and explosive abilities. The only disadvantage was that it was slow. It's a volcanic giant. Do you think he won't be able to fight it? Yi Yeyu asked Lin Huang. Yes, it's hard to break its defenses, but this monster is the best for him to train himself. With the pressure on strength, he can definitely find his opportunity to attack as the monster isn't very agile, Lin Huang explained. Let's not pick fire element monsters the next time. I'd like to train by myself, Yi Yeyu suggested. She could kill all fire element monsters easily, so it would not be challenging for her at all. Sure, Lin Huang agreed. Facing Li Lang's challenge, the volcanic giant ignored Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu, who were at the bottom of the volcano, completely. Soon, it was lured by Li Lang to a flatland, then he recalled his Ashenquill eagle. It was a tough battle. Although his marksmanship was good, he had yet to master the gun realm. Moreover, the volcanic giant had powerful defense among the holy fire level monsters and he could not break through its defense. As the shots were fired at the volcanic giant, they only left marks that were 1 to 2 millimeters wide on its body which were healed immediately. Fortunately, the volcanic giant had low intelligence and slow speed, so Li Lang managed to avoid it and proceeded to attack it. As time passed by, Li Lang's life power was almost drained an hour later. Seeing that he had reached his limit, Yi Yeyu rode on her rainbow sparrow with her sword. A red sword glow broke the speed of sound and pierced through the volcanic giant's head. It then fell to the ground. Li Lang gaped in admiration and was upset when he recalled his inability to break the volcanic giant's defense. Now, it had been killed by Yi Yeyu in one hit. She recalled the rainbow sparrow and landed slowly. Lin Huang was puzzled. Didn't you say you could fly when you reached white flame level? Why do you still need to ride on your rainbow sparrow? I haven't built my anti-gravitational life power force field yet. Of course I can't fly yet. Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang in confusion. Did you really think that everyone can fly naturally once they reached white flame level? Li Lang looked at Lin Huang with a judging face. Oh, isn't that how it works? Lin Huang had always thought so as he recalled all transcendent humans could fly. Of course not. Yi Yeyu shook her head. You'll need to wait for your life power to stabilize as you reached white flame level before you could even build your life power force field. With the life power force field, a human can only break the restriction of gravity. My life power isn't stable, so I can't build the life power force field yet. That's why I'm unable to fly now. How can you not know about this? Isn't it common sense? If it's really like what you said, why didn't you think about the many transcendent monsters with wings that are unable to fly? Li Lang laughed at Lin Huang. Ah, is that so? That means those transcendent monsters that are unable to fly have yet to master the way to build their life power force field. Lin Huang understood immediately. No matter monster or human, those that are below demigod level must build their life power force field to break the gravity in order to fly. For humans, building the life power force field will need at least 1 to 2 weeks to be completely mastered. Therefore, monsters that are unintelligent won't be able to fly, while for those that are, without the guidance to build their life power force field from humans, they are unable to fly as well, Yi Yeyu explained. Didn't Mr. Fu tell you about that? Oh, no, he didn't. I haven't been his apprentice for long and we spent most of the time training outside. There's still much to learn. Whenever I have questions, I'll ask him, Lin Huang explained helplessly. I'm so jealous of you. Your master actually lets you out like that. My master beat me with a bat since I was young. Li Lang expressed his envy of Lin Huang. It seems like putting you out there is a great way to learn. If I did that since I was young, I might be a white flame level now. You're thinking too much. Yi Yeyu rolled her eyes at Li Lang. This only works for geniuses like Lin Huang. If you did that, you might not even be a silver level now. Li Lang wanted to argue back, but he thought what Yi Yeyu said was right. He was a lazy person and without somebody guiding him every day, he could not imagine what would he turn out to be today. He decided to shut up. Yeyu, please refill his life power. If we were to wait for him to fill up his life power at his normal speed, we can only kill 2 monsters a day. That's too inefficient. Looking at Li Lang's condition, Lin Huang figured that he would need more than 10 hours for his life power to recover with the rotation of his life skill. Sure. Yi Yeyu then put away the monster carcass and agreed to transfer her life power to Li Lang. In less than a minute, Li Lang's life power was filled. Let's go to the next destination, Lin Huang said while summoning his dimensional relic. The three of them stepped into the relic and arrived at the location of their second target. What is it this time? Li Lang asked carefully. An undead soldier, Lin Huang smirked. Undead soldier. Li Lang and Yi Yeyu screamed almost at the same time. This monster can't be killed, can it? Li Lang thought Lin Huang was messing with him. There are not many non-fire element monsters in this ruins. The undead soldier isn't considered powerful in the holy fire level, but it's difficult to be killed, so it's the best candidate for Yi Yeyu to train herself. The undead soldier had no pain receptors. Even if its head was chopped off, it would not die. The only way to kill it was to destroy its flesh completely or to cleanse the undead energy inside its body using purification force. You go first. Yi Yeyu noticed a couple of undead soldiers wandering around. She was excited. Li Lang agreed to fight it unwillingly. Although he knew he would not be able to kill this monster, it was better than not being able to break through its defense like the monster before. He comforted himself. Li Lang then took out his gun and dashed towards the undead soldier while Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu watched. The undead soldier was much faster than the volcanic giant, but luckily, it was much weaker than the volcanic giant. Though clumsy, Li Lang soon adapted the undead soldier's rhythm and managed to defend himself. As half an hour passed by, Li Lang was improving, confirming Lin Huang's deduction that it was the right way to train. Just when he was enjoying the battle, a message came from Bloody. Master, I've found a double mutated sword-type monster. Chapter 317, Fiery Sword Fiend, a double mutated sword-type monster. Are you sure? Lin Huang asked immediately. This monster would not only be Lancelot the Ruthless Sword Master's unsealing monster, after the monster was killed, it could be transformed into a sword servant card. That was the reason why Lin Huang was so excited. Yes, it's a Fiery Sword Fiend, Bloody confirmed. Fiery Sword Fiend, that's a little difficult. Lin Huang frowned when he heard what Bloody said. The Fiery Sword Fiend was an undead double mutated monster that was talented in fire element swordsmanship. Its attack skills ranked on top of double mutated monsters of the same level. This monster was the same with the Fire Phoenix as they both controlled the fire element. To be honest, Lin Huang did not have full confidence that he could kill this monster. Although he had not used all his strength to manage the Fire Phoenix earlier, he did spend some effort to hold it down. It almost got away and the one who had killed it was Yi Yeyu. Bloody, do you have any plans to handle this Fiery Sword Fiend? Lin Huang was thinking how to increase his probability of winning. The easiest way is to ask Ms. Yi for help, Bloody suggested immediately. Ms. Yi has the ability to control the fire element. As long as you get her to chop off the Fiery Sword Fiend's hand that it uses to hold its sword, everything else will be a piece of cake. Ask her to help. Lin Huang was hesitant. The unsealing conditions to unseal Lancelot only mentioned that human and summoning monsters that are of a higher level than the monster that is to be killed or prohibited, so getting Yi Yeyu's help is allowed. If Bloody was to suggest that before Yi Yeyu leveled up to White Flame level, Lin Huang would decline the idea straight away as the Fiery Sword Fiend could definitely kill her in a single hit. Although Yi Yeyu was immune to fire, she would not be able to defend herself from the physical attack of the sword. However, now that she had leveled up, although she had not peaked yet, she was 10 times more powerful than she had been before. Even if she was to face an opponent like the Fiery Sword Fiend, she would not be killed in one hit. Lin Huang was hesitant as he did not want to trouble anyone, especially his friends. In his opinion, he would always do things himself on his own as long as it was achievable. Bloody sensed Lin Huang's hesitation and suggested immediately, Master, the Fiery Sword Fiend's ability is no weaker than the Fire Phoenix's. On some level, it's even more dangerous than the Fire Phoenix as it has a more powerful attack. Without Ms. Yi's help, the chances of us killing the Fiery Sword Fiend is low. Alright then, I shall ask her. Lin Huang agreed to Bloody's suggestion. He thought about it himself. With his current abilities, it was not completely impossible for him to kill the Fiery Sword Fiend, but it would be difficult. He might have to sacrifice his summoning monsters. Yeyu, could you help me kill a monster later? Lin Huang was not used to asking for help. Sure, what monster is that? Is it powerful? Yi Yeyu agreed right away, clearly excited. She had been watching Lin Huang fight these few days. If he needed her help, that would mean that the monster must be something really powerful, which thrilled her. Yes, it's a Fiery Sword Fiend. Lin Huang did not expect Yi Yayu to agree to help him just like that. A fiery sword fiend. Yi Yayu's eyes flew wide open. She knew what monster that was, as the fiery sword fiend was one of the tinder monsters that her family had chosen for her. It was next to the fire phoenix in terms of ranking in strength, so of course, she already knew how powerful that monster was. However, despite her initial shock, she agreed to help immediately without asking any further. Sure, what do you need me to do? When we find the monster later, I need you to chop off its hand that's holding its sword whenever you have the opportunity, Lin Huang said. They then started discussing the details on confronting the fiery sword fiend. Hey, what are the both of you doing? I can't take it anymore. Li Lang's life power was draining, but Yi Yayu still did not come to his rescue. He looked at the both of them and realized that he was being ignored while they were chatting with each other. We almost forgot about him. The both of them just recalled that Li Lang was still fighting hard not far away. Yi Yayu then dashed towards the undead soldier with her sword while Li Lang escaped. What are you guys talking about? You guys were so in the zone while I almost died. Li Lang went to Lin Huang and gave him puppy eyes. We're going to kill the fiery sword fiend later. Lin Huang ignored Li Lang's pathetic expression. Didn't Yi Yayu complete the extraction of the tinder? Li Lang was puzzled, as nobody would challenge a sword-type monster for nothing, let alone a double-mutated sword-type monster. I need her help to kill this monster, Lin Huang explained. Oh, Li Lang did not ask further as he knew Lin Huang had his reasons for killing the monster. I'll be watching you guys then, since I can't help you with that, Li Lang added. Meanwhile, the undead soldier was being oppressed by Yi Yayu. Suddenly, she darted forward with her sword and pierced the undead soldier's chest. Lin Huang frowned as he watched, because he knew that such an attack would not work on it. Just when he was ready to help, a red flame flowed out of the undead soldier's body. Later on, the undead soldier turned into a burnt figure. What just happened? Li Lang was shocked. I thought she could only control fire element monsters. Lin Huang knew how she managed to kill the undead soldier with her sword. There's a purification force in her fire. Little Li, put away the carcass. Yi Yayu sheathed her sword and shouted at Li Lang. Why must I do it? Li Lang objected. If you keep the carcass, it'll belong to you. It's okay if you don't want it. What Yi Yayu said was irresistible. She did not even bother to turn around, as she did not want to keep the burnt carcass in her storage space anyway. You sure? Li Lang's eyes lit up. It's up to you whether you want it. I don't want ugly carcasses anyway, Yi Yayu said. When do we depart? Yi Yayu asked Lin Huang. Wait, Lin Huang projected the map. Bloody, give me the coordinates. Soon, Bloody marked down the coordinates of the fiery sword fiend. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow when he saw the coordinates. Luckily, it's not too far away from the coordinates that I said earlier. Li Lang came back after he stored the undead soldier's carcass. Lin Huang summoned his dimensional relic and the three of them stepped into it. Chapter 318. Narrow-minded. The location of the fiery sword fiend was only 300 kilometers from the great sword fiend that Lin Huang had killed earlier. After killing the great sword fiend, Lin Huang had marked down the coordinates. The three of them arrived at the saved coordinates through the dimensional relic. They then rode on their flying mounts, and when they arrived, they spotted the fiery sword fiend in the air from far away. It was a huge monster taking on the human form. It was around 3 meters tall with a body that was cast in black rock. To be precise, it looked more like a red flame that was covered by a layer of greenish-black rock armor. Flame could be seen from the gaps between where its armor was connected. Its face looked like the sculpture of an adult man with rough lines that was similar to an aging human's. Red flame burned in its eyes and there were sparks in its nose and mouth. There was a gigantic black sword measuring about 2 meters on its back. As it floated half a meter from the ground, it looked majestic. This must be the fiery sword fiend. Seems like it's a tough guy. Li Lang knew the monster was completely out of his league. Even if he was to level up to white flame level like Yi Yayu had, he might not be able to fight this monster either unless he mastered the gun realm. He might be able to confront it by then, but it was impossible for him to defeat it. You just watch from here. We shall go now. Lin Huang patted Li Lang's shoulder. Li Lang nodded helplessly while watching the both of them fly to where the fiery sword fiend was. As the fiery sword fiend sensed their aura, it looked up at the sky. Soon, they arrived not far from the monster. Humans, I didn't expect humans to dig their own grave here, the fiery sword fiend spoke fluently. I wasn't interested to do what the black dragon instructed, but since you guys came, I shall send you to the Black Dragon to redeem some resources. What do you mean? Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu were ready to fight, but they were puzzled by what the fiery sword fiend was saying. Seems like you guys have no idea what's happening. One of the three overlords, the Black Dragon, instructed all of us to send him some humans alive and he would give us rare resources in return. The fiery sword fiend did not seem to be in a hurry while it conveyed the both of them the news. Black Dragon, do you mean the Molten Dragon? Hearing the title of the three overlords, Lin Huang knew which Black Dragon the fiery sword fiend was talking about. The Molten Dragon was one of the most powerful gold flame level monsters in this ruins. As it was double mutated and also a sky dragon, it was not captured by the immortal level human but remained in the ruins. Lin Huang could guess that the reason why the Molten Dragon had issued such an instruction is it had sensed the god's blood in Bai's body. For some reasons, it knew that Bai's disappearance was related to humans. Without the knowledge that Lin Huang owned by now, it then targeted all humans. As soon as a double mutated sky dragon obtained the god's blood, it would go through its third mutation, or the possibility of its blood density upgrading to that of a dragonkin's would increase. Regardless of what transpired, there would be a transformation in Molten Dragon's ability. That was the reason why it desired the god's blood. It seems like humans out there know a lot about us. I heard there are many of them out there, so I must get out there if I have the chance to, then I'll feast on them all. I must say, you humans are nothing when it comes to abilities, but you sure taste good. Humans are good food. The fiery sword fiend was drooling at this point. Nothing when it comes to abilities. Do you think all humans out there have weaker abilities than you do? Lin Huang realized that there was a misunderstanding going on. Don't all humans out there have similar abilities as the both of you? How far can the difference be? The fiery sword fiend said. That's what you think. Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu laughed. Should we tell him the truth? Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang while still laughing. What truth? The fiery sword fiend asked as it saw their odd reactions. Do tell. Lin Huang gestured to Yi Yeyu to speak. All right then. Yi Yeyu looked at the fiery sword fiend with sympathy. The truth is, all of us that are sent here are trainees, so we aren't the powerful ones out there. If those powerful humans get here, a single person could kill all the monsters in this ruins. This ruins is restricted to gold flame level individuals at most. However, in our world out there, besides holy fire level, we even have more powerful ones, including immortal level, imperial level, and even demigods. Demigods aside, even if an imperial level human were to come here, it wouldn't matter, as a triple mutated monster or dragonkin could be easily killed using one little finger. You're lying. UFC King Human Lady, swore the fiery sword fiend once it recovered from its shock when it heard what Yi Yeyu said. What she said is the truth. It's you who doesn't want to believe it. Lin Huang, who had been silent, spoke up. I don't believe you. It's impossible that humans are so powerful. I'll only believe it if I saw it with my eyes. I've never seen any human that is immortal or imperial level. The fiery sword fiend drew the sword from its back and pointed it at the both of them. The both of you are humans. Those lies are meant to consume me. The fiery sword fiend could not accept the truth as what it had been believing all along crumbled. What we said is the truth. You're being delusional. There's nothing that we can do if you don't believe us. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders. However, now I know why the Molten Dragon was so daring to capture us humans without even thinking about us getting revenge. Seems like he's the same as you, thinking that the humans out there are on the same level as us trainees. What a naive mindset. I will kill you, liars. The fiery sword fiend dashed towards them with the flaming sword in its hand. Chapter 319. Broken Arm. The fiery sword fiend did not only master the sword realm, its fire attributes attack also did even more damage than most monsters with fire attributes, as the temperature of its flame was comparable with the surface of the sun, which was about 6,000 degrees Celsius. Most creatures that went close to it would get burnt. Hearing the truth about how powerful humans were from Lin Huang and Yi Yeyu, the fiery sword fiend refused to believe what they said. It was sure that it was a lie to confuse it, so it dashed towards them with its sword. The black, dull, and ordinary-looking sword turned red as it advanced towards them. It looked like it was burning as a layer of greenish-blue flame appeared on the sword. As the fiery sword fiend swung its sword, the air around was distorted. When Lin Huang blocked the attack with his own attack, the impact was so intense that he had to back off. Although he had an armor relic on, the burning flame that came his way was unbearably scorching. Yi Yeyu, who was on his left, covered her green sword relic with a burning red flame. She rushed forward with her sword without hesitation and it collided with the fiery sword Fian's sword. As the two swords collided, the greenish-blue flame on the fiery sword Fian's was oppressed by Yi Yeyu's red flame. The red flame was devouring the greenish-blue flame. What's that? Fiery sword Fian was shocked as it was the first time he encountered somebody else's flame that devoured his own. Yi Yeyu smirked without saying a word. She dashed towards the fiery sword Fian again with her sword. With her unique physique, she was not afraid of fire at all, which was why she dared to fight the fiery sword Fian at such a close distance. If it had been some other monster or people with fire attributes, they usually feared the high temperature of its sword. Wait, that's an aura of a fire phoenix, you killed a fire phoenix. The fiery sword Fian soon figured the source of Yi Yeyu's flame. What if I say I did? Yi Yeyu smirked as she was not afraid to let the fiery sword Fian know where her flame came from. Aside from the fire source that came from the fire phoenix, her fire attributes and abilities had also been upgraded. Although there's the aura of a fire phoenix, its flame shouldn't be able to devour other flames. This human lady is strange. Fiery sword Fian increased its guard towards Yi Yeyu. Within seconds, Yi Yeyu had collided with the fiery sword Fian for more than 100 times. She was winning. Lin Huang decided to watch from far instead. Although Yi Yeyu had not been fighting much these couple of days, Lin Huang could see that she had mastered the level -1 sword realm. The fiery sword Fian had also mastered the same level, so at some point, they had the same standards in swordsmanship. Yi Yeyu was leading mainly because of her oppression of the fire element which prohibited the fiery sword Fian to unleash all its ability. However, Lin Huang foresaw that Yi Yeyu would lose as time went by. The fiery sword Fian had already been a white flame level and also a double mutated monster for a long time. No matter the strength of its life power, attack, defense, and speed, it was much more powerful than Yi Yeyu who had just reached white flame level. As soon as it adapted to Yi Yeyu's battle rhythm and sealed the fire attributes on its sword, it could focus its life power on physically attacking. By then, Yi Yeyu might not be able to fight it anymore. As expected, the fiery sword Fian soon realized that Yi Yeyu could oppress fire attributes. It was a monster of human form with high intelligence after all. It stored the flame in its body and started transferring its life power to its physical attack. A few swings of her sword later, Yi Yeyu could not take it anymore. So, all you've got is a rather unique body. I thought you managed to kill the fire phoenix on your own. It seems like you relied on your unique body to kill it. As soon as it discovered Yi Yeyu's secret, the fiery sword Fian was not afraid at all and mocked her. Yi Yeyu's cheeks were flushing as she was criticized by the fiery sword Fian. Distracted, her movement turned sluggish. The fiery sword Fian then sent its sword towards Yi Yeyu's heart. Her repeated sword techniques could not defend against the fiery sword Fian anymore and it was too late for her to run. The sword arrived just in front of her chest in an instant. Suddenly, she felt a powerful strength pull her from her back. A shadow appeared before her and blocked the attack. It was Lin Huang, who had been watching on the side. He had expected his to happen. Take a break, I'll handle it. There were 2 scratches that were 2 meters long under Lin Huang's feet, created as a result of blocking the fiery sword Fian's attack. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited as he knew that he could unleash his close-range ability to his peak without the fiery sword Fian using its flame. He smirked and rushed towards the fiery sword Fian. His sword skill combined with seraphic speed and thunder sting broke through the sound barrier. He was like a gold lightning bolt as he headed towards the monster. At an instant, he arrived before the fiery sword Fian which did not have the time to react at all. Lin Huang then swung his sword relic so swiftly that there was a sonic boom in the air. He was aiming at the fiery sword Fian's right arm, intending to break the biggest threat, which was its right arm that was holding its sword. The fiery sword Fian did not expect Lin Huang to be that fast. It did not see the attack coming at all, so it did not have the time to defend or to avoid his attack. The first swing, second swing, third, as 7 swings of the sword were performed consecutively, the fiery sword Fian's elbow joint on its right hand was half broken. Suddenly, its left hand flew towards Lin Huang's head at a rapid speed. Lin Huang glared viciously at its left hand without attempting to avoid the attack. Instead, he proceeded to swing his sword at fiery sword Fian's right hand. The 8th swing, the 9th swing, bang! A loud thud exploded less than 20 centimeters from Lin Huang's head. A layer of his dark shield that looked like a piece of cloth appeared on his right side and blocked the fiery sword fiend's claws. Meanwhile, Lin Huang was already at his 15th sword swing. Its elbow on the arm that was holding the sword broke and the right arm fell to the ground. Chapter 320, Killing Plan. Lin Huang managed to break the fiery sword fiend's elbow, then he kicked its broken arm away. As he kicked it, the fiery sword fiend's broken right arm created a trajectory and landed thousands of meters away. Lin Huang then leapt back far away. Flames were roaring from the fiery sword fiend's body out of control. It looked like a cat that was burnt. In the embrace of the flames, it looked bigger than its actual size. In the place of the broken right arm was bubbling lava flowing out. Witnessing this scene, Lin Huang did not panic. Instead, he was smirking like he was implying that it was game over for the fiery sword fiend. Two shadows appeared beside him. It was Lancelot the Ruthless Sword Master on the left and the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit on the right. The Sanguine Skeleton Spirit's 9 punishment chains shot out like arrows, catching the fiery sword fiend before it could even move. Meanwhile, Lancelot was ready to attack with his absolute life sword skill. It advanced towards the fiery sword fiend with the sword in hand. White glow shot out of the sword like a shockwave, covering the entire fiery sword fiend. Congratulations, you have received an epic level monster card. Fiery sword fiend, sword servant. Seeing Lancelot fade into pieces and returning back to card form after performing absolute life, Lin Huang recalled the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit that was standing next to him. Winning the battle was much easier than he thought. He did not expect to break the fiery sword fiend's arm so easily. Before the battle started, he knew that as long as he managed to chop off the fiery sword fiend's arm, he would definitely win. The fiery sword fiend was powerful, but it had a fatal weakness. As long as any part of its body was broken, it would need to be in silent mode as it regenerated its body parts. To the Sanguine Skeleton Spirit, the fiery sword fiend's silent mode was its best time to use its punishment chains. Lin Huang had planned to chop off the fiery sword fiend's right hand, which was used to hold its sword before the battle even started. As long as it lost the sword in its hand, the fiery sword fiend's ability would be taken away. It would need to regenerate its broken arm immediately to retrieve its sword. On the other hand, if any other part of its body was injured or cut off, it was not necessary for it to carry out regeneration in an instant. In reality, since Lin Huang had made the fiery sword fiend his target, he had discussed the entire killing plan with Bloody. His intention of asking for Yi Yeyu's help was to let her chop off the fiery sword fiend's right arm and he would do the rest himself. Although Yi Yeyu did not manage to chop off its arm, she had made the fiery sword fiend mute its flame. That gave Lin Huang the opportunity to get close to the fiery sword fiend and carry out the rest. Yi Yeyu and Li Lang, who were still in the air, were stunned as they watched Lin Huang win the battle easily. Yi Yeyu, who had fought the fiery sword fiend earlier, especially knew how powerful the monster was. However, it was unbelievable that Lin Huang had managed to kill the powerful monster in less than 10 seconds. Yi Yeyu thought that Lin Huang was only powerful against gold-level monsters. As she leveled up to white flame level, her overall ability should be higher than his. However, it seemed like she was too naive to have such a thought. Lin Huang's abilities were beyond her imagination. After putting away the fiery sword fiend's carcass, broken arm and sword, Lin Huang walked towards Yi Yeyu. "Are you alright?" Yi Yeyu shook her head. She was still in shock. Meanwhile, Li Lang, who was far away, arrived on the Ashenquill Eagle, killing a double mutated white flame level monster in less than 10 seconds. "Your abilities have to be number 1 on the Gold Hunter leaderboard," Li Lang smiled and complimented. He knew Lin Huang was powerful, but he had not fought the fiery sword fiend earlier, so he was not as shocked as Yi Yeyu was. "You've been planning to kill this fiery sword fiend, am I right?" Yi Yeyu finally snapped out of her shock a while later and asked. "Yes, actually, it's not my ability that killed it. I came prepared." Lin Huang nodded while telling his entire plan. After hearing his explanation, Yi Yeyu finally understood why he had asked for her help. She looked embarrassed as she did not manage to complete Lin Huang's plan. Fortunately, Lin Huang had managed to handle it and she did not drag him down in his plan. "My great-grandfather told me that ability isn't everything. Throughout hundreds of years in the human history, there are many successful transcendent humans who fought those powerful monsters. What I thought was that the only way to do that is to form a large team of people. From what you said, I think a team doesn't need that many people." What we need is to come up with a plan to tackle the powerful monsters, weaknesses and assign the appropriate number of people with the relevant techniques. Within the team, Yi Yeyu understood immediately. She put Lin Huang's teaming up with his summoning monsters together with the teaming up of humans in history. That's right, planning is important. Lin Huang nodded. Li Lang did not say a word as he listened. He seemed to be in deep thoughts. Where do we go next? Do we continue to kill double mutated monsters? Yi Yeyu was excited. Where do we find so many double mutated monsters here for you to kill? We're lucky that Bloody even managed to find one. Lin Huang was speechless by Yi Yeyu's addiction to killing now. That's true. Although this is a grade 2-dimensional ruin, there aren't that many white flame level double mutated monsters, Yi Yeyu commented. Where do you go next? She asked. Let's go back to the submission spot to inform the examiner about the molten dragon. If we don't handle that on time, many people might die, Lin Huang said and summoned his dimensional relic. Soon, they arrived at the mission submission spot. Why are you guys here? Zhang Bing frowned as he thought that the three of them were being irresponsible. They had only been gone for less than 2 hours and they were already back. We heard something that we must tell you about. Lin Huang walked over to him and told him about the molten dragon's interaction that the fiery sword fiend had informed them about. You mean a fiery sword fiend told you guys that a molten dragon is hunting humans down? Zhang Bing did not believe what he heard. How did the three of you manage to escape from the fiery sword fiend? Lin Huang then took out the fiery sword fiend's carcass. Zhang Bing was stunned when he saw the carcass, then he looked serious. His shock was not a result of knowing that there was a fiery sword fiend in the dimensional ruins, but that it had been killed by humans not long ago. Tell me everything that happened in detail. Zhang Bing looked at the three of them sternly. Chapter 321. The Molten Dragon in the Volcano Hell Dimensional Ruins. 28 young people stood in a row near a boiling spiritual lava lake. There were 6 women among them while the rest were all men. They were tied up by a black chain and they shook in fear. There were more than 10 monsters, all of which had a powerful aura, surrounding them. Judging by their aura, they were Commander Level 1, White Flame Level, and Purple Flame Level monsters and it looked like they were having a meeting. Suddenly, there were massive bubbles rising from the lava lake. A gigantic shadow appeared on the surface of the lava lake. A gargantuan black dragon flapped its wings and landed at the edge of the lake. I sent out my instruction a day ago but you guys only managed to get more than 20 humans for me. Are you messing with me? The black dragon shook the lava off its body while glaring at the monsters present with its huge red eyes. Its powerful, ominous aura filled the space. The monsters held their heads low, none of them daring to look at the molten dragon. Meanwhile, the 28 people lay weakly on the ground, not having the strength to even stand up. After a moment of silence, a tall monster in shadow form that looked like a lady spoke. Her voice sounded like a sweet, soft-spoken lady. Master, don't be mad. The instruction has only been disseminated for a day and the humans are scattered all over the place, so it's not easy to capture them. Moreover, there must be some of them who are making their way back from far away. These are only the first batch that they have captured. The shadow form monster was called Phantom. It was a double mutated undead monster. The shape of her body looked like she was dressed in a sophisticated manner and her shadow was stretched long. However, it was a 3-dimensional shadow. As Phantom comforted the black dragon, it then suppressed its aura. Phantom will stay. The rest of you can leave. All of the monsters left immediately. None of them wanted to stay for one more second. Master Black Dragon, Phantom was worried as she thought what she said had triggered the leader. Seeing that other monsters had left, the Black Dragon said, "Don't worry, I have a favor to ask. Please do tell if you need anything at all. I'll try my best." Phantom was relieved. She was a double mutated monster that had just leveled up to Purple Flame level a while ago. She was not good in battling and she knew very well that she could not fight the Molten Dragon. It's nothing too difficult. I have some questions for the humans and I need your help to do that for me, the Black Dragon said. Interrogation is my expertise. Phantom smiled confidently when she heard what she needed to do. May I know what would you like to ask, Master? Ask them if any of them know a person who owns a black dimensional relic. The Black Dragon posed his first question. Phantom floated slowly before the people who were chained up. Her black irises turned white as a strange force covered the area the 28 people were. They started to panic. However, they soon became calm and their eyes were empty. Does any of you know a person who owns a black dimensional relic? Phantom repeated the black dragon's question. In her mind, she was guessing that it had something to do with the sudden appearance of the god's blood on the first day. Everyone shook their heads at Phantom's question. Lin Huang had never used his dimensional relic in public places. Besides Yi Yeyu, Li Lang and a few other people, nobody knew about his dimensional relic. Phantom then looked helplessly at the black dragon and she could sense that he was unhappy. Do any of you know if there are any imperial censors that entered this world? The black dragon was silent before asking the question himself. Most of them shook their heads. Only 2 people spoke at the same time. There are 2 imperial censors in the Hunter Association who joined the training. There's an imperial censor in the Union government who joined the training. The 2 of them reported 3 names, but Lin Huang was none of them. Perhaps everybody in Division 7 knew about Sword Genius but not Lin Huang. Nobody knew that he was an imperial censor as well. Good, although he was not sure if the person that he was looking for was among these 3 imperial censors, at least he got 3 names. With Phantom's help, he managed to extract the faces of the 3 people. The black dragon's mood got slightly better. Where's the foothold of you humans? The black dragon asked his last question as he was losing his patience. A person projected a map that was downloaded earlier and marked the coordinates of the mission submission place. This is the mission submission place of the second round of training. The second round will take 10 days. Today is the 3rd day, so we're scattered everywhere. We'll only gather at the mission submission place on the 10th day. Those who didn't complete their mission will be sent out of this dimensional ruins. That means I will need to wait for a week to capture all you humans. This piece of news was priceless to the black dragon. Finally, a useful piece of information. The black dragon sounded delighted. It then transformed its claws into a sharp spear that was 10 meters long. Flashing through the air, the spear pierced through the abdomens of 14 people. They were lifted up like a skewer and the black dragon rolled them onto his tongue, devouring all of them. He enjoyed his meal as he munched on the 14 people. Later on, he repeated what he did and ate the remaining 14 people. The taste of humans is simply delicious. It's just that there are too little of them. It's not satisfying. The black dragon licked their meat and crushed their bones with his teeth, clearly enjoying the human flesh. It's okay, I shall have a big feast a week later. Chapter 322. Sister Luo Li. At the submission spot of the second round of training, Zhang Bing frowned as he heard about the molten dragon from Lin Huang. With the proof of the fiery sword Fian's carcass and no loopholes in the detailed descriptions, Zhang Bing was sure that the 3 of them were telling the truth. There was no benefit of them lying anyway. Although he had no idea what the intention of the molten dragon was, Zhang Bing took out a transmission snail and contacted the other examiners. The transmission snail was a timid mutated monster and was fed mainly algae, which was completely harmless to humans. Such a monster colony usually consisted of a mother and many children. All the offspring of the mother would have the same telepathic sense with each other. Armed with that characteristic, they were cultivated by humans as a communication tool when the heart network was unusable. It was easy to use. As the speaker's voice was sent into the mother transmission snail, the message would be delivered to its offspring. Soon, 2-dimensional relics opened at the same time. The examiner with squinty eyes from the first round of training arrived from the green dimensional relic on the left, while on the right was a girl who looked like she was 13 or 14 years old. The 3 of them were stunned to see the girl. Lin Huang and Li Lang were guessing the girl's age. She looked like she was even younger than Lin Xin. She was a couple of centimeters shorter than Lin Xin and did not look like a day over 14. Meanwhile, Yi Yeyu was puzzled. When the girl noticed Yi Yeyu, she floated to her. "Xiao Yeyu, is that really you?" The girl floated closer to Yi Yeyu and started studying her. "Sister Luo Li." Yi Yeyu greeted the girl while looking at Lin Huang and Li Lang as if she was asking for help. "Sister." Lin Huang and Li Lang's eyes flew wide open when they heard how Yi Yeyu addressed the girl. The girl did not look like she was older than Yi Yeyu. "So, you've leveled up to Holy Fire level now." Luo Li got even closer to her while staring at her boobs. "You have bigger boobs now." Luo Li poked Yi Yeyu's boobs and fondled them. "Why are you here, Sister Luo Li?" Yi Yeyu asked helplessly. "Master Yi was worried about you leveling up to Holy Fire level, so he asked me to look after you. I'm the head examiner of the 3rd round of training. Little did I expect that you have already leveled up before the 3rd round even began." Luo Li still had her hands on Yi Yeyu's boobs. "Master Yi, this girl..." Zhang Bing looked at Si Kongjian in curiosity. "She's Master Donglai's great-granddaughter, Si Kongjian smiled as he explained. No way, I thought it was just a rumor that Master Yi's great-granddaughter would join the training. Zhang Bing had just found out about Yi Yeyu's identity. The news that the three of them told had to be true then. Are these two fellas your boyfriends? Luo Li switched her topic of interest as she turned around and looked at Lin Huang and Li Lang. No, they're just friends. Yi Yeyu wrung her hands. Luo Li ignored her while looking at the both of them. She looked at Li Lang for a while, then stared at Lin Huang with an intimidating vibe until he felt uncomfortable. A unique force was masking Lin Huang's body to isolate him from Luo Li's detection. This lady is dangerous. Stay away from her, Xiao He warned. Clearly, it was Xiao He who had created the layer of protection. Luo Li smirked after a slight pause, then she looked away from Lin Huang. Alright, let's talk business, Luo Li then addressed Zhang Bing. Xiao Bing, was the news that you told me about Xiao Jian conveyed to you by these three? There's nobody else here anyway. Yes, hearing her addressing him, Xiao Bing, Zhang Bing was unhappy but he did not say anything. Si Kongjian's eyes twitched but he remained expressionless. Xiao Yeyu, could you tell me exactly what happened? Luo Li then smiled at Yi Yeyu. I think I'll let Lin Huang tell you. He explains better than I do. To avoid Luo Li from messing with her, Yi Yeyu pushed the responsibility to Lin Huang. Sure, let me tell you then. Lin Huang nodded. This little brother will tell me, huh? Luo Li looked at Lin Huang while smiling. The way she looked at him was overwhelming. Li Lang, who was standing next to Lin Huang, walked next to Yi Yeyu. Zhang Bing, who was standing not far away, sympathized with Lin Huang while Si Kongjian looked arrogantly at Luo Li. To him, as long as Luo Li did not trouble him, she could do whatever she wanted. Despite Xiao He's masking, the way Luo Li looked at him still felt uncomfortable. Lin Huang decided to ignore her staring and told her what happened. You mentioned you guys killed the double-mutated fiery sword fiend. Can I look at the carcass? Luo Li asked with a smile. She continued to stare at Lin Huang like she was sure that the carcass was with him. Lin Huang did what she asked and took out the carcass. Si Kongjian walked closer and inspected the carcass with Luo Li. It seems to be killed by a powerful force. Did you kill it? Si Kongjian asked Yi Yeyu. I don't think it's Xiao Yeyu who killed it. It was probably this little brother. Luo Li looked at Lin Huang again. Yes, it was I who killed it with some tricks, Lin Huang admitted right away. Si Kongjian was shocked. Although I have no idea what the motive was, this carcass is real and these three kids won't lie, so the thing about the black dragon must be true too, Si Kongjian voiced out his thoughts. Didn't you guys sense the monster with the god's blood aura last night? Luo Li looked at Si Kongjian and Zhang Bing with her eyebrow raised. Monster with the god's blood? Zhang Bing was stunned. Do you mean the aura that was like a double-mutated monster's? I sensed that too. I thought the aura was too powerful but I didn't think too much about it. Si Kongjian frowned. No wonder, you guys couldn't tell as you guys have never encountered any monsters with the god's blood in their bodies. Luo Li soon realized how the both of them failed to figure that out. The black dragon showed up almost at the same time the monster with the god's blood appeared. I'm sure that it was going for that monster. As for killing humans, perhaps, somehow, it found out that the monster had been captured by humans, or maybe this triple-mutated monster with god's blood is a summoning monster belonging to a human imperial censor. Chapter 323. The Luo Sha 16 years ago. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard Luo Li's analysis. From the very limited information that he had provided, he did not expect her to come up with a speculation that was so near the truth. Her daring speculation shocked all of them present. But isn't it impossible for a triple-mutated monster with the god's blood to be captured by a human? Yi Yeyu was the first one who raised an objection to her sister's speculation. Perhaps, she was the only one present who dared to talk back to Luo Li. Even if it leveled up from a double mutation, the monster could have broken the contract made earlier with the help of the force of the god's blood and get an upgrade. That's true. A monster with the god's blood is usually arrogant and has a high level of intelligence. As it levels up, under normal circumstances, it's very likely that it will break its contract and devour its own master. However, the Imperial Censor allowed his summoning monster to level up, so he must have done all the preparation possible with a solution to prevent the monster from devouring him. Luo Li defended her speculation. I think this could be one of the Imperial Censors who has joined the training this time, Luo Li said. Li Lang and Yi Yeyu looked towards where Lin Huang was standing. Fortunately, the examiners did not know that Lin Huang was an imperial censor. I don't think it's necessarily an imperial censor. Without a sealing relic, as long as the ability is sufficient, it's possible for one to control the monster. It's a triple mutated monster with the god's blood after all. Even a demigod would be tempted. Yi Yeyu suggested another possibility. Luo Li laughed when she heard what Yi Yeyu said. She chuckled, so, what Xiao Yeyu meant is, among the three of us, is any one of us the suspect? She then scrutinized Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian. After observing them for a while, she proceeded to say, it's not possible that Xiao Bing did it. He's too honest, so if he did it, we'd be able to tell. However, it's another story for Xiao Jian. Sis Luo, please stop kidding. We've no idea what exactly happened. The existence of this so-called monster with the god's blood is still unknown. Even if somebody did it, it's true that he's the culprit, but it wouldn't be any help if we look for him now. Our priority is the trouble that the black dragon is causing. Si Kongjian changed the subject as he realized the finger was pointing at him. You're behaving suspiciously now. Luo Li squinted her eyes. This discussion is never ending if you guys are going to go back and forth like this. How about I take the blame for now? Just pretend that I have the monster with me. Our priority is to solve the problem. The longer we drag this out, the more people will be killed by the black dragon, declared Zhang Bing, surprising Lin Huang. Luo Li glared at Zhang Bing skeptically again while Si Kongjian remained relaxed. All right then, I shall handle the little black dragon. The management wanted to keep it alive, but now that it's looking for trouble by itself, we have to kill it. It's been a long time since I have eaten a sky dragon. It's a great opportunity for a feast. Luo Li did not want to dwell on it since Zhang Bing wanted to take the blame. She licked her lips as she talked about the sky dragon's meat. This lady is really dangerous. Lin Huang raised his guard towards Luo Li while Yi Yeyu and the rest started to mourn for the black dragon in their hearts. The two of you will inform all the staff to protect the kids as soon as possible. I'll make a move now, Luo Li said and summoned her dimensional relic. Oh yeah, what are the coordinates of the little black dragon? She raised the question as she summoned her dimensional relic. Zhang Bing walked to her helplessly and projected his map. This black skull on the top right is where it is. He pointed the spot out. Alright, I know it now. Luo Li looked at it and waved her hand. She then stepped into the relic after setting the coordinates. As the relic disappeared, Li Lang turned around and asked Yi Yeyu, who's that little girl? Can she really handle the gold flame level molten dragon on her own? You might not have heard of the name Luo Li, but I bet you must have heard of Luo Sha. Si Kongjian glared at Li Lang. You meant the Luo Sha who was named the most powerful gold level hunter in Division 7 16 years ago. The gold level RANK3 who got 70 consecutive wins in hunter area before Sword Genius did. What relationship does she have with that little girl? Li Lang still did not get it. Luo Li is Luo Sha. Luo Sha is the nickname that she uses in the hunter area. Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang as she said. Not only did Lin Huang obtain 70 consecutive wins, he got 90. However, it was even more difficult to bag consecutive wins at gold level compared to silver level. She's the Luo Sha from 16 years ago. Why does she look like she's only 13 or 15? Li Lang thought it was really strange. When she was 13 and hunting for her bronze level life seed monsters, she got a drop of youth fountain water by accident. Since then, she stopped aging at 13, Yi Yeyu explained and looked seriously at Lin Huang and Li Lang. Please be careful when you guys speak to her. Never bring up any topic about age and ladies' figures. Also, if you don't want to die, never call her little girl. The last person who did that was a leader of the Demon Slayer Legion. After getting beaten up by Sis Luo Li, he was bedridden for 3 years and 8 months. Sis Luo Yi has a special life power that will damage one's body's healing ability once her life power is inserted. It also brings immense pain to the person. Could she be an immortal level already? Li Lang was terrified as he heard what Luo Li could do. Not yet, she's been on gold flame level for 12 years. It's not that she can't break through that. She's been waiting for a commander level monster. I heard that such a monster can break the effect of the youth fountain in her body. The Yis and the Luos were close. Because Yi Yeyu always played with Luo Li when she was young, she knew quite a lot about her. Although it was Li Lang who was asking the questions, Lin Huang was paying close attention. He could understand why Luo Li wanted to wait to level up. To most people, the youth fountain was a dream come true, but to Luo Li, it was more like a curse. She had always wanted to be like other girls, to grow like a normal human and date the man that she liked, even getting married and have kids. However, due to the single drop of youth fountain, it took away all that from her, giving her a face of a teenager eternally. Are you sure that with her abilities, she should be able to handle the molten dragon on her own? Although Lin Huang had gotten the answer from the reactions of both the examiners, he wanted a confirmation. Don't worry, it's just a double mutated sky dragon. Sis Luo Yi has even killed a super genius commander level monster on her own. At the same combat level, perhaps only a triple mutated monster with the god's blood can fight her, Yi Yeyu affirmed. Chapter 324, 8,000 Sword Rain. A lady walked out of the white dimensional relic that opened suddenly on the surface of the lava lake. She floated steadily in the air like she was walking on the ground. As she materialized, the white dimensional relic faded away. Not bad, there's even a lake here. Luo Li, who wore a dark green army uniform, smirked as she looked beneath her. A blazing alligator that was sunbathing by the lava lake opened its eyes as it sensed a wave of energy enter its space. A human, it noticed Luo Li, who was floating in the air immediately. Little alligator, this must be the little black dragon's territory, am I right? Tell me, where did the little black dragon go? Luo Li questioned and disappeared from where she was, flashing less than 3 meters before the blazing alligator. Instinctively, the blazing alligator swung its tail hard and pounced towards Luo Li with its jaws wide open. It moved so quickly, yet it did not manage to get Luo Li. Tisk, tisk, you're not being a good boy. Luo Li appeared on top of the blazing alligator all of a sudden. The blazing alligator had not even seen her move at all. Without waiting for the blazing alligator to respond, Luo Li pointed 2 fingers in the air. A gigantic black sword appeared and assaulted the blazing alligator's tail. It pierced through its tail at the speed of light like a black nail, pinning the alligator's tail on the ground. With that single swing of the sword, the purple flame-level blazing alligator was badly injured. It struggled vigorously in immense pain, attempting to get rid of the sword on its tail. The more you struggle, the more pain you will experience and the more blood will shed. This is just a small lesson for you. Luo Li floated down slowly. This time, she landed even closer to the blazing alligator. She was less than a meter away from the alligator. Her black eyes stared deeply into the blazing alligator's red eyes. If you're so dumb to attack me again, you might die, warned Luo Li in a deadly tone. The blazing alligator felt like it was placed next to a gigantic demon's mouth and might be wolfed down any minute. It was so scared that it could not move anymore. Luo Li smirked as she watched the blazing alligator stop struggling. She knew she had managed to terrify it. It seems like we've come to a common understanding. The blazing alligator nodded immediately, thinking that the lady in front of it was not human, but a high-ranking demon in human skin. Luo Li was satisfied with the blazing alligator's reaction. Let me ask you, where did the little black dragon go? Little black dragon, the blazing alligator was stunned. The molten dragon, isn't this its territory? Luo Li rolled her eyes impatiently. My boss is at the bottom of the lake. The blazing alligator betrayed the molten dragon without thinking twice. At the bottom of the lake, Luo Li raised an eyebrow. I know that the fire element monster loves spiritual lava, but why would it stay at the bottom of the lake? Is there anything special there? There's a molten crystal at the bottom of the lake. It's the spiritual source of the lake. Only the boss and a couple of us know about this, blurted the blazing alligator. The molten crystal is the main reason our boss got so powerful. Molten crystal, that's some good stuff. Luo Li was excited. The molten crystal was a special fire energy crystal that was usually formed under high temperature and pressure over the span of millions of years. The crystal contained pure fire energy, which was priceless to a fire element monster or human. It was worth more than a grade 5 relic. Luo Li was surprised to find out about the molten crystal existing there. Oh yeah, I heard you guys are hunting down humans. Why's that? Although she already had the answer, Luo Li wanted to know the truth from the blazing alligator. He didn't say much about it. He only told us that a certain human has a unique relic. As soon as he gets that relic, he can accelerate his speed, level up to his 3rd mutation, and even undergo a blood transformation to become a dragonkin monster. Although what the blazing alligator said did not directly bring up the god's blood, Luo Li was sure that her speculation was right, as there were not many treasures that could accelerate mutation and increase the thickness of blood. The god's blood was one of them. How many humans have you guys captured so far? Luo Li asked again. Not many. It has been less than 10 hours since the boss gave his instructions. Only 30 to 40 people were sent to him, the blazing alligator answered honestly. Where are they? Luo Li looked around but did not see anybody. Boss ate all of them after getting Phantom to interrogate them. Luo Li glared deadly at the blazing alligator again and once more. It felt like it was going to be eaten by a supreme demon. Seems like there's no reason to keep this idiot alive anymore, Luo Li mumbled to herself, then looked at the blazing alligator. You wait here patiently. Let me kill the little black dragon first and all. See what to do with you. Although the blazing alligator was unhappy, it did not dare to say anything while it waited patiently where it was. Luo Li had basically gotten everything she wanted to know from the blazing alligator. She flew above the lava lake. She then extended her palm facing the surface of the lake. Long, black swords appeared around her. Within seconds, thousands of swords appeared and the number was still growing. 10 seconds later, the black swords finally stopped multiplying. Luo Li started murderously at the surface of the lava and said to herself, 8,000 sword rain. The thousands of black swords dashed towards the lake like a storm. Chapter 325. Molten crystal. The black sword rain covered the entire surface of the lake as streaks of its black glow penetrated into the red lava in every 10 meters. The impact of each sword was limited to an attack that covered such a huge area. However, it was just a plan to Luo Li to lure the molten dragon out of the lake rather than to kill it. The gigantic black dragon was laying down at the bottom of the lake, not sleeping but absorbing the energy from the molten crystal. Lying down was the most comfortable pose for it. Suddenly, the black dragon felt an intense pain on its tail as the sound of torrential whistling was heard. It turned around and saw half a black sword sticking out of its tail. Another whistle came and another sword pierced less than a meter from the black dragon's left eye, almost blinding it instantly. Roar! The black dragon was furious as it was attacked twice. As one of the 3 overlords of this world, it had been a long time since someone had challenged it. Hearing the roar echoing from the bottom of the lake, Luo Yu smirked. It worked. Soon, huge waves undulated on the surface of the lava lake. A humongous monster appeared from the lake. Luo Li checked out the black giant creature with her head slightly tilted to the side. The molten dragon looked like a mammoth alligator with wings. Its abdomen was short compared to the ratio of the rest of its body and it had a heavy bottom. On its back were not dense like the scales of dragon blood monsters but like the thick skin on the back of an alligator. They were bumpy like hard tumors. It's really ugly, Luo Li commented after checking out the molten dragon for a while. Soon, she recalled something and licked her lips mockingly. But I heard from a food hunter that the uglier something is, the tastier it is. As Luo Li was checking out the molten dragon, it was studying her too. The size of her body confused it. It had never seen a human of such small stature. However, the intensity of her attack shocked it a little as the 2 swords had managed to break through its defense easily. Perhaps, the smaller a human was, the more powerful they were. Just when the molten dragon pondered upon that thought, it heard Luo Li mocking it. It was furious again. Human kid, are you messing with me? It was its first time hearing somebody calling it ugly and it could not take it anymore. Meanwhile, Luo Li looked serious. Who are you calling a kid? She was dismal to hear what the black dragon called her. Sensing Luo Li's odd reaction, the molten dragon decided to attack first. As its muzzle opened, flames came out of it and engulfed Luo Li instantly. Because the molten dragon was not a dragon blood monster, the flames it emitted were not dragon flames but molten core instead. It was tens of thousands degrees Celsius like the core of a planet. The molten core came out like a waterfall, consuming the entire space that Luo Li was standing in. The black dragon was sure that Luo Li would definitely not be able to avoid its attack. Even if she did not die, she would definitely be severely injured from the high temperature. Flames. So, this is the standard of a sky dragon. Huh, you can never compare to a real dragonkin. A silhouette walked out of the flames. Not only was Luo Li not hurt, the flames had done nothing to her clothes. She smirked as she looked disdainfully at the shocked molten dragon. I'm sorry that I forgot to tell you that the life fire monster that I killed to get to holy fire level was a dragonkin. Although it was just a basic one, it was so much more powerful than you are. At your level, you'd be killed in less than 10 seconds by that fella. I'm even more powerful than the monster. I just need one thing to kill you. Luo Li pointed a finger as she spoke. The molten dragon sensed immense danger looming. Its instinct had helped it escape death many times, so it chose to trust it. It flapped its wings and backed away from Luo Li. When it was a distance away, it started to dive into the lava lake. It's too late to run now. Luo Li pointed in the direction where the black dragon dove in. A black glow that was as thick as her thumb shot out of her fingertip and appeared next to the black dragon's head. It pierced straight through its head and came out on the other side. The body of the black dragon was like a meteorite as it flopped into the lake, creating waves hundreds of meters high. The black dragon's carcass floated on the surface of the lake. Just when Luo Li went down to pick up the carcass, she noticed that its tail was broken. Did it run away? Luo Li squinted. After storing the carcass, Luo Li went to the blazing alligator that was at the side of the lake again. It was shaking in fear. Although it did not see her killing the black dragon, its senses allowed it to feel what exactly happened. It did not attempt to struggle after knowing that she had managed to kill the molten dragon in one go. What else is there at the bottom of the lava besides the molten crystal? Luo Li asked the blazing alligator. There's a natural tunnel that connects to a huge lava river, the blazing alligator said immediately. Although it had no idea why Luo Li asked such a question, it answered honestly anyway. No wonder, Luo Li finally understood why the molten dragon could escape from this lava lake that did not seem to have any other exit routes. Bring me to the molten crystal and don't try to fool around. Luo Li snapped her finger. The black sword that pinned the blazing alligator's tail down faded away and transformed into a black mist that entered its wound. The blazing alligator was hesitant as it pondered if it should attempt to escape. After some thought, it decided to give up on any hope of doing so and just bring her to the molten crystal as the human was simply too terrifying. As Luo Li trailed behind the blazing alligator into the lava lake, her body was covered by an invisible energy layer that isolated her from the lava. The spiritual lava would usually infiltrate one's life power, but it did not seem to affect Luo Li at all. Within a couple of minutes, they arrived at the bottom of the lake. Luo Li's eyes lit up when she saw the giant golden crystal that measured 2 meters wide. However, she figured that she would not be able to bring it along with her. Although the molten crystal was a relic, it was not something that was meant to be taken away. Once it was moved, there would be an explosion with a massive energy loss. Half of the molten crystal was buried in the ground, hence the molten dragon had to train at the bottom of the lake. This little black dragon is stupid. Why didn't it think of digging the soil around it? Luo Li was speechless. Help me dig the soil around it away. I'll set you free as soon as I get this molten crystal, Luo Li said to the blazing alligator. We've no idea what's the ground made of. It's very tough and can't be dug. If we could, the black dragon would have taken it away from the beginning. The blazing alligator shook its head. Luo Li did not believe it, so she went to the crystal and knocked the ground. She then made a black blade from her finger and attempted to pierce it into the ground. However, it could not penetrate the earth at all. That's strange. Luo Li went further away from the crystal and observed it carefully. She noticed that the soil 10 kilometers surrounding the crystal had been dug out by the black dragon. It was left with a flat, black soil. Did you guys do this digging? Yes, the boss got us to dig it. However, because the area of the black soil is too big, he gave up. Alright then, since I can't take it away, I'll leave it here then. Luo Li decided to empty the lake after the assessment ended to try if she could dig it out. I shall set you free now. Luo Li waved her hand and the black energy came out of the blazing alligator's wound, then disappeared into the spiritual lava. She rocketed upwards of the lake and disappeared from the blazing alligator's field of vision. Chapter 326, Suspended Training. After Luo Li left the submission place, Zhang Bing looked at the three of them. Don't go anywhere before Sister Luo comes back. How long would that be? Lin Huang did not want to waste his time there. If everything goes as planned, she should be back in an hour. Perhaps, she might even make it within half an hour if she's fast, Zhang Bing answered. Zhang Bing's answer had proven that what Yi Yeyu had said earlier was true. She was not exaggerating when she said that Luo Yi could fight a triple mutated monster of the same level with the god's blood. After all, Yi Yeyu was not even a holy fire level a few days ago, so her judgment on Luo Li's ability might be subjective. On the other hand, because Zhang Bing was on the same level with Luo Li, his judgment would be relatively more objective. Let's wait for a while then, since it's only 1 hour at the most, Lin Huang said to Yi Yeyu and Li Lang. The both of them did not object to him as it was dangerous for them to be outside in these conditions. In usual circumstances, participants of the training would avoid territories of monsters that were above white flame level. However, since the black dragon's instruction had been issued, the monsters that were above white flame level might leave their territory to hunt humans down, which made the ruins more dangerous than the night before. Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian got busy with their transmission snails. To prevent from confusing people with multiple instructions, the Union government had given out 3 types of transmission snails to the staff. The first one was exclusively for the 3 examiners of the training. They used a transmission snail that only connected the 3 of them, and none of the other staff had access to that. Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian informed their own group of staff about what was happening to get them to secretly protect the training participants. Just when the 3 of them were getting bored, a white dimensional relic appeared in the sky and Luo Li casually walked out of it. So soon, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. Li Lang was shocked. It hasn't even been 3 minutes. Lin Huang looked at the time on his emperor's heart ring. Luo Li had been gone for only 2 minutes and 16 seconds to be exact. It was stupefying that she had managed to kill the molten dragon with such a short period of time. Didn't I tell you that Sister Luo Li is powerful? Yi Yeyu beamed proudly. As the white dimensional relic disappeared, Luo Li appeared before Zhang Bing and Si Kongjian. You settled it so soon. Zhang Bing's eyes were wide open. Although Si Kongjian did not say a word, the corner of his eye that was lifted slightly betrayed him. He did not expect Luo Li to be back so soon. No, the fella escaped by shedding its outer skin. Luo Li grumbled annoyedly. I didn't expect the sky dragon to be such a pussy. It ran away before I could even do anything. Luo Li did not bother lowering her voice, so Lin Huang and the rest heard her loud and clear. Li Lang rolled his eyes as he thought Luo Li was exaggerating. However, Lin Huang thought what Luo Li said might be true. Perhaps, the molten dragon sensed something dangerous from her demeanor, so it escaped. Some monsters were very alert to danger, and the molten dragon may possess such a supreme sensing ability. Yi Yeyu, on the other hand, trusted what Luo Li said fully, as she knew how powerful she was since she had grown up with Luo Li. The other 2 examiners trusted Luo Li too, as both of them were well versed with her ability. That black dragon was terribly lucky that it managed to escape from you. Si Kongjian teased, but too bad for it that it escaped by shedding its outer skin, because then, its combat level would drop a level or 2 lower. It won't have such good luck next time. Luo Li was furious. So, what should we do now? Since the black dragon is still alive, the other monsters will be striving to fulfill its order and hunting down all the training participants. If that is the case, our training difficulty will increase as well as the death percentage. Should we suspend the training? Zhang Bing looked at the both of them worriedly. Wow, look at you. You guys must be sick of being an examiner by now. My assessment hasn't even started yet. Luo Li objected, but it would be dangerous to proceed with the training now. Zhang Bing insisted this time. What do you think? Zhang Bing looked at Si Kongjian. I have no comment. You guys can discuss. I'm okay with anything. Si Kongjian opened his arms in nonchalance and backed off. He did not stand on any side as he did not want to offend anybody. Xiao Bing Bing, it's not as bad as you thought. I've heard many things from the little black dragon's follower. The instruction isn't about killing humans, but to bring humans alive to it. Luo Li toned her temper down when she saw Zhang Bing being all serious. Although she was daring, there was nothing that she could do about Zhang Bing's stubbornness. Once he decided on something, it was impossible for him to change his mind. He would not give in even if he was beaten up. He would only change his mind with legit reasoning. An order is an order, but the executor might not execute what it says exactly. Even though the decree is to capture humans alive, it might eat them later on. The goal of this training is to allow the young people to challenge themselves. That's why they're asked to kill white flame level monsters. But now that they will be encountering monsters above crimson flame level, blue flame level and even purple flame level, they might be killed instead. That would mean that there won't be any room for them to train themselves, which defeats the purpose of the training. There's no meaning to carrying on with the training, Zhang Bing elaborated. Luo Li was silent after hearing what he said. She knew that it would be too much if she insisted on carrying on with the training. She spoke again a while later. How about this? We get all the participants to come back and tell them what's happening. They get to choose to stay or to leave. If most of them choose to suspend the training, we do just that. However, if most of them choose to leave, we'll send those who want to leave out of the ruins while allowing those who want to stay. However, we have to change the mechanics of the training. We'll need to discuss further on how to keep everybody safe if we're carrying on with the training. Luo Li compromised in the end, but she suggested the option of allowing trainees to stay as she did not want to give up the opportunity of being an examiner. Zhang Bing stayed silent. Lao Zhang, let's do what Sister Luo suggested. After all, there'll be some participants who don't want to lose the opportunity of this training. Si Kongjian finally spoke, sidelining Luo Li this time. Zhang Bing lifted his head and looked at Lin Huang and the others. What do you guys think? I'd like to carry on, Lin Huang answered without thinking twice. I'd like to level up to White Flame here, Li Lang answered. Although I have already leveled up to White Flame, I still want to train myself by battling more. Yi Yeyu smiled at Luo Li. See, 5/1. Si Kongjian patted Zhang Bing's shoulder smugly. Alright then, let's get everybody back and decide later. Zhang Bing nodded. Chapter 327. You'll be an auntie to kids the moment you turn 20. The next day, the three examiners managed to gather all of the participants with the help of their staff by the afternoon. It was only the fourth day of the second round of the training. The original 978 people had dwindled to 906. Zhang Bing was upset as it had just been a few days and so many participants were already missing. In reality, since they were appointed as the examiners by the Union government, they had a death quota which was broken down to less than 5% on the first round, 10% on the second round and 15% on the third round. It was only the fourth day of the second round of training for Zhang Bing's segment and the death rate was already at 7.2%. As everyone gathered around, Zhang Bing as the examiner of the second round of training informed them about the Molten Dragon. Many of the elites had noticed the odd encounters with the monsters, some of them even managing to escape from the monsters. They finally understood what was happening. We can't come up with a unanimous decision among the three of us. Since the training is for all of you and you guys are adults with your own opinions, the decision is up to all of you. You guys can vote to decide if we should suspend the training. Zhang Bing finally revealed the objective of gathering everybody here. Before that, I would like to emphasize that this is not part of the assessment. I hope that all of you can decide whether to suspend the training based on what you really want without worrying too much about the consequences. Just go for whatever that you think is right. To make everyone feel safe, your name won't be necessary for the vote. All votes will be anonymous. If you think the training should carry on, draw a tick, and if you think the training should be suspended, draw a cross. We will decide after all the results are collected. A lady raised her hand in confusion. Please speak. Zhang Bing nodded to the lady. If those who want this to end exceed those who want this to go on, does that mean all of us will have to leave even if we don't want to? The lady asked. Yes, we go by the majority. If most of you vote to end this rather than to stay, we will suspend the training. Even if you'd like to stay, we'll send everyone out of this place and that'll be the end of the training, Zhang Bing affirmed. What if it's the other way round? If there are more people who vote to carry on than those who vote to end this, does that mean those who would like to leave have to stay? The lady asked. No, if we have more who vote to carry on, those who want to stay will stay while those who want to quit will be escorted out of this place by our staff. By then, our staff will explain to your organization accordingly that you guys were not eliminated. If any of you get into trouble for leaving early, you can choose to stay. Instead, we'll arrange for a campsite guarded by an examiner. You'll be sent out of here after the training ends. If there are no more questions, I'll get the staff to pass out the voting cards. Zhang Bing waited for a while and nodded to the staff after nobody asked any more questions. Soon, the staff gave out blank white cards the size of a palm to everyone. Fold the card after you've voted and the staff will collect them from you. Don't mess up. If you want the training to go on, draw a tick. If you want it to stop, draw a cross, Zhang Bing reminded again. Lin Huang drew a tick without thinking twice when he received the card, then he folded it. Yi Yeyu drew her choice expressionlessly and folded the card. Meanwhile, Li Lang held the card without doing anything. What are you doing? Yi Yeyu asked. I think the results will be close. I'm thinking of using my vote as the deciding vote after the result has been announced. Li Lang looked obnoxious. After the result is announced, your vote won't count anymore, Lin Huang said in all seriousness. Yeah, do you want to give up your vote? Yi Yeyu added while smiling. Ah, does that mean I'm giving up on my vote? Li Lang was shocked. He quickly drew a tick immediately and folded the card. As everyone had voted, the staff collected all the cards. It took a couple of minutes for the calculation of the votes and the result was soon sent to the 3 examiners. Zhang Bing frowned when he saw the result as he stood in front of the people for the announcement. I shall announce the voting results. There are 812 votes who want the training to carry on and 92 votes who want the training to be suspended. We have 2 empty votes. It seems like the decision is clear. We shall respect your decision and carry on with the training. For safety purposes, I'll get the staff to follow every group. They'll be watching the movement of the Crimson Flame level monsters and above so you won't have to fight them. All staff, please work with us. We're so sorry for the extra workload. After the training ends, we will apply for extra rewards for all of you. Zhang Bing intentionally said that before everyone so that the staff would put in their best efforts. Now, those of you who voted to carry on with the training can leave now. Those who don't want to stay, we will arrange something for you. As Zhang Bing said that, many of them left one by one. We should leave too. Li Lang looked at Lin Huang. Lin Huang was looking at Luo Li who had appeared before Yi Yeyu out of nowhere. He had not seen her move at all. Damn, when did she come? Li Lang asked softly. She just did, I guess. I didn't see it as well. Lin Huang was telling the truth. Xiao Yeyu, I remember your body had no fire element. How did the change happen? Luo Li asked. It happened last year. I have no idea how but something happened to my body and it now has the fire element. Yi Yeyu did not understand it herself. But that's good. I might have a present for you soon. You'll have to wait until after the assessment. Luo Li smiled. It's okay. Yi Yeyu smiled and shook her head. She had a close relationship with Luo Li since she was young but it had been a couple of years since they had last met. She could not adapt to her friend's new eccentric character. Treat it as a present for leveling up to Holy Fire level, Luo Li said. I think your boyfriend on the left is good, but he's a little short. He doesn't look too old, so he might be able to grow taller. Never mind the one on the right with greasy hair. My hands feel itchy when I look at his hair, Luo Li said while looking at Lin Huang and Li Lang. They're not my boyfriends. We're just friends. Moreover, who would date 2 guys at the same time? Yi Yeyu was speechless. What is there to be embarrassed about when it comes to dating? You're not young anymore and you should be thinking about getting married, Luo Li proceeded to lecture her, ignoring Yi Yeyu's reaction. I'm only 20 this year. Yi Yeyu's eyes were twitching. She had a really attractive body. In fact, she had hit puberty early and already had the body of a 20-year-old when she was just 15. She could not cover her body any longer and guys were always gawking at her wherever she went. Girls can get married after their adult ceremony when they are 16. Those who are 20 years old will have kids calling them auntie. What Luo Li said made everyone speechless. As Luo Li was indulging them with her opinion, Bloody contacted Lin Huang in his mind. Master, I have found the molten dragon. It seems to be in bad shape. Chapter 328. Gamblers and shortcuts. Haltharod soaked its body in the spiritual lava in the volcano. Its mind was a mess. It could not remember how long had it been the overlord in this world. It had been years. There was almost nobody that could take it on in this world ever since it leveled to Gold Flame level. Gold Flame level was the highest level that this world could accommodate. As a double mutated sky dragon, its ability made it the best in this little world. If the stupid Shadowflame Boa did not listen to what the cunning Golden Toad said and fought it, it would have been the ruler of this world. It did not expect there to be anyone that was the same as itself, a Gold Flame level that was even more powerful to exist in this world. As a double mutated dragonkin sky dragon, it was confident that even if it encountered a triple mutated monster that was the same level, it would win as well. However, Haltharod had a taste of failure today. It was its first time it tasted defeat ever since it achieved Gold Flame level. Its opponent was a human that was similar in level to itself but it could not even handle a single hit from this human. The human girl who looked rather young with a petite body was as powerful as a god, making it difficult for anyone to find it in themselves to fight her. Its body was shaking as it recalled the moment when it was almost killed by her. It was a reflection that came from fear. However, fear was not the only thing, hatred burned inside it as well. That damned human girl forced me to shed my carapace. Now, my combat strength had dropped 2 levels and I have to hide in this freaking place. Haltharod said to itself. It did not dare to say it too loud as it was afraid that others would find out about the humiliation it felt. The temporary degradation to its power was the side effect of its shedding life skill. It would last for 72 hours. Not only that, its body would be weak for 3 days, even its defensive ability would drop 2 levels. Many of its skills and life skills that required life power would be deactivated. It was afraid that it might be attacked by blue flame level monsters, that was why it was hiding. 2 days more, Haltharod stared deadly in the air. If I can't fight you, I'll kill you with a monster crowd. Not only you, all humans will have to pay the price. Where is the black dragon hiding? Lin Huang asked immediately when he heard about the black dragon from Bloody. It's hiding in a spiritual volcano, it's very weak right now. I think it's badly injured, its aura had dropped to that of a blue flame level monster. Bloody told its observation, a blue flame level monster. Lin Huang was tempted. He knew very well that it was the side effect of shedding its carapace, but it would only last for 3 days and its combat strength would go back to normal. By then, it would be impossible to kill such a monster. 1 day has passed out of its 3 days of weakness. I need to find it within these 2 days or else I'll lose the opportunity. Lin Huang squinted. He was thinking if he should look for the black dragon. Even though its power had dropped by 2 levels, the ability of the molten dragon was not to be underestimated. Lin Huang's concern was not its ability but more of what he would get if he was to kill the black dragon. Xiaohei, what kind of rewards will I get if I manage to achieve a double cross-ranking kill? Lin Huang asked. Normal cross-ranking kill, random reward card x1. Double cross-ranking kill, draw reward card x1. Triple cross-ranking kill, draw reward card x3. Quadruple cross-ranking kill, draw reward card x5. Quintuple cross-ranking kill, draw reward card x10. So if I kill the black dragon that had dropped 2 levels, would that be considered as a triple or a quintuple cross-ranking kill? Lin Huang asked. The molten dragon's level drop is just temporary and its real combat strength is still gold flame level. If you manage to kill it, it'll be considered a quintuple cross-ranking kill and you'll receive a draw of 10 reward cards. Lin Huang was over the moon when he heard Xiaohei's reply. I should be able to use a double reward card, right? Lin Huang asked again. Yes, a double reward card can be used on all cross-ranking kill. That means, if I manage to kill it, I'll get to draw 20 cards. Lin Huang could not resist such a temptation. I must do this. The molten dragon that was hiding in the volcano far away had no idea that it had become the ultimate boss for Lin Huang. Lin Huang was even thinking if he should get Mr. Fu to get him a gold flame level monster with the life skill ability to shed its carapace after the training ended so that he could get the quintuple cross-ranking reward. Xiaohei noticed what he was thinking. The objective of the reward from system is to encourage you to strengthen yourself. Such behavior of trying to cheat the reward system is not encouraged. As soon as humans find shortcuts, they'll always look for more shortcuts. This is the evil side of humans. With the time spent looking for shortcuts, some people have already arrived at the destination with their own strength. I hope that you don't become one of those people who are always looking for shortcuts. Things that you achieve through hard work are the most valuable ones. It's just a thought. Why must you give me a life lesson? Lin Huang smiled awkwardly after hearing what Xiaohei said, but soon he fell into a deep thought. He had seen many people who were always looking for shortcuts when he was on Earth instead of doing what they should do. This was similar to what he saw in gamblers who lived in the casinos. They wanted to get rich by gambling, but what usually happens is that they would go bankrupt and even get their family members killed. Lin Huang thought if those gamblers put the passion they had for gambling into their career, even if they did not become a millionaire, they would still definitely make enough to feed their family. Shortcuts were acceptable occasionally, but if one wanted to use shortcuts in everything, that would be no different from gambling. The consequences might get ugly. Lin Huang, what are you thinking about? Yi Yeyu waved her hand in his face. Nothing. Lin Huang snapped out of his thoughts and realized that Yi Yeyu had ended her conversation with Luo Li. Luo Li had returned to be with the 2 examiners. Aside from the 50-odd participants who decided to not proceed with the training, the rest had left. In reality, among the 90-odd people who voted to end the assessment, only slightly more than 50 of them stayed. Lin Huang looked at the remaining people and realized that most of them had leveled up to Holy Fire level. It was unnecessary for them to stay as they had achieved what they wanted to from the ruins. Let's go. Lin Huang waved to the both of them. He did not want the 3 of them to be misunderstood as giving up the training. Chapter 329. No comment. As they left the mission submission area, Lin Huang had been thinking of how to leave the group and get to the spiritual volcano to kill the molten dragon on his own. He did plan to let Li Lang and Yi Yeyu know about this, as it would take them by surprise if he left so suddenly. Although the Molten Dragon had experienced a drop in its level, it was still a Gold Flame level monster after all. Moreover, there would be a staff from the Union government's Demon Slayer Legion following them, and he did not want to reveal his ability in front of a stranger. As they left the mission submission area for some distance, Li Lang could not help but ask, "Where are we going?" "I found a non-fire element monster for Yeyu to train," Lin Huang said, then paused. "But I have something to settle on my own, so I'll send you guys there and leave," Lin Huang added. "I suggest you don't leave the group. I can't be looking after two teams at the same time," immediately warned the poker-faced staff who was following them when he heard what Lin Huang said. "If you insist on leaving, I'll have to follow the team that has more people, and your safety will be your own responsibility." "Thanks for reminding. I have the ability to take care of myself, so please take care of the two of them." Although the staff's attitude was unpleasant, Lin Huang could tell that he genuinely did not want him to be in trouble, but he rejected the person's kindness anyway. Poker Face then looked at Yi Yeyu and Li Lang. Since the both of them did not stop Lin Huang, he did not say anything. Lin Huang then changed his black dimensional relic to a blue one and summoned it. "Lin Huang, how come your dimensional relic?" Seeing that Lin Huang's dimensional relic had changed, Li Lang started to ask but was pinched hard by Yi Yeyu. "Why did you pinch me?" "Because I can. Can't I do that?" Yi Yeyu gave an unreasonable excuse. "Okay then." Li Lang dared not fight back, looking at Yi Yeyu's condescending expression. "Let's go." Lin Huang opened the dimensional relic. Soon, the blue dimensional relic disappeared as the four of them entered it. In reality, the regular dimensional relic did not come with any function of changing colors or modes, as it was unnecessary. The material to make a dimensional relic itself was pricey, and changing colors was still acceptable, but to be able to change its mode, the handling of materials would be much more complicated. This also caused the cost of the making of the dimensional relic to be a few times more expensive. Therefore, a dimensional relic with mode-changing function would usually cost 4 to 6 times more than a regular one of the same level. In fact, that dimensional relic cost at least 3 times more than a relic of the same rank. Only people who had too much money to spare would purchase such a unique dimensional relic. Of course, the seller knew who their target market was. Mr. Fu was the perfect person for such fancy things. Besides, he had too much money. Therefore, when the 9 basic colors for dimensional relic were introduced, he bought all of them without thinking twice. He had given the black one to Lin Huang as a gift. Lin Huang intentionally changed the color and mode of the dimensional relic as they were with the poker-faced staff. From Luo Li's analysis, he would have to be extra careful and not let the staff of the Union government associate him with the monster with the god's blood. Luo Li and the rest would definitely report the discovery of the monster with the god's blood to the Union government, and there would be a thorough investigation conducted. Thus, Lin Huang had to get rid of all traces of him being related to the monster with the god's blood. After they stepped into the blue dimensional relic, the four of them appeared not far from a small lava lake. "What are we looking for this time?" Li Lang did not see anything as he looked around. "Smoldervenom toad." Lin Huang pointed at the lava lake. Smoldervenom toad was a mutated monster. Despite having the word smolder in its name, it was not a fire element monster but a venom-type monster. It could absorb heat to produce venom. The so-called fire venom was not actually made of fire energy but was made of venom instead. Such a venom was unique, because when it enters the human's body, an excruciating pain that felt like intense burning would be experienced. The dead body of the poisoned victim would be severely dehydrated. The Smoldervenom toad had appeared several times in Division 7, so it was not a stranger to Yi Yeyu and Li Lang. "It's in that lake." Li Lang was excited. "There's no need to rush. Before I leave, I'll need to buy some stuff from you." Lin Huang told him. "What?" Li Lang thought it was such a strange request. "Nuclear bombs. How many do you have with you? I want all of them." It was definitely not a spontaneous request. As soon as Lin Huang had found out about the black dragon that was hiding in the spiritual volcano from Bloody, he thought of using the nuclear bomb to lure the black dragon out as well as destroying its geographical advantage. "Ah, that toy. I only have 2 left." Seeing Lin Huang staring at him without saying a word, Li Lang felt guilty. "Okay, I have 3. Lin Huang remained silent as he looked at Li Lang. He knew that he was lying. Li Lang was bad at lying. Every time he lied, he would bite his lips without noticing it. "Okay, Okay, I'll give you all 5 of them for free since they're not worth a lot of money anyway, Li Lang compromised. He had only spent less than 20 life crystals to get the nuclear bombs from the black market. Thanks then, I'll treat you a meal when you get out. Lin Huang knew that Li Lang would not accept his money even if he was to offer it, so he gave the promise of food instead. Learning from his lesson earlier, Li Lang took out the 5 nuclear bombs carefully and passed them to Lin Huang. Lin Huang was nervous as he was storing the nuclear bombs. The bombs had been around since the ancient epoch and it would be terribly disastrous if they exploded. Hey, what do you plan to hunt? Why do you need all these? Li Lang was curious. Yi Yeyu looked at Lin Huang curiously too. She remembered how powerful the bomb was. A single one was terrifying enough. It's a secret. Lin Huang smiled mysteriously, not wanting to reveal anything. Lin Huang, you're not being honest right now. I gave you these bombs, so I have the right to know. Li Lang objected. No comment. Lin Huang grinned as he summoned a blue-dimensional relic and stepped into it. Bye. He waved at the 3 of them. Chapter 330. Nuclear bombs. Again the Alexandrian eagle stopped in the air as Lin Huang peered out at the gigantic volcano that was 10 kilometers away. From what Bloody had found out, he was sure about the exact location of the molten dragon. Lin Huang did not go closer to the volcano. Instead, he instructed Bloody, get your parasites on 5 flying monsters. Go for those that are strong. Master, are you thinking of? Bloody looked out from Lin Huang's sleeve when it heard the instruction. The previous nuclear bomb had reached a radius of 30 kilometers. If I toss the 5 of them together, it will be even more powerful and the impact will spread even wider. If I toss the bombs myself, even at the Alexandrian eagle's speed, we might not be able to leave the impact area in time. It'll be safer to get the parasitic hosts to do that, Lin Huang explained as he knew what Bloody was thinking about. But before I toss the bombs in, I must make sure that the molten dragon is in there, or else, I'll just be wasting the 5 nuclear bombs. Although it was quite impossible for the molten dragon to leave the volcano due to its weak state, Lin Huang did not want to risk it. He wanted to be very certain before he attacked. Alright, I will arrange for that. I should be able to get that done within half an hour, Bloody responded immediately, clear on what to do. Lin Huang patted the Alexandrian eagle to get it to land near the crater while waiting patiently for Bloody. Around 10 minutes later, a red ladybird flew around Lin Huang. Is this the exploding ladybird? Observing the ladybird, Lin Huang knew that it was one of the parasitic hosts. The exploding ladybird was a bug that lived around lava. They were born white in color and was at silver level. They mainly fed on lava, spiritual lava particularly was their favorite. After consuming a sufficient amount of spiritual lava, they would enter adulthood and upgrade to gold level while their body would turn red like an enlarged firefly. However, such a monster was much more dangerous than the average firefly as it would attack anything that invaded its territory. They did not fear death and most importantly, they possessed a terrifying ability which was to self-combust. The combustibility of each adult exploding ladybird was comparable with a white flame level monster's ultimate move. The exploding ladybird is small, so it's hard to notice. Looking for spiritual lava is what they do every day. It won't be a problem if they get close to the molten dragon as the dragon wouldn't suspect a thing. Bloody explained why it had chosen the monster as its detective. That's a good one. Lin Huang nodded in satisfaction, realizing that Bloody was now picky with its hosts. After referring to the monster encyclopedia, Bloody's knowledge on using parasite hosts had improved. Not only was it parasitizing and controlling, before it did that, it would consider the environment, the host's behavior and even the possible reaction of the monster that they were investigating before choosing the best host. Its all-rounded analysis minimized the possibility of the host being revealed. Under Bloody's control, the exploding ladybird flew to the spiritual volcano far away. It was slow and took almost 10 minutes to arrive at the crater. Before the exploding ladybird arrived at the crater anyway, 5 putrescent falcons already stood in a row at the crater not far away from Lin Huang. The putrescent falcon was a gold-level soul monster. It was a bird was left with bones that were very different from the clean, white bones that the sanguine skeleton spirit had. Their bones were bloody with bits of flesh hanging off them. They looked like rotten bones that had been chewed by the lions in Africa during summer and they emitted an unbearable stench. Theoretically, their wings that were mere bones were unable to fly. However, they inserted life power into their wings when they attempted to, which made flying possible. I got these 5 putrescent falcons to fly together, so even if the black dragon senses them, it won't find anything odd, Bloody explained. That's smart. If different birds appear at the same time, the black dragon will definitely sense that something fishy is going on. That's right, even though we're attacking sneakily, it's best to attack it when it has its guard down. Bloody had the same thought. Most of the monsters could sense the movement trajectory of creatures within a limited range but not inanimate objects such as nuclear bombs. As long as the molten dragon did not see what was being carried by the putrescent falcons, it was quite impossible for it to notice the nuclear bombs. Soon, the exploding ladybird came back with its scout report. The molten dragon was really at the bottom of the spiritual volcano. It was soaked in the spiritual lava with only its head showing and seemed to be enjoying itself. Although it noticed the existence of the exploding ladybird, it did not care about it at all. Lin Huang smirked when he heard what Bloody told him. It seems like this fella isn't aware at all. It's only left with 2 days of recuperation before it regains its strength, so it must have thought that everything will be fine as long as it's hiding in this volcano. Should we attack now? Bloody asked. Let's do it, said Lin Huang as he took out the 5 nuclear bombs. As the 5 putrescent falcons picked up the nuclear bombs, they filled their wings with life power immediately. A pair of black wings formed on each of their foul-smelling bodies. Take note of the flight speed. Don't be too aggressive, just fly at a normal speed, Lin Huang reminded. Understood. Bloody controlled the 5 putrescent falcons to fly towards the spiritual volcano. As the 5 putrescent falcons flew nearer to it, the molten dragon that was at the bottom of the volcano sensed them. It was in a weakened form now, so it was extremely alert and cautious. It had its sensing ability covering the area within a 10-kilometer radius in his watch. They're flying towards my direction, the molten dragon thought. There are 5 of them. The unpleasant vibe seems just like those brainless putrescent falcons. Anyway, they're only at gold level. It's probably only a false alarm. Just when the molten dragon lowered its guard down, the 5 putrescent falcons arrived at the crater of the spiritual volcano. They let go of the 5 nuclear bombs from their claws almost at the same time and the bombs fell into the volcano. Chapter 331, Heist. Lin Huang was a traveler from Earth. He was fearful of the nuclear bomb because he knew despite its size, it was dubbed as the most powerful weapon on Earth. It was the ultimate weapon during the war and was a deadly weapon to many powerful countries. It was clear that the seller had never tested the impact of the nuclear bomb before, so they handled them as bombs from the ancient times, which was how Li Lang had managed to get them from the black market. They probably did not even know if the bombs were still working, hence they had sold them to Li Lang at a cheap price. Knowing how powerful the bombs were, Lin Huang had fled the explosion zone with the Alexandrian Eagle as the putrescent falcons left. He was 60 kilometers high in the air, using his boundless vision to watch the 5 putrescent falcons tossing the 5 nuclear bombs into the spiritual volcano. Soon, a bright yellow spark shot into the air. A gigantic mushroom cloud that extended up to thousands of meters high filled the air. The white glow it emitted was so bright that it lit up a couple of kilometers. The high temperature from the white glow melted everything that was a few kilometers around the volcano. Even the gigantic spiritual volcano collapsed into flatland. Outside the coverage of the white glow, the intense shockwave had shaken the earth 50 kilometers away. Everything within thousands of square kilometers was impacted and the trembling of the ground was felt far and wide. Even Lin Huang, who was riding on the Alexandrian Eagle 60 kilometers away, had to fight against the strong wind created from the shockwave. As the wind blew, Lin Huang could hear the explosion. It sounded like thunder, but it was much more intense with a fearful force. Lin Huang watched the entire explosion take place, his thoughts going everywhere. The nuclear bomb had destroyed every physical thing on Earth. However, it was not enough here. As it was a different world, the creatures in this world were much more powerful than those on Earth. Even an ordinary person could easily live up to 100 years old, some of them even living over 150 years old. Meanwhile, the monsters here were more resilient and stronger than the animals on Earth. If the scariest lions and tigers were placed on this world, they would be food for the lowest-ranking monsters, which were the iron-level monsters. Master, you don't seem to be worried that the molten dragon might die from the nuclear bomb. If that happens, wouldn't you lose the opportunity to obtain the cross-ranking kill reward? Bloody interrupted Lin Huang's thoughts. The physical attack will do limited harm to the life power. If anyone can use their life power to attack with the effect of a nuclear bomb, don't mention holy fire level, the person can even kill an immortal level, Lin Huang thought out loud and shook his head. He did not think that the nuclear bomb alone could kill the molten dragon even though its combat strength had dropped. One of the reasons why I tossed the nuclear bomb is to destroy the spiritual volcano so that I can get rid of its geographical advantage. On the other hand, I can also drain its life power. It'll be even better if I manage to injure it, so that I can save some strength to fight it, Lin Huang said. But if I kill it with the bomb, that's just my bad luck then, Lin Huang added. Compared to it dying from the explosion, what I'm more concerned about is that it will run away, Lin Huang voiced out his concern. As the molten dragon was weak now, it would be unwilling to fight. Following the terrifying explosion, it might escape instead. There's a tunnel connecting to the lava river. But with the explosion, the entire volcano has collapsed, so the tunnel to the lava river must be destroyed as well. There's no way that it can run. Bloody was confident. Looking at the volcanic ashes that covered the air, Lin Huang waited patiently for the molten dragon. As his vision was affected, it would be dumb to get closer to the molten dragon now. Soon, a furious roar could be heard from far away. A gigantic shadow appeared from the gravelly flatland. The gargantuan molten dragon flapped its broken wings in the air and looked around. Its powerful vision picked out Lin Huang, who was riding on the Alexandrian eagle tens of kilometers away. An imperial censor. The molten dragon speculated as it saw Lin Huang. Soon it recalled that aside from the imperial censors, it had seen other humans summoning monsters using monster taming tokens. Seeing that the black dragon had noticed him, Lin Huang smirked and gestured to the black dragon to advance. He knew very well that it could see what he was doing. Cultivation saw Lin Huang's challenging gesture very clearly. When it first saw him, it did not think that he was the one who had orchestrated the explosion, as Lin Huang was too far away from it and it doubted that Lin Huang could attack from such a distance. On the other hand, Lin Huang's aura was too weak for it to believe that he was the one who had attacked. However, his challenging gesture made it doubt its own speculation. Is this human kid challenging me? Could he be the one who caused the explosion? With doubt and anger, the molten dragon flew towards Lin Huang's direction. As the molten dragon was coming his way, Lin Huang patted the Alexandrian eagle and landed at a crater nearby. He then recalled the Alexandrian eagle in bloody into card forms. A minute later, the black dragon arrived above Lin Huang. Were you the one who attacked me, human kid? Cultivation demanded, furiously. As it got closer to Lin Huang, it could sense how weak this human was. He was not even a white flame level. As it was flying over him, it planned to attack the human directly. However, it noticed that Lin Huang did not use a token when he was recalling his monsters, which proved that he was an imperial censor. It then thought of the god's blood. Perhaps, it could get something out of Lin Huang. What do you think? Lin Huang playfully teased. He could clearly sense that the molten dragon was now a blue flame level, making him feel very relieved now. Are you messing with me? Cultivation roared furiously. You should really brush your teeth. Lin Huang fanned his face and scowled. The black dragon had incredibly stinky breath. I heard that you've been hunting us humans down. It must be for the monster with the god's blood, am I right? Lin Huang added without waiting for the black dragon to respond. What do you know about that? Cultivation asked immediately. I know you want the god's blood to increase the density of your dragon's blood, to level up to a dragonkin. I also know that you need the energy from the god's blood to accelerate your third mutation. And what you want to know the most is where the monster with the god's blood is right now. Lin Huang knew the black dragon would definitely be tempted. What do you want? Cultivation knew that Lin Huang would not provide it with the information without anything in return. I want all of the treasures that you have. Lin Huang asked directly. You are too greedy, human. Cultivation looked solemnly at him. The god's blood is priceless and it's the one thing that you desire most. Moreover, I'm the only one in this ruins who knew who has taken that special monster away and where the person is. 10%, Cultivation thought for a while and bargained. 80%, I'm being generous to you. You still get to keep a part of your treasures, Lin Huang negotiated. 30%, Cultivation looked displeased. Half, and that's my final price. If it's unacceptable for you, I shall keep the secret with me. By then, it'll be useless even if you capture me, as I will not breathe a word. Lin Huang smiled as he knew that it would agree with the price. Half then, you'd better make sure that what you're going to say is the truth, or else, you know the consequences. Cultivation compromised as the god's blood was too important to it. Of course, Lin Huang said and took out an empty temporary storage ring. You can use this storage ring by inserting your life power. Put the stuff in and I'll tell you the secret after checking the contents. Don't try to fool around, or else, the deal is off. Lin Huang tossed the ring to Molten Dragon. The black dragon scoffed and put the treasures that it had collected over the years into the ring. It was not afraid that Lin Huang would escape with the ring, as it planned to kill this obnoxious human after it retrieved the secret and get back all its treasures. That was its revenge for destroying the spiritual volcano. Soon, the black dragon tossed the ring back to Lin Huang. That's half of my treasures. You can take a look at it. Lin Huang took the ring and started checking. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, as the black dragon had a crazy trove of items. It seemed to be honest about the amount of treasure it had. Even if it hid some, there was plenty in Lin Huang's ring already. Seeing Lin Huang putting the ring away, the black dragon was nervous. Can you tell me who has the monster with the god's blood, and where is the person now? Come closer. Lin Huang waved to the molten dragon. The black dragon was shocked, but it put its head closer to Lin Huang. Lin Huang walked right up to its ear from the edge of the crater. Actually, the person who took the monster with the god's blood is me. Lin Huang grinned as he whispered. A couple of punishment chains appeared from the crater and whistled down towards the black dragon's head. Chapter 332, Killing the Dragon. Lin Huang had done his calculations before this. The volcano beneath him was a spiritual volcano. He had gotten the sanguine skeleton spirit to hide in the spiritual lava, so no matter how close the molten dragon got, it was impossible for it to sense the sanguine skeleton spirit's existence. Lin Huang had planned to fight the molten dragon by flying over to it and luring it closer to the sanguine skeleton spirit to attack. He did not expect the molten dragon to come to him just by challenging it. Its desire of the god's blood had oppressed its anger, and they had chatted instead. Lin Huang's request for treasure from the molten dragon was a trap. The treasure that he received was just a bonus. Humans were always driven by wealth, therefore, Lin Huang pretended to be a greedy human to lower the molten dragon's guard. His acting was so good that the molten dragon trusted him and even stuck its head closer to him. Fraught was not dumb, but its desire to obtain the god's blood had blinded it, causing it to ignore many things that it should be aware of. When it heard Lin Huang talking about the god's blood, it looked like it had been charmed by the devil and eventually fell into his trap. As Lin Huang revealed that he had the monster with the god's blood, the attack came out of nowhere. The 9 punishment chains were like hungry poisonous snakes that had been hiding for a long time. They pinned down the molten dragon's head and neck when it was unaware. Fraught struggled immensely while the vampire particles in Lin Huang's right hand transformed into a bloody seraphic spear that pierced into the dragon's left ear. As the blood spirit leveled up to vampire particles, they were no longer in the form of wings anymore. They could turn into any form and be placed anywhere on the body instead of just the back. As the vampire particles pierced through the black dragon's eardrum and arrived at its brain, the chains that were locking its head and neck broke. Lin Huang was flung away in the process. As the vampire particles had yet to leave the black dragon's ear, not all the punishment chains were completely broken, so Lin Huang decided to transform the spear into a gigantic ball that was stuck in its ear. Explode! As Lin Huang shouted, the ball that was formed from the vampire particles in the dragon's ear exploded. Without the defense from its life power, the left side of the black dragon's head exploded. It convulsed on the ground, but it did not fall. At that moment, the sanguine skeleton spirit's chains that were broken shackled it again while Lin Huang summoned the Alexandrian eagle to get him. He took out his sword relic and filled it with life power. A golden glow gleamed at the tip of the sword. The black dragon was already badly injured from the explosion earlier, feeling very dizzy. It was stunned before it started to struggle and flapped its wings to attempt to break free from the chains. It knew very well that it would definitely die if its life power remained sealed by the punishment chains. As the black dragon struggled, the punishment chains were losing their hold. However, Lin Huang had yet to charge his worldly purification. Seeing that the last chain was going to break, Lin Huang knew he had to use his trump card. Charcoal! Lin Huang shouted as a powerful force oppressed the space around them. The black dragon that was struggling was shocked as it sensed the aura of a dragonkin. It was impossible that it was mistaken, as the presence felt really close. Fraught forgot to struggle while it looked at the direction where it sensed the aura coming from. With its midnight black scales, Charcoal stared lethally at Fraught. There was a young man sitting on its back. As Lin Huang summoned Charcoal, he recalled the Alexandrian eagle and rode on Charcoal immediately, as he knew that the Alexandrian eagle was afraid of the molten dragon. The terrifying aura of a dragonkin was fearsome to most monsters, and that fear also applied to monsters that were a level higher. The effect of deterrence worked best on monsters with a lower density of dragon blood, effectively suppressing them. Under normal circumstances, Halthrod would not be affected by charcoal's aura due to their difference in level. However, it was weak and injured now, so its defenses against charcoal's deterrence was low. Because of that, Lin Huang had decided to summon charcoal as his trump card because he knew that charcoal could suppress the molten dragon. Halthrod's head was blank. Seizing the opportunity, the sanguine skeleton spirit engaged its punishment chains around the black dragon again, while Lin Huang, who was riding on charcoal's back, had 5 life wheels with life power inserted into his sword. Sensing the chains, the black dragon finally snapped out of it and started struggling again. The appearance of the dragonkin had made it realize a bigger crisis. The human was much more terrifying than it had imagined. It had never thought that a human could get a powerful dragonkin to be his summoning monster. How could a triple mutated monster be captured by a human? All of these happened with the same human, which made it fear Lin Huang now. I must escape, or else, I'll definitely die. Halthrod only had one thought in its mind, which was to escape. Seeing that the chains were losing grip again, Lin Huang knew that it was his last chance to fight. Charcoal, go! Charcoal flapped its wings and dashed towards the black dragon. Since it had been a long time since charcoal was let out, it was exceptionally aggressive. Although it was much smaller than the black dragon with a lower combat strength, it could feel the power of its own blood and the fear in the black dragon's eyes. That allowed it to attack the black dragon without fear as it extended its claws towards the black dragon's neck. The black dragon that was already restricted by the chains was now compacted on its neck. It opened its mouth wide, attempting to shake off the oppression. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Huang used seraphic speed and thunder steps as he advanced towards the black dragon. A sparkly golden sword pierced into the wound on the left side of the black dragon's head. The black dragon's vision was blocked by charcoal, but when it saw the golden glow, it moved its head aside by instinct. However, Lin Huang, who was in the air, transformed the vampire particles into a pair of bloody wings on his back. It was his last bit of life power that he had. As the wings formed, he aimed for the black dragon's wound. The black dragon wanted to run away desperately. Charcoal flapped its wings and released the black dragon's neck. Charcoal knew that it was not as strong as the black dragon, but it knew that it needed to help Lin Huang. Without any communication, Lin Huang noticed that charcoal was buying him time. He rushed into the opening of the black dragon's wound on its head. Without the life power defense, his sword that was shining brightly like the sun plowed into the temporal bone of the black dragon's head and right into its brain. The golden glow from worldly purification was released into its brain and the molten dragon's brain melted. Congratulations, you have completed a quintuple cross-ranking kill. You're rewarded with 20x card draws. Congratulations, you have obtained epic molten dragon card pieces by 2 inches. Chapter 333. As yet unwitnessed, after putting away the molten dragon's carcass, Lin Huang recalled charcoal and the sanguine skeleton spirit into their card forms. He used life crystals to activate his dimensional relic after making sure that he did not leave anything behind. He did not even draw the reward cards and left before his life power could recover. Because the appearance of Dragonkin just now would attract many powerful monsters, it would be dangerous if he stayed even for a second more. The blue dimensional relic disappeared as he walked into it. Lin Huang did not go to Yi Yeyu and Li Lang. Instead, he went to the area where Tyrant was in the midst of its unsealing. Seeing the blue dimensional relic, Kylie took out her spear and was ready to fight. As soon as she saw that it was Lin Huang, she put away her weapon. I'm sorry. Due to some reason, I needed to change the color of the dimensional relic, Lin Huang explained when he saw Kylie's reaction. After keeping the dimensional relic, Lin Huang then took out a life power refill card to refill the life power that he had lost. Within seconds, his 5 empty life wheels were completely filled. He was relieved as he felt energized again. Looking at the blood stains on his clothes, Lin Huang said to Kylie, "Could you please look away? I'm going to take a shower." Kylie heard what he said and turned around to look at him intentionally, not bothering to look away. "Never mind then, you can look if you want to. I'm a man anyway, so there's nothing to lose." Lin Huang then took off his clothes. As he stripped down to his underwear, he felt shy as Kylie was still watching him intently. He did not want to take off his underwear. He then took out a large tub and filled it halfway with cold water. He then leapt into the tub with his underwear. It was a pleasure to shower with cold water under such scorching weather. Of course, he did not do that for enjoyment, but more to get rid of the smell and the blood stains on him. There was a strange fragrance from the black dragon's blood. It smelled like musk. He was worried that the fragrance might attract trouble. After 6 tubs of water and using different brands of shower gel 6 times, there was still a light musk fragrance on his body. Lin Huang decided to give up. It seems like I can't get rid of the fragrance. I shan't waste water like this, or else I won't have any water to drink for a few days. He then got out of the bathtub and changed into a new pair of underwear while hiding behind the tub. He changed into new clothes and shoes as well. He then tossed his clothes into the lava and cleaned the tub before putting it into his storage space. He noticed that Kylie had been watching him. "Haven't you seen a man taking a shower before?" Lin Huang teased. "A man who showers 6 times a day?" "No," a lady's voice said. "Who's that?" Lin Huang was shocked when he heard that voice and he looked around but did not see anything. He calmed himself down as he did not see Kylie taking out her weapon to defend them. "Was it you who spoke just now?" Kylie remained silent, but Lin Huang knew the answer. "It's not that I want to shower 6 times a day, but I've got the black dragon's fragrance on me." Lin Huang knew that Kylie misunderstood, so he explained immediately. "Oh yeah, why didn't you speak before this since you can talk?" "Because there's nothing to talk about." Kylie was cold towards him. "All right then." Lin Huang accepted her response reluctantly, as it was not bad that Kylie was able to express that. "Is there anything else that you would like to say to me? If not, I shall leave now. I'll come back to you guys a few days later after Tyrant is done with its unsealing," Lin Huang informed. "I have a question," Kylie spoke again after keeping quiet for a while. "What's that?" Lin Huang raised his eyebrow. "Why do you wear clothes when you shower?" Lin Huang wanted to blame it on her as she had been watching him, but he thought about it and gave another answer. "I usually won't wear anything, but it's different when there's a lady around. It's rude to be naked in front of the opposite sex." Lin Huang wanted to say, "excluding special people," but he refrained from doing so as Kylie might ask him what that meant. He was a simple man who did not like to explain a lot. He thought it was unnecessary for Kylie to know about all that. "If there's nothing else, I'll make a move," Lin Huang said and summoned his dimensional relic. Seeing Kylie shake her head, he then stepped into the dimensional relic. As the blue dimensional relic disappeared, Kylie mumbled to herself, "Is it rude?" This time, Lin Huang went back to Yi Yayu and Li Lang, who were hunting down the smoldervenom toad. Li Lang was recovering his life power with snacks that looked like spicy strips. The poker-faced staff saw Lin Huang walk out of the dimensional relic but did not say a thing. "Finally, you're back. It's been more than an hour. What monster were you after?" Yi Yayu asked curiously. "Nothing much, it was just a double mutated monster that took some time." It had only taken Lin Huang less than 10 minutes to kill the molten dragon, but he had spent most of his time showering. "What are you eating?" "Spicy bacon strips. It's a snack that's made of marinated pork with a special spicy sauce. It's good. It's very popular on the Heart Network. Do you want to try some?" Yi Yayu took out a packet. "I'll try 1 strip instead of an entire packet. I might have to throw it away if I don't like it." Lin Huang walked towards her. "All right, then." Yi Yayu offered a packet that was open to him. Lin Huang took a strip from the packet, then passed it back to her. "Why do you smell so good?" As Lin Huang walked towards her, Yi Yayu sniffed the fragrance on his body. "I had blood stains on my clothes, so I took a shower. I think it's the fragrance of the shower gel." Lin Huang came up with an excuse. "This shower gel smells good," Yi Yayu commented without thinking too much about it. Lin Huang was relieved as Yi Yayu did not ask further. He put the spicy bacon strip into his mouth. A spicy and savory taste filled his mouth. After some chewing, he savored the fragrance of the bacon. Just like what Yi Yayu said, it was delicious, but it was a little heavy on the palate. As they chatted, Li Lang paused his life power recovery and opened his eyes. "Help me hunt down a life fire monster." Lin Huang was stunned when he heard what he said. "Sure," he nodded and agreed immediately. Chapter 334, Demon Slayer Token. Although Lin Huang agreed to help Li Lang, he looked at Yi Yayu in confusion. He thought Li Lang must have been triggered, or else he would not have requested to do that on his own. Lin Huang had mentioned helping Li Lang hunt down a life fire monster earlier, but he was rejected instead. Lin Huang did not expect him to mention this matter on his own again. "Which life fire monster did you pick?" Lin Huang asked Li Lang. I initially wanted a barbed savage, but I'd like a hellish spearfiend now, said Li Lang firmly. It was clear that he had decided. Hellish spearfiend. Lin Huang repeated that name softly. He could tell why Li Lang had chosen that monster. The tinder of a life fire came with the monster's original ability and potentially other abilities as well, just like Yi Yeyu's fire phoenix that had bestowed her with the fire ability. Lin Huang was not sure if it came with any other abilities. Li Lang must be going for the hellish spearfiend Spearheart. Even without other abilities, the Spearheart alone would allow Li Lang to improve his understanding of spear fighting. Compared to the once mutated barbed savage, the hellish spearfiend was much more difficult to overcome. The hellish spearfiend was not only a dangerous demon but also a double mutated monster in human form. It held its weapon in its hand and usually sat on top of the pyramid among the monsters of the same level. The monster was no weaker than the fiery sword fiend that Yi Yeyu helped to kill for Lin Huang earlier. Perhaps it was because of that Li Lang did not target the hellish spearfiend at first, as it was too far to reach. Although Lin Huang had no idea what inspired Li Lang to change his target, he decided to support Li Lang without thinking twice. He remembered clearly how Li Lang had helped him a year ago. Without him, Lin Huang would not be able to afford to buy all the materials that he needed for the reserve hunter assessment. He would not have reaped the success today without Li Lang. I remember you didn't even research this ruins. Are you sure that there's such a monster here? Lin Huang thought suddenly. Yes, there is. Although I didn't research this ruins, I have researched about the hellish spearfiend. It has appeared in this ruins before, that's what I remembered. However, it was 5 years ago when it was discovered. The hellish spearfiend was at white flame level that time, but I'm not sure if it has leveled up to crimson flame level now, Li Lang said and looked at Lin Huang. If it's now a crimson flame level, that's bad luck for me and I'll just go for the barbed savage then. It's okay if it has leveled up. Since you have picked this monster, no matter white or crimson flame level, I'll try my best to help you to kill it. Do you remember the coordinates? Lin Huang asked. I only remember the rough coordinates, Li Lang admitted embarrassedly. Mark it down. Lin Huang projected a map. Li Lang looked at the map for a while and drew a circle on the top right of the map. It should be in this area. Sure, let's look there. Lin Huang stared at the poker-faced staff who was far away. He did not enlist Bloody's help. I suggest you guys stop wasting your time. Confronting a double mutated monster isn't as simple as you guys think. Don't even mention about crimson flame level monsters, the ability of the white flame level is not to be underestimated either. Don't think that just because you guys have me and your white flame level friend around that you can do whatever you want. Poker Face thought they had made their decision simply because they had him and Yi Yeyu with them. If you follow us, your Tinder will disappear. You guys should not follow us tomorrow. Lin Huang glared at Poker Face and looked at Yi Yeyu. I'm okay. Yi Yeyu shrugged her shoulders. I disagree. As your chaperone, I must follow you wherever you go. If the both of you decide to leave the group, I'll have to follow the two of you as there are more people in your group instead of following her alone. Poker Face rejected Lin Huang's arrangement without hesitation. We don't need you to protect us. Li Lang frowned. There's nothing to do with whether you need me or not. That's the order that I received. Your willingness has nothing to do with me. I'm just following the orders. Poker Face was upset. If not for the order from the management, he would not want to deal with them. Lin Huang frowned. He did not want Poker Face to follow them as he was the staff of the Union government. If he found out that Lin Huang was an imperial censor, Luo Li might hear about it and she might find out that he had the monster with the blood of God. After all, she had managed to come up with the speculation that was so close to the truth. If she managed to obtain more information, she would definitely find out. Just following orders. Then, this should work. Yi Yeyu took out a black token the size of half a palm. It had a black metal mast with a ferocious demon face on top and there were 2 words in red at the back saying, Demon Slayer. A Demon Slayer token. Poker Face was shocked when he saw the token. He stood stiffly immediately and bowed to Yi Yeyu. Since you know what it is, that makes things simple. I order you to follow me when the both of them are hunting the life fire monster. Yes, madam. Although Poker Face was unwilling, he did not dare to say no to her. It's a deal. Yi Yeyu looked smugly at Lin Huang and Li Lang. After Poker Face sat down in silence, he could not help but to ask Yi Yeyu, Madam, may I know how did you get the Demon Slayer token? My family name is Yi. Yi Donglai is my great-grandfather. Yi Yeyu told him the truth. Poker Face was in shock, his mouth hung wide open for a while. My great-grandfather was worried that something might happen to me in the ruins, so he gave me this. I'll have to return this to him after I get out. Yi Yayu did not know the token would be so useful. What does this token do? Lin Huang asked. Although he knew about the 3 elite divisions of the Union government, he had no idea about the internal management of the troops. The Demon Slayer token was given by the Union government for the temporary assignment of staff. Those who hold the token can transfer all the staff below the team leader and deputy team leader to them. It's the equal to an instruction from the deputy team leader, Li Lang explained. It's usually used when other troops need the elite division's assistance in wars. It would be incredibly powerful if a person owned tokens of the 3 elite divisions, Lin Huang thought to himself. Lin Huang was relieved after settling Poker Face. He then discussed with Li Lang the details to hunt down the hellish spearfiend. Focus on recovering your life power today. We'll depart tomorrow morning to hunt down the monster. Lin Huang came up with the arrangement after observing Li Lang's condition. Chapter 335. One Trick Pony. The next morning, Lin Huang washed up and had his breakfast. He then summoned the dimensional portal. Lin Huang had never been to the location where Li Lang specified. Therefore, he had never located the coordinates on black ink. He then chose a place that was nearest to the location specified by Li Lang so that they could be delivered safely. After saying goodbye to Yi Yayu, the both of them entered the dimensional portal and appeared in another region. Upon arriving, Lin Huang took out a map and confirmed the direction to head towards. He then pointed in another direction. We have to travel for about 2,000 kilometers by riding our flying mounts. We'll then arrive at the area you mentioned earlier. I'll ask Bloody to investigate the surrounding area. We'll probably get the results in a short while. After Lin Huang finished his sentence, they summoned the Alexandrian Eagle and the Ashenquill Eagle. Soon, both of the flying mounts then advanced rapidly towards their destination following Lin Huang's instructions. About 2 hours later, both of them finally arrived at their destination. As soon as they landed on the ground, Lin Huang recalled the Alexandrian Eagle and summoned Bloody again. Bloody, please help us to look for the hellish spearfiend. It's a white flame-level monster that is within 200 to 300 kilometers around us, Lin Huang immediately briefed. Does it know how the hellish spearfiend looks like? Li Lang started to feel worried when he saw Bloody pop its head out of Lin Huang's sleeve. Don't worry, it'll know how it looks like. Lin Huang was not going to explain Bloody's intelligence. A few moments later, Bloody's leech pods were quickly spread around while Lin Huang and Li Lang were waiting for the results at their original position. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Lin Huang asked. Perhaps, it was related to Yi Yayu. He had not asked about it previously as Yi Yayu was there. Are you talking about the change of monster to extract the tinder? Li Lang turned back, looking at Lin Huang. As Lin Huang nodded, he then answered, I knew that there must be differences among monsters that have mutated once and those that have mutated twice. However, I never knew that there's such a huge difference. Before Yi Yayu leveled up to Holy Fire level, how big was the gap between our abilities? Li Lang suddenly asked. Without considering her unique physique, there's not much difference between the both of you. Lin Huang shared his observation. She has just mastered the sword realm and you're halfway through mastering the spear realm. Both of you are equally good with combat skills and movement skills. You're slightly better than her in actual combat and battle experience. Let's ignore the equipment used as it's not considered an actual ability. Overall, both of you are on the same level. Li Lang finally told him the reason why he had changed his mind. I think so too. However, ever since she obtained the tinder of the Fire Phoenix, her abilities are incomparable with the earlier ones. I used to think that it's because of her unique physique that she can hunt monsters easily. I then realized that this is not the truth. She can still easily kill monsters that are uncontrolled. I do have a friend that is on White Flame level 2. His abilities were almost the same as mine previously. However, he killed a monster that had mutated once and his abilities are far beyond Yi Yayu's current abilities. I wanted to upgrade to Transcendent without risking my life. Therefore, I've chosen the Barbed Savage as my target. However, after noticing the difference in their abilities, I found out that I can't do that anymore. I don't want to be an ordinary person. I want to be strong. Even if I can't be as strong as you, I wish that I can be a true hunter or, at the very least, I can't be weaker than Yi Yayu is. She's a woman and she dared to fight the Fire Phoenix. I'm a man and if I have no guts to fight the hellish spearfiend, am I not worse than a girl? It's good that you want to be strong. I'll try my best to help you to complete the kill. After listening to what he said, Lin Huang grinned. He never knew that Li Lang's target was only to achieve holy fire level and live a peaceful life right after that. However, at least his fighting spirit had been reignited now. Lin Huang felt happy for him as well. After expressing how he felt, Li Lang remained silent. Lin Huang had no idea what he was thinking about and he kept quiet as well, patiently waiting for news from Bloody. About 20 minutes later, a notification from Bloody arrived. Master, I found it. However, it's not a white flame level monster as you mentioned. It's a crimson flame level instead. Where's it? Lin Huang immediately asked. Bloody quickly marked the location on the map. Has Bloody found it? Li Lang could not hear the conversation between Bloody and Lin Huang as they contacted through their minds. However, he saw that Bloody had made a mark on the map. Yes, Lin Huang nodded and said, it has found it, but the monster has upgraded to Crimson Flame level. Crimson Flame level, can I handle it? Li Lang panicked and he looked at Lin Huang desperately. There's nothing that we can't handle. It's just a Crimson Flame level, Lin Huang said as he was the hunter that had killed the Molten Dragon on the first day after all. Of course, he would not be afraid of a Crimson Flame level monster. Let's go. Lin Huang summoned the Alexandrian Eagle again and flew towards the sky, heading in the direction of the hellish spearfiend. Li Lang immediately rode on the Ashenquil Eagle and followed after him. It took only 5 to 6 minutes for both of the flying mounts to travel over a distance of more than 100 kilometers and arrive at their destination. The Alexandrian Eagle stopped at the side of the lava lake that possessed spiritual power and soon, Li Lang followed and descended. Where's the hellish spearfiend? As soon as he reached the ground, Li Lang looked around. However, he could not find his target monster. Don't panic, let's make some arrangements. Lin Huang summoned the sanguine skeletal spirit and got it to hide in the lake. I'm a one-trick pony. I'm not sure if I can still directly kill the monster, Lin Huang mumbled in a low voice. What are you talking about? Nothing, just stay there and don't move. I'll then know exactly where the sanguine skeletal spirit is hiding. Lin Huang asked Li Lang to stand at the side of the lake, which was the position where the sanguine skeletal spirit descended. He was standing less than 5 meters away from the lake. Do I have to stand still? Lin Huang had actually briefed Li Lang about his plan on the first day. However, he had just described it shortly and Li Lang had no idea how he should do it. You can move, but not left or right. You can do anything after the monster is lured over here, Lin Huang explained. Do you still remember when the right time for you to make an attack is? I'll launch an attack right after it is completely locked in the punishment chains. Li Lang nodded. It's highly possible that the monster will break the punishment chains. Therefore, its life power can't be sealed for a long period of time. You have to grab the opportunity to attack. You might miss the chance if you wait for me to remind you, Lin Huang emphasized again. Alright, I got it. Wait here, I'll lure the monster. Lin Huang rode on the Alexandrian Eagle again and moved forward.